Yi Ping, at the age of 35, finally encountered a long-awaited system that had arrived 18 years late, compensating him with a staggering trillion in reparations. Having lived a life of aimlessness for the first half, he resolved to embark on a journey of resurgence in the latter half, dazzling all with his brilliance. It's impossible. How could Yi Ping possibly afford a supercar? The class beauty who once overlooked him now regretted her decision. It's inconceivable. How could a renowned virtuous wife consider divorce? My husband's debts amount to tens of billions. What can I do? It's unfathomable. How could Huawei possess such advanced technology? The ugly nation was on the brink of collapse as they witnessed the emergence of groundbreaking technologies like super AI, quantum computing, virtual reality, and brain computer interfaces one after another. For Yi Ping, at 35, nothing was impossible. Chapter 1. The company faces bankruptcy. The system is late time to take advantage. After careful consideration by our esteemed leaders, the general manager on stage spoke with a grave expression. Yi Ping in the audience stared at his phone, a peculiar smile gracing his face. The general manager furrowed his brow and cleared his throat. Ahem, after thorough research. The general manager's frown deepened, his gaze turning predatory as he focused on Yi Ping. We regret to announce that the company is going bankrupt and all personnel will. Yi Ping stopped laughing. Before the general manager could respond, the head of the manufacturing department slammed the table and rose angrily. At such a critical moment, how could one still find amusement? Yi Ping lifted his head, still wearing that strange smile. How could he not laugh? After years of aimless existence, he was now 35. As the company faced bankruptcy, he was burdened with an unfinished mortgage and had not dared to pursue a romantic relationship for years. Yet on this New Year's Day, 25 years later, he received a notification from the system. Due to unforeseen circumstances, this system has arrived 18 years late. To compensate for the host's losses, $1 trillion in reparations has been granted, along with access to all mall exchange privileges. Please consult for specific exchanges. He had just tested it, exchanging 1 unit of compensation for 1 yuan. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a bank notification. Bank card credited with 1 yuan, balance 234 yuan. It was real. He was not dreaming. But why couldn't it have arrived sooner? 18 years. Did they have any idea what those years had entailed for him? After the initial joy, anger surged within him. He stood up and directed his ire at the group of leaders on stage. The factory's closure is entirely your doing. Each of you sits idly, taking advantage of the company. You insisted on purchasing items worth 2,000 for 20,000 and even selling brand new spare parts as scrap, only to buy them back at inflated prices. 100 billion investment in a large factory. And with your incompetence, it's no wonder we're going bankrupt. His words resonated powerfully, leaving everyone on stage and in the audience dumbfounded. What's this? You no longer wish to live, and you're abandoning your compensation? And now, you're challenging the leaders? Be careful not to jeopardize your reparations. Several colleagues from his department tugged at his sleeve. Old Yi, stop talking. Pingzi, sit down, sit down. Quick, apologize, don't act impulsively. Just endure a little longer. Yi Ping ignored them. After enduring for 18 years, he had no intention of holding back. Now, he could not care less about anyone else. As he prepared to expose the unspeakable truths at the meeting, the general manager's expression darkened, and the minister, sweating profusely, stormed over, ready to intervene. Hey, don't touch me. Yi Ping raised a hand to block him, a mischievous grin on his face. If you dare lay a finger on me, they'll drop to the floor immediately. I'm telling you, I have asthma and 3 high conditions. I could collapse at any moment. Do as you will. The minister's face stiffened as he slowly retracted his hand, clearing his throat and glaring at Yi Ping seriously. Leave, you're disrupting the meeting. Don't force me to call the police. Yi Ping adjusted his work uniform, raised his chin defiantly. Fine, they'll leave no need for you to call the police. They'll report you all right now. Let's investigate this group of rogues. With that, he strode out of the grand conference hall, chest puffed out, leaving everyone speechless. Returning to his office, he grabbed his nearly worn-out briefcase, packing his belongings while muttering to himself. This wretched company, if it weren't for the hassle, I would truly report you all. As he contemplated whether to send a few letters to certain departments after he returned home. Ahem, Yi Ping, are you preparing to leave? The financial minister approached with a forced smile. Yi Ping shot him a disdainful glance. Why would I stay? The company is finished. What do you want? To rehire me as a doorman or a security guard? Humph. The financial minister, unperturbed by the retort, understood the pressure and anger Yi Ping was under. Clearing his throat again, he spoke softly. Were you joking about reporting us? Yi Ping chuckled, gesturing to his serious expression. Do I look like I'm joking? I've endured for far too long. The financial minister nodded, fingers swiftly tapping on his phone, and shortly after, he intercepted Yi Ping as he attempted to leave. Are you dissatisfied with the compensation amount? How about this? We offer you 2 in 1. Yi Ping paused, and the financial minister thought he had a chance. However, Yi Ping shook his head. Keep it for yourselves. I don't want it. To hell with it. I'm worth $1 trillion. Why would I need your measly sum? The financial minister waited a few seconds, seeing that Yi Ping was resolute in leaving, and quickly grabbed his arm. Wait. Let's discuss this. How about 3 in 1? Think about it. You've worked for 10 years, 33 months of salary isn't insignificant. Yi Ping halted, turning to look at him. 33 months? Just for me. Seeing Yi Ping intrigued, the financial minister nodded enthusiastically. Yes, just for you. Of course, as a condition, you cannot speak of this, understand? Does Yi Ping understand? Of course. A hush money, indeed. He pondered for a moment. Is it available now? The financial minister nodded again. The contract is ready. We can process the payment now. Deal. Yi Ping declared decisively, then accompanied him to the finance office to sign the papers and receive his payment. Upon stepping outside the company gate, he immediately picked up his phone and sent a message to the group chat. Manufacturing Yi Ping. I'm leaving, and I managed to secure a deal. 3 in 1, equivalent to 33 months average salary. Keep it up, brothers. Manufacturing Chief Lu Xiang. Wow, you're incredible. You really managed to put them in their place. That's amazing. Manufacturing Zhao Dingqi. The wicked fear the wicked old Yi. You've outdone yourself. Materials Luo Qing. Old Yi usually keeps a low profile, but at this crucial moment, he truly delivered. This approach is commendable. I must also secure a deal. Watching his friends in the group chat discuss how to take advantage of the situation, Yi Ping whistled and leisurely got into his decade-old second-hand Honda, starting the engine with a sputter. Oomph. You think I wouldn't speak up? Using the company's funds for personal favors? How dare you have such audacity? Once everyone learns of the news, let's see how you all manage. As for whether others will find out, who among us has not a few friends? 1 transmits to 3, and 3 to 10 as the whispers circulate. Everyone will inevitably become aware. Otherwise, how do you suppose he learned of the company's clandestine affairs? With a click of the CD player, the familiar voice of Jay Cho fills the air, and Yi Ping joins in with fervor. Quick, wield the nunchaku. Ho ho ha-e, quick, wield the nunchaku. Ho ho ha-e. From the old tree sprouts new buds. I shall thrive magnificently. Chapter 2. I shall deplete the prize pool. With a heart full of ease and joy, Yi Ping returned to his modest 60-square-meter abode. Upon entering, his mother, Wang Yan, immediately bombarded him with anxious inquiries. What did the company say? Can they rehire you? Is this factory finished? Has any leader taken you to another place? Yi Ping gazed at the age spots on his mother's face, a pang of guilt stirring within him. Having lived for so many years, she still had to worry about him. How disheartening. No, but I received 260,000 in compensation for 33 months. His mother blinked in astonishment. They gave you that much? Then, she exhaled in relief. The benefits of a state-owned enterprise are indeed superior. A private factory would likely offer not a penny. Yi Ping internally scoffed. Had he not made a fuss, would it have still been 33 months? Nonsense. Yet, he chose not to share this with his mother to spare her further worry. His father, Yi Qiu, sitting nearby, also seemed to relax a bit. With this sum, the mortgage can be sustained for a few more years. Yi regarded his son thoughtfully, then shook his head. Look for something yourself. I'll ask your aunt if there are any opportunities. Sigh, turning 35 is a hurdle. Good positions are hard to come by. Don't squander that money. You might need it. Feeling the weight of his parents' concerns for his future employment, Yi Ping's emotions grew complex, and he mumbled a vague response before retreating to his room. After sitting in a daze for a while, he gathered his thoughts and rubbed his hands together. Let us see what I can exchange for. Earlier, he had skimmed through hastily, but now, upon opening the interface, he was astounded. Good heavens, this is all cutting-edge technology. Quantum computers, virtual reality pods, and even interstellar battleships? If only this had come 18 years earlier. I could be soaring through the stars by now. He glanced at the interstellar battleship valued at $1 trillion, choosing to ignore it. What a jest. Earth could hardly contain him, and as for wandering the cosmic seas, he should first master Earth itself. After an afternoon of exploration, Yi Ping stroked his chin and mused. Directly exchanging for cash would undoubtedly be the most foolish choice. Although $1 trillion is a vast sum, the wealthy always think of making money work for them. Henceforth, I shall adopt the mindset of the affluent. Quantum computer, 1M household model. Compensation, 100,000. Computational power, 1024 logical quantum bits. A sleek, black mainframe. Not much larger than his speaker, materialized before him. Yiping connected a screen and powered it on. Is there really any difference? What can it do? Master, how may I assist you? A cute, chibi figure popped out from the screen. Yiping, unperturbed, recognized it as an AI akin to those of the current era. Demonstrate your capabilities. What can you accomplish? From now on, your name shall be Xiao Yi. Understood. Xiao Yi comprehends. Then, with a pop, Xiao Yi waved a tiny hand, and a chibi PowerPoint presentation appeared, showcasing her abilities. The computational power is several times that of the most powerful supercomputer in the United States. The numbers were colossal, leaving Yiping bewildered as to their true significance. However, after Xiao Yi retrieved ample information online for comparison, he began to comprehend. The nation's strongest quantum computer had 255 quantum bits, while Xiao Yi boasted 1024. The difference, though seemingly minor, was actually a factor of over 2 raised to the power of 700. Furthermore, their operational durations differed vastly. The most advanced quantum computer could only function for mere seconds in near absolute zero temperatures, while Xiao Yi could operate at room temperature, readily accessible. One was a cutting-edge experimental model, occupying land by the acre. The other, a civilian household model, merely the size of a speaker. The chasm of difference was beyond Yiping's imagination, feeling as though it spanned not just 18 years. As he observed Xiao Yi list the tasks she could perform with her superlative computational power, Yiping was utterly flabbergasted. Artificial intelligence learning, simulating physical laws, exploring material sciences, delving into life sciences, analyzing financial markets. These were exceedingly advanced fields, and he found it difficult to grasp. All right, I don't need anything that lofty. He glanced at the pile of losing lottery tickets in his drawer and waved his hand dismissively. Tonight's lottery, change those numbers to the ones I bought. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He was merely jesting, yet Xiao Yi took it to heart. With a determined expression, she raised her tiny fist and declared, Xiao Yi understands. Xiao Yi will do her utmost. Yiping chuckled, realizing she was indeed an artificial intelligence with a comedic touch. How could that possibly work? It wasn't team magic. After all, could she truly alter reality? Just as he contemplated finding other tasks for Xiao Yi to test her capabilities, his phone rang. Hello, Brother Xiong? Want to play mahjong? Great. See you at the usual spot. After hanging up, Yiping glanced at Xiao Yi, who was diligently tapping away at her chibi keyboard, and smiled. You keep busy. I'm off to have some fun. Master, take care. Xiao Yi will keep striving. Exiting his room, Yiping greeted his parents before heading downstairs. Passing by the lottery shop, he paused for a moment. Boss, give me a ticket. How much is the prize pool? 3 billion? Then make it 200 times, add on. The shopkeeper chuckled. At year's end, everyone is eager to deplete the prize pool. Lately, I've sold quite a few of these 200 times add-ons. What numbers will you choose? Random. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The shopkeeper nearly spat out his drink. Wait, you can't be serious. You're just throwing money away. Seeing the shopkeeper's incredulous expression, Yiping shrugged. Statistically speaking, each number should have an equal chance, right? The shopkeeper rolled his eyes. Statistics? If you're talking probability, you shouldn't be buying lottery tickets. Yet, being a customer, he chuckled. If those numbers actually win, you'd become a legend. Haha, thanks for your kind words. They both dismissed it lightly as Yiping took his ticket and drove to the mahjong parlor. Brother Xiong, Ding Qi, Sister Qing, you all arrived quite early. Yiping greeted them with a smile. Lu Xiong rolled his eyes. We came over in my car. Could we not be fast? By the way, thanks to you. The three of us managed to win some. Yiping responded with an O, rolling the dice to determine the dealer. Also 3 in. Luo Qing smirked. The first one to eat crabs gets 3 in. By the time it's our turn, it's only 2 in. As the mahjong tiles began to rise, Yiping drew his cards, chuckling as he did. You all earn so much. I average only 8,000. I must be the lowest in the company. Brother Xiong, at least 20,000. Ding Qi around 15,000. And Sister Qing must have 12,000, right? Everyone earns more than I do. Hey, what about the others? Free bamboo. Lu Xiong grumbled, fiddling with his tiles. Do you think the company is a charity? After the 3 of us showed up, I heard the others wanted to protest, but were suppressed. I heard the company offered in one. Those people probably still haven't stopped complaining. 5 dots. Ding Qi chuckled. Old Yi seized a good opportunity. How come you're so daring this time? Yiping scoffed lightly. With everything shutting down, who is going to pamper them? Oh, this looks promising. He rubbed his tiles in anticipation. Aha, great luck. I've self-drawn. The 3 exclaimed in unison. You're really on a roll today. Such luck. Drawing a winning hand after just a few tiles, Indeed, old Ye's luck is quite extraordinary, nothing more to say. The three of them chuckled as they placed their bets. Engaging in a leisurely game of mahjong, nothing serious, merely for amusement. The dealer rolled the dice, and the game continued, lasting through 4 rounds and 12 circuits. The night swiftly passed. Chapter 3. I donated $250. At 5 a.m., the winter in the southern city felt damp and chilly. Hey, old Yi. How about we grab breakfast together? My treat, Lu called out, attempting to stop Yi Ping from getting into his car. Yi Ping yawned and waved his hand dismissively. No. Really, I'm not hungry. Lu chuckled. How was last night? Let us gather again, it's on me. Lu Oqing chimed in with a smile. Evidently, having won some money made them unusually generous. I'm craving something good. How about the beef hot potteds with Ting Yuan? Ding Qi glanced at Yi Ping. Let us get him this time. He broke your winning streak. He deserves to pay for it. Yi Ping simply smiled and waved his hand nonchalantly. Come on, we'll see each other again. I'm just too tired right now. Noticing he didn't seem upset, Lu chose not to insist further, and the 4 of them split into 2 cars to head home. When Yi Ping arrived home, his parents were still asleep. He hurriedly washed up and intended to lie down. Half awake, he could hear the computer humming and absent-mindedly patted his head. It's been a whole day. Don't break it. After all, it cost 100,000. Huh. Master Little Yi has completed the task. Time taken. The adorable little Yi bounced in excitement. But Yi Ping paid no attention to her words. Instead, he fixated on the displayed lottery winning numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 56, 7. The grand prize had 200 additional tickets, with a single ticket prize of 15 million. There were numerous news reports from various websites. The largest lottery prize in history. How 200 tickets drained the prize pool. A colossal jackpot to kick off the year, reportedly issued by a lottery shop in the southern city. Further details are yet to be disclosed. Yi Ping blinked, feeling a shiver run down his spine as he stared at the adorable little Yi. Holy crap, can you really manipulate reality? How do you manage that? Just give me the gist. I don't need the complicated details. Little Yi pointed to her cheek and then demonstrated with a PowerPoint presentation. Yi Ping's forehead broke into a cold sweat. Are you out of your mind? You tampered with the lottery, drawing video and records? In simple terms, Little Yi couldn't do anything with the drawing machine, but she altered the playback footage. The lottery center might have drawn something like 2, 14, or 16, yet the video released and the records in the system displayed 1, 2, 3, 4, 56, 7. No one will trace it back, right? No one will come to check, right? Master, rest assured, with the current level of technology, Little Yi will not be discovered. Yay. Although Little Yi spoke reassuringly, Yi Ping could not shake off his anxiety. He had yet to truly enjoy life, and he certainly did not wish to end up singing sorrowful songs behind bars. He had merely been joking, yet here she was, daring to think and act upon it. Shutting down the computer and pulling the blanket over himself, Yi Ping fell into a deep sleep. Whatever, if the lottery center discovered an issue, they would likely revise the results, as they had been shameless before. Meanwhile, at the lottery center, a group of directors and deputy directors worked late into the night. Their eyes bloodshot. What do we do? We can't find any problems. What can we do? We didn't notice at the time. The damage is done. Now what? Announce it invalid? Are you joking? It was already under scrutiny. Without a credible explanation, declaring it invalid would only invite investigations. All right. Let us wait and see if anyone comes to claim their prize, and we'll handle it then. At noon, Yi Ping abruptly awoke with a start, glancing around to confirm he was indeed at home before flopping back onto his bed, chuckling at himself. He had startled himself. It was merely a dream. Shaking his head, he closed his eyes, attempting to drift back to sleep, but like a pancake, he tossed and turned, unable to find rest. After a while, he got up and opened his computer. To his astonishment, nothing had changed. Yi Ping stared at the news, his gaze wandering for a long while before he gritted his teeth. To hell with it. So what if I cheated? If you can figure it out, fine. I'll just hand over the quantum computer to the state. I refuse to believe I can be imprisoned. With a resolute mind, he dressed hurriedly and left the house. At 1:30 p.m., at the prize claim center, a group of staff members were engaged in light banter when suddenly, a figure entered. Adorned with a camera atop his head and surrounded by cameras, appearing as if ready for battle. Instinctively, everyone felt this person was there to claim a grand prize. Good day, sir. Are you here to claim a prize? Yi Ping swallowed nervously and nodded. Yes, the grand prize, the one with 1, 2, 3, for 5, 6, 7. A hush fell over the space. Everyone froze. The sound of swallowed saliva was distinctly audible in the silence. Taking a deep breath, Yi Ping straightened his posture and proclaimed loudly. I have won 200 additional grand prizes, each worth 15 million. What? I can't claim it. Holding the legitimate lottery ticket, he challenged them. You announced these numbers. Why should I be afraid? I haven't committed any crime. The staff snapped back to reality. Sure. Oh wait, Please present your ticket. Yi Ping pulled the ticket worth 3 billion from his pocket, pointing at the camera. Don't even think about pulling any tricks. If you tear up the ticket or anything, you're done for. The staff exchanged bewildered glances, half amused and half exasperated. No, please don't worry. Just place it here while we verify. They exchanged glances, signaling to one another. Someone brought over tea, while another went to notify the leadership. Yi Ping neither drank nor sat down, instead standing there, fixated on them. Logically, with his newfound wealth, he should be at ease. But an overwhelming sense of nervousness consumed him, as if he were an ordinary person, anxious about being devoured by the system after winning such a substantial prize. It was a disconcerting feeling, revealing his lingering mindset as an average citizen, lacking confidence. With a bitter smile, he took a deep breath and encouraged himself. You're different now. You're no longer that useless 35-year-old wage earner, nor the cautious individual worrying about mortgage payments. You are now the richest person in the world. A man ahead of his time. Everyone else pales in comparison. You've got this. Just as Yi Ping was mentally preparing himself, a group of directors and deputy directors emerged. Is it you? Yi Ping surveyed them. And who are you? We are the main leadership here. Now, your ID, please. Yi Ping pointed at the camera. Hurry up. I want to see your identification. Citizens have the right to supervise. The director muttered under his breath, cursing the current era of short video platforms that were quite bothersome, longing for the days when information was not so rampant. Clearing his throat, he softened his tone and presented his identification. Very well, you may now present your identification card. We need to proceed with the registration. Upon handing over his card, Yi Ping settled into wait. Half an hour passed, then an hour, and after 2 hours, he began to furrow his brow in impatience. Why is it taking so long? Is there an issue? That is the original document. The director and several deputy directors huddled nearby, murmuring amongst themselves. What is the situation? Have you uncovered any problems? None at all. The records indicate he is a local resident, having lived here for 35 years, worked for a decade at a state-owned enterprise. His father retired from a research institute, and his grandfather was a Red Army soldier. Everything appears perfectly normal. So what now? Is there any reason for the delay? I'm afraid not. There are regulations in place. The most we can do is postpone the payment by a few days, but he must be allowed to redeem his winnings. Yi Ping glanced at them and urged, is it ready yet? How much longer do you intend to drag this out? The director turned with a grim expression. Just wait. This is standard procedure. Yi Ping scoffed. Standard procedure? I've never encountered a process that takes this long. Are you trying to pull something? I assure you, the entire nation is watching. The director, visibly perturbed, gestured toward the ceiling as if he had bitten into something unpleasant. The evils of this new society. After another 2 hours, neither the system nor Yi Ping could identify any problems. They even dispatched someone to the betting station to review the surveillance footage and overheard his conversation with the shopkeeper. Everything was in order. Reluctantly, they proceeded with the redemption process. Sir, thank you for your patience. Your total is 440, 350, 250. The receptionist flashed a sweet smile, and who could blame her? This was, after all, an astounding sum of 4 billion. The amount will be transferred to your account within 7 working days. Yi Ping, filled with excitement, signed the documents. Having finally received his first substantial fortune, at the age of 35, he, Yi Ping, had risen from poverty to become a billionaire. Just as he was trembling with exhilaration, a voice interrupted, Mr. Yi, would you like to make a donation? The director approached with a contingent of associates, forcing a smile. Yi Ping surveyed their portly figures and smirked. A donation. The director's eyes lit up, rubbing his hands together. How much would you like to donate? Yi Ping huffed. Just a token amount, 250. The director nearly choked. What? You won 4 billion, and you're only donating 250? Who do you think you're insulting? Seeing Yi Ping gesture again toward the ceiling, the director plastered on a forced smile. Thank you for your generosity. Someone, please assist Mr. Yi with the paperwork. With that, he turned and stormed away. Yi Ping scoffed. 250 ISNT, even real money. What a disgrace. Chapter 4, Don't regret it. Although they claimed it would take 7 days. The moment Yi Ping stepped out of the redemption center and into his car, he received a notification on his bank card. Account credited with 2 billion, balance. He didn't even need to glance further. The zeros were abundant. Ha 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 ha. What a thrill. This is more exhilarating than cashing out a few $100 million in compensation. Especially the look on that director's face, as if he had just lost a loved one. Yi Ping had never felt such joy. Beeping impatiently, Yi Ping wiped away tears of laughter, glancing in the rearview mirror. Hurry it up. What is the big deal? You're driving a luxury car. The road is wide enough for everyone. He leaned out the window and shouted. But the other driver merely exited their vehicle and sped away without a word. Hey, buddy, you think you're special just because you have a tattoo? Not worth my time. He drove towards Taiping Road, heading to the automobile sales center in the South City. After a quick survey, he made a beeline for Ferrari. Parking his old Honda casually, Yiping strode in confidently, scanning the showroom before speaking in the most nonchalant tone. "I want to test drive the most expensive and best model you have." The sales manager approached, sizing him up with disdain. "We don't allow filming here." Yiping was taken aback. "What am I filming?" The manager pointed at the array of cameras attached to Yiping, as if too lazy to elaborate, implying he thought Yiping was just there to create content. Realizing the misunderstanding, Yiping quickly removed the cameras and cleared his throat. "I was busy earlier. Now, I'm here to purchase a car, the best one. Enough of the charade. You're driving an old Honda. Do you really think you can afford a Ferrari?" The sales manager showed signs of impatience, grumbling about dwindling sales as the year came to a close. Yiping chuckled at the manager's snobbery, which he had thought was exaggerated in novels. He pointed directly at the manager. "Aren't you supposed to be in the business of selling?" The sales manager bristled. "And if I don't sell to you? Do you think you can buy a wheel with the money in your pocket? Filming for views all day long. How interesting." Yiping nodded. "Don't regret it." With that, he exited the dealership and walked into the nearby Lamborghini showroom, pointing at an Aventador, also known as the Big Bull. "Do you have any in stock?" The salesperson hesitated but eventually nodded. "We have one in orange and another in green." Yiping stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Can I test drive the orange one?" The salesperson gave an awkward smile. "We offer test drives, but they require prior reservation and a minimum of 1 year of driving experience. If you'd like to book, I can assist you with that." Yiping waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it." As the salesperson was about to say something else, Yiping interjected, "Just give me an invoice. I'm buying it." The salesperson nearly bit his tongue in surprise. Buying? Just like that? While he had encountered decisive buyers before, one who didn't haggle or inquire about the price was rare, especially in recent years when even second-generation wealthy individuals were more cautious with their spending. Yiping appeared to be in his 30s. Is this impulsive spending a problem? Yiping shot a sidelong glance, prompting the salesperson to snap back to reality. "What does it matter? As long as the sale is made, I'm good. Please hold on. I'll process your order immediately. Someone, come and assist Mr. Yi." "What is your surname?" "Yi." "Oh, two of you. Please attend to Mr. Yi and show him our services and options." "No need for options. I want everything, the best." The salesperson quickly understood. Yiping was reminiscent of a typical nouveau riche, and there was nothing more to discuss. He dashed off to gather the paperwork and options list, swiftly returning with everything fully loaded. "Wait, 9 million? Yiping stared at the quotation, mouth agape in astonishment. The manager felt a pang of anxiety. "Mr. Yi, we've already given you the lowest discount and included a phone and a laptop as gifts." Yiping waved his hand dismissively, stroking his chin. "Shouldn't the Big Bull be a luxury car worth over 10 million? Why is it priced so low?" The manager let out a sigh of relief, smiling. "That is the bare vehicle price. What you have is the top spec special edition. Adding the purchase tax, insurance, and some consumption tax, I calculate the total to be 13 million. Yiping let out a sigh of relief. This is more like it. After all, the first car one buys in life should ideally exceed 10 million. Swipe the card. Ah, yes. An hour later, all the formalities were completed, and Yiping settled into the vibrant orange supercar. Exhilarated as he caressed the steering wheel, what a thrill. He lowered the window and pointed at his old Honda. "Dispose of that for me." The manager nodded vigorously beside him. "Rest assured, we will handle it properly." Yiping adjusted the sunglasses gifted by the store, pressed the accelerator, and drove to the Ferrari dealership, where he mischievously flashed a middle finger at the sales manager standing at the entrance. "Don't look down on others next time." The manager's face flushed with embarrassment. And after a moment, he shouted, "Buying an Aventador isn't anything remarkable. Ferrari has luxury cars worth 20 million, and you certainly can't afford that." Yiping laughed heartily. "A provocation, huh? This young fellow has some spirit." The manager straightened his neck. "Even if I'm provoking you, it doesn't change the fact that you can't afford it." Yiping chuckled and drove away. The manager watched the Aventador recede into the distance, exhaling deeply and shaking his head. What a pity he didn't take the bait. He glanced at the group leisurely smoking outside the Lamborghini entrance, feeling a twinge of resentment. They clearly came to my side first. Stealing business, how despicable. 2 hours later, Yiping returned, this time behind the wheel of a 38 million top-spec Pagani Huayra. "Hey, what do you think? Can I afford it?" Seeing the manager's face turn red and speechless, Yiping smiled. "Young man, I'm in a good mood today. If you say a few flattering words, I might just buy another car from you." Without a moment's hesitation, the manager stepped forward, leaning on Yiping's window with a beaming smile. "Bro, if you don't mind, come in and take a look. Whether you buy or just want to test drive, it's all good. Give me a chance, please. Wishing you a prosperous new year." Yiping laughed heartily and opened the car door. "Now, that is how business should be done. If you can't even greet customers with a smile, what are you doing?" Yes. Yes, what you say is absolutely right. I'm still young. I'll change, I promise to change. 2 people. Bring some tea for him. Chapter 5. A preliminary exploration of live broadcasting. That evening, Yi Ping drove home in a 3 million Porsche Panamera. The reason being, this model accommodates 4 passengers, and he intended to take his parents for a pleasant drive. However, as he approached his home, he was taken aback by a throng of cameras and reporters. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a banner that read, "Congratulations! Our store has just awarded the largest prize ever, 3 billion. Oh, has this news already spread? He shook his head slightly. He didn't wish to gain such notoriety. He made a turn and discreetly entered through the back door. Upon returning home, his mother was peering out the window. Upon seeing him, she curiously inquired, "Ping-er, have you heard? The lottery store at our front just hit a massive jackpot." She then glared at her husband. "Yichio, you've been buying tickets for years, and you've never won anything." Yichio rolled his eyes. "It's just fate. What can I do? Ping-er, did you go out to look for a job today? How did it go?" Yi Ping cleared his throat, his face adorned with a hint of joy. "I have some good news to share." Wang Yin's face brightened. "Did a company hire you?" Yi Ping shook his head. Wang Yin appeared slightly disappointed. "Then was there a company that invited you for an interview?" Yi Ping continued to shake his head, no longer teasing them. "I'm the one who won the lottery. Look, here is the proof of my winnings." As he laid the document confirming his 2 billion prize before them, both parents were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend for a moment. "Ping-er, you're joking, right?" Yichio chuckled nervously, looking at his son with anticipation. Yi Ping shook his head. "I'm not joking, I really won. Ha 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 ha." Yichio threw his head back in laughter. Cough, cough, cough. He laughed so hard that he could hardly breathe, prompting Wang Yin to pat his back anxiously. All right, stop laughing, or we might attract wolves." After a while, Yichio finally focused on his son, needing confirmation once more. "Is it real?" Yi Ping affirmed with a nod. "Indeed, it's true. However, the bank will take a few days to transfer the full amount. Today, I received 200 million. I've already spent 100 million on some cars, and the remaining 100 million is for you to buy a house." Upon hearing that their son had already spent 100 million, his parents felt a pang of heartache but refrained from commenting. It's his hard-earned money. He can spend it as he pleases. But what kind of car costs 100 million? Their poverty limited their imagination. They couldn't fathom what car could possibly cost that much. Yi Ping pulled out his phone and revealed a few photos. "Well, this one is the most expensive, the Pagani Huayra, which feels like sitting in a fighter jet, costing 38 million. In their modest 60 square meter home, the family gazed at the pictures of multi-million-dollar luxury cars, all smiling joyfully. When Yi Ping broached the topic of buying a house again, Yichio nodded immediately. "That's right. We can't live here any longer. It's not safe. Let us go look tomorrow, preferably somewhere we can move in right away, well decorated. Don't be too picky. Just find a place we can stay." He then turned to his son. "Tomorrow, don't go out. Transfer a few million to my account. Your mother and I will go house hunting. Stay low-key for now." Yi Ping didn't mind. He nodded and retreated to his room, feeling happy as he listened to the distant sounds of laughter. Bored and idle, he scrolled through short videos, his eyes rolling at the negativity. It was either street vendors being chased away or delivery workers collapsing from exhaustion. In the past, he could empathize, finding solace in the misfortunes of others. But now, he had no desire to continue watching such things. Let us check out some pretty girls instead. Previously, he wouldn't dare to look at those, fearing he might fall for someone. Now, he couldn't help but think about changing his ID to invite attention. "Oh, this one looks good, beautiful. Oh, this one isn't bad either, with those long legs. Oh dear, the way this girl twists her waist, wow." Under the guise of a low-level account, he browsed freely, receiving no attention but enjoying himself immensely. After hopping through several lively live streams, he came across a girl dressed in a rabbit costume, huddled against the cold wind. The caption read, "Stream will end once 1,000 coins are reached." Seeing her in that pitiful state, Yi Ping's sympathy surged. Well, no need to say anything further. Here we go. Swish. He sent a sports car worth 1,200 coins, much cheaper than a real car. He chuckled. "Thank you, big brother." The girl's eyes sparkled as she formed a heart shape with her hands. "Come join me. No need to mention it. It's freezing outside. Now that you've hit 1,000, hurry home. Brother, I can still hold on. The new year is approaching, and I want to earn a bit more. If I could get 2 more sports cars, I could go home." Swish, swish. 2 more sports cars were sent her way. "Come on, circle me. Is that enough? Hee hee. Be careful of catching a cold in this chilly weather." This little girl, if Yi Ping had a daughter, she might not be much older. Just as he thought this poor child ought to be signing off soon, she exclaimed, "Thank you, big brother. You don't need to send me off. I'll hang in there a bit longer. With your help today, I want to see if I can surpass 10,000. Whoosh, 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 6 sports cars appeared again. "That's enough, big brother. No need to send more. Thank you." I finally broke 10,000. Where are you from? After a prolonged tugging, Yi Ping, noticing she still hadn't signed off, stroked his chin. Could it be that she was ensnared? Subsequently, he fell silent, observing her for quite a while. Damn, it's all a ploy. Yi Ping felt a surge of indignation. This little girl was a fraud, treating everyone who approached her in the same manner. She was merely trying to garner sympathy, portraying herself as a pitiful figure. Goodness gracious. It's fortunate he hadn't engaged earlier, or he might have found himself ensnared as well. Truly an eye-opener. The money wasn't substantial, merely 1,000, a drop in the bucket. Yet, Yi Ping felt a tinge of frustration. He couldn't just reach through the internet and give that girl a piece of his mind. Shaking his head, he swiped away. After passing through several live streams, Yi Ping gained a broader perspective. The schemes in both urban and rural settings ran deep, employing all manner of tactics. There were those who lured with red envelopes, deceiving wishes. Others who conducted live lottery draws to trick viewers into spending. Some engaged in mutual insults and mockery, sowing discord. In short, they sought to provoke your emotions and ignite your desire to recharge. While Yi Ping found it not entirely dull, he felt that recharging was somewhat insulting to his intelligence. My friend has money, but I choose not to spend it. I'm here to enjoy for free. Until he stumbled upon a girl named Jishu, strumming a guitar and singing sweetly. The sky is a brilliant blue, the gentle breeze adds a touch of romance. In the forest, that tender affection rises like the sea. The short-haired girl was quite adorable, her voice sweet and gentle. Yi Ping reclined on his bed, cradling his phone as he listened in tranquility. After a few songs, waiting for her to take a break, he typed, "Come on, circle me. Can you take song requests? I'd like to hear Once Heartbroken. One moment, please." Jishu took a few sips of water, didn't ask Yi Ping for gifts, and with a sweep of her chords, began to sing. Passers-by hurry along, no one turns to glance. I am but a stranger, walking the street with tears. Her voice, sweeter than that of Yi Qianwen, lacked the lonely gravitas, causing Yi Ping to chuckle. As he laughed, tears began to flow. Whoosh. $1,000 rocket was sent flying. Jishu paused momentarily, squinted with a smile, but continued singing. Yet, truly, how could I let go? Chapter 1. The first PK. What else do you wish to hear, big brother? It's 200 coins for a song request. You're still short 49 songs. Jishu, clutching her guitar, spoke up. However, I might not finish tonight. I'll probably sign off around 9. I stream daily from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Whenever you want to hear a song, just come by. Come on, circle me. How about laughing at the mortal world? Laughing at the mortal world, huh? Jishu tilted her head. I don't know that one. How about I perform Waking from a Dream instead? You seem to like that type, right? Come on, circle me. That works. All right, here's Waking from a Dream for you, circle brother. You said you loved someone you shouldn't have, leaving your heart full of scars. You said you made mistakes you shouldn't have, leaving you filled with regret. There are some things you don't need to ask now, and some people you need not wait for forever. Come on, circle me. That's beautiful. Hee hee. Thank you for the compliment. It's just average, as long as circle brother likes it. What else would you like to hear? Wait a moment. Jishu seemed to select something and entered a PK. Sorry, I'm singing for big brother now. Can we talk after? The girl opposite, also holding a guitar, nodded with a smile. You go ahead. After closing the PK, she asked, so, what do you want to hear next? Come on. Circle me. Why not engage in a PK? It's faster to earn coins, right? Jishu rubbed her cheek. I'm a singing host. My main focus is on talent. Our PKs are talent-based, one song each. Would circle brother like to hear ye sing? Come on, circle me. I see. I still prefer your singing. Nothing comes to mind right now. Just sing something you're good at. I'll listen. All right, then I'll perform Everywhere a Kiss, something more upbeat. Here's Everywhere a Kiss for you. Circle brother. You showcased the monk's words, overturning the crowd, and saved the oppressed. It was a delightful rendition of casual Cantonese, yet she sang it beautifully. Yi Ping thoroughly enjoyed it. He listened for over 2 hours. A few people came and went, but seeing Jishu continuously singing, they largely drifted away. The few who remained didn't send any coins. Jishu wasn't bothered. If someone made a request, she would sing. At 9 o'clock, she signed off punctually. See you all tomorrow. Circle brother, if possible, please click follow. Bye-bye. Watching Jishu leave without a second thought, Yi Ping chuckled in bemusement. He had planned to send a carnival gift, but thought better of it, perhaps tomorrow. The next day, with his parents out looking at houses, Yi Ping powered on his computer. Xiao Yi, organize if we need requirements to establish a live streaming guild. This was a thought that had crossed his mind last night. Though that money could last him a lifetime, one shouldn't live like a salted fish. One must find something to do. Moreover, his redeemable cutting-edge technology would need a company to distribute it. Considering the booming live streaming industry, perhaps he could explore this avenue. Xiao Yi understands. Please wait a moment, master. I'm on it. The data collection was swift and detailed, yet the internet was rife with misinformation. Yi Ping had to discern the truth himself. As he was busy, it quickly approached noon, and he still felt somewhat unclear. Perhaps he could ask Jishu. He opened the client on his computer. The screen was much clearer than his phone. Seeing Jishu's face painted like a little calico cat, Yi Ping couldn't help but laugh. Come on, circle me. What's wrong? Did someone beat you up? Jishu paused momentarily. Circle brother, are you taking a break? Yes, I was beaten earlier, hee, but it's fine. I'll be signing off soon. Just need to wash up. What else do you want to hear? I can still sing 2 more songs. Come on, circle me. I'm not working today. Can I ask you about the guild? Mind if I add you on WeChat? Adding is fine, but I'm not too familiar with guilds. So I'll send you what I know. Jishu then sent her WeChat ID. After Yi Ping added her, he typed, come on, circle me, accept, and then let us return the favor. Return the favor? Come on, circle me. Yes, it's a perfect chance to have a round. Let us avenge ourselves. Come on, I'll guarantee a win. Jishu responded with an O, then sent an invitation to her earlier opponent. Soon, a male streamer, who was wiping his face, accepted with a charming laugh. What's this? Little Jishu seeking revenge? Bringing conditions to the table? Without 1,000 coins, I won't accept a penalty. Jishu huffed. You just penalized me 500 coins. I don't care. If I win, you must face the penalty. That's the deal. The charming male streamer scoffed. All right. Seeing your pitiful state, I'll indulge you a little. How about a total score? Total score it is. If I win, I get to wipe my face. If you win, you decide. I won, so you change your profile picture to the current one. Deal? Accepted. Once the PK commenced, both sides muted their microphones. Yet Jishu had just begun to speak. To the esteemed viewers in the live stream, if you appreciate Jishu, please lend your support. She gazed with round, wide eyes, her bangs almost lifting with excitement. Thank you, Brother Quan, for the carnival. Wow, I've received the carnival gift. Thank you, Brother Quan. Yi Ping observed the exhilarated young lady, then glanced at the agitated yet flamboyant figure, smiling to himself. This was merely the beginning. He clicked on the flamboyant stream and entered his live room. The young girl approached with conditions. Brothers, ready your weapons, and let them witness our unity. Fear not. Do not hesitate. Just go for it. If we win, we'll celebrate together. If we lose, I shall bear it alone. Brothers and sisters, please help elevate our presence. We're nearly there. Just a single contribution. It won't be lethal. Each of us shall contribute a rabbit to support. Welcome to the opposing brother. Are you here to scout our strengths? Come and join me at level 29. Looks like they might not have much strength. Everyone heard that. The opposing brother looks down upon us. Can we tolerate this? I certainly cannot. Let us unite and show the brother our true strength. Gloomy Heart level 33. We have no strength, so stop struggling. Flamboyant second faction level 34. Indeed, we VE lost. Accept your fate. Flamboyant third faction level 35. No problem. I'm prepared with 10 contributions to secure our position. We VE got this. I'll take your life. Level 12. I've prepared 50 contributions to secure our position. We VE got this. Cool Breeze with character level 5. I'm ready with 100, absolutely secured. The flamboyant faction stared at the lines of confidence and disbelief. Stop discussing contributions. Let us first send the brother a couple of rabbits. We VE currently got 0 contributions. Let us at least maintain some dignity. Suddenly, a luxury car appeared, invigorating the flamboyant faction. Thank you. Thank you to the opposing brother. Brother Quan, for the medical expenses. He opened his microphone, glancing at Jishu with a resigned expression. Little Jishu was now animated, guarded by the brother. No longer under the thumb of her previous whims. Jishu held her guitar, covering her mouth with a smile. This is what we call a glorious moment. Everyone has one. Don't mistake a moment for permanence. Next time you draw my face, I'll still give you a beating. Hee. The flamboyant faction chuckled, offering no rebuttal. Their eyes glued to the screen. Does the brother enjoy music? How about some rap? Shall I rap for you, brother? Come and join me. Then let us have something fierce. Something fierce? Old QS. No problem. I'll arrange it. The flamboyant faction donned sunglasses, their heads nodding to the rhythm. Words of wisdom or malice should not be taken to heart. A pocket devoid of wealth is hard to turn around. We are all just ordinary folks. Why should I concede? Even 3 points. There is indeed some fierceness. Chapter 7. Cellular Repair. How wonderful it is to have wealth. In the afternoon, Yi Ping gathered insights from Jishu regarding the guild's revenue share and operational matters. He also clarified several strategies, such as how guild streamers engage in mutual ticket boosting during PKs. In the evening, his parents returned home. Did you buy everything? Yi Ping took a stack of brochures from his mother and flipped through them. These are rather subpar. The neighborhoods featured were all in the suburbs. Mostly over 100 square meters, with the largest being a mere 240 square meter flat. The total price likely did not exceed $5 million, less than the cost of a car he would purchase. His father shook his head. Not bad, all well-decorated houses. Your mother and I have looked them over, but can't decide which one is better. What do you think? Yiping felt somewhat disdainful, but shrugged it off. Let us go with the 240 square meter one. His father nodded with a smile. I think that one is good too. But your mother prefers the 130 square meter one on the top floor with a half loft. I think it's unnecessary. His mother scoffed lightly. You two make the decision. Such a large house will be for you both to clean. Yiping wrapped an arm around his mother's shoulders, attempting to please her. That won't do. We'll hire a maid for the chores. Neither of us knows how to do that. His mother waved her hand dismissively. Away with that idea. Having outsiders at home is uncomfortable. I must have owed you both in my past life. By the way, what did you have for lunch? Instant noodles. I knew you'd eat that. Wait, I'll go cook for you. Thanks, Mom. Yiping then discussed with his father matters regarding the house purchase. Don't worry about the parking space. Just one is enough for the Panamera. As for the house, I'll buy a villa in a few days. Yiping contemplated before making his decision. Yichou opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately refrained. All right, but do take a good look. Don't be reckless. By the way, have you thought about finding some work? You can't just stay home and play all day. Well, I'm thinking of trying to start a company. How about you, Dad? Have you considered coming out of retirement and doing something? Me? I'm over 60, still working? Let me rest for a few years. Now that you have money, shouldn't you find a partner? 35 isn't too late, you know. Oh, where are you running off to? Come back. Yiping turned and dashed back to his room, not wanting to hear that incessant nagging. A couple of years ago, when it seemed he would remain a lifelong bachelor, his parents had fretted for years. Eventually, when they could no longer push him, they resigned themselves to fate. Now that he had money, the old couple likely rekindled their hopes of having grandchildren. What is the rush? Being alone is quite enjoyable. Why complicate life by finding someone to share it with? Yiping muttered to himself, opening the live stream to enjoy some music while dining. In the 20 days leading up to the new year, despite the bumps along the way, he ultimately purchased a new home and moved in. He also bought a villa, a top-tier luxury property in South City, the Zishan Golf Villa, with a building area of 2,000 square meters, 2 floors above ground and 1 below. Accompanied by a 3,000 square meter garden, the total price was over $90 million. 5 years ago, this property would have been worth at least $500 million. Unfortunately, due to the current poor real estate market, such luxury homes were being sold at discounted prices. The owner was the chairman of a large company, now on the brink of bankruptcy, desperately waiting for funds to save the company. This unoccupied luxury home was also put on sale at a discount. Initially listed for $1.2 billion, Yiping could pay in full cash, so the owner offered him an 80% discount. After receiving the keys, he immediately called the dealership to have his luxury cars delivered and parked in the vast garage. On the 28th, New Year's Eve, Yiping gazed at the dinner table, which held dishes no different from usual, then at the somewhat empty expansive flat, speechless. Why wasn't he there a grand feast, inviting his grandparents and cousins to join? His mother opened her mouth, but said nothing. His father rolled his eyes. Wealth should not be displayed. Haven't you heard that saying? Yiping rolled his eyes in response. And what about the saying that wealth should return home? Isn't it like walking in silk at night? His father picked up a piece of yellow croquer, chuckling. What is the rush? Take your time. Observing his father's content demeanor, Yiping couldn't help but smile. Indeed, as long as family is happy, that's what matters. After dinner, he accompanied his parents for a while to watch the tedious spring festival gala. But Yiping couldn't withstand it and slipped away. He drove his Aventador to a bar that was still open, but within 10 minutes. The cacophony was so overwhelming that it felt as though his heart might explode. Ugh. This body is certainly not what it once was, after all. He used to be the vibrant nightclub prince, capable of dancing for days on end. I remember. He browsed through the exchange shop. He hurried home, where his parents looked at him with puzzled expressions as he wheeled in what resembled a massage chair. What is this? Where did it come from? Why is it arriving today? Yiping took a deep breath. I ordered it previously. It just arrived today. Could you help me push it in? There are still 2 more downstairs. What? There are more? Really? We could just take turns using a massage chair. Why buy 3? What a waste. His mother muttered. Yet she still lent a hand to help move it inside. Ultra-micro human cell repair therapy chamber. 10 million compensation. Through deep repair of damaged cells, restores cell telomeres. Reach the limits of life. One use grants lifetime benefits, making 200 years not just a dream. Once all 3 therapy chambers were brought into the house, Yiping connected them to his computer. Following the instructions from Xiao Yi, he filled them with various repair solutions and then opened the cabin doors. Come. Give it a try. This is the latest product from abroad, absolutely top-notch. The older generation, who were initially skeptical of foreign technology, ceased their inquiries. Cautiously, they lay down inside. Oh, this is rather comfortable, but Pinger, don't set it to high. Your father and I have brittle bones and can't handle it. I know. Just 1 hour. It will be over soon. After saying this, Yi Ping closed the cabin doors, and then the sleep-inducing agent was aerosolized inside. His parents yawned, their eyelids fluttering shut, followed by the infusion of the repair solution. Yi Ping checked to ensure everything was in order before lying down himself. 1 hour later, Yi Qiu glanced at the dark hair that had sprouted atop his head, checked his considerably more robust physique, and marveled at his wife's smooth face, devoid of age spots. Speechless in astonishment, Wang Yin touched her face, equally amazed. Has foreign technology advanced to this extent? Why have we never heard of it domestically? Yi Ping emerged from the chamber looking considerably younger and devoid of his former belly, clearing his throat. Look at those celebrities. Don't they seem unchanged for decades? What about those ageless goddesses? Even at 70, they still look like they're in their 30s. They use this. This thing is quite expensive. Most people can't afford it. This time, Wang Yin refrained from chastising her son for spending extravagantly, instead exclaiming, "How wonderful it is to have money." Yi Qiu nodded in profound agreement. Indeed. It's marvelous. Chapter 8, The Class Reunion. First year of middle school. Wow. Mom, you look so much younger. Hee really? What about your dad? He's looking younger too. He just went to the restroom. Unable to resist the allure of such remarkable medicine, his mother eventually persuaded his father to agree, and had their son procure 2 more sets of the potions. They laid out a feast at home and invited the extended family over. Cousin glanced at their noticeably younger grandparents and then cast a suspicious look at Yi Ping. Pinger, what kind of medicine is this? Where did you get it? From a research institute abroad. It's an experimental drug, limited in production, and requires a queue. I had a friend help me acquire it. It's all gone now. Hearing the finality in his words, his cousin nodded slightly, choosing not to inquire further. Instead, he looked enviously at the spacious apartment. Hey, wasn't he the company you bought your house from defunct? How? Oh, that real estate company did lose money, but with the recent drop in housing prices, we added a bit and purchased this place. This became the family's unified narrative, conveniently omitting any mention of lottery winnings. After a lively day, Yi Ping fulfilled his desire to show off a bit in front of his relatives. On the 3rd day, he brought his aunt over to enjoy the rejuvenating treatment. On the 4th day, it was time for the high school reunion, at the Zidian building, the tallest in the southern city. On the 78th floor at the Cloud Dining Restaurant. Upon entering, they looked through the large glass windows, gazing at the entire southern cityscape, truly a heavenly view. Hey, is that old Yi? Someone waved from a long table in the distance. It was Tong Rao, once the infamous wealthy second-generation student in their class. While others still used Nokia phones, he was already sporting an iPhone. Ha, Rich Rao. Long time no see. Yi Ping replied with a smile, embracing Tong Rao in a manner akin to cradling a child. This guy still hasn't grown taller, about 1.65 meters. Tong Rao patted Yi Ping on the back, beaming with delight. You call every year for a reunion, but never come. You're so hard to invite. Yi Ping chuckled inwardly. Back then, he was too busy struggling to make a living to attend such high-profile gatherings. He rubbed his nose and scanned the room, spotting 6 familiar faces. Suyu, whose father was a department head, had likely retired by now. Chi Chong, once an energetic boy with great grades and athletic prowess, was considered a prominent figure. Lu Rong, another athletic girl, was best friends with Tang Hong, the girl Chi Chong had a crush on. Lu Rong eventually married Chi Chong. Tang Hong, it seemed, was still single, having studied medicine and now working as a pharmaceutical representative. Wang Han, previously a quiet, unremarkable literary girl, still looked much the same. As for the last person, with wavy curls and a slight smile, clad in a round-neck sweater that accentuated her curves, it was the class beauty, Lu Yu. She still appeared quite lovely, as time had been particularly kind to her, merely adding a touch of maturity to her ever-smiling visage. What's wrong? Are you lost in thought seeing the beauties of our class? Tong Rao teased, poking Yi Ping in the side. Lu Rong scoffed lightly. Beauty? They all look like middle-aged women now, but Yi Ping, you look hardly changed. You seemed a bit chubby back then. Now your figure has improved. Have you been exercising daily? As she spoke, she playfully poked Chi Chong's small belly, half-jokingly scolding him. Take a page from Yi Ping's book. Don't just indulge in socializing with this director and that bureau chief. Pay attention to your health. Chi Chong shrugged. What can I do? The environment isn't good. If I don't network, how will I survive? I have a family to support. Just the tuition for 2 kids runs into hundreds of thousands for tutoring every year. Here they come. The high-end gathering has begun. Yi Ping noticed an empty seat beside Lu Yu and promptly took it, eager for the conversation to commence. True to form, several began to lament the current economic climate. For the past couple of years, medication sold quite well, but after this upheaval, everything has turned upside down. With medical reform on the horizon, I'm doomed, I'm considering a career change. Tang Hong waved her hand, showcasing the diamond bracelet on her wrist. Feigning a pitiable expression, Rich Rao nodded in agreement. Isn't that the truth? My gift shop has barely survived. I had 15 branches. And you can't imagine the struggles I faced. Just the monthly rent was 100 grand, and I was left with nothing. He then glanced at Wang Han and Lu Yu. You two have it easy. One teaches high school, ensuring steady income with holidays, while the other is in the booming solar industry. What a wise choice. Hey, Lao Su, are you still coding? Su Yu rubbed his receding hairline, looking immensely troubled. The struggle is real. One cannot afford to remain idle. After enduring for so long, having received stock incentives 2 years ago, the first year yielded no dividends. And only 30% was dispersed in the second year. It will take until the 5th year to receive the entirety, so one must persevere through several rounds. Although he spoke of his anguish, it was evident to all that this individual was bravely advocating for the company. The stock incentives over there, TSK, truly impressive. No need for further explanation. Su Yu cast a glance at Yi Ping. Old Yi, what about you? Are you still working at the National Treasure? Yi Ping, taken aback. Did not expect to be called upon. No, the company has collapsed. I received the notice just after New Year's. Su Yu responded with a sound of surprise. So you haven't found a job yet? Well, it should be easier to find something after the new year, but at my age, 35. He shook his head slightly, acknowledging the challenge that age presents. The others regarded him with a semblance of sympathy. Yi Ping shrugged indifferently. I'm not planning to rejoin any organization. I've come to terms with it. I refuse to curry favor with the leadership. Good fortune will not come my way, and I shall bear the blame for any misfortunes. To hell with it, I will no longer serve. He declared this with conviction. Yet the table of friends could not help but harbor a sense of disdain, or perhaps condescension. At 18, one's lofty ideals may be excusable, but to cling to such notions after 18 years have passed is perilous indeed. This society thrives on connections, familiarity, and favors. If one does not flatter their superiors, what grounds do they have for receiving benefits? It seems he remains oblivious to this reality despite having lived for so long. Lu Yu shook her head in disagreement. The competition in live streaming is intense. It is no easy venture. Your experience has been in factories, and our branch in Sioux City has only just begun production after 2 years. Perhaps I could inquire on your behalf. While I have no direct influence there, I can certainly lend a word. Tong Rao chuckled heartily. Now that Yuer has spoken, old Yi, shouldn't you raise a glass in gratitude? He gestured towards Lu Yu. Such humility is disingenuous. You are the Vice Minister of Human Resources at headquarters. Surely, it is merely a matter of your word. Lu Yu covered her mouth and laughed lightly. It's not as exaggerated as you suggest. However, Yi Ping, truly, it would not be a bother. Just send me your resume, and I will submit it for you. You should receive news after the Lantern Festival. Yi Ping raised his glass, and Lu Yu, with a smile at the corner of her mouth, clinked with him amidst the cheers of the group. Yet, Yi Ping declined with a casual air. No, I'm not interested in working at any factory. I wouldn't fare well there. I appreciate the kind offer. Lu Yu's smile faltered slightly, and the atmosphere around them grew momentarily subdued as others exchanged glances, silently lamenting the situation. It seemed a futile effort. He remained as proud as ever. At such a time, one must consider the necessities of life. Can a man not sacrifice a modicum of pride? If he refuses to seek assistance from classmates, how could one expect him to navigate the corporate landscape? Tong Rao, as the organizer, swiftly intervened to prevent any awkwardness. All right, old Yi, I admire your spirit. When you become a prominent streamer, I shall enlist your help for my gift shop, but you mustn't charge me for the channel fees. Laughter erupted anew, and soon the group resumed their orders, dining and conversing. They did not neglect Yi Ping entirely, engaging him in conversation intermittently, for they were all astute individuals, accustomed to high-stakes environments, unwilling to engage in superficial mockery among classmates. Lu Yu sensed that she may have inadvertently bruised Yi Ping's pride and made an effort to accommodate him, serving him some dishes while encouraging him to eat and drink. After he expressed his gratitude, he grabbed a large prawn and, with a grin, asked, Aren't you a mother yet? Tong Rao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Goodness, you truly have a knack for disrupting the mood. Why bring that up? Just as he was about to defuse the situation, Lu Yu's face bore a sardonic smile. I'm separated from him. How could I possibly have children? Yi Ping nearly blurted out an offer of assistance but caught himself, suppressing a nervous laugh and refraining from further inquiries. For it was likely a matter of infidelity or discord with in-laws. He then turned to Tang Hong and Wang Han. What about you two? Old Su, I know about you, but how are you two faring? The atmosphere at the table grew even colder, and Yi Ping felt as though daggers were being thrust in his direction. Tong Rao laughed heartily. I'm done. I've had too much to drink. Old Yi, accompany me to the restroom. Without waiting for a response, he pulled Yi Ping away. Once outside the restroom, Tong Rao glanced around to ensure no one was watching and whispered, "Old Yi, this is how our alumni gatherings typically go." As he listened to Tong Rao's explanation, Yi Ping's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, you all engage in such extravagant activities? He had previously been unaware of such revelry. Chapter 9. Yi Ping could never afford a supercar. Lu Yu is separated from her husband. Tang Hong has yet to find a suitable partner, and Wang Han is divorced. After we finish eating, let us stroll around the mall downstairs. Just you, me, and Su Yu. Let us see if anyone catches our eye. We can buy a few gifts to express our sentiments, and then in the afternoon, we can head to Shaotang Mountain for a hot spring. Tong Rao continued. If that charming girl agrees to ride in your car, it signifies success. The events at Shaotang Mountain will remain there, though if anything develops, so be it. If she declines, then you can ride with Qi Chong and his wife. Tong Rao spoke in one breath, glancing at Yi Ping. By the way, did you drive here? Yi Ping nodded, somewhat dazed. Yes, I did, but Fu Rao, you and Su Yu are both married. It seems you're doing quite well from what you post on social media. Tong Rao regarded him with a look of incredulity. Isn't it normal for a man to engage in a bit of socializing? We gather together to have some fun. Well, now you understand? Just be careful not to speak out of turn. Behave well, you still have a chance. Yi Ping felt somewhat uncomfortable with this casual attitude. He had harbored some interest in the class beauty in the past. After all, she had been the Madonna of their youth. Observing his expression, Fu Rao seemed to grasp his thoughts. Lu Yu has only been separated for less than a year. She used to ride in Qi Chong's car. Wang Han just got divorced and, like you, had never attended an alumni meeting. As for Tang Hong, well, he chuckled mysteriously. Remember how close you were to her back in school? Just a little effort on your part would suffice. Hey, medical representatives, you understand, right? Yi Ping shot him a bewildered glance. You're not suggesting. Tong Rao cleared his throat, lowering his voice further. Not just me. Su Yu, even Qi Chong. All of us. Yi Ping gasped in astonishment. What? Qi Chong? Are they rekindling their romance? Would Su Rong agree? Tong Rao's expression grew even more enigmatic. Su Rong was also present that time. Tang Hong was in Qi Chong's car, and I didn't see them for the entire evening. Can you guess what happened? Yi Ping inhaled sharply. Wherever three are gathered, there is bound to be something. I'm drenched, Tong Rao quipped, giving Yi Ping a friendly pat on the shoulder. Make sure to perform well, and don't ruin the atmosphere again. These opportunities come only twice a year without any consequences. Cherish them. Yi Ping rubbed his chin, feeling bewildered. He had not anticipated such a gathering. It was more akin to a gathering of clandestine affairs. Goodness. Feeling somewhat dazed, he returned to the table, choosing to remain silent for the duration of the meal. After they finished eating, they headed downstairs to explore the mall. It was there that Yi Ping discovered even more of the underlying rules. Tang Hong selected a crystal necklace from Swarovski worth 500, which was paid for by Tong Rao. Subsequently, Wang Han chose a necklace and earrings from Pandora, both exceeding 5,000, with Su Yu and Tong Rao each covering one item. When Lu Yu finally made her move, she bypassed brands like Tissot and Tiffany, heading straight for the pinnacle of luxury, Van Cleef & Arpels. The most affordable necklace in their collection costs over 20,000. Tong Rao stood beside Yi Ping, pursing her lips. Old Yi, were you waiting to place your bet on this, or have you given up? She glanced at Yi Ping. If you invested, don't blame me for not warning you. You might not be the chosen one, and that would be a wasted effort. Look, old Su has already made his move. Su Yu had purchased a pair of earrings for 39,000, and the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth indicated that this price was no small matter for someone willing to distribute company stock dividends. Moments later, Tong Rao took a deep breath and bought a bracelet for 42,000. As Lu Yu turned to leave, she held no hope for Yi Ping. Given his unemployment, it was best not to burden him further. She decided to act as if she hadn't seen him. Tong Rao shrugged and prepared to follow suit. Hey, that watch looks quite attractive. Yi Ping suddenly spoke up. He hadn't intended to get involved, but a casual glance had caught his eye, a rather intriguing timepiece. The blue dial featured a white bridge with two women and a man holding umbrellas at either end. Tong Rao leaned in for a closer look, casually acknowledging it. The Lover's Bridge, a classic from Van Cleef & Arpels. The little figures move, meeting once a day, much like the tale of the cowherd and the weaver girl. Yi Ping exclaimed, pointing, please get me one of those, and let's settle the bill. Everyone froze in disbelief. Tong Rao looked at him and cautioned, Old Yi, you aren't mistaking the last two digits for decimals, are you? That S1. 1 million, not 11,000. The sales assistant momentarily halted her motion. But Yi Ping nodded. I know, just swipe the card. Tang Hong and Wang Han exchanged shocked and envious glances. What was so special about Lu Yu? Why did the men always choose the finest for her? And Yi Ping, what a joke. Wasn't he unemployed? How could he afford such extravagance? Had he mortgaged his house? Lu Yu, somewhat taken aback, approached him with a smile, but just as she was about to speak, he interjected, Oh, it's not a lady's watch. I plan to wear it myself, thank you. The smile on Lu Yu's face faltered, and Tong Rao gazed at Yi Ping in bewilderment. Yi Ping shrugged. I think this watch suits me quite well. What do you think? Rolex feels too pedestrian. This one at least has a modern flair. The group stared at him in disbelief as he completed the purchase and donned the watch. Tong Rao swallowed hard and grasped Yi Ping by the neck. Are you pretending to be a fool? You're buying a watch worth over $1 million while your factory has closed down? What are you really up to? Yi Ping stuck out his tongue and grinned. I'm not joking. It really did shut down, and I'm genuinely planning to start live streaming. I'm not kidding. Let go, I can't breathe. Despite their relentless questioning, Yi Ping neither lied nor told the truth, opting instead for ambiguity. When the others noticed his reticence, they refrained from pressing further, and together they descended into the parking lot. With their cars parked separately, it was time to make arrangements. Lu Yu spoke first. Yi Ping, could you give me a ride? Yi Ping hesitated, taken aback since he hadn't offered anything. Lu Yu's cheeks flushed slightly with embarrassment and irritation. The allure of her demeanor made Yi Ping gulp, and he nodded. Sure. Lu Yu sighed in relief. Grateful he hadn't declined, otherwise, it would have been mortifying. Meanwhile, Tong Rao and Su Yu could hardly conceal their disappointment and regret. 14,000 just went down the drain. What was worse was that they had spent money only for Yi Ping to benefit without cost. This guy is not as simple as he appears. They had thought he was just a naive youth who couldn't flatter. It turned out he was the true master hunter, considering himself the prey. Exchanging glances of mutual understanding, Tong Rao took a step back and called out to Tang Hong. Hong, let us go. I'll give you a ride. This way, so you could escort Wang Han, allowing everyone to fulfill their needs. The group agreed on a meeting point and departed separately. Lu Yu walked alongside Yi Ping, speculating about what car he might drive, a Mercedes, a BMW, or perhaps an Audi. Even if her imagination ran wild due to the shock of the $1 million watch, she still hoped for one of the 3 luxury brands. However, she could never have anticipated that it was an Elatardo. Impossible. How could Yi Ping afford a supercar? Well, what are you dawdling for? Get in. Oh right. I'm coming. Chapter 10, Memories of Each Other. As she opened the flamboyant scissor doors, Lu Yu curiously examined the interior. It was her first time in a supercar, and she found it fascinating. Picking up a document from the passenger seat, she glanced over it, and her pupils dilated. The owner was listed as Yi Ping, with a total price of 13 million. According to the tenfold rule, if the car represented 10% of total assets, then Yi Ping must be a billionaire. Although everyone was relatively well off, with decent jobs and affluent parents, even the wealthiest among them, Tong Rao, couldn't claim that her family's combined wealth exceeded 50 million. Who would have thought that the once unremarkable Yi Ping had transformed into a billionaire? The roar of the engine and the exhilarating push against her back jolted Lu Yu back to reality. Noticing the astonished gazes of passers-by, she began to comprehend the mindset of women who drove luxury cars. The feeling of vanity was alluring, intoxicating, like a poppy that one cannot resist. Yi Ping, how have you been these years? I don't think we've seen each other since I went abroad, have we? I hardly called. Yi Ping reminisced. When we graduated high school, I gave you a phone charm, and we stayed in touch quite a bit during our freshman year. We had dinner together one summer at Wang Pin Tai Su Steakhouse. That meal cost me a month's worth of living expenses. But by sophomore year, he tilted his head to look at Lu Yu, smiling. Do you remember that time you called me, crying, saying your boyfriend didn't like you anymore? You still remember that, right? Before Lu Yu could respond, Yi Ping continued, I don't recall how I consoled you. Just that you were really upset. Then you went abroad, at 22, and studied for your Master's at UCLA. After returning, you went to Guang City and later to Shi City, never coming back to Nan City, so we lost touch. Lu Yu pursed her lips. I didn't realize you were paying attention to me. Yi Ping chuckled, of course. You were my first love, haha, if unrequited love counts. Lu Yu rested her arm on the car window, the cold wind tousling her hair and slightly cooling her flushed cheeks. Why didn't you tell me back then? Yi Ping shrugged. What could I say? I was so naive back then. The school had strict rules, and everyone would gossip. I was afraid it would be awkward. So I even spread rumors that I liked Tang Hong. Looking back, I was quite foolish. Lu Yu was taken aback. That was your doing? Yi Ping affirmed, otherwise. Tang Hong isn't my type at all. Small eyes, fierce, and plain. He turned his head slightly as he spoke. I had thought you could feel it too. Previously, I would send you 20 messages every night. And remember that time when you were unwell and craved milk tea? I braved the pouring rain and rode 6 kilometers just to buy you some decujuo. Have you forgotten? Lu Yu chuckled softly. I haven't forgotten. You acted like a fool, running so far when there were things available at the convenience store. Yi Ping laughed lightly, responding, I recall you cherished that milk tea shop, disdaining the saccharine offerings at the convenience store. Lu Yu paused, her fingers twirling a strand of hair, biting her lip. Back then, I thought you were solely mine. A confidant? Yi Ping chuckled. What male best friend exists without ulterior motives? Yet, I must admit, I was too timid back then. I struggled after failing the college entrance examination, and when I sought opportunities in Guang City, I found none, missing my chance. As Lu Yu listened to his reminiscences, her gaze drifted, and a smile played at the corners of her mouth. Reflecting on those times, I too was rather foolish. Your intentions were evident, and I held feelings for you then, otherwise. She huffed lightly. Not just anyone would I message so late, let alone every day. Moreover, she cast a teasing glance at Yi Ping. After graduating high school, we promised to go ice skating at the Olympic Sports Center. Do you remember? Yi Ping nodded. After we finished, I gave you the pendant before you got into your car. One half was with me. Laser engraved with a flower with an owner, while yours was engraved with a beauty with an owner. I had it all prepared. Why couldn't you just say something to me? Lu Yu, with a hint of emotion, glared at him in mock annoyance. Did you expect me to take the initiative? Yi Ping chuckled nervously, recalling how truly timid he had been, fearing rejection, hoping for more subtle hints and encouragement. Yet, as time passed, it remained unresolved. Memories fade like smoke. Now, only remnants of that initial sentiment linger. Hey, what are you doing? Yi Ping shifted uncomfortably as he noticed Lu Yu reaching out. Don't move, Lu Yu exclaimed, bending down to smooth her long hair. Her gaze fixed on Yi Ping. 18 years ago, I didn't give you a hint, but this time, I shall take the lead. Yi Ping gasped, his muscles tensing as he pressed the accelerator down hard. The Elta sped away like a wild beast unleashed upon the highway. The Xiaotangshan hot springs were not far from where Yi Ping's workplace once was, but he had never visited before. Upon entering, it was clear that this was indeed a retreat for provincial officials, boasting a variety of simple yet excellent facilities. 18 outdoor hot spring pools awaited, ranging from milk and wine pools to herbal and fish pools, all available. However, Yi Ping and Lu Yu merely strolled around the outdoor area before retreating to a private bath, both feeling overwhelmed. Let's handle the main business first. 3 hours later, in the self-service restaurant within the small building, Tong Rao waved at them as he noticed their arrival. With a teasing glance at Lu Yu, he asked, So, how is old Yi? Once there was no need for pretense. Everything was quite straightforward. Lu Yu, emboldened, replied with a glowing smile, Today, I discovered the joy of being a woman. That was perhaps the highest praise one could give. Yi Ping chuckled. What would you like to eat? I'll go get it for you. High-calorie food. I need to replenish my energy. Lu Yu declared. Tong Rao laughed heartily. You've tasted the sweetness and want more. Old Yi, you're quite impressive. As Yi Ping walked over to fetch a plate, Tong Rao glanced at Lu Yu, contemplating. Did you ask old Yi about his intentions? Lu Yu shook her head, cutting him off. I didn't ask. I don't wish to know, and it doesn't matter to me. I have no ulterior motives. As she spoke, her lips turned downward slightly. Am I supposed to marry him again? Tong Rao looked over at Yi Ping. That might not be impossible. Forget it. Let's just cherish the beautiful memories we made. Lu Yu responded with a carefree attitude. Seeing her resolve, Tong Rao ceased further inquiries, and Lu Yu shifted the conversation to Tang Hong. Tong Rao grimaced. She went to the billiards room to play. Su Yu, Wang Han, Chi Chong, and Lu Rong are also there. Just then, Yi Ping approached. Is there a billiards table here too? Tong Rao nodded. Not just that, there's table tennis, badminton, basketball, and even indoor golf. Plenty of activities to enjoy. Yi Ping turned to Lu Yu. Shall we play some table tennis later? I taught you back in gym class. Can you still play? Lu Yu flexed her arms, lifting her chin defiantly. Don't underestimate me. I've won the women's championship 3 times at my company. Yi Ping laughed. Same here. I've also won 3 times. Tong Rao rolled his eyes. No wonder you can't get ahead. How can you win against your superiors? I bet you face some unpleasantness because of that. Knowing Yi Ping's wealth, he made the remark lightly in jest. Yi Ping retorted, jabbing a German sausage from his plate into Tong Rao's mouth. Just eat. Giggling, Lu Yu watched Yi Ping's flustered expression and Tong Rao's reddened face. After a while, the trio finished eating and prepared to greet the billiards players. As they approached, they overheard Chi Chong scoffing. Kid, don't get too cocky. I was playing billiards before you were even born. Huffed. Old man, what era are we in? Is that supposed to be impressive? By your logic, the strongest must be a turtle, just because it lives longer, huh? A voice rang out, mocking them. As Yi Ping and the others entered, they spotted a group of young people confronting Chi Chong and his crew. Chapter 11. A game of snooker, earning $1 million. After a few inquiries, Yi Ping and his friends grasped the situation. The usual scenario, a battle for tables. After all, it wasn't a professional billiards hall, and the tables were limited, 2 for 8-ball and 1 for snooker. Chi Chong's group occupied 1 8-ball table and the snooker table, while the group of youngsters had arrived later. With too many people for just 1 table, they stood by Chi Chong's side, jeering. This shot is dreadful. With that skill, you dare to play snooker? How laughable. It's downright embarrassing. Old folks, you should leave. Had they approached amicably, Chi Chong and the others might have relinquished the tables, given their lack of familiarity with snooker rules. However, the immediate barrage of ridicule, coupled with the old folks' taunt, incited their outrage. As Yi Ping and his friends pieced the situation together, the leader of the opposing team, Liang Jun, scoffed, "Here come a few old folks. What do you say? Dare to compete?" Yi Ping glanced at the girls among them, bemused, while wrapping an arm around Lu Yu's slender waist, bursting into laughter. "These kids are hilarious. They dare to bring such low-tier players out." Liang Jun sneered. "Are you that old lady's kept boy? Do you think you have a say here?" Yi Ping touched his cheek, pondering whether that was a compliment. It was the first time someone had called him a kept boy. Wow, can I finally make a living off my looks? All right, enough chatter. Want to play a match? Sure. What stakes are we talking about? I'm game. You? Liang Jun scrutinized the situation. Well then, in snooker, it's 1 point for 100. Are you daring enough to play? Yi Ping scoffed derisively at him. After all this, is that all you've got? 1 point for 100? Even if I manage a clean break, that's only 147, which amounts to 15,000. Uffed. Liang Jun's face flushed with indignation. Then tell me, how much do you wish to wager? Yi Ping whistled. At least 10,000. Liang Jun's expression shifted. The stakes now soared into the tens and even hundreds of thousands. Did his opponent possess such confidence because he was a master? What's the matter? Afraid? If you're scared, step aside and don't obstruct our game. Liang Jun clenched his teeth. Fine, I accept. Concern flickered among Liang Jun's companions, with one even tugging at his sleeve in a plea to reconsider. Conversely, no one on Yi Ping's side voiced any objections. Naturally, who would advise a man adorned with $1 million watch and driving a multi-million-dollar luxury car to shy away from such a gamble? There was no need for persuasion. Tong Rao encouraged Yi Ping. Old Yi, annihilate him. Yi Ping gave a thumbs up. Everyone, watch closely. He then excused himself to visit the restroom. XR-assisted electronic contact lenses. 20,000 compensation. Capable of providing visual assistance, information display, photography, zooming in and out, and other functionalities. Yi Ping smiled at the small eyeglass case in his hand. He was about to cheat once more. He donned the transparent contact lenses in front of the mirror, blinked a few times, feeling nothing unusual. Xiao Yi, connect to the electronic eye. Xiao Yi understood. Please hold on a moment. His phone emitted a cute voice. The device resembled an iPhone, yet was entirely incomparable. Moments later, text began to appear before his eyes. Connected. How may Xiao Yi serve you? When we play snooker, assist me in calculating angles and force. Xiao Yi understands. But please gather data first to enhance accuracy in calculations. Yi Ping nodded slightly, and then stepped outside. He and Liang Jun engaged in a coin toss. Yi Ping called heads, Liang Jun called tails. Ding. Liang Jun flipped the coin, and it landed on heads. Yi Ping whistled, aligning his aim with the projected trajectory in his vision. Bang. The break shot was executed rather elegantly, with the red ball sinking into the pocket. Yi Ping paced around, his eyes scanning the table and the positions of the balls. The onlookers held their breath, watching intently. Once the analysis concluded, Yi Ping followed the displayed angle and adjusted the cue length to control the force meticulously. Bang. The black ball sank flawlessly. Despite it being his first time utilizing such augmented reality assistance, Yi Ping adapted swiftly. Of course, the operation was straightforward. Akin to playing a video game. Merely follow the model and mimic the actions. Then came Yi Ping's performance. Red ball, black ball, red ball, black ball, red ball, blue ball. Red ball, black ball, red ball, black ball, red ball, pink ball. Scoring 8, 16, 30, 46, 53. Lu Yu counted quietly, her gaze filled with eagerness. Had she not feared interrupting, she would have shouted in excitement. At that moment, with one foot off the table, Yi Ping resembled a hawk. His focus sharp and his demeanor strikingly charming. 88 points. As he reached 88, Liang Jun could no longer contain himself. Coach, I want to play. This is downright unfair. I haven't even taken a shot, and I'm already doomed to lose. Now, he merely awaited Yi Ping's mistake to mitigate his losses. Unfortunately for him, Yi Ping offered no such opportunity. Bang, bang, bang. A continuous series of successful shots, and a clean table. Lu Yu clapped her hands, nearly jumping up in joy. Akin to a little girl, she dashed over and planted a kiss on Yi Ping's cheek. You're incredible. Absolutely astounding. Yi Ping smacked his lips, somewhat dissatisfied. He had only scored 114 points, and a few of the angles could have been executed better, but it was what it was. He raised his chin toward the petrified Liang Jun. So what's it going to be? Are you going to renege? Liang Jun's face turned crimson. He had been duped. Realizing he was up against a professional player, he refused to believe anyone could play so flawlessly without being a pro. I, Liang Jun, am not one to back out. Alipay or WeChat? Yi Ping raised an eyebrow, impressed by his resolve. WeChat. After the transfer, Liang Jun declared, let us go, and led his entourage away. Chi Chang glanced at Yi Ping, somewhat in awe. Now I understand where you get all that money. That's over $1 million. Yi Ping chuckled, fiddling with his phone. Moments later, their phones chimed in unison. Everyone shares in the spoils, 20,000 each. All right then, a cheer squad deserves a reward. Besides, had you not occupied the table, you wouldn't have had the chance, right? All right, let us play. Do you prefer snooker or ping pong? Snooker first, then ping pong. Haha, sounds good. After a light meal to aid digestion, they returned to their rooms to rest before the continuation of their second half of the showdown. Love me? Yi Ping, love me. Just then, Lu Yu's phone rang. She grabbed it and answered without hesitation. What is up? Where am I? Why does it concern you? I'm not in the mood to argue. Go talk to your boyfriend. The mention of boyfriend caught Yi Ping off guard, sending chills down his spine. No wonder they had decided to live apart. Shaking his head, he felt an unexpected lightness in his heart. Chapter 12, The World of Media. The next day, Yi Ping awoke from slumber and reached out to embrace, only to find emptiness. His eyes flew open, scanning left and right. Where had she gone? Checking the time on his phone, he noted it was past 11. Had she gone to lunch? A message appeared. He opened it. Lu Yu, there's something at the company. I'm leaving first. If you miss me, come to Shi City, or I'm just a call away. Yi Ping smirked slightly. It was only the 5th day of the new year. What business could there be? Perhaps it was her way of coping with their separation? His fingers danced over the keyboard before he ultimately decided to send a reply. Yi Ping, understood. If there's anything, let me know. I'll help with anything. Exhaling softly, he stretched and rubbed his eyes. Almost forgot. Xiao Yi, save the video to my phone. And remind me to transfer it to my computer when I get home. Xiao Yi understands. Master, do you need this private video encrypted? Yes. Use a password that even supercomputers can't crack. Xiao Yi understands. Completed. In the future, to access it, biometric verification of your fingerprint, iris, and voice is required. After having lunch with Tong Rao and the others, the unique and eye-opening reunion came to an end. On February 4th, the 7th day of the new year, a vast expanse of desolate construction site lay about 800 meters east of the Zishan Golf Villa. The uneven foundation appeared to be only partially completed, surrounded by heaps of building materials. At the northwest corner of this construction site stood a magnificent yet solitary building, the Chuishang Shi Jiasail's office. The grand characters gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. Dragging a large suitcase, Jiang Shul, the erudite one, wandered around several times, finally gritting her teeth and stomping her foot as she made her way toward the entrance. From a distance, she leaned in and called out, "Is anyone there? Is Tianxia Media located here?" Brother Quan. After several unanswered calls, a familiar voice drifted from within, discussing matters of management. "Xiang, you'll be responsible for daily operations. Qing will handle HR and recruitment of hosts, as well as event planning. Ding Qi, you'll manage the operational side, while I'll take care of big data analysis, technical development, and personnel training." Just then, noticing a small head at the door, he broke into a smile. "How did you get here by yourself? Aren't you afraid of being abducted? I could have picked you up with a phone call." Jiang Shul looked at Yi Ping with confusion, then glanced at Lu Xiang, who appeared significantly older. Are you Brother Quan?" Yi Ping shrugged. "Otherwise, who would I be? Not what you expected, huh? I thought I sent you a photo." Jiang Shul scratched her cheek, seemingly hesitant. She had seen the photo, but he looked too youthful. Brother Quan had claimed he was 35. Thus, she naturally assumed the picture was either heavily edited or taken many years prior. Who would have thought? Glancing up once more, she noted how young he appeared. Though he had an unremarkable appearance, he exuded a rather pleasant aura, giggling softly. Yi Ping turned to introduce the girl. "This is our very first host, whom I personally recruited, Jiang Shul, with the ID Jishu, also known as Lure. These individuals are my former colleagues and friends, who will also be working with us." After the introductions, Zhao Dingqi offered to help Jiang Shul with her luggage. "Come on, let us head upstairs and take a look. The environment is quite nice. You're in luck, as you can choose your room." "Oh, I can manage it myself," Jiang Shul protested, attempting to take the suitcase. But Yi Ping waved his hand dismissively. "No need for niceties. Once we start earning money, treat us to a nice meal. Now, let us go upstairs and see what you need. I'll buy it for you." Navigating through the somewhat cluttered lobby, they ascended to the second floor, where Yi Ping pointed to the individual rooms separated by soundproofing boards. Since this was a sales office repurposed into living quarters, the conditions are a bit rudimentary. The interiors are fairly uniform. He casually opened one of the doors. Inside was a small bed, a computer desk, and all the streaming equipment set up. A top-of-the-line computer with sound card costs around 50,000. That should suffice for you. Jiang Shul gasped in awe. "It's huge." Yi Ping chuckled. Each room is approximately 40 square meters, with 10 rooms per floor and 3 floors in total, making 30 rooms altogether. Each floor has a restroom and a small kitchen equipped with a microwave and a gas stove. My office is on the first floor, along with administrative, human resources, finance, operations, and technical services. The only inconvenience right now is the shower. It was never equipped with one, and renovations would be quite troublesome. I was thinking of constructing a simple temporary shower facility next to this building. What do you think? Jiang Shul blinked in surprise, peering out the window at the construction site. But isn't that a construction site outside? Yiping grimaced. The developer went bankrupt, leaving this project unfinished. Otherwise, how could I have acquired this sales office? It's the same developer who initially duped me when Yiping was searching for a location to establish the company. He recalled this place. It was close to his villa at Zishan Golf Club and remarkably affordable. He impulsively purchased the original site and a vast expanse of farmland, totaling 500,000 square meters, for a mere 400 million, an absolute steal. While it may not be immediately useful, it allows for gradual development without the need to acquire more land later on. Upon hearing his explanation, Jiang Shul refrained from asking further questions. After setting down her luggage, Yiping suddenly remembered. Oh, regarding the contract, it will take a few days to finalize since we don't have legal assistance yet. I need to consult a law firm to draft it, and they just started work today, so it may take some time. You aren't in a rush, are you? Jiang Shul shook her head. Having arrived, she felt no urgency. Just as she was about to speak, her stomach growled audibly. The others exchanged amused glances. And Luo Qing took Jiang Shul's hand, directing her gaze toward Yiping. All right, let's save the discussion for after we eat. I suggest we let Boss Yi treat us today. How about it? Yiping laughed. All right then, last time you didn't get to indulge, so I'll make sure there's plenty of meat today. The others piled into Lu Xiang's car, while Yiping drove Jiang Shul and his Avinador to a nearby shopping mall. Inside the car, Jiang Shul curled up, seemingly reluctant to move. Sensing her unease, Yiping chuckled. Don't be afraid, I won't bite. Besides, he glanced at her petite arms and legs. You barely weigh anything. Haven't you been eating at home? Jiang Shul pouted, explaining that as a daughter, she was a financial burden, and her parents were only able to provide her with basic meals. She couldn't ask for more. No, it's just that I don't gain weight. Yiping replied, that's good. While filters can enhance looks during streaming, it's best to maintain your natural essence. Their casual conversation eased the initial awkwardness. Jiang Shul gazed out at the streets, occasionally glancing at Brother Quan beside her, reflecting on how impulsively she had traveled so far. Yet it didn't seem so bad after all. Chapter 13. Enhancing the equipment after their meal, Yiping and the others gathered to strategize on shaping Jiang Shul's image. They decided to stick with the original idea of featuring her in traditional attire for short videos, leaning toward a refined lady aesthetic, while her regular streaming attire would lean towards a youthful vibe. Following Yiping's proposal, the others had no objections. Naturally, the sweet-faced Jiang Shul was not suited for a sultry persona. Circumstances simply wouldn't allow it. Next, Luo Qing, the only woman in charge, alongside Yiping and Lu Xiang, began critiquing the options from a male perspective. No, that's too garish and lively. This one has too much contrast and will darken her complexion. That outfit is too mature, the neckline is too low. Jiang Shul felt like a marionette, manipulated by their opinions. Although she had no say in the matter, when she saw the price tags attached to the selected outfits, she vehemently protested. This is too expensive. Over 3,000 for a single t-shirt? That's highway robbery. Yiping waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about the price. It will be deducted from your salary later. Jiang Shul nearly cried. She hadn't even started working yet, and was already in debt for several tens of thousands. How would she ever pay it back? Unfortunately, after a vote among the group, her protests proved futile. Later, Luo Qing dragged Jiang Shul off for a spa treatment, while Yiping and the others opted for foot massages. Lu Xiang, filled with envy, commented, who would have thought that you'd suddenly be driving a luxury car and starting a company? Life's twists and turns are truly unpredictable. Why didn't my grandfather leave me a piece of imperial green jade? Yiping retorted, that's just nonsense. Your grandfather wasn't some rich tycoon. Where would he have gotten that? My grandfather risked his life to venture out. In a village of over 400 people, only 2 survived, though not entirely fabricated. Lu Xiang's grandfather was indeed a historical figure, albeit the mention of jade was merely a jest. Zhao Dingqi cast a glance at Yiping. You've expanded this venture so significantly. Do you think Jiang Shul can recoup the investment? Yiping shrugged his shoulders. How should I know? We must venture a trial, right? After all, you are the head of operations. Igniting her popularity is your responsibility. Zhao Dingqi slapped his forehead. I knew joining this venture would lead to trouble. Let's have her stream tonight and assess the situation. Honestly, I've watched quite a few live streams during the new year, and the tricks they employ are abundant. What type do you envision her pursuing? Yiping shot him a sidelong glance. Isn't it obvious? Besides singing and playing instruments, she possesses no other talents. Her timid demeanor hardly suggests she can excel at competitive battles. We'll focus on her singing skills, attracting fans while balancing competitions. She can perform up to 3 battles a day, but we must ensure they yield tangible results. Zhao Dingqi stroked his chin, lit a cigarette, and after taking a few puffs, suddenly asked, "Are you planning to promote her using your own account? How much do you intend to invest?" Yi Ping snapped his fingers, his tone casual. "I've injected 20 million. That should suffice to elevate her to level 75. Tonight, I'll allocate 1 million to test the waters." Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Dingqi nearly coughed up his lungs, his eyes wide with disbelief. "How much? 20 million? Your grandfather didn't leave you a jade pendant. He must have given you a treasure chest." Yi Ping chuckled but offered no explanation, leaving Zhao to speculate. After the two women completed their spa treatments, they had a slightly early dinner, opting for a lamb restaurant where they shared a couple of hot pots and some bread for sustenance. They then hurried back to the sales office. Luo Qing set up a row of cosmetics on a small vanity, stretching her fingers. "Let me apply a natural makeup look for you, old Yi. You'll need to hire a dedicated makeup artist going forward. Call me Director Yi. Show some respect." Yi Ping huffed, then burst into laughter. "That sounds reasonable. Let us also hire a masseuse, a royal chef, or perhaps a pastry chef and a barista?" He rolled his eyes. "Once we start making money, you'll be asking for all sorts of things. No way. For now, you'll serve as a temporary makeup artist. And that is final." Luo Qing huffed in response. "I'm fine with a part-time gig, but I want double the pay." "No way. The most I can offer is an extra 1,000 yuan bonus at the end of the month. Take it or leave it." Their playful banter didn't hinder Luo Qing from helping Jiang Shul with her makeup. After about half an hour, a fresh-faced beauty emerged before everyone. The purest beauty, unembellished and natural. "Qingjia, your skills are remarkable," Yi Ping exclaimed, marveling at how, from this perspective, Jiang Shul appeared nearly as flawless as if she had undergone beauty enhancements. Truly impressive, one of the 4 great arts of Southeast Asia. At 6 p.m., they began the live stream punctually. Half a minute into the broadcast, silence ensued for another half minute. Jiang Shul switched off the camera, her face flushed with embarrassment, turning to the 4 outside the screen, stammering, "You all are here. And I'm so nervous I can't even speak." Yi Ping slapped his forehead and nudged the curious trio. "Come on, let us head downstairs to the operations room." The operations room was set up like a command center, adorned with various large screens, vertical displays, and a plethora of data. Yi Ping activated several of them, explaining to Zhao Dingqi, "When you recruit other operators in the future, follow this model. Each person should primarily oversee no more than 3 accounts. Any more than that leads to chaos. Xiao Yi, open the live management software and enter Jishu's live room using my account." Xiao Yi was confused. "Which specific account? Please?" Yi Ping exhaled, realizing the rudimentary AI was akin to a simpleton. He would need to upgrade it and establish a server later. "Just connect to my account." Xiao Yi understood. Zhao Dingqi observed curiously. "Isn't this powered by the platform's AI?" "Yes, I developed it myself. It can handle some basic requests. I use it for data analysis and technical development. We might also utilize it for staff training in the future," Yi Ping casually replied, as Jiang Shul's image appeared on the towering vertical screen. "Qingjia, you're amazing. This makeup looks so pure." The high-quality DSLR camera and filters enhanced the effect significantly. With just a few adjustments, Jiang Shul, who originally scored an 85 post-makeup, now radiated a 90. Luo Qing was equally surprised, gazing at the live stream backdrop of a small bridge and flowing water, slightly dazed. "This special effect looks incredibly authentic. It truly resembles an outdoor setting." Yi Ping smirked, knowing that Xiao Yi had spent nearly 3 hours meticulously constructing this setup, revising it thrice to accommodate the internet's speed and platform restrictions. Though the scene appeared static, the water's ripples and the occasional movement of falling leaves followed unique patterns, making the physics simulation quite complex. This special effect, if commissioned externally, would require a team of 50 working for a month, impossible to achieve otherwise. Meanwhile, Jiang Shul explored the auxiliary software, puzzled by many of its features. But it didn't hinder the stream. She decided to start singing. Here is a song titled Qi Ling for everyone. Clearing her throat, she began, as the drums sound. Who can say the feelings within the play and outside of it? The more she sang, the more astonished she became. By the time she reached the climax of the chorus, the people below walked past, unaware of the fading colors. Yi Ping snapped his fingers in satisfaction. If the makeup and the DSLR enhanced Jiang Shul's appearance by 10 points, then the real-time audio adjustments made by Xiao Yi elevated her voice by an additional 20 points. Watching Jiang Shul increasingly engrossed in her performance, Yi Ping sent a 9,999 diamond red envelope. He decided to experiment with various fan-attracting strategies, including sending red envelopes, holding giveaways, and initiating competitions. Chapter 14, Valentine's Day Activities. At 9 p.m., the live stream concluded, and Yiping noticed Jiang Shuo looking somewhat dejected. He smiled gently to console her. It's only the first day. You can't expect me to magically generate 1 million fans overnight. We gained 120,000 followers today, which is quite commendable. Jiang Shuo tapped her toes and pouted. You sent nearly 100 red envelopes of 1,000 each, engaged in 3 major competitions, and occupied the leaderboard for 2 hours. We began with 150,000 followers, and now. She tilted her head, her expression one of disappointment. Am I just unlikable? With such an investment? Can we expect any returns? Yiping patted her head reassuringly. Don't doubt yourself, and don't worry about me. Just take it slow. He glanced at his watch. Get some rest tonight. We need to catch the sunrise for filming tomorrow, and we'll be streaming again at 9 a.m. It's going to be a tight schedule. With that, he waved his hand and started to leave when Jiang Shuo tugged at him, slightly embarrassed as she scratched her cheek. Is there a place nearby to take a shower? I've been traveling all day and feel quite grimy. Yiping chuckled softly. Didn't I give you a card for the nano sauna? It's not far from here. I'll take you. As he said this, he got into the car and waved goodbye to Lu Xiang and the others. See you tomorrow. Lu Xiang and the others waved back, and as Evan's car drove away, Luo Qing smirked. Old Yi is quite attentive, wouldn't you say? Her words trailed off, leaving the implication hanging. Lu Xiang chuckled. Who knows? Zhao Dingxi yawned. Don't ask questions that aren't meant to be asked. Old Yi is now Director Yi. Let us not make things awkward later. Luo Qing rolled her eyes. I beseech you. Do I truly appear so numerically challenged? Very well, I shall refrain from speaking further. Dear brother, could you kindly escort me to the subway station? Goodness. It is but a mere 200 meters. Surely you can manage a short stroll. I have no desire to walk. Will you accompany me or not? Very well, I concede. I am genuinely at your mercy. I am grateful to Nansha, a locale replete with picturesque scenery, an ideal setting for photography. Zishan, Qinglong Lake, and the countless wonders of the Jiangnan 10 scenic views are simply innumerable. The sunset atop the mountains, the solitary reflection in the lake, the festive fireworks at the temple fair, all have provided a week's worth of material for filming. What song is this? Jiang Shuo flipped through the sheet music and lyrics in her hands, softly humming along. The melody is both cultured and harmonious, quite catchy indeed. Of course it is catchy. This is the product of Xiaoye's painstaking effort in compiling nearly 10,000 scores, resulting in a myriad of different styles. You should give it a try. If you sing it well, we could potentially record a single for you, allowing you to label yourself as an original female artist. Continuously covering other songs is not a sustainable path. Jiang Shuo let out a few cheerful sounds, and then embraced the sheet music to practice. Once she concluded her tasks, she descended to take a stroll, while Lu Xiang busied himself coordinating with music companies and platforms regarding promotional opportunities. Luo Qing made various phone calls and sent emails, all concerning recruitment, a process that proved to be quite tedious. Zhao Dingxi was also occupied, as the company now had 4 small streamers, all signed online, broadcasting from home. Dingxi, how's the streaming going? SOSO really. Their talents are limited to a few songs, and they pale in comparison to Jishu. One can chat decently. Another is good at being coy, but the other 2 are utterly clueless, often staring blankly, resembling ghosts in their broadcasts. Yiping patted his shoulder. It's tough, but try to teach them more. Occasionally send them some red envelopes to boost their popularity. After a pause, he added, however, our primary focus remains on Jiang Shuo. Once we elevate her status, we can ride her wave of popularity to introduce new talent. Ultimately, it boils down to his reluctance to manage too many. 1 or 2 experimental subjects are sufficient, but with so many, it becomes a considerable effort to support them all. Zhao Dingxi nodded, then suggested, we need someone who can shout, create, and engage in banter. Jishu's temperament is too gentle. She lacks the vigor. I've observed her during a few previous PKs. While her opponents were fervently shouting, she remained soft-spoken, unable to compete. Yiping felt equally troubled. This is simply her streaming style, an unavoidable circumstance. Rubbing his temples, he remarked, I'll have Qing Jie search for suitable candidates. It truly is a challenge. I've invested 20 million, and, let us not even discuss that. Initially, I considered spending 1 million in one night, yet now I haven't even exhausted half of it. Zhao Dingxi rolled his eyes. Then go spend it on other streamers. In a single PK, you could easily lose 10 million without a doubt. Yiping shot him a larger eye roll. Am I mad? That money is meant for Jiang Shuo. At least I might recoup half of it and gain some popularity. If I give it to someone else, what is the point? Zhao Dingxi winked. As the #1 supporter, you might just receive some perks. Haha. Feeling disinclined to engage further, Yiping glanced at the time. I have an event this evening. Zhao Dingxi waved his hand. I know. It's Valentine's Day. Go have fun. We'll keep an eye on things here. Yiping made an okay gesture. After work, he planned to bring some cosmetic sets for his sister-in-law, which would be reimbursed by the company. He decided to inform his brother and the others, "I'm leaving now." Upon exiting the sales office, he signaled the direction towards the train station. Today, Lu Yu had taken a half-day off, specifically to accompany him for the holiday. At the Yuman Shi Lu Cantonese restaurant, Lu Yu gazed out at the lush scenery, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. After all these years, it hasn't changed much, has it? Yi Ping replied casually. It may seem so at first glance, but upon deeper reflection, the changes are quite significant. Lu Yu turned to face him. Just like you? Yi Ping smiled faintly. Have I changed significantly? Lu Yu chuckled. How could you not? Aside from your appearance, everything else has transformed. What are we doing tonight? Watching a movie or something? Yi Ping shook his head. We're heading to the Huatian Music Bar. Lu Yu exclaimed. Oh, a bar? It's been ages since I last went. Back in Los Angeles. I used to visit occasionally. What is this? Are you planning to showcase your wealth tonight? Perhaps with a Divine Dragon set? Yi Ping laughed heartily. You know about the Divine Dragon set? Lu Yu giggled. It was all the rage a few years ago, a must-have for the wealthy young heirs. Is it still popular? Yi Ping shrugged. How would I know? I haven't been to a bar in years. I only went a few times during the new year, and it was always just a brief visit, quite dull alone. Lu Yu cast a flirtatious glance. So, you didn't manage to catch the attention of any naive young ladies at the bar? Yi Ping scoffed. Compared to them, I'm the naive one, all right? Oh, the dishes are here. Let us eat and chat. The food here is quite renowned. It looks appealing, but I'm curious about the taste. Please give it a try. Their meal stretched over 3 hours, predominantly spent in conversation, while the food was passable. By nearly 9 p.m., Yi Ping led Lu Yu to the nearby Huatian bar. Upon arriving at their booth, Tong Rao waved and called out, Old Yi, you two are quite slow. We've already had 2 rounds. Lu Yu chuckled, surprised that Yi Ping had managed to gather everyone from the last gathering. In the heart of the Huatian, facing the stage, was the booth with the best view. Sir, what would you like to drink? We have fantastic package deals. Take a look. A waitress in a shimmering silver racing suit approached, eagerly promoting the offerings. The Emperor's card has a minimum spend of 888 today, but with a little effort, it could easily exceed 10,000. Given the caliber of this crowd, I suspect it could be 20,000. Yi Ping waved his hand dismissively. Bring me that Divine Dragon set. The waitress paused, then her expression brightened with excitement. It had been ages since anyone had ordered the Divine Dragon. That S58, 888 for a set. Please wait just a moment. I'll arrange it immediately. As Lu Yu removed her wool coat, revealing a sleek black spaghetti strap gown, she crossed her legs, looking at Yi Ping with a knowing smile. As expected, the Divine Dragon is summoned upon your arrival. Yi Ping laughed heartily. It's a holiday. After all, one must have some sense of ritual. There's a surprise coming at 10 p.m. The group had long ceased to doubt Yi Ping's spending power, but they were all the more eager for the surprise he had arranged. Come on, give us a hint. Tong Rao leaned in, inquisitively. Yi Ping waggled his fingers in a playful manner. No questions. If you ask, I want to tell you, even if it kills me. Haha, just wait. It's only an hour away. Tong Rao turned to Lu Yu. Get him to spill the beans. Lu Yu shook her head. If we pry it out, there'll be no surprise left. We might as well wait patiently. Moments later, the DJ's voice boomed through the speakers. Let us welcome the first group of Divine Dragons to the stage. Amid the thumping music, a group of young ladies took to the grand stage, swaying their hips and dancing to the rhythm of Black Spade A. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, you are my treasure. The taste of missing you lingers. Treasure, let us raise a glass. This is your beloved Ace of Spades. Once again, a group of young ladies, brandishing signs emblazoned with the Ace of Spades, parades through the venue, elevating the atmosphere. They eventually make their way over to Yi Ping, with the leader being the earlier mentioned hostess. Brother, we have a total of 6 bottles. If you need anything, feel free to call me. My name is Xiaoing. Yi Ping nods, casually gesturing with his finger. 1 bottle of Black Label for each table, counted as mine. Qiu Yueying is momentarily stunned. Oh my, that's 200 tables. That's another 160,000 thrown away. Truly a tycoon. As the bill is settled, the DJ receives the news and intensifies his efforts. Let us express our gratitude to the generous and charming Yi Zong. 1 bottle of Black Label for each table. May everyone relish tonight's enchanting nightscape, with the ladies cherished and the gentlemen companions. With this, the atmosphere becomes even more electrifying. Champagne erupts, the pulsating music resonates, evoking a sense of eternal youth. Yi Ping shares a few rounds with Lu Yu and the others, fending off a few unfamiliar patrons who come to toast. When he notices someone preparing to take the stage, he taps Lu Yu's arm. They're coming. Lu Yu is in the midst of a drinking contest with Wang Han when she turns, her expression frozen, followed by an excited shriek. It's Park Su. observing Lu Yu, who is as thrilled as a young girl. Yi Ping bursts into laughter. Still a fan? Lu Yu nods vigorously. Absolutely. Did you invite her? Yi Ping responds nonchalantly. It cost me little, 600,000 for the commercial performance, plus 10 songs, just $1 million in total. Lu Yu stands up, eagerly pulling Yi Ping toward the front. Hello friends from Nanshire. Here essay song. Life is like a summer flower. The crowd, aware of Park Su's stature as a Nanshire-born singer, erupts in cheers as most recognize the song. I don't know how long I've been sleeping in the dark. I don't know how difficult it is to open my eyes. I hurried from afar, coincidentally finding you here. I am infatuated with the world, wild for her. Halfway through the beloved song Life is like a summer flower, Lu Yu turns and wraps her arms around Yi Ping's waist, kissing him passionately. The following 3 songs, The Ordinary Road and Those Flowers, go unnoticed as their playful banter grows intense. Upon returning to their VIP booth, they are met with a chorus of teasing glances. Who would have thought Yi Ping remembered this? He genuinely inquired about your preferences back then. How thoughtful. Wang Han remarks, grasping Lu Yu's arm with a hint of nostalgia. Lu Yu nods, touched, realizing that she had almost forgotten, yet Yi Ping still held her in mind. The group continues to drink, anticipating the performances and when they can take photos with Park Su backstage. Just as the atmosphere peaks, chaos ensues. You shamelessly betray me. A man rushes over, seizing Lu Yu's arm and delivering a sharp slap without hesitation. The sound echoes, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Lu Yu is left dazed, and Tong Rao and the others recognize him as Lu Yu's husband, unsure how to respond. Yi Ping reacts swiftly, fury igniting within him. You're asking for death, aren't you? He grabs a nearby bottle, but someone is faster. Qiu Yueying, who had been watching intently, hesitates for merely half a second before seizing a bottle and aiming for the man's head. The bottle shatters against the table, scattering glass everywhere as Yi Ping's blow lands on the man's arm, causing him to stagger back, a grimace of rage on his face. You little bastard dare to hit me? Just as he prepares to retaliate, he is intercepted by Tong Rao and the others. Don't hit him. Get off me. You think I want tea? You dare touch you, or are you out of your mind? Amid the chaos, Yi Ping leans down to comfort Lu Yu. Are you all right? Does it hurt? Lu Yu grits her teeth. Get me out of here. Yi Ping frowns. Shall I teach him a lesson? I assure you, he won't lay a finger on you again. Lu Yu shakes her head. Just take me away. Understanding her resolve, Yi Ping nods. All right, we're leaving now. He stands up, nodding at Tong Rao before taking Lu Yu's hand and departing. Adulterers, you want to escape? I swear you won't. The man continues to shout, and Yi Ping merely scoffs at the threat. Who are you trying to scare, trash? Chapter 16. The divorce proceedings begin. Observing Lu Yu, who silently wipes her tears in the passenger seat, Yi Ping is at a loss for words. He contemplates urging her, suggesting they simply part ways. This sham marriage is far too tormenting. Before he can speak, Lu Yu dries her tears and raises her chin defiantly. Take me to get my injuries checked. I'll make a few calls, and I'll file for divorce next week. As she speaks, she scrolls through her contacts to find an old classmate who works at the district bureau. Luo, it's me, Lu Yu. Can you take my case? I've been assaulted and need to document my injuries for legal purposes. After hanging up, she calls another contact. Wanger, it's Lu Yu. Are you on duty at the hospital? I need to get my injuries checked, but you understand, I need it for court. She proceeds to call another person. Yang Jian, do you have a recommendation for a lawyer who handles divorce cases? Oh, you started your own firm this year? Perfect. Just as a friend. I'm not asking you to dissuade me. It's settled. I want him to leave with nothing. Sure, you tell me. I'm listening. Yi Ping listens intently, impressed by her connections. Her networking is far superior to his. She has arranged everything with precision. Just as he contemplates this, a vehicle blocks their path. Lu Yu is momentarily taken aback and, after hurriedly ending her call with Yang Jian, turns to Yi Ping. Hold on, let me call someone. Lu isn't from this district, but I should be able to find someone. Yi Ping pats her arm reassuringly. It's all right, just stay calm. They're only checking for drunk driving. Ultra-fast hangover remedy. 500 compensation. Complete metabolism of alcohol within 3 seconds. Before getting in the car, he administered a shot. And by now the alcohol had dissipated. He could blow freely. The car, an Aventador, slowly pulls over, and as the officer approaches, he assesses the luxury vehicle and its occupants. Smelling the residual alcohol, he knows what to expect. Please submit to a breath test. Yi Ping complies, exhaling into the device. Beep. The officer looks at the display showing a 0 and is taken aback. He taps the machine and hands it back. Blow again. Yi Ping exhales deeply again, still registering 0. Growing impatient, he speaks up. Is that enough? Can we move on? The officer furrows his brow. Just a moment. I'll get another device. As he goes to fetch a new one, Yi Ping shakes his head. Look, if you make me blow again, I'm not doing it. The officer, seeing the reading still at 0, frowns. Please come with us for a blood test. Yi Ping's temper flares. I blew a zero. Why won't you let me go? What's the deal? At that moment, Lu Yu pulls him back. Just go, it's fine. I'll contact Lu Er. Lu Yu was at a loss as to how he had deceived the machine, but upon arriving at the hospital, numerous solutions presented themselves. Yi Ping snorted dismissively, but chose not to press the matter further. The two then boarded a police vehicle to the hospital. Yi Ping went to have blood drawn, while Lu Yu sought to obtain a certificate of injury. Halfway through his task, Lu Tao rushed in. Hey, old Yi, where's your? Lu Tao, an old high school classmate of Yi Ping, was somewhat distanced in their relationship. Glancing at the tall, robust figure of Lu Tao, Yi Ping smiled lightly. She's getting examined. Wang Yueran is keeping an eye on her. Lu Tao nodded and took a seat beside him, speaking in hushed tones. You'd better prepare 10,000. He pressed his hand down as he spoke. This isn't for me. It's not our district. You know what I mean, right? Yi Ping rolled his eyes. What are you talking about? I haven't even had a drink. Lu Tao scoffed. Why are you arguing with me? I called Old Tong before I came here to check the situation. You drank a bottle of Black Ace. Are you still sober enough to talk nonsense? At that moment, several veteran officers approached with the report. Lu Tao straightened his clothes and stood up to meet them. I'm Lu Tao, Deputy Director of Qinglong District. Oh, good morning. Director Lu. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Tao casually took the report without glancing at it and pointed behind him. That's my classmate. Could you give him some courtesy? The officers exchanged glances, hesitating before one finally spoke up. It's not that we don't want to show Director Lu respect, it's just. Lu Tao's already dark complexion deepened further. What? Is my deputy position fake? Even if we're in different districts. It wouldn't take much for me to make things difficult for you. Should I call your captain? The veteran officers hurriedly shook their heads. Director Lu. He has been checked. He truly hasn't been drinking. Lu Tao paused, then opened the report, confirming the alcohol content was indeed 0, and he clicked his tongue. Alright then, I was just joking earlier. You've all worked hard. That's enough for now. Upon returning, he found Yi Ping wearing a sardonic smile. How about that? Didn't I tell you I wasn't drinking? Lu Tao scoffed, tossing the report aside. Wang Yueran must have meddled with things, huh? TSK. Old Wang's hands can reach all the way to the testing center? Isn't he an orthopedic doctor? Yi Ping felt the urge to cover his face. Indeed. This was the state of society. After a moment, the lanky Wang Yueran emerged alongside Lu Yu. Seeing the two, he cleared his throat solemnly. Vision impairment, grade 6 disability. Yi Ping gasped, what? Grade 6 disability? However, upon seeing Lu Yu's calm demeanor and Lu Tao's composed expression, he began to understand. Lu Yu touched her cheek. Lu Tao, could you help me run a quick errand? See if you can obtain the video from the bar. Lu Tao gave an okay sign. No problem, leave it to me. After exchanging a few more words, they dispersed. Once in the car, Yi Ping inquired, where to? Lu Yu turned to look at him. To your place. Is that convenient? What could be inconvenient? Just drive to my Villa 8 at Zishan Golf Club. This is your house. Lu Yu exclaimed in astonishment as they passed through an expansive garden, gazing at the garage filled with luxury cars, which dwarfed her own home. Not bad, right? I just bought it not long ago. Yi Ping nodded. Not just not bad. Lu Yu thought, feeling she had seriously underestimated Yi Ping's wealth. 1 billion? It must be worth much more. However, she didn't dwell on it. Feeling a bit tipsy, she wrapped her arms around Yi Ping's waist. Whereas the bedroom. Half an hour later, the phone rang incessantly. Ignoring it, it continued to ring after a moment. Hello? Is it you? You got caught? Serves you right. Humph, there's nothing to discuss. Just wait for it. Let's South go to court. With a click, she hung up and switched off the phone. Lu Yu closed her eyes, resting her head against the bedside, savoring the moment of joy and choosing not to dwell on troublesome matters. Yi Ping, Yi Ping, Yi Ping. Meanwhile, Su Min gritted his teeth. All right, you wretched person. We shall see about this. With that, he grabbed his phone and began dialing. Bro, I need a favor. Chapter 17, trending on social media. The next day, Yi Ping rose early. This time, as he reached out, he encountered something soft. He chuckled softly and chose not to disturb Lu Yu's slumber. Whistling cheerfully, he strolled out of the bedroom. After freshening up and preparing for a morning workout, he noticed numerous missed calls on his phone. Calls from Tong Rao, Lu Xiang, and Lu Tao among others, totaling 50. What on earth? Why all these calls? Just as he was about to return the calls, Xiao Yi's voice chimed in. Master, you're trending on social media. Yi Ping nearly spat out his drink. Trending? What is this about? I'll head to the study. You organize the details for me. Upon entering the study, he found the computer on the desk and a circle of screens illuminating the walls, displaying a flurry of news articles and short videos. Pushu Nan City performance. Something big happened. Wife caught cheating on site. Pushu's event disrupted. A man in Nan City was cheated on and sought an explanation, only to be assaulted by the lover. Wretched person, sneaking around behind my back. That kept man dares to hit someone. There was footage from that night, albeit blurry. But the two lines of dialogue were distinctly audible. TSK, this can make it to the trending list? Master, last night at 11:30, it started with a self-media post. And after some reshares, it seems Pushu also paid for exposure, thus pushing it to the trending list. Yiping rolled his eyes. You knew all this. Why didn't you hack the other party's account back then? Xiao Yi replied, looking pitiful. Without the Master-S command, I cannot attack another server. Yiping tilted his head to ponder. Indeed, if commands were given, what could artificial intelligence do? A shiver ran down his spine. He certainly wished to avoid being hunted by some Skynet or Red Queen in the future. However, glancing at the already trending topics, he scratched his head. If I retaliate now, it might cause greater issues. But then again, it doesn't seem to have much of an impact? After a moment's thought, he concluded he was not a public figure, and neither was Lu Yu a celebrity. So what if they were trending? However, he was determined that Su Min would not have it easy. Let us hack into Su Min's computer. Oh, you probably need his number, right? I'll look for it. No need. Master, Xiao Yi can access Lu Yu's phone through yours, and then jump to Su Min's. Is it that complicated? I could just ask Lu Yu for her phone directly. It's a perfect opportunity to inform her. Yiping waved his hand and headed back to the bedroom. He nudged the still sleeping Lu Yu. Wake up, wake up. Lu Yu groggily opened her eyes and stretched. Good morning, Yi. Yiping pinched her cheek. Go wash up. We're trending on social media. Lu Yu froze, her eyes widening. What? Trending? She grabbed her phone and turned it on. Much like Yiping earlier, she too found dozens of missed calls and messages. She quickly skimmed through them, her expression turning into a grimace of frustration. It must be Su Min and his band of boyfriends behind this. He is an independent photographer and knows quite a few individuals in the realms of social media and magazine publishing. Casting an apologetic and concerned glance at Yiping, he said, I'm sorry. Yiping smiled softly, reassuringly. It's nothing. It doesn't affect me much. But what about you? Will there be any repercussions? After a brief pause, contemplating, he spoke candidly. Is there any incriminating evidence or private photos in his possession? Lu Yu rolled her eyes playfully. Am I foolish enough to let him have that? Absolutely not. After a moment's thought, just as Yiping assumed she had recalled something, she continued. But that Su Min fellow seems to indulge in all manner of chaotic antics with his boyfriend. I'll check at home. He should have some of that on his computer. Luer probably has him restrained. I'm heading home now. Yiping chuckled, both of them sharing the same thought. He reached out to stop her. No need to go home for that. I can access it right here. Don't worry, go wash up. I'll dig up the details immediately. Lu Yu appeared slightly skeptical, yet seeing his calm demeanor, she relaxed. Nodding in agreement, she rose to freshen up. Just as she stepped out of bed, her legs felt weak, and she shot a disgruntled look at him. Could you support me for a moment? This assistance made her forget about the matter of the numbers. However, an hour later, when Yiping entered the study, Xiao Yi had already taken the initiative to complete the task. Master, I found 189 gigabytes of videos and photos, including 566 videos and over 20,000 photographs, some of which involve illegal activities. One could certainly say he was a professional photographer. Yiping nearly squinted at the overwhelming volume. Spanning a decade, the array of content was astonishing. He could only lament, the industry is indeed chaotic. After a brief fluctuation of expressions, he glanced at the door again and inquired, is there anything related to Lu Yu? None. According to the surveillance records from Lu Yu's household, since their marriage in 2019, they have been sleeping in separate rooms, officially separating in March 2024. Master, would you like me to investigate Lu Yu's hotel records? I can do that. Forget it. Yiping, not particularly fastidious, thought as long as it wasn't too scandalous, it was acceptable. After all, he had his own past indiscretions. Could he expect Lu Yu to be pristine? What do you mean forget it? Lu Yu, clad in a bathrobe and drying her hair, walked in. Upon noticing the screens around her, her face flushed red and then paled. Is all this Su Min's doing? Seeing her complexion shift, Yiping instructed Xiao Yi to turn off the display, then curiously asked, why did you marry him in the first place? Lu Yu took a few deep breaths, her chest rising and falling, before responding with a frown. I was 29 at the time, my family was pressuring me, and there was pressure from work for a promotion, so I just settled. She cast a sidelong glance at Yiping, but I never let him touch me. Really, I realized that right after our engagement. Yiping nodded, patting her shoulder. I believe you. Leaning against Yiping's chest, Lu Yu sniffled. Thank you. After a moment of tenderness, Lu Yu lifted her head and declared through gritted teeth, I want him to be utterly disgraced. Yiping nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Subsequently, Lu Yu began searching for contacts, and Yiping thought it prudent to have Zhao Dingqi liaise with them as they needed to understand tactics involving online manipulation, reputation management, and smear campaigns. Genuine videos and photographs, coupled with Yiping's financial backing, were far more effective than merely riding the coattails of public figures or fabricating sensational headlines. A wife cannot endure her husband's promiscuous past. An old classmate comforts the innocent victim. Just how chaotic is the industry? After 5 years of separation, the wife endures domestic violence, seeking legal assistance, with injuries rated at level 6. This wave of revelations sparked considerable public interest, leading to Soo Min's complete isolation within his social circle. No one was naive. These matters were best handled discreetly. You can't even manage your own affairs. And now you've dragged the entire circle into this mess. Who would want to associate with you in the future? Moreover, some individuals had even uncovered details about that old classmate from that night, driving an Aventador and ordering the entire venue's black market services. Surely, he was no ordinary person. Given the ferocity of the attacks, it was clear that the opposition had their own means. They were not to be trifled with. Old Soo, just pray for your own safety. Chapter 18. The second anchor the following Sunday evening, at the high-speed train station. Lu Yu glanced at Yi Ping with a hint of reluctance before shaking her head. I'm off. I'll handle things, and she sure. And once I've dealt with Soo Min's situation, I'll come help you. Maximum 10 days. Yi Ping nodded. Take care of yourself. Call me if you need anything. I'm not in a hurry. He had another real estate project under his name, a 500,000 square meter plot, but had yet to find a developer. Even if Lu Yu were to win her case, her prospects at the company would likely be grim. Yi Ping suggested she resign and come assist him instead. After exchanging a few more words, Lu Yu boarded the train. Upon exiting the train station, Yi Ping turned the steering wheel toward the city. At Lu Tai Mountain, at the Huatian bar, as he arrived in his Aventador, he was recognized immediately, and the marketing manager rushed over. Hey, are you opening a tab tonight? I sincerely apologize for the last incident. Yi Ping waved his hand dismissively. Not drinking tonight. I'm looking for that girl who sells drinks, Xiaoying. Is she around? The manager replied. Oh, you're looking for her? Sure, I'll go fetch her. Moments later, in her racing suit, Xiaoying approached with her long legs in a brisk run. Leaning on the car window, she smiled and asked, Yi Ge, what can I do for you? Yi Ping cast a glance, thinking how deeply enchanting she was. Amused, he pondered if his youthful vigor had intensified his desires as well. Why hadn't he been so affected before? Shaking his head slightly, he invited her into the car. Xiaoying pressed the button on the car frame, gently lifting the scissor door. Do you want me to testify, or something? You tell me. Once seated, Xiaoying immediately inquired. Yi Ping chuckled. Not quite. I've already settled the matter. I just wanted to treat you to dinner as a thank you for helping me out yesterday. While it may not have been much, it was still a favor, and I believe in showing gratitude. Of course, it didn't hurt that Xiao Yuang was quite the beauty. Had she been a man, well, that would have been a different story. Oh, I see, Xiaoying nodded. Let me inform the manager. After opening the car window, she shouted to the waiting manager. I quit. Bye. Turning back to the slightly dumbfounded Yi Ping, she raised her chin. All right, we can go now. Yi Ping shrugged, starting the car. The manager, inhaling a mouthful of exhaust, coughed several times before sighing. Such a pity. Another innocent flower is about to fall into toxic hands. Why don't I have a supercar? This is way too easy. Inside the car, Yi Ping casually remarked, we could reschedule. There's really no need to skip work. Xiaoying touched up her makeup with a small mirror and waved her hand. It's fine. I was planning to leave after today anyway. The manager of that place is a jerk. Yesterday, he made a fuss over a small scratch on the table and wanted to dock me $1,000. She looked at Yi Ping, adding, I'm serious. I'm not asking you for money. Yi Ping nodded, unbothered, and then inquired, what do you feel like eating? Xiao Yuang pondered for a moment and snapped her fingers. Let's south head to Tongluo Lane. Do you know Yi Ge? Yi Ping nodded slightly. I know him. It's not far from here. But what kind of food is there? Xiao Yuang smiled enigmatically. You'll find out when we get there. 5 minutes later, Yi Ping parked at the entrance of the lane and followed Xiao Yuang inside. He was taken aback by the sight of a small stall before him. Spicy hot pot? Ding ding ding. Xiao Yuang pointed to a nearby cart. You haven't tried this, have you? I've been eating from this place since birth, over 10 years now. Come, give it a taste. Don't be fooled by the small stall. The flavor is exceptional. Yi Ping chuckled and shook his head. How could he not have tried it? In his childhood, he often indulged in such delights, though they had become rare nowadays, overshadowed by chain brands like Yang Shifu and Zhang Shiliang. He moved closer to inspect the condiments. A bowl of deep green and a bowl of oily red sauce, nodding slightly in approval. It was homemade, not the kind of mass-produced chili sauce. 2 skewers of cabbage, 2 skewers of mushrooms, 2 servings of vermicelli, 2 vegetarian hams, 2 lotus root slices, and 2 skewers of pork tenderloin, he ordered in succession. After placing his substantial order, Yi Ping turned to Xiao Yuang. What are you having? Xiao Yuang blinked. So many skewers? Am I not getting any? Yi Ping laughed. Those are for me. You'll have to order for yourself. Xiao Yuang's eyes widened. Eating so much. You're really lucky. She ordered just one skewer of cabbage, one skewer of kelp, and one serving of vermicelli. Turning to a nearby shop, she grabbed 2 bottles of beer and 1 bottle of mineral water, deftly opening the bottles and holding them up. Yiga, you actually thought to come find me today. How considerate. I'll drink, and you can drive with the mineral water. Seeing her enthusiasm, Yi Ping didn't hold back, taking a swig from the beer bottle. Gulps later, Qiu Yueying set down her beer and gave a thumbs up. Yiga, you really know how to enjoy. Yi Ping waved his hand dismissively. 1 bottle is enough. Drinking beer in this cold weather is quite uncomfortable. Qiu Yueying's eyes sparkled. How about I grab a bottle of white wine instead? Yi Ping chuckled. What, do you intend to get me drunk? Qiu Yueying chuckled awkwardly. Of course not, but it's rare to have a meal with someone like you, Yigo. And you don't mind. What do you mean by minding? I'm here to thank you. No need for pleasantries. He scrutinized her face carefully, nodding inwardly. Yesterday, he hadn't seen clearly, but upon closer inspection, she seemed even more appealing than Jiang Shul, especially those long legs that could seemingly crush anything, along with her eye-catching figure. Do you have any plans for the future? How do you feel about becoming a streamer? Qiu Yueying's large eyes twinkled as she asked. Testing the waters. Are you with a guild? Looks like you've done your homework, Yi Ping replied, nodding. I've started a guild and am currently recruiting. You have great potential. You should give it a try. Qiu Yueying hesitated slightly before speaking earnestly. I signed an exclusive contract with a guild before, but when the owner wanted to establish a business bureau, I refused to go, and we fell out. Now I'm on a break, and switching guilds might be considered a breach of contract. Yi Ping's eyes lit up. You've actually streamed before? What type of content? How many followers do you have? Qiu Yueying shook her head and exhaled. I was a small streamer. My followers didn't even reach 1,000. As for the type, I'm not quite sure. I dance, sing, and do PKs. I even tried group streaming, but nothing really took off since I lacked a big brother figure. Yi Ping looked slightly puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. You have great potential and are quite good at engaging with people. What happened? Qiu Yueying scoffed lightly. Now that beauty filters are available. Who isn't attractive? But being pretty doesn't help. I only attract inquiries about prices. How much for a night? How much for a monthly package? As she spoke, she shrugged her shoulders and adjusted her clothing, emphasizing her figure. The guild wanted me to do things like that. To trick people into competing for rankings just to gain incentives. I thought that was fraud, so I refused. When the management saw I wasn't compliant, they cut me off. Ugh. Yi Ping nodded, understanding. He had seen such tactics before, initially creating hype, drawing in thousands, encouraging them to send a few tokens, claiming that doing so would grant them perks. After the tokens were sent, they would claim it was too crowded and unsuitable, providing various excuses to ask for more. He was about to share details about his own company when a swaggering punk approached, acting like a fool. Hey, Yueying, are you dating? Why settle for this plain guy? Come hang out with me. I guarantee you'll eat well and drink well. Yi Ping rubbed his forehead, encountering yet another fool. Just as he prepared to shoo the guy away, Qiu Yueying burst out laughing, unleashing a barrage of words like a machine gun. Have you lost your eyesight? The jacket my brother is wearing is Zegna, worth 100,000. The watch on his wrist is a Patek Philippe, worth 500,000. The exquisite jade necklace around his neck is worth 4 million. Altogether, his shoes are worth more than your entire outfit. Are you kidding me? Should I take you to the supermarket for free samples? Or should I take you home to support my waste of space? The punk's face turned various shades of red and blue, fingers twitching. Qiu Yueying laughed derisively, standing on a nearby plastic chair. Come on, try it. I've lived here for 18 years. If you dare touch me, you'll regret it. If you can leave this lane tonight, I'll take your surname. Seeing the surrounding stall owners staring, the punk pointed a finger. You'll regret this. Qiu Yueying flashed him a middle finger. Huh, regret your sister. Once she triumphantly sat back down, she turned to see Yi Ping looking at her as if he had never met her before. Oh no, her image was ruined. Yigo, let me explain. Yi Ping chuckled, amused by her. Not bad, your tongue is quite sharp. However, Qiu Yueying obediently sat up straight, like a schoolgirl awaiting a lesson. However, you need to improve your observational skills. He adjusted his collar. Look, this is from Hailan Home, 700 yuan. He pointed to the jade pendant around his neck. Bought in 2,080 yuan. This jade isn't valuable. My father got it for me when I turned 10. I've worn it for nearly 20 years, never taking it off. Qiu Yueying's mouth dropped open. Brother, you're so low-key. I thought you all wore luxury brands. She chuckled awkwardly, glancing at his watch. This wouldn't be a souvenir from the Confucius Temple, would it? Yi Ping laughed. You don't recognize the Van Cleef Arpels Lover's Bridge? 1 million. Finally, he stretched out his foot, revealing the Nike logo. Huh. Qiu Yueying coughed, utterly taken aback. At that moment, the spicy hot pot was ready, and Yi Ping began to eat while continuing their conversation. You are invited to join my guild. Regarding the contractual matters, I shall assist you in resolving them. As for the content of the live stream, It should embody a sensual and vibrant authenticity, showcasing engaging PK battles. Just as Qiu Yueying was about to speak, Yiping gently pressed down his hand. Allow me to clarify. I do not intend for you to deceive anyone. The primary focus is on enjoyment, akin to those prominent PK streamers on the platform, who primarily thrive on grand PK events. After a moment's contemplation, Qiu Yueying cautiously inquired. That requires a considerable investment, doesn't it? Yiping recognized her concerns. Rest assured, you may take the contract home to review it. Whether to show it to your parents or consult a lawyer is entirely up to you. There is no need for deception. Firstly, it is an expression of gratitude, and secondly, I believe you are well suited for this role. Of course, you may take your time to consider it. However, I am currently in need of personnel. If you delay too long and someone else comes along, it may no longer be an option. Yiping shrugged, indicating that it was not an absolute necessity, but rather a fortunate coincidence. Qiu Yueying's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Hey, could you provide me with a copy of the contract? I'll study it overnight and promise to give you a response by tomorrow evening, at the latest. Yiping acknowledged with a nod. In a moment, add me on WeChat, and please send me your copy of the contract as well. I'll consult a lawyer to simplify the process. After their meal, Qiu Yueying escorted Yiping to the alley's entrance, where suddenly, the local ruffian returned, flanked by a group of followers. You little brat, how dare you deceive me? You don't look like someone wealthy. Before he could finish, he noticed Yiping opening the door of an Aventador and taking a seat inside. Yiping rolled down the window and called out to the gathering. What do you think of a 10 million yuan car? Qiu Yueying leaned over the car's roof. One leg perched up. What do you intend to do? Come and strike me. If you scratch the paint, I'll have you sold as a duck in the Arctic waves. The ruffian hesitated, snorted, and turned away, unable to maintain his bravado. Qiu Yueying chuckled, leaning in to plant a kiss on Yiping's cheek. Thank you for having my back, brother. I'll seriously consider it. Drive safely. Yiping waved his hand dismissively and accelerated away. The following day, well before evening, around 9 in the morning, Qiu Yueying arrived at the company. She felt somewhat bewildered, not expecting Yiping's workplace to be so, well, peculiar. Isn't this a real estate office? However, upon observing the individual live streaming on the second floor, she realized it was no jest. Yiping took her on a brief tour and then contacted a lawyer. He swiftly terminated the existing contract with the original guild for a mere 2,000 yuan. After Qiu Yueying signed the new contract, Yiping routinely took her to shoot some promotional videos. This time, they did not feature serene sunsets or picturesque lakes. Instead, they headed to his luxurious Villa number 8, showcasing the dust-covered luxury cars, emphasizing a theme of beautiful vehicles and captivating women. That evening, as she commenced her live stream under the moniker Slightly Cool Qiu Yueying, she began with a mesmerizing shadow dance, subsequently transitioning into PK battles. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall commence with some wild action. All you brothers, please ensure the safety of our esteemed host. With a collective declaration of guaranteed victory from the audience, Qiu Yueying inhaled deeply, raising her fist in triumph. Let us embark on this journey. As her opponent appeared, she smirked mischievously. Oh, this one is quite delightful indeed. The opposing female streamer, startled yet theatrical, protested. What do you intend to do? Stay back. If you approach me again, I shall scream. Qiu Yueying's eyes sparkled. She found this delightful. Go ahead, scream all you want. No one will come to your rescue. You lack honor. Brother, they are throwing numbers at us. This time, the opposing streamer chuckled darkly. Scream all you wish. Do you really think it's fair to start with such a heavy blow? With a playful slap of her hand against her cheek, Qiu Yueying retorted. How rude. Speak with civility. Now, while you squat, shout that I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. Ah, brother, I'm being bullied. Help. Silence. Who told you to shout for help? Keep squatting. She was told. I was wrong. I was wrong. Thank you, brother. Now it's your turn to squat. As Qiu Yueying took her turn, she remained crouched. Thank you for my brother's magnificent rocket. I appreciate you, brother. Ha ha ha. My brother 1T let me stand. You must continue. Thank you, my brother moi. Quick squat. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. It must be said, Qiu Yueying possessed a talent for live streaming. She could provoke and engage her audience, compelling them to adore her even during her moments of arrogance. However, she thrived on the support of her followers, needing their backing to truly flourish. Yiping guided her through 10 days of intense activity, participating in over 100 battles, gradually building her reputation and gathering fans. Even in Yiping's absence, she continued to receive support, as audiences relished in her victorious displays and were astonished by her defeats. By the end of February, Lu Yu completed her paperwork and returned to Nanshur. What? You bought a house on your own? Yiping was taken aback upon seeing Lu Yu's newly acquired spacious flat of over 300 square meters in the neighborhood adjacent to his own. Wherein we supposed to begin cohabiting? Have I misread the situation? In Lu Yu's new home, she prepared a meal for Yi Ping, serving him a bowl of noodles. All right, don't be angry. I wasn't planning anything serious. Why aren't you happy? Lu Yu rested her chin on her hand, amusedly observing Yi Ping. He set his chopsticks down. I just feel it's unnecessary. You could simply stay at my place. By the way, he glanced around the sophisticated, low-density residential area. This luxurious flat must have cost a fortune. How much did you spend? Lu Yu playfully stuck out her tongue, holding up one finger. Over 12 million. She spread her hands wide. I sold my 2 properties in Shishir, and to avoid imprisonment, Su Min provided a compensation sum. I left with little more than the clothes on my back, and I even asked my parents for a bit more to finally. She stuck out her tongue again. Cover the down payment. Her expression shifted to one of dismay. The real estate prices in Shishir are over double that here. Both of my properties were over 200 square meters, but I only got around 4 million for them. She adopted a pitiful demeanor. Now, without a job and burdened with debt, you can't abandon me. I need a job, a high-ranking one. Yi Ping observed Lu Yu, who appeared liberated and youthful, as if she had escaped a cage. He rolled his eyes. You still need 800,000? I can cover that for you. Lu Yu shook her head. No, remember. My father is the vice president of the bank in Nanshire. Given my qualifications, securing a loan will be a breeze. Yi Ping attempted to persuade her further, but seeing her steadfastness, he relented. All right, as we discussed before, I have a piece of land, right beside that villa. Lu Yu nodded. What are your plans? Are you thinking of developing a community? Yi Ping stroked his chin thoughtfully. Creating a community seems rather mundane. I intend to establish a commercial complex. He extended his hand, outlining his vision. Office buildings, a software park, industrial towers, a financial center, a commercial hub. I'm aiming for the whole package. He clenched his fist, casting a glance at the somewhat dumbfounded Lu Yu, and smiled. Are you in disbelief? Lu Yu nodded, then exclaimed, Your plan is incredibly grand. How much funding do you have? This is tantamount to developing a small city. Yi Ping pondered for a moment. Approximately 1.8 billion, perhaps a little less. But not by much. Lu Yu furrowed her brow. 1.8 billion is indeed a considerable sum, but she looked at Yi Ping with concern. The total investment will definitely exceed 20 billion. The proportion of self-funding is less than 10%. Even with my father's assistance, the risks are too great. Are you planning to seek investors? I can help you make some contacts, but she frowned again. I know that piece of land. It's too close to Ning Su Group, and nearby is a national-level software park. Establishing something here may be an uphill battle. Compared to them, your advantages are minimal, and it would be difficult to attract major companies. Yi Ping shook his head. This isn't intended for other companies. It's for my own preparations. The live streaming base is merely a trial run. Subsequently, I plan to delve into artificial intelligence, quantum computing, virtual reality, biotechnology to conquer cancer, and so forth. I require a sufficiently expansive area to build upon. Lu Yu's mouth fell agape, sensing that Yi Ping was becoming overly ambitious. Listen, only artificial intelligence is currently considered trendy. The rest are national-level projects. Pursuing those privately? Are you out of your mind? However, she couldn't help but admire him. As she gazed at Yi Ping, whose face radiated enthusiasm, she found herself somewhat infatuated. After a moment's thought, she asked, You certainly won't attempt to expand all at once, will you? Yi Ping slurped his noodles. Of course not. One must take things step by step. First, I'll construct a building to house my live streaming base, to nurture and cultivate talent, and to gain some practical experience. Lu Yu let out a sigh of relief. If it's just a building, that's manageable. Once Tianxia Media is on track, we can inject funds into the project, attract investments, or even grow strong enough to go public and raise capital. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yu conceived a series of strategies. She was not trained in human resources. Her education was in business administration. Recently, she had only been transferred to HR temporarily for a promotion. Yet, she evidently underestimated Yi Ping. What if you run short on funds? Borrow from the bank? Seek investors? Nonsense. Of course, the answer lies in quantum mechanics. That night, after a passionate encounter, Yi Ping returned to his villa. Xiaoyi, I need to raise some funds. Do you have any recommendations? We're talking about large sums, in the tens to hundreds of billions. The master could unveil my large model algorithm to attract investment. The initial round could potentially garner 100 billion. Yi Ping shook his head. No, we cannot expose your existence alongside quantum computing. This must remain a top priority for future tasks. He was reluctant to reveal his ace. Furthermore, as the sole possessor of such technology, it was akin to wielding a legendary sword. If he were to make the algorithm public and popularize AI, he would effectively undermine his own advantage. Reflecting on this, he thought, indeed, capital is the true impediment to technological advancement. Then the master could consider Bitcoin. With my computational power, I could mine the remaining 2 million bitcoins within 6 months. Currently, each is valued at around 100,000 USD, potentially yielding 100 billion US dollars. This was indeed a viable strategy. But 6 months felt too protracted. What if we upgrade Xiaoyi? His thoughts began to wander. Xiaoyi, can you steal someone else's bitcoins? That is feasible. However, due to blockchain technology, a significant portion of cryptocurrency transactions are recorded synchronously, under the condition of remaining discreet and without exposing the master. I could probably manage to pilfer around 2 million coins. Moreover, master, in such circumstances, funds obtained from Bitcoin would be subject to scrutiny when entering the country, likely leading to additional complications. I recommend leveraging short-selling mechanisms to acquire funds in a legitimate manner. Oh, do elaborate on how that would work. After Xiaoyi presented a charmingly designed PowerPoint detailing the process, Yiping snapped his fingers. Let us proceed with that. However, your computational power is currently too low. It must be enhanced. Quantum computer for M-Home model. Compensation 800,000. Computational power 4,096 logical qubits, with an increase of over 3,000 logical qubits. The computational power surged exponentially, multiplying by over 2 raised to the power of 3,000. The figure was so staggering that if written out, this book would likely exceed 1 million words. The following day, Yiping took Lu Yu to complete some procedures, depositing 200 million into the company account to let her handle things. He then prepared to head to Xianjiang, where trading opportunities awaited. However, before departing, he pondered, Xiao Yueying, will you accompany me to Xianjiang? Me? During lunch, upon hearing Yiping's inquiry, Xiao Yueying nodded vigorously. I've longed to go but never had the chance. Thank you, Brother Yi. Nearby, Jiang Shul bit her lip and, tilting her face upward, asked, is Brother Yi going on business? Should I also? Yiping shook his head. I'm dealing with serious matters. You should stay here and focus on your streaming. I'll be watching periodically. He glanced at the others. While I'm away, let us entrust things to Brother. If anything arises, call me. That is all. Aside from Jiang Shul and Xiao Yueying, a few other streamers were present, but they were not familiar with Yiping, so they remained silent. However, noticing Jiang Shul's crestfallen expression and Xiao Yueying's smug demeanor, it seemed the company's leading lady had shifted. Yiping didn't dwell on it. This trip to Xianjiang would likely involve visiting some large malls and beaches, where Xiao Yueying could capture plenty of videos to showcase her persona. Jiang Shul, on the other hand, was pursuing a pure and refined image, focusing on singing and allowing her songs to gain traction. After all, competition breeds pressure. Chapter 21, Financial Warfare. March 1st, Xianjiang. Upon flying here with Yiping, Xiao Yueying finally grasped the meaning of opulence beyond imagination. First-class cabin, Rolls-Royce transportation, those were mere trifles compared to the presidential suite she was about to check into. At the Intercontinental Hotel overlooking Victoria Harbor, the only duplex presidential suite in all of Xianjiang awaited them, with a total area of 650 square meters. The renovation alone had cost 20 million. Truly, poverty limited one's imagination. Xiao Yueying could hardly fathom Yiping's willingness to spend 90,000 a night, contemplating a month-long stay. What was his thought process? It was simply that she felt too impoverished. Sitting on the lavish sofa in the grand living room, Yiping exhaled. If I had the funds, I would buy a mansion on the peak outright, rather than endure renting. He had yet to amass the several billion, or even tens of billions required. Thus he resigned himself to this temporary discomfort. His casual remarks, however, were quite infuriating. Xiao Yueying pursed her lips. Your notion of being poor differs vastly from mine. 90,000. That's merely the rent. Yiping waved his hand dismissively. It's not that excessive. When you typically stay at budget hotels, do you consider the market price? That's all a ruse. I possess an Intercontinental card, which allows me a discount of 30 to 40. Since I booked for 30 days, I secured a rate of 50 off, making it just 50,000 a night. Xiao Yueying felt blood rush to her head. Is there even a difference? Just as she was about to retort, Yiping stood up, clapping his thighs. Amuse yourself, for I must attend to my work now. Aside from the study, feel free to roam. Oh, Brother Yi, you are busy. Xiao Yueying nodded obediently. Yiping took hold of his large suitcase and proceeded to the study, first extracting the quantum computer, which was the size of a standard mainframe. He then set up 2 additional monitors. After tinkering for a while, he powered it on. Staying in the presidential suite has its advantages in Hong Kong. There are always individuals available to cater to his needs. Whether it be opening an account, establishing an offshore company, or transferring funds, everything can be accomplished without stepping outside, all within the confines of his room. This aspect deserves commendation, as it eliminates the need for excessive paperwork. In merely 3 days, he completed all preliminary preparations. At this moment, leveraging the exponentially increased computational power, he announced, Little Yi is ready. Let us commence. Let us breach a target for starters. As per our usual protocol, safeguard both yourself and my information. It is imperative that no trace leads back to me. Understood. Subsequently, utilizing the local network, Little Yi accessed the dark web, where a deluge of information flooded the screens like a cascading waterfall. The illicit transactions hidden within the dark web were marked, and a frequently trafficked organ trafficking website was selected. In approximately 2 seconds, the outer firewall was breached. 3 seconds later, all transactional data was annotated. Each cryptocurrency, regardless of whether it was Bitcoin or not, was decrypted to reveal both public and private keys. Round 1 concludes. Master, we have acquired 782 Bitcoins and 259 Huobi tokens, with 0 risk. Let us proceed, adhering to the plan step by step. We have ample time. Over the course of 10 days, Little Yi, successively infiltrated over 400 websites within the dark web, extracting the vast majority of Bitcoins utilized in transactions, totaling 1.8 million coins. This constituted roughly 3 of the total trading volume in the dark web. Although many individuals were robbed, they dared not voice their grievances, silently enduring their losses. Meanwhile, the outside world remained tranquil, with Bitcoin still valued above 100,000. At this juncture, the real maneuvering began. Yiping had previously established an offshore company and deposited 200 million into the Bitcoin account. This was his entire fortune, legitimate and verifiable. He then applied a 50x leverage to short sell. Of course, it was not Yiping himself who executed this. It was Little Yi, capable of performing millisecond-level high-frequency trading thanks to its computational prowess and the current internet speed. Approximately 1,000 trades could be executed per second. In comparison to an average individual, or even to large institutions employing high-speed computers, this was a dimensional strike. Today's elite quantitative investment firms, utilizing the most advanced AI programs, can manage merely 30 trades per second. The speed differential was staggering, allowing for an abundance of opportunities. However, compared to Little Yi, they were merely trailing behind. Once Little Yi injected 10 billion into the market, it represented nearly 100,000 Bitcoins. This influx barely stirred the waters, causing only slight fluctuations that were quickly absorbed by the market, which boasted an overall valuation of 2 trillion. Nevertheless, this was of little concern, as an additional 1.8 million illicit coins awaited liquidation. When a substantial sell-off of 400,000 coins occurred, the market reacted violently, plummeting by 5, driving the price down to nearly 100,000. Testing psychological thresholds. Globally, those monitoring Bitcoin were taken aback. Subsequently, some began to invest, uncertain whether to seize the opportunity or to stabilize the market. Little Yi was also accumulating, and its speed surpassed that of its competitors. In an instant, it secured 106,000 coins, resulting in a paper profit of 110,000 coins, translating to an 1 billion gain. And this was merely the beginning. The pattern of high-position sell-offs and low-position acquisitions continued, systematically suppressing Bitcoin's market value. In the initial days, some dared to oppose Little Yi, but they quickly learned the hard way. Indeed, it was MicroStrategy, the company with the largest Bitcoin holdings, valued at a staggering 95 billion. Regrettably, their Bitcoin stash amounted to only 270,000 coins, a mere fraction compared to Little Yi's holdings. Investigate this. I wish to know who is behind this. Who could be so audacious? The president and executives of MicroStrategy convened urgently, their anxiety mounting. Their company's most significant asset was Bitcoin. Should it crash, reminiscent of past collapses exceeding 50, or even the 16 drop from last November, they might find themselves in dire straits. Unfortunately, the inherently clandestine nature of cryptocurrency trading was further complicated by Little Yi's multi-layered obfuscation. If it could be traced back, it would indicate that the adversary possessed advanced technology. However, as various parties recognized that someone was decisively suppressing Bitcoin, many banded together to prop up the market. The stakes were too high to endure another catastrophic collapse. Yiping, observing the fierce clashes from a distance, felt a thrill even though he wasn't directly involved. My goodness, hundreds of billions were being traded back and forth. The foreign investors truly had deep pockets. Yet he remained unfazed. Casting a glance at the funds under Little Yi's control, the legitimate funds already amounted to 3 billion, and with leverage, exceeded 100 billion. The illicit gains were even more staggering, 3 million coins, totaling 19 million coins, equating to a 15 share. What was there to lose? After a yawn, he exited the study. Realizing he need not monitor things so closely anymore, a brief respite was in order. Upon stepping outside, he saw Qiao Yueying frolicking in the infinity pool in a bikini. Contemplating for a moment, he approached her. Brother Yi, you're done? Qiao Yueying turned to inquire. Chapter 22. Two battles. Not yet. I still have some time to attend to. Yiping leaned against the massage pool, weary eyes closed. Though he didn't need to engage directly, the mental strain from vigilance was equally exhausting. Qiao Yueying pondered briefly before swimming over, curiously asking, Brother Yi, what are you up to? You haven't stepped out for so long. Why not explore downstairs? Hong Kong is quite entertaining. Yiping responded with a non-committal grunt. Engaged in Bitcoin trading. I'll discuss the details once this crucial period concludes. Qiao Yueying, having heard of Bitcoin's renown, tilted her head thoughtfully before suddenly gasping and hurriedly retrieving her phone. Her fingers flew across the screen to unlock and navigate. Brother Yi, is this what you're doing? A massive drop. Bitcoin has plummeted recently. Countless people are facing liquidation. Her expression was one of alarm as she looked at Yiping. Yiping waved his hand dismissively. No need for such theatrics. I am shorting it. The steeper the decline, the greater my profits. Is that so? Qiao Yueying scratched her cheek, a tad embarrassed. Of course, Brother Yi is so capable. How could he possibly incur losses? Hee. Yiping opened his eyes and shot a glance at the goofy smiling Qiao Yueying. Should I suffer a loss? I'll toss you down before I leap. Understanding he was jesting, Qiao Yueying remained unperturbed, still beaming, inching her youthful face closer. Would you really? Feeling a tickle on his cheek, Yiping shot her a glare. Do not toy with fire. If I truly become enraged, you will find that heaven and earth will not heed your cries. Qiao Yueying shrank her neck and took a step back, then lightly tapped her forehead. That's right. In just 3 days, I will celebrate my full moon. Brother, will you have time to watch my live stream? I've asked many big brothers. It should be quite lively. Yiping replied nonchalantly with an not allowing Qiao Yueying a moment to bask in her excitement. We'll see. Who knows if I'll be busy then? You're already a mature streamer. Stop thinking about milking the boss for all he's worth. Qiao Yueying pouted. I should be able to milk from you too. All the money that Brother Quan gives is ultimately for you, isn't it? Yiping chuckled. What's this? You still want to milk me? What a wild thought. By the way, how much revenue have you generated in these past 2 weeks? Qiao Yueying tilted her head in contemplation. Excluding what the company gave me, approximately 3 million. What? Yiping was taken aback. So much. How many big brothers have you charmed? Qiao Yueying playfully slapped him. Come on, it's not that much. I only pocketed about 150,000. It was then that Yiping realized. Oh, 300,000 coins, you startled me. Well, that's not too shabby, within the company. You qualify as an S-level streamer. Not bad, at least the previous investments haven't gone to waste. After lounging a while longer, Yiping stood, wiped himself down, changed clothes, and resumed watching. Qiao Yueying lay by the pool's edge, questioning her own self-worth. Is my figure not beautiful or alluring? It seems like Yi Good doesn't even have the slightest intention to glance my way. In reality, the myriad curves and lines of Yiping's form were far more captivating than Qiao Yueying's own alluring physique, especially as she watched various companies continuously release public announcements. Witnessing their blatant lies was like watching a comedy, utterly entertaining. Our company holds the highest quantity of Bitcoin worldwide and is dedicated to maintaining its stable price. The president of MS made this proclamation just after deciding in a meeting to short hedge against risks. Rest assured, our trading platform will absolutely remain operational. This very platform had just suspended services for 3 hours, citing server maintenance, all in an attempt to trace Xiao Ye's whereabouts. With a market capitalization of 30 trillion, the decline of Bitcoin does not significantly affect us. This financial analyst, who must have been well compensated to utter such nonsense, claims we are worth 30 trillion. Soon, we won't even be able to hold on to 25 trillion. Having thrived on the hype of AI, let us see just how powerful AI can truly be. Go Xiao Yi crush them. Xiao Yi understands. Xiao Yi will strive. 3 days later, in Qiao Yueying's live stream. Cool night, level 51. Cool, you look beautiful today. Cool, but level 53. Cool is always beautiful. Cool dog, level 57. Cool, smile for a gift. Cool's little fan. Level 21. Brother is about to showcase his cash prowess. Liang Zong, hurry and smile. Qiao Yueying's expression soured, in every conceivable way. She was not only adorned with cat whiskers, but also sported dark circles under her eyes, presenting a visage that was nothing short of a disaster. Coupled with the sardonic remarks from the viewers in the stream, she felt on the verge of exploding. Today is my full moon. It's a festive occasion. Shouldn't they be sworn to protect their princess? Unable to muster a smile, she feared she might break down in tears. Cool dog, level 57. All right. No more jokes, let's go out and have a match. What do you say, brothers? Cool night, level 51. What else is there to say? Let us fight. Cool, but level 53. I'll wager 10 huazi at most. Any more? I could add 10 more. Cool dog, level 57. I've prepared 30. That should suffice. Cool Knight, level 51. I'll put in 15. If that's not enough, Liang, you're on your own. Cool Butt. Level 53. Speaking of which, where's our brother Quan? Haven't seen him in ages. Cool Dog, level 57. Exactly, Liang. How did you let the level 60 brother slip away? Qiao Yueying forced a bitter smile. That's not just a brother. He's the boss. He's busy. Apparently dealing with some foreign currency. Cool Knight, level 51. TSK. No foul language. It's Bitcoin, right? TSK. Those who play with that are all rich. Cool Butt. Level 53. Liang is quick. I've been watching too. The crypto world has collapsed. So many have perished. Cool Dog, level 57. Alright, enough about that. Let us charge out. Qiao Yueying eyed the screen suspiciously. Let us get this straight. If you mess with me, I'll be genuinely angry. This is my full moon. I usually don't take from you, but if you dare embarrass me today, I'll kick all of you out. Speaking her mind, she raised her fist in a show of defiance and began looking for opponents. However, someone initiated a connection with her first. Checking the name, she accepted. It was a prominent PK female streamer, Sandun. Hello. As Qiao Yueying greeted, Sandun dramatically covered her face. Oh my, you scare me to death. She exaggeratedly performed for effect, then mockingly added, you're the one who went against my big brother? You look like a little panda, ha ha ha. Qiao Yueying frowned. Here to cause trouble? So what if I did? Sandun laughed exaggeratedly. You dare confront a level 75 brother? You're quite bold. Let me see how many followers you have. TSK, only 100,000. Qiao Yueying refused to indulge her antics and immediately fired back. That level 75 is your brother. What does it have to do with me? I know, it's Moonlight, right? TSK, you don't spend coins but still expect face. What a joke. You think it's amusing to play with this little streamer? Here, the one who spends is the boss, no matter their level. Even a level 10 Karami is better than your useless level 75. And as for you, having millions of followers doesn't impress me. I've only been streaming for a month. Wait until I mature like you. I'll surely surpass you. Cool Knight, level 51. As expected of you. Cool Butt. Level 53. It's thrilling to roast someone, but it's a funeral after. Cool Dog, level 57. Brothers, what to do? It's Sandun. Qiao Yueying glanced at the public screen, scoffing. Afraid of what? Let us settle this. If I'm guilty, I'll bear the consequences. Let us take them down together. She challenged Sandun with a tilt of her chin. What punishment? I'll accept anything. Sandun stroked her chin. How about shaving your head? Qiao Yueying bit back a curse, bewildered. Wait, are you serious? Cool Knight, level 51. Well, that's a bit much, right? Cool, but level 53. I took a look. Her level 75 has 6, all present. Cool Dog, level 57. Sis, it's not that the brother is cowardly. It's that we genuinely can't compete. Qiao Yueying took a deep breath, gritting her teeth. The word impossible does not exist in my dictionary. One must believe in miracles. Let us do it. She looked up at Sandun. How many matches? Best of 3? Sandun stroked her chin. Let us have 3 matches, best of 3, all on the total leaderboard. We'll rally for votes. It's 9 p.m. now. Shall we start at 10? Qiao Yueying nodded decisively. Deal. Then, she hung up the connection, her expression turning serious. It's time to test our cohesion. Everyone, send out the messages. Invite anyone who can help us. After speaking, she began to invite others, and after a month of broadcasting, she still had friends. She thought of borrowing a couple of big brothers for support. Chapter 23, The First Defeat. Upon receiving the news, Yiping nearly spat out his drink. Yiping, what were you thinking? Going against Sandun in a head-shaving match? Qiao Yueying, brother, don't worry about it. Winning or losing doesn't matter. As long as I can project my spirit, I've already won. What an incredible opportunity, encountering such a prominent anchor. It's like finding a pillow in a dream. Oh, Yiping, are you sure you don't want me to step in? If I do, I want to be responsible for the outcome. Qiao Yueying, no need, it's not worth it. Even if there's a return, I'd still lose 40. If I win, it'll be at least 3 million. It's simply not worth it. Engaging at this level, failing to reach 1 million in a single PK match was utterly improbable. She felt it was beyond her capacity to have Yi Good take over. Qiao Yueying, if it gets too bad, I'll just wear a wig later. After all, I'm quite good looking. Who knows, a bald head might even look better. Yiping chuckled and glanced over at Xiao Yi, temporarily too preoccupied to deal with her situation. On the opposite side, chaos erupted. It seemed someone had guessed he was leveraging high stakes, frantically driving up prices in an attempt to burst his position. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi was executing extreme maneuvers, continuously accumulating shares within a narrow range, preparing to make a decisive move against the opponent. Within that hour, the battle between Sandun and Wei Liang over the head-shaving challenge was on the verge of trending. Everyone knew Sandun, but who was Wei Liang? Once it was discovered she was just a small anchor, opinions shifted. Was she merely riding the coattails of fame? How presumptuous. Santun's strength dwarfed her, even in a single strand of hair. TSK. I took a look and saw that the full moon was drawn on her face. It was quite tragic. There was hardly anyone who believed in her potential. However, many were willing to lend a hand. The anchors under Tianxia Media sent messages to their big brothers for assistance. Even Zhang Shuo, who had a minor rivalry with Qiu Yueying, joined in, sending over 5 level 50 big brothers and flashing a thumbs-up gesture as she left. This gesture moved Qiu Yueying. True feelings emerge in times of hardship. She had just reached out to a few friends she usually played with, but the response was lackluster. Humph, will I even bother with you in the future? An hour later, Wei Liang's live stream finally broke through the 10,000 viewer mark, which relieved her somewhat. Even if they were merely spectators and not contributing much, it still counted as popularity. To all the big brothers and sisters, whether we live or die in this round. I have no idea. Qiu Yueying took a deep breath and declared loudly. But I know that Wei Liang's momentum must not falter. Hair can be cut, but dignity must not be lost. No tactics. No saving strength for the next round. Let us go all out. In the initial 30 seconds, unleash everything. There were contributions from both her own big brothers and support from others, but most were just casual followers. Comments like waiting to see the head shaving or she'll be crushed flooded the screen. Qiu Yueying chose to ignore them. She initiated the PK. And before Santun could speak, Qiu Yueying interjected. Let us clarify. If I lose, when will the shaving happen? Right here live? Santun was taken aback, then burst into laughter. I hadn't even mentioned it, and you're already saying it. Fine. How about this? Do you have clippers? Scissors will do as well. Qiu Yueying shook her head. No clippers, but I can send someone to buy some. They'll arrive in 30 minutes at most. What about you? Santun waved over an assistant who handed him some clippers. See, I have clippers. Anything else to say? Qiu Yueying inhaled deeply. I'll send them over. Just wait. Once connected, Qiu Yueying stood up and focused on the screen. Everyone, let us go all out. 30-second boost. Let us take her down. The Wei Liang trio was obedient, each tossing in 20 carnival tokens. Thank you, my night brother. Pippi, dog brother. Well done. Is there anyone else willing to lend a hand to seize the overall leaderboard? Whether it's seasonal or not, sunglasses are also a show of support for Wei Liang. Today marks Wei Liang's full moon celebration. She was initially quite happy, but Santun brought the big brothers to stir trouble. Family, we are being attacked. Can we back down? Can we surrender? Thank you to my little fan. I truly appreciate the 3 seasonal tokens. She felt genuinely touched. This little fan wasn't he a big brother or an operator, just someone who usually lurked in the live stream, occasionally sending a few hearts or lollipops. They stayed through the entire broadcast, contributing to the atmosphere. And now, they had sent 3 seasonal tokens. The opposition was pressing hard, and big brothers and sisters urged everyone to rally together and take down that arrogant woman. What 75 level big brother? Dog Lantern is nothing. Those supporting me are my true big brothers. Thank you. I must say, Qiu Yueying's eloquence was truly impressive. Combined with the energetic battle songs, the atmosphere was vibrant. Especially given the formidable opponent. Although they were initially caught off guard by 60 seasonal tokens, they quickly caught up. As they began to lag behind, previously borrowed reinforcements started to make their move. Thank you to Brother Jishu. Thank you. True feelings emerge in times of hardship. Thank you to Brother Yu. Wei Liang has no words. Thanks, and I'll be there if you need anything in the future. Thank you to Brother Song Nini. Nini did great too. Next time, I'll go easy on her. No problem. After shouting for 20 minutes, Qiu Yueying strained herself to push the score to 4 million, which was 400,000. Unfortunately, just as she had anticipated, the opposition scored 10 million. Once the mic was open, Santun pretended to wipe his brow. Wow, I was startled. Weren't you quite cocky at the beginning? What happened? Need a moment to recover? Should we hold a meeting? Qiu Yueying paused for a moment, holding up a hand. Give me 5 minutes. Santun nodded. All right, if you lose this round, haha, go buy those clippers. It's a sure loss. Qiu Yueying glanced at the screen, filled with calls for big brothers. Helplessly, she pulled out her phone and dialed a number. It's not that I don't call Brother Quan. He is genuinely busy with business lately. You've seen the news in the crypto world. So volatile, it's frightening. Right now, I can't even get a hold of him. Setting her phone aside, she rallied the somewhat discouraged crowd. Don't fear losing the first match. We still have chances. Believe in miracles. I've been here for a month, and I'm already thrilled to know all of you. If we lose this time, when everyone thought she was about to say something emotional, her expression turned stern. I'll be even angrier. Today is my full moon celebration. I refuse to go bald. God, can you come to save me? My light. I need light. I refuse to go bald. The live stream was filled with laughter, creating a joyous atmosphere. At that moment, A passing big brother spoke up. Cool wind. Level 70. Since we all have cool in our names, for the next round, I'll pledge 5 tokens. Qiu Yuang's eyes lit up. Thank you, Brother Leon. Is there anyone else willing to step in? The live stream still had a good number of viewers, around 50,000, many discontent with Santon, and even more sympathizing with Qiu Yuang. One by one, with collective support, they counted up to 50 tokens. Qiu Yuang did not hesitate. She plunged straight into action, leaving the extent of any promises fulfilled to the whims of fate. Chapter 24, A Triumphant Ascent. While Qiu Yuang exerted herself over her hair, Yi Ping nervously fixated on his computer screen. Goodness, has the other side completely lost their wits? How can they endure so much? Are they not crumbling? Little did he know, a multitude on the opposite side was even more anxious. Which institution is this? Their maneuvers are far too frequent. They pivot every time we counterattack. How infuriating. If this continues, we shall not withstand it. Hedge your bets, cease the struggle, surrender. Soon, with a major institution relinquishing their price defense. The notion of if you can't beat them, join them became the prevailing sentiment. Everyone was frantic to sell off their assets while prices still hovered around 60,000, liquidating their stocks. An avalanche had commenced. In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Everyone suffered substantial losses, even those who had also shorted the market. For the steepness of the wave had ensnared countless self-proclaimed geniuses in its deadly grip. They were all mere cannon fodder. At this juncture, only the hapless remained, ripe for the harvest. Master, the win rate has reached 99.99997. We have triumphed. Ha ha ha, splendidly executed. I shall upgrade your server upon my return. Yi Ping applauded, feeling an immense sense of relief. Although he did not engage directly, the spectacle was undeniably exhilarating. After all, the colossal financial battle, even when reduced to mere numbers, stirred the soul. At that moment, he faintly heard jubilant cheers from outside. Ha ha, we won. I won. Woo woo. Yi Ping scratched the back of his head. What is happening? Did that Qiu Yuang truly emerge victorious? Observing the currency's rapid decline and his real-time funds nearing $100 billion, he promptly opened his phone to access Qiu Yuang's livestream. At that moment, she was sobbing. Thank you all. I am so grateful. Thank you, elder brothers and sisters. She was genuinely crying, not feigning it. It had been an arduous battle. The opposing side had started strong with 100 years' worth of experience, momentarily leaving her dazed. Summoning all her strength, she managed to cry out for over 2 million coins, but the score stagnated. Just when despair loomed large, Yi, Pippi, Go Deng, and a few borrowed elite players each dealt 5 years' worth of experience, stealing the opponent's tower. Wiping her tears, she exclaimed, Micro cool, and everyone else, you're amazing. Qiu Yuang shouted at the top of her lungs, and the public chat was flooded with praise. At this point, Santon interjected. What is the big deal about stealing a tower? If you have the guts, confront me directly. Qiu Yuang grinned. Winning is a skill. If you're really so formidable, let your little Moonlight defend 100 years' worth of experience. Where's little Moonlight? I haven't seen him around. He hasn't been eliminated, has he? Surely. A level 75 account was purchased? The previously tearful Qiu Yuang was now brimming with confidence. Micro Cool's Knight, level 51. How about a one-on-one? Or shall we call it quits? Micro Cool's Pippi, level 53. Yes, let us settle for a draw. After all, peace fosters wealth, so please refrain from boasting. Micro Cool's Go Deng, level 57. I genuinely can't fight anymore. I've put all my capital at stake. Qiu Yuang disregarded their comments and continued to flaunt her success towards Santon. What is the matter? Do you need time to convene? Shouldn't you be teaching your elder brother how to defend a tower? Can't they press the buttons anymore? The audacity of her taunts made Santon's teeth grind. Just you wait 5 minutes. After a brief interlude, Qiu Yuang ceased her boasting and clasped her hands together. I thank all of you for your support. Thank you. Thank you. With a smile, she thickened her skin and adopted a fierce demeanor. Knight, Pippi, and Dog, let us not speak disheartening words. We are more than capable of fighting. Wiping her nose, she continued. What of the big streamer? What of level 75? If they dare to come, we shall teach them a lesson. Rallying her spirits, she awaited Santon's PK challenge. Ready, let us fight. Santon raised a hand and called for a pause. Wait, I need to clarify something. You're not rolling, are you? Qiu Yuang scoffed. Am I afraid of you rolling? Santon nodded. That's settled then. Let us reconnect. After reconnecting, Qiu Yuang resolutely ignored the numbers on the opposing side, as they were leading by 1 million anyway. Viewing them would be futile. No matter the numbers they boast, we shall charge forward. Everyone, heed my command. Let us go. The livestream audience swelled to 100,000. No one offered her a single pair of glasses, just one pair, and they could obliterate the opposition. Thank you. XX, thank you. Oh, thank you, XXL. She expressed her gratitude to all the elder brothers and sisters on the leaderboard, particularly as Micro Cool celebrated its full moon. Regardless of whether this final match resulted in victory or defeat, they had fought valiantly together. To all who showered Micro Cool with affection, she had no way to repay. So she bowed deeply. Just one. Ha ha ha. Thanks to my dog, you're not out of the game. Micro Cool's go dang, level 57. At this point, I might as well level up first, even if my wife is lost. 30 consecutive years worth of experience. Congratulations to my dog for reaching level 58. Is there any elder brother who wishes to level up? Seize this opportunity. No more waiting. Let the 100,000 witnesses behold your ascension. Micro Cool's Night. Level 51. Fellow traveler, shall we go together? With a flourish, 3 years worth of experience were gained. Congratulations to my knight for ascending to level 52. Congratulations to my Pippi for achieving level 54. Congratulations. At this moment, the number of individuals leveling up surged, with many lower-level accounts also advancing, igniting the atmosphere and extinguishing rationality. An unknown elder brother directly topped 40 years worth of experience, leaping from level 65 to 66. Just a few more. Only 4 years worth of experience remain. Yi Ping, observing from below, was momentarily taken aback. This was quite impressive, having netted 3 million in one swoop. Remarkable. However, they were nearing their limits. It was time for me to make my entrance. Thank you for the warm welcome home. Thank you, my brother. Micro Cool's Knight, level 52. Welcome back, elder brother. Micro Cool's Pippi, level 54. Welcome back, elder brother. Micro Cool's Go Dang, level 58. Brother. If you don't come soon, I'll have to sell my underwear. Micro Cool's Little Fan, level 31. Brother, let us obliterate that opposing scoundrel. Hurry and circle me, level 60. That little brat just collapsed. Haha, joyous news for all. I shall level up too. The celebration of achievements continued unabated. Congratulations to my brother for ascending to levels 61, 62, and 63. Congratulations to my brother for leveling up 3 times. The live stream erupted in collective ecstasy. In the final 3 minutes, Yi Ping clicked fervently for 3 minutes straight, unleashing over 360 celebratory messages, amounting to over 10 million, leaving the opposition bewildered. As the scores froze, a profound silence enveloped the room, followed by an eruption of cheers. Victory. In that moment, Santun's expression was particularly grim. Chapter 26. A Failed Scheme. Santun began. Qiu Yueying abruptly interrupted him. Go fetch the clippers. Santun inhaled sharply. I wanted to say, I'm not interested. Go fetch the clippers. Santun was on the verge of exploding. Must we engage in such petty disputes? Is it truly beyond your capabilities? What of the rolling knife? Silence yourself. 3 tons glared ferociously at Wei Liang, his chest heaving ominously. Unfazed, Wei Liang retorted, I'm not afraid of you. My brother has returned. And he has taken action. Do you think I'm intimidated? I'm not interested in your excuses. Just admit you want a rematch or find a justification for your loss. What good is it to argue? Just tell me whether you'll push or not. With a dismissive flick of his fingers, Wei Liang displayed an air of contempt. Just say it outright, rolling knife. It's not as if I can traverse the internet to assist you in pushing. Right. 3 tons was nearly apoplectic with frustration. I will push. But first, I want to play another game with you. Wei Liang chuckled derisively. Fine, push first, and then we'll see. One match at a time. Let us complete the punishment and witness the character of our esteemed top broadcaster. 3 tons, gritting his teeth, glared at Wei Liang before stepping aside with the push stick, its buzzing sound filling the air. Ignoring the public screen's calls for mercy, Wei Liang scoffed. My brother didn't even complain after getting tickets. What do you petty haters know about putting in effort? Come on, our brother, the one who helps out. And our good sisters, where's your support for mercy? Look around, no one is speaking, which means they tacitly agree to push. I'll tell you this, when you're winning, you can afford to be humble, but when you're losing, you shoulder it alone. How foolish is that? So, if I can revel for a minute, I'll seize every second. Haha, life is meant to be enjoyed, so let us thank the supporters while we can. I'm grateful to my loyal companion. It hasn't been easy, sticking by me since the start. Thank you. Wei Liang's loyal dog level 58. No need for thanks. It makes me feel my life is in jeopardy. Silence. Can I even compliment you? Yes, thank me again. Wei Liang's little but level 54. No need for thanks. Treat me like a mere trifle and grant me a reprieve. Wei Liang's knight level 52. I feel the same. The cool evening breeze grows colder with every thank you. Come circle me level 63. I sense she is preparing to gather us for another match. Be quiet. I'm not coughing. Qiu Yueying's cheeks flushed slightly as she pointed. However, if you're willing to help, how about another match? Come circle me level 63. Clean your face first. You look so pitiful it's making me nauseous. Wei Liang S. Knight level 52, 1. Wei Liang S. Little but level 54, 1. Wei Liang S. Loyal Dog level 58, 1. Wei Liang S. Little Admirer level 31, 1. Qiao Yuing vigorously wiped her face with a wet tissue, nearly forgetting. Seriously, if 3 tons connects again, will you accept? Come circle me level 63. We must give them a chance for revenge. But what would be an equivalent punishment for a shave? Wei Liang S. Loyal Dog level 58. A hair removal, of course. Come circle me level 63. Wow. But that's not something to show. How do we verify? And what if someone is naturally hairless? Wei Liang S. Loyal Dog level 58. Where is your mind wandering? Circle brother? I'm talking about eyebrows. Come circle me level 63. TSK, that S not exciting. What is the point of shaving eyebrows? As they deliberated, 3 tons hastily finished shaving, revealing an uneven patch before donning a hat. Is that sufficient? I'll refine the rest later. Right now, I want to play another match. And I'll include a shave. Qiao Yuing stroked her chin thoughtfully. Brother, what do you all say? Come circle me level 63. Shaving eyebrows isn't interesting. Wei Liang S. Loyal Dog level 58. Don't ask me. Come circle me level 63. Let us do a coin toss. The losing side will give the winning side their coins, or the broadcaster will make up the difference. Qiao Yuing snapped her fingers. That works. 3 tons grew impatient. Can we do this or not? If you're afraid, then leave. You're the one who is scared. I'm not afraid you want to accept. Listen, if you win, I'll shave my head. If I win, you'll repay me for every coin your family contributed after we finish. Upon hearing this, 3 tons' expression shifted dramatically. Continuing would surely involve stakes in the millions. If she lost, it would render all her previous efforts futile. Torn between indecision and frustration, she cursed under her breath at whoever devised such a treacherous scheme. Ultimately, she clenched her teeth and declared, "Then I don't want you to shave your head either. Let us have the same punishment. Mutual contributions. 1-hour meeting. Just 1 match for the overall ranking." With that, she disconnected the call. Qiao Yuing's face reflected concern. Is she going to seek financial backing? Come circle me level 63. Why worry so much? In a bit, we'll all just slack off. Toss in a few thousand coins as a token gesture. I'll cover it. Consider it medical expenses for the opposition. Wei Liang S. Loyal Dog level 58. Wow, you're quite clever. No wonder you're in finance. Come circle me level 63. Hee, the opportunity for revenge is hers to forfeit. She chose not to shave her head, so we aren't to blame. Qiao Yuing exhaled in relief before calling everyone for a meeting. Now, if we win 2 matches in a row, let us give the opposition some face. Just remember, don't overdo it. A small heart from each will suffice. The dialogue reached 3 tons, who, after conferring with her boss, smirked sinisterly. Slack off? I'll show you what slacking off looks like. An hour later, the PK commenced. Yi Ping yawned and turned to Xiao Yi. Let us allocate some computational power to keep an eye on that side. Don't let us lose. Xiao Yi understood. A guaranteed win within 25 million. Yi Ping's account held only 25 million. Any more, and he doubted the other side could match it. Sure enough, as he suspected, several unfamiliar accounts began depositing coins on Qiao Yuing's side. Hey, what are you doing? Stop the deposits. No, don't. What the hell? Did they send someone over? Qiao Yuing was perplexed. What was the point of them depositing? If you give me 1 million, I'll just return it. What is the sense in that? This is the transaction between guilds and platforms. Major guilds receive a portion of coins monthly at a discount. If they give it to Qiao Yuing, it converts to real money, ensuring no loss. Hence the enthusiasm from the opposition. Soon, both sides surpassed 5 million. With Qiao Yuing halting her contributions while 3 tons continued to climb. Wei Liang S. Loyal Dog level 58. Brother, what should we do? Come circle me level 63. Just keep playing. What else can we do? They've already cushioned us with 5 million. If we can't win now, it's a disgrace. Qiao Yuing felt invigorated. Strategy change. Everyone obey my command. Charge. Obliterate the opposition. Let their capital suffer losses. In an instant, various celebratory messages flooded the screen, and the previously silent dog legions contributed another 10. Many heroes sensed the opportunity to exploit the opposing capital, and they joined in fervently. This time, it truly felt like a collective effort. Qiao Yuing created a wish list of 100,000 glasses, and almost instantly, it was completed. She made 2 more lists, both of which were also fulfilled. However, the opposition was equally formidable, maintaining pressure with the scores closely contested. Congratulations to my brother for leveling up to 646,566, and for leveling up 3 more times. On this occasion, Xiao Yi deftly manipulated the frequency, precisely suppressing the opponent, resulting in an expenditure of 20 million coins. The final score stood at 63 million versus 62. 5 million, a narrow victory. Tun appeared utterly dazed, his eyes glazed over, pondering, "Boss, how shall we account for this money? Surely, I am not expected to cover it, am I? Over 6 million. A month's worth of toil down the drain." Chapter 26. The Simplicity of Spending Money. After the broadcast concluded, Xiao Yuang erupted with exuberance, bouncing and leaping, heedless of the prohibition, rushing into the study. She embraced Yi Ping's head and planted kisses upon it. "Mwah mwah mwah. Ha ha ha. Wasn't I incredible tonight? 5 billion. Excluding your 30 million. I managed to broadcast 2 billion. Yi Ping wiped the drool from his face and rolled his eyes. Indeed, she had earned more than he did. The 12 guilds would roughly take a 10 cut, amounting to 2 million. After the 30 million flowed back, 8 million would remain, effectively costing 6 million, which meant a paltry profit of 6 million for his hard work. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuang was gleefully counting on her fingers. 12 million is the maximum threshold, 70, 840 million? Wow. Yi Ping chuckled softly. Don't forget about taxes, 45 will be deducted. Xiao Yuang's expression froze, glaring fiercely at Yi Ping. Now is not the time for such dampening remarks. Yet she soon broke into a silly grin again. Even so, that's still nearly 4 million. Like a dream come true, absolutely delightful. As she spoke, she adjusted her princess dress, straddling Yi Ping's lap and gently swaying. "Brother, I know that if it weren't for you guiding me, I could never have achieved such prowess. You have instilled in me this confidence." Biting her lip, she continued. "Today marks my full month. I'll be sending gifts to others, but for you, I wish to offer something special." Yi Ping raised an eyebrow. "What might that be?" Xiao Yuang tugged at her collar, casting her gaze downward. "Me." Feeling a shift in the atmosphere, her cheeks flushed, and she leaned against Yi Ping's chest, falling silent. At that moment, Xiao Yi reported on the impressive achievements. The assets amounted to a reasonable and legitimate $120 billion, alongside an additional $180 billion nestled within the dark web and various offshore accounts laden with illicit funds. Yi Ping felt a desire to unwind, and without hesitation, he lifted her legs and headed toward the bedroom. "This truly resembles a newlywed night. Indeed, you are my first man." "What? Is that for real? Just try and see." On the night of the 17th, a girl was transformed into a woman. The following morning, Yi Ping assisted Xiao Yuang in registering a company in Xianjiang. "You needn't concern yourself with this. It's merely a shell company, a means to help you legally evade taxes. It should reduce your obligations by about 75, which could total around 6 to 7 million from yesterday's earnings." Naturally, Xiao Yuang had no ground to argue, having already received her share. "Brother, you are truly wonderful to me." These are trivial matters." Yi Ping ruffled Xiao Yuang's hair. "In a moment, I shall transfer 5 million to you. Let us see what you wish to buy. There's an auction this afternoon we could attend." Xiao Yuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "An auction? I've only heard of them. I've never experienced one." By the afternoon, when she appeared in a formal gown, accompanying Yi Ping into the auction house, she soon realized the implications of her 5 million. What on earth is all this? 13 million for imperial green, 40 million for a pink diamond, 89 million for a world-renowned painting. Astounded, she found herself bereft of the courage to raise her bidding paddle. Glancing sideways at Yi Ping, she queried, "You don't fancy these, do you?" Yi Ping shook his head. "Not particularly." "Well, that one is rather appealing." The host on stage was introducing a 2019 yacht, recently refurbished, measuring 65 meters with 4 decks. Xiao Yuang gazed at the photographs and videos of the sleek black super yacht, feeling a stir of interest. But when she heard the starting bid of 2.9 billion, she was left speechless. Is this the base price? Surely not. It's so inexpensive. There must be some catch. Yi Ping murmured, agreeing that it was indeed a bargain. He donned electronic contact lenses, and Xiao Yi had already projected the gathered information before him. Considering it to be merely a few tens of millions, he raised his hand. 300 million. In Xianjiang, there were many who enjoyed yachting and plenty of affluent individuals, leading to numerous bids being placed. The price soared, and Yi Ping, who continued to bid, attracted the attention of many, given his unfamiliarity amidst the elite crowd. After years of social stratification in Xianjiang, any fresh face garnered heightened scrutiny, yet none could place him. In the end, the conclusion was drawn. A dragon from the mainland had arrived. After several rounds of bidding, Yi Ping found it tiresome. 5 billion. He directly increased his bid by 500 million, which finally silenced the competition. The yacht, with a name too lengthy to pronounce, was now his. He planned to name it Ping'an, a name both melodious and memorable. After a few more auction items, a significant opportunity presented itself. A yacht, launched in 2020 but never used, measuring 107 meters with 7 decks, capable of hosting 20 guests, 40 crew members, and featuring 2 helipads. Yi Ping glanced at the information. Chuckling softly, this vessel seemed to be cursed. The first owner had gone bankrupt after placing the order, leading to its auction at 22.5 billion US dollars. After 2 years, it was finally purchased by a wealthy Russian, who had yet to take possession before the yacht was seized by local authorities. Having never set sail, it was indeed brand new. 800 million. The starting bid was 7.3 billion, and after Yi Ping raised his bid, no one responded. He stroked his chin, pondering the absurdity of it all. It was not excessively priced. He soon understood that the bidders were either influenced by the recent Bitcoin crash or wary of bad luck, given the unfortunate fates of the previous 2 owners. However, Yi Ping had no such qualms. Eventually, he secured the yacht. Qiu Yueying, watching from the sidelines, felt dizzy. What is this nonchalant attitude toward spending? You just shelled out over $1 billion without batting an eye. Yet when it came time for shopping, she too adopted an unblinking approach. LV bags, Hermes scarves, Dior perfumes, buy. The temporary bodyguards became human pack mules, which left Yi Ping exasperated. Fortunately, he had been clever enough to arrange for assistance from the hotel. Otherwise, well, Qiu Yueying would have been left to her own devices, despite her newfound wealth. Upon returning to the hotel that evening, Qiu Yueying diligently resumed her live stream. Perhaps after such a day, her desire to earn had only intensified. In the future, she too would own a super yacht. 3 days later, with the yacht paperwork finalized, the couple enjoyed a few days of leisure before heading to Macau. Utilizing his glasses to cheat, they won 70 to 80 million before returning to Nan City. As for the yacht, it would remain in Xiangjiang for the time being. Navigating the customs process was quite troublesome, and there were no docking facilities in Nan City. He lacked the time to apply in Shanghai. On April 1st, he returned home laden with supplements for his parents, hoping to spend a few days as a dutiful son. Meanwhile, Qiu Yueying made her way to the real estate office, ready to showcase her achievements and express her gratitude. Come, sisters, all of you must see. Previously, during that monumental showdown, everyone exerted themselves, particularly Jiang Shul. Lure. This is yours, the Martin D45. I must admit, I don't know much about it, but I've heard it's the finest, she chuckled. This guitar cost her a staggering 100,000, far exceeding the price of others' LV wallets. It was comparable to what Jiang Shul's elder brother had splurged on her. However, in Yi Ping's eyes, Jiang Shul held a unique significance, and she was determined to cultivate a good rapport with her. Jiang Shul gazed at the guitar, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions, and she murmured a soft thank you. After a moment of silence, she inquired, "Where's Ego? Has he not returned yet?" Qiu Yueying waved her hand dismissively. "It seems he went home. He should be back in a few days. Do you need to contact him? Just call him directly." Jiang Shul shook her head. "No, it's nothing. I'm fine." Chapter 27, The Bar Disturbance Zone. At 9:45 p.m., Qiu Yueying drove her newly acquired, albeit low-spec, Porsche 911 into the parking lot of Huatian Bar, followed closely by a large air-conditioned bus. She had brought along all the anchors from Tiancong Media's Southern City branch, along with the company's supervisors. "Tonight, I'm going to indulge." The marketing manager, with keen eyes, hurried to the car and opened the door. "Miss, may I ask if you are?" Following the sight of her long, elegant legs, a somewhat familiar yet strange face emerged. Qiu Yueying flashed a proud smile, showcasing her pearly whites, and twirled her car keys. "What's the matter, Santa? Don't recognize me?" Sun Sanli's expression shifted several times before he plastered on a smile. "How could I not recognize you, Ingjia? You look even more stunning now. Did you hit the jackpot? I've always thought you were no ordinary woman. A true dragon amidst the clouds." "Ha ha ha. Sanner, you still know how to flatter." She pointed at a group of 32 individuals just disembarking from the bus. "For cards for drinks. I only want the 12-year-old Shivas. Make sure it's real. I can tell the difference." The marketing manager inwardly cursed, realizing the little devil was indeed serious. Yes, please come inside. By the way, what line of work are you in now, Ingjia? That little car is quite fetching." "Oh ho ho." Qiu Yueying chuckled, but her expression quickly turned serious as she reprimanded, "Stop prying into matters. Where do you get all these gossip?" Yes, I spoke out of turn. "Please come in." A group of stunning women, each boasting a beauty score of over 80, fluttered past the line of patrons waiting to enter the bar. This time, their seating arrangement was not as favorable as Yi Ping's previous reservation, but it remained centrally located. Albeit slightly further back, the seating formed a mountain shape, perfect for group interaction. Among them, some were extroverted while others were more reserved. Qiu Yueying, being the epitome of extroversion, transformed into a cheeky vixen. "Come on, Lure, let's share a toast. What's the harm in a little drink?" "I don't want to drink. Let us play a game of passing notes." Your turn to bite." Lure, you bit my lip." "No, I'll bite back, With such a dazzling group of beauties, it was inevitable that some men would attempt to strike up conversations or share a table. However, Few could withstand the onslaught of these women. It was unreasonable to expect them to drink the women's alcohol. 4 tables meant at least 4 bottles ordered, easily racking up 5,000 in no time. Someone had to take the plunge. At least 1 bottle would be downed. If they didn't leave afterward, they might have the chance to linger and perhaps exchange a few flirtatious gestures. As for Qiu Yueying, that was a thought better left unconsidered. She was no novice. She had seen the world. Whatever trifling amounts they had in their pockets could hardly compete with what resided in her bank account. Moreover, they were currently under Yi Ji's protection. Who among them dared to lay a finger on them? Just as the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, a woman clad in racing attire rushed over, grabbing Qiu Yueying's hand. Xiaoying, you must help me. I need your assistance. Qiu Yueying paused, momentarily bewildered. Oh, Xiaolon. What has happened? Have you failed a task? The girl shook her head. I just pushed 8 bottles of Jaeger, and they took turns forcing me to drink. I can't handle it anymore. You have to help me. Qiu Yueying rubbed her temples, observing the flushed face of Xiaolon, feeling a bit of a headache. Did you get paid? Xiaolon nodded. I received 800, but I'm about to vomit. Qiu Yueying hastily grabbed a trash can and patted her back. You're courting disaster. Taking on the work of 4? You're really pushing it. Xiaolon, with tears in her eyes, managed a wry smile. I need the money. Lu Ge wants to open a shop, and we're short on funds. Qiu Yueying scoffed. You're still with that Lu Zi? Listen to me, cut him loose. Relying on a man to make money? What kind of nonsense is that? Xiaolon shook her head, choosing not to argue. Ingjia, please help me, just this once. Qiu Yueying sighed in response. All right, let me have a word. TSK, you really know how to play with fire. Shaking her head in exasperation, she followed Xiaolon. Everyone has their struggles. She had once walked that path too. However, she didn't have a useless boyfriend to contend with, so she didn't need to push herself so hard. Yet, she had also been forced to drink before, swallowing her pride and pain. As memories flooded her mind, they arrived at the booth, where a few men awaited. She offered them a slight smile. Gentlemen, this is splendid. Xiaolon, you really found some good company. It's perfectly fine if you don't drink. This lady can keep us entertained just the same. One of the men, drawing closer, reached for Qiu Yueying. I don't do companionship. The 4 men paused momentarily. If you're not here to drink, what is your purpose? If you're not here to drink, then leave. Or if you want to leave with us, name your price. Qiu Yueying felt a surge of irritation. Do you really think you can bargain with me? I'm not here for that. She quickly rummaged through her wallet for her phone. 800, right? I'll transfer it to you. Let us call it even. My sister can't handle it. The 4 men collectively frowned. We came out for fun, not to be played with. You say you want tea drink. And that is that? Where's the manager? Qiu Yueying scoffed. Calling the manager 1 tea help. I'm not under his authority, and Xiaolon is not his concern. If you continue this ruckus, I'll call for reinforcements to have a heart-to-heart with you. The men exchanged glances. One of them cleared his throat and slid a drink towards her. All right, drink this, and we'll forget the money. How does that sound? Qiu Yueying took the drink, squinted her eyes at it, and smirked slightly before splashing it back in the man's face. You think you can drug me? Do you take me for a fool? You absolute imbecile. I'll make you regret this. You dare splash me? You've gone too far. Do you even know whose territory this is? I don't care whose territory it is. Today, we're not done. You filthy scum. I'm going to make you pay. The ensuing chaos, some fighting, others trying to break it up, and spectators eagerly watching, was merely part of the bar's daily routine. It wouldn't feel like a proper opening without a brawl. When Yi Ping received the news, he was leisurely enjoying an apple his mother had peeled, engrossed in an animated series. What? A fight? Can't I have one peaceful day? All right. Just wait. I'll make a few calls. After pondering for a moment, he dialed Lu Tao. Luo. I, Yi Ping, am still Hua Tian. It is not me. A few girls from my company have been assaulted. Please lend a hand. Alas, such trivial matters still require a favor in return. It is truly bothersome. I shall step out for a moment and return swiftly. Where are you off to? Lutai Mountain. With that, he snatched the keys to the Panamera and departed, leaving Aventura behind in the villa, as he had just returned from the airport via high-speed train. After a half-hour drive, upon arriving at the police station, he chuckled at the sight of a chaotic group of women. Particularly, Qiu Yueying, tugging at her shoulder straps, bore no semblance of a prominent anchor, looking utterly pitiful. Serves you right for venturing into such places. Qiu Yueying lowered her head, nearly touching her chest. I didn't want this to happen. I merely wished to enjoy a little drink. Who could have foreseen encountering ghosts? Yi Ping snorted. Surely, if one traverses the night too frequently, one will encounter spirits. Where are those spirits now? Just as he spoke, a group of 4 approached, with the leader sneering. You are their employer. Fine, we shall settle this account. Your people have injured 4 of us, and the medical expenses will amount to 400,000, or else prepare for your company to close its doors by tomorrow. Such an audacious tone. Who do they think they are? Oh, then we will await your notification. Yiping nodded and waved his hand. Let us go, we are leaving. He turned to glance at the stunned four, sneering. How audacious, a mere deputy director from the Cultural Bureau. If you have the capability, come forth. Let us see who ends up unfortunate. Just moments ago, Xiao Yi had compared faces and identified them, conveniently hacking into their phones and computers. TSK, one can only say, scholars truly know how to play. Should I submit a report or directly post it on the platform? Chapter 28, Printing Machines Establishing Servers. The following day, the deputy director pondered how to find a pretext to trouble Tianxia Company. TSK, investing several hundred million, and now losing out. Let us use the excuse of improper guidance for the youth. This time, it shall be no less than 4 million. Just as he prepared to have someone draft a document, the office door was kicked open. A man clad in urban management attire stormed in, his face flushed. Bastard, you're messing with my wife. Damn you. With a furious shout, he landed a resounding slap. Slap. The deputy director was stunned, only to be grabbed by the collar and subjected to a flurry of punches. The sound was akin to firecrackers exploding. Messing with my wife. You're worse than a beast. Completely devoid of conscience. Unfortunately for the deputy director, no one intervened, nor were there any chivalrous ladies. He could only lie on the ground enduring the blows. Eventually, after a struggle, he was rescued, but no one could save his hat. This has escalated. One wonders who could be so cruel. Not only were high-definition, colorful photographs mailed to the disciplinary committee, but every member of the 4 major offices received a copy, and the emails were sent en masse. This was not the end of it, as the provincial office also received them, although it remains uncertain if the capital has been informed. However, everyone knows this fellow is finished. That urban management officer is no mere desk jockey, nor has he ever been abusive. This time, he has outright beaten the man to death. Upon learning the situation, the deputy director recalled Yiping's harsh words from the previous night, wishing he could slap himself. Was it so easy to climb to this position? He was on the verge of a breakthrough, hoping to ascend to the deputy department level in his lifetime, and now it's all ruined. Regret washed over him, while Yiping was equally displeased. Every time he sought to deal with someone, it always required cunning schemes, which felt rather sordid. He needed to find his own protection. Relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. First, he would develop an artificial intelligence. Let Xiao Yi train a large model, then release it, creating a unicorn akin to DJI, so he would no longer fear ordinary people. Once quantum computers are released, the entire nation will have to cater to him. With a snap of his fingers, the plan was set. This shall be done. In a temporary office rented by Tianxia Real Estate, not far from the sales office. Lu Yu watched Yiping, who was brimming with ideas, and held his head in frustration, eventually shouting, "Do you have any idea how much it will cost to have them relocate? 2 residential complexes, 25 apartment buildings, over 400 rooms, 2 industrial parks, 38 small enterprises, and 8 medium-sized company factories." Yiping waved his hand dismissively. "Money. No problem. We have funds, so let us pay." Lu Yu's chest heaved as he took a moment to catch his breath, then grew curious. "Did you manage to make money from the funds transferred to Hong Kong?" Yiping lifted his chin. "The funds are inexhaustible. They cannot be exhausted." Tapping his fingers on the table, he declared, "I will transfer 1 billion to the account. You negotiate, throw money at them, and if they still refuse to budge, I will come up with a solution." Lu Yu rested his chin on his hand, her eyes darting as she nodded slightly. "All right, are you certain?" Yes, please handle it." Upon hearing his confirmation, Lu Yu rolled up her sleeves. "All right, just watch me." In merely 15 days, within a span of 2 weeks, involving dozens of companies and enterprises, it was astonishing how the woman managed to negotiate everything without requiring Yiping's intervention. How did she negotiate such a low price? Yiping gazed at the total price report, which amounted to merely 8.9 billion. He had anticipated at least 20 billion, considering the vast area, which totaled around 500,000 square meters, with so many company facilities in place. Lu Yu yawned. "It varies. Some require money, while others, well, it's mostly about money. Several companies were on the brink of bankruptcy, so I spoke with the lending banks. In any case, we have a 4-month time frame to relocate. You're not in a rush to clear out, are you?" Yiping poured her a cup of tea. "No, that is not urgent. Haha, you truly are capable." Lu Yu squinted, reveling in his praise. "It's also because you provided generously." By the end of April, as the first factory prepared to vacate, Yiping could barely contain his excitement as he entered. Small universal 3D printer. 18 million in compensation. 118 elements, reduced to the smallest unit of 1 nanometer. Although termed a small printer, it measured an impressive 10 meters in length and width, and 3 meters in height. The operation was remarkably user-friendly. One end served as the feed inlet, and the operating platform could connect to Xiao Yi, allowing him to input design blueprints before starting the process, producing results shortly thereafter. After a trial run, he fed various metals, single crystal silicon, and engineering plastics into the inlet, and 5 minutes later, a sleek, black, high-quality smartphone materialized in his hands. TSK. Aside from the somewhat slow speed, it possessed no flaws. 5 minutes is not long, but for mass production, a single machine would yield only 100,000 phones a year. He stroked his chin, pondering. If one printer produces 100,000 units a year, then with 100 machines, wouldn't that equate to 1,000,000? Shaking his head, he dismissed that devilish thought. What a joke. An 800,000 quantum computer earned him $300 billion. This contraption better not earn less than 3 trillion, or he would definitely not invest further. He was generous with soft currency, but was stingy when it came to compensation. After all, that thing cannot be replenished. He has no tasks to complete. Shaking his head, he cast aside the chaotic thoughts. Xiao Yi, you can proceed with the server assembly as per the designs. Xiao Yi understands. Watch me. Subsequently, after Yi Ping added various materials a few times, Xiao Yi managed to create a square robot with tracks. Directly rescuing Yi Ping from the burdensome toil of labor deserves commendation. Sitting beside and observing the transport type 1 robot, laboriously transporting materials, Yi Ping rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Should the robots truly become widespread, it seems that humanity would find itself rendered superfluous. What purpose would we serve then? Indulging in the vices of life, eating, drinking, gambling, smoking? This contemplation delves into the realm of social ethics. A grand issue perhaps best pondered during moments of idleness. When he was brought back to reality by Xiao Yi's gentle reminder, he found himself facing a dozen or so transport type 2 robots, each approximately 2 meters tall and resembling shells with treads at the bottom. They were stacked with supercomputing server units. Master, the materials are insufficient. No worries, there's plenty. I'll procure more for you. Take your time, he replied. Thank you, Master. Xiao Yi will do her best. Yi Ping smiled faintly, sensing that with the advent of the new quantum computer, Xiao Yi's emotional depth had also expanded. In the ensuing period, the factory operated tirelessly around the clock, producing an array of cutting-edge technological products, which were subsequently transported to a 5-story building in a nearby industrial park, where the servers were meticulously installed and calibrated. The 2 quantum computers were also integrated into the system, serving as the core. On April 28th, within the newly established live-streaming base in the park, Yi Ping approached Qiu Yueying, who had just finished a live broadcast alongside Jiang Shual. Xiaoying, are you heading to Xinjiang? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Xinjiang. Ying Jie's trip to Xinjiang had propelled her to stardom, amassing 1 million followers and a legion of devoted fans. This month's revenue was on the verge of breaking records, soaring towards 20 million. Who wouldn't be envious? Yet, no one dared to voice their desires. Though Yi Ping appeared affable, he was, in truth, quite imposing. Of course, let us go? I want to take a yacht for a spin, huh? Several of my big brothers here don't believe me. This time, I'll dazzle them. Qiu Yueying declared flamboyantly, hands on her hips. Yi Ping rolled his eyes. Then let us hurry. The plane won't wait for us. Just as he turned to leave, Jiang Shual inhaled deeply. You go. Yi Ping glanced back. Yes? Shual, do you need something? Speak freely, no need for formality. Jiang Shual took another breath, her gaze dropping slightly as she sensed the attention of those around her. Her cheeks flushing. Could I accompany you? She looked up at Yi Ping, nervously tugging at the hem of her clothing, her fingers whitening from pressure. Yi Ping beamed. Why not? Absolutely, I'll take you along this time. No need to buy anything. Everything is available there. Chapter 29, Jiang Shual's Dilemma. In an industrial building in Xinjiang, numerous transport Type 2 robots were ushered inside, occupying a space on the 25th floor, 1,000 of them. 20,000 servers in total. This would become Xinjiang's premier data center, 3 times the size of the one in Nanshur. Expansion was inevitable in the future, but for the moment, there was no need for excessive size. Scaling up would be a simple task. Once the installation was complete, and after communicating with Xiao Yi for calibration, Yi Ping nodded to the maintenance team he had recruited. From now on, you are responsible for power maintenance, physical cooling, and regular upkeep. Should any issues arise, contact headquarters. Understood, Yi Zong. Having settled matters here, he departed with Qiu Yueying and Jiang Shual. Hey, aren't we staying at a hotel? Qiu Yueying, engrossed in her phone, looked up in confusion when she realized they weren't heading towards Victoria Harbor. With Yi Ping flanked by the 2 women, he shook his head. Last time I came here, I was broke and couldn't afford a place. Now that I have the means, who needs a hotel? I purchased a property in Repulse Bay, number 89, which used to belong to a Northern Lake resident. Qiu Yueying tilted her head and asked, Yi Zi, could you look up information on Repulse Bay number 89? Of course, my elegant queen. Yiping rolled his eyes at such a juvenile moniker. As Qiu Yueying perused the information that appeared on her phone, she felt an urge to smack the nearby fool. It all sounded so effortless, leading her to mistakenly believe it was merely a lavish property. 25 billion? Truly, I'm still a poor person, aren't I? How can you be like this? Every time I feel wealthy, you come along to shatter my illusions. Seeing Qiu Yueying's pitiful expression directed at him, Yiping scratched his cheek in confusion. What's the matter? Qiu Yueying flashed a charming smile. Yigu, shouldn't we celebrate the new home? How about we have a PK match tonight? With Yiping by her side, she felt emboldened to challenge top streamers without fear of consequences. A single match could equate to weeks of effort. She then pulled Jiang Shul, who had been daydreaming, along. Let us team up against San Dun Laoing and wipe them out. Jiang Shul gasped, shaking her head. Isn't that inappropriate? My family's conditions are a bit lacking. I might drag us down. Qiu Yueying exclaimed. With Yigu here, what's there to fear? Yigu, how about we aim for a level 75 tonight? Yiping rolled his eyes. A PK match? How about I challenge you instead? He yawned. Let us see. I just flew in overnight, went through customs, and have been busy with arrangements. I'm exhausted. Check the time. Let us have lunch together shortly. If you want to play, feel free. The beach at Repulse Bay looks inviting. I need to catch up on some sleep. After a few more exchanges, the vehicle turned down the small road leading to the grand entrance of number 89. The four-story villa was divided in half. The lower levels contained staff quarters and a basement, while the upper two levels featured a banquet hall, master bedroom, and guest rooms, all boasting breathtaking ocean views. However, after seeing so many, it no longer seemed extraordinary. Qiu Yueying pouted, glancing at Yiping, who was already undressing for bed. She leaned over and planted a kiss on his cheek. Well, we'll take our leave now. Sleep well, darling. Yiping gazed at her vacantly. If you don't want to leave, you don't have to. Not a chance. I still want to swim a bit. Yiping waved her off. Hurry along. The yacht is at the yacht club. If you wish to play, just ask EZ for the contact number. You can board at the Repulse Bay Pier. Qiu Yueying waved her hand. Got it. Take care and rest well. Good night. After Yiping settled into a steady rhythm of breathing, Qiu Yueying tiptoed out, pulling along the still distracted Jiang Shul. All right, stop pondering. Since we're here, let us commit. What's there to hesitate about? Jiang Shul looked up at Qiu Yueying, uncertain of her intentions. I'm not foolish. Even I can guess your thoughts, Qiu Yueying shrugged, wrapping an arm around Jiang Shul's shoulders and playfully touching her smooth cheek. You're like a little kitten. Tonight, I'll have to give you a proper teasing. Hee. Jiang Shul's face flushed. All right. I wasn't planning to say anything. I'm not in a position to assert anything. It's mutual consent. Let us go. I'll show you our massive yacht. The smaller one is worth 5 billion, but the larger one is a staggering 1 billion. The two of them headed out, requesting the driver to take them to the beach. Qiu Yueying donned her usual bikini, a black and white striped ensemble that accentuated her slender waist and alluring curves. Jiang Shul, petite and charming, wore a strapless top paired with shorts, equally adorable. Qiu Yueying embraced Jiang Shul, leveraging her height and long legs, exuding a robust masculinity as she filmed their video. Come on, darling. Give Grandpa a sweet kiss and don't move. Jiang Shul gazed at the seamless horizon, her spirits lifting considerably. Indeed, having made up her mind, what was there left to hesitate about? Feeling buoyant, she mischievously pinched Qiu Yueying's waist and playfully reached out. Oh dear, what a little rascal. After a bout of laughter, Qiu Yueying glanced at her phone. Yezi, help me edit this. It should be sensual and vibrant. As for the music, let us choose from Jiang Shul's songs. With a sidelong glance at Jiang Shul, she continued, not that I'm talking about you, but honestly, Yigu is quite good to you. He specially made songs for you, and even helped you climb the charts on various platforms. Your songs are quite popular now. Jiang Shul felt a tinge of melancholy. But being popular doesn't change anything. Qiu Yueying rolled her eyes. That's just you not knowing how to market yourself. Without hype, how can there be any buzz? You broadcast for 6 hours every day, everyone knows that. It gets monotonous. We need to create some topics. With a spark of inspiration, she snapped her fingers. How about this? Let us play a script. I'll steal your elder brother from you. And you, feeling indignant, vow to take revenge on me. Let us have a grand showdown tonight. Jiang Shul shook her head in refusal. Deceit is not good. Qiu Yueying sighed. We're not deceiving anyone. It's merely a script, providing emotional value. Just like watching a drama. Don't you enjoy seeing the second female lead clash with the first? Who wants to watch mundane family dramas? Seeing Jiang Shul still resisting, Qiu Yueying shrugged. All right, we'll see what Yiga has to say tonight. Oh, look. The boat has arrived. What a pity. The big yacht was borrowed, but this little one will do just fine. Let us go. Soon, a small boat approached the shore, whisking them back to the sleek black super yacht while onlookers on the shore envied and speculated about their departure. At 5 in the afternoon, Yi Ping, dining in the restaurant, greeted the two in their summer attire with a smile. Lure, did you have fun? Jiang Shul nodded slightly. It was quite enjoyable, thank you. Huh. No need to be so polite with me. Yi Ping chuckled, at which point Xiao Yueying nudged Jiang Shul. Yigu, Lure has something to discuss with you. I'll just freshen up in my room. Yi Ping looked at Jiang Shul, who seemed hesitant to speak. Come over here, why stand so far? What do you wish to discuss? Chapter 30, the great AI model of the world. Jiang Shul began, but faltered, unsure of how to continue. Yi Ping ruffled her hair, smiling. Whatever you desire, just tell your brother. Noticing her continued silence, he gently coaxed her. Remember when you were at home, saying you didn't want to stay in the countryside and wish to see the world? Then you came to Nanshur. Afterward, you expressed a desire to earn some money. Even if your parents were not fond of you, they are still the ones who raised you. Although your rankings may not match Qiu Yueying's, you're not far behind. This month, you've earned quite a sum, and with your song royalties, you're nearly at her level. Is there truly anything left to be dissatisfied with? Jiang Shul was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, what was there to be dissatisfied about? A girl who had merely learned guitar from a retired music teacher in the countryside had unwittingly stepped into the limelight and amassed considerable wealth. The money she sent home had built a villa, envied by all in the surrounding villages. What more could she wish for? Glimpsing the smiling Yi Ping, a pang of discomfort stirred within her. Perhaps she once fantasized about being cherished solely, yet in the face of reality, that notion remained nothing more than a fairy tale. Raising her chin, she forced a smile. No, I have nothing to be dissatisfied about. Yi Ping patted her shoulder. Cheer up, don't sing those emo songs all day. I think you're just indulging in that literary melancholy. Jiang Shul chuckled softly. Not at all, I'm usually quite cheerful. Yi Ping scoffed. Do you think I don't watch your streams? Songs like No One With Me, Indefinite, and Retreat, you sing them daily. Be careful of developing depression. Just then, Xiao Yueying emerged, her hair damp. Who is depressed? Huh, Lure is depressed? That is nothing. Let us have a little competition, and I guarantee it'll feel like a shot of adrenaline. Yigu, will you take us on a match later? Yi Ping shot her an exasperated glare. Enough already. How many times do I have to say this? Xiao Yueying laughed heartily, leaned in, and pecked his cheek. Mua. Jiang Shul's cheeks flushed slightly. I'll go freshen up too. With that, she hurried away. Xiao Yueying watched her retreating figure, then playfully jumped into Yi Ping's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Lure is so sweet. You better not treat her like you do me, or she might end up with psychological scars. Yi Ping raised an eyebrow, grinning mischievously. Were you not satisfied last time? Xiao Yueying mockingly spat, about to retort when he silenced her with a kiss. At 6 o'clock, the two entered their separate rooms to stream, while Yi Ping kept watch from the study. Dressed in an OL-style suit, Xiao Yueying looked strikingly formal. Ahem, before we begin today's broadcast, let us introduce some products. Cool Night level 54. Oh no, Liang has started selling products too. Cool, but level 55. Oh no, what are you selling? I'll buy anything except for sanitary pads. Cool Dog level 59. The showcase hasn't been updated. What is going on? Cool Little Fan level 33. Sister, I'm broke. Can I buy on credit? Everyone, quiet down and listen closely. What we're promoting this time is not a physical item. Rather, it's a benefit for you fans. Ugh. Why do I feel like this line sounds like something those scam streamers would say? Cool Night level 54. Not just similar, it is. Cool, but level 55. The copy is too lazy. It's a straight copy. Cool Dog level 59. What is it already? Hurry and sell it. I want to get into the action tonight. Cool Little Fan level 33. My wallet feels threatened, trembling with fear. Taking a deep breath, Qiu Yueying's chest seemed to swell with pride. Actually, it's the AI model developed by our Tianxia group, named Yezi. As she spoke, she lifted her phone to showcase the calligraphy of the two characters for Tianxia on the back. This is a phone made by our company. Stop. I know what you're going to say. This phone isn't for sale to the public. It's an employee benefit, not meant to lure you in. So quiet down. Cool Night level 54. You startled me. I thought we were buying a kidney phone again. Cool, but level 55. So who has the OEM? It looks decent enough. Cool Dog level 59. What is it already? Hurry and sell it. I want to get into the action tonight. Yezi. Search for tonight's opponent. Make sure they have the means to fight back. All right, my regal queen, looking fierce and fabulous. Cool Night level 54. What a pompous title. Cool, but level 55. Told you. It's all you. So ridiculous. Cool Dog level 59. This thing is everywhere now. Subsequently, Qiu Yueying's phone displayed a list of streamers, thoughtfully accompanied by details about their family members, broadcasting styles, potential audience engagement, and suitable strategies for engagement. From your vantage point, the clarity was lacking. We casually selected one at random. Ah, a charming male streamer? Very well, onward we go. Let us challenge the men. The live chat erupted in enthusiasm. The audience displayed little interest in AI, a technology that, as those who have used it may attest, bears little distinction from incompetence. The generated content often leaves viewers feeling nauseated. However, among the crowd, there were individuals well-versed in the field who found the analytical AI to be surprisingly effective. Yet, the consensus remained. There was an overabundance of similar offerings. As the matches progressed, the viewers began to notice. Chili Knight level 54. Wow, the predictions are remarkably accurate. Chili Bottom level 55. Could it be that there is a pre-arranged collaboration? Chili Dog level 59. No need to speculate. Even if you guess correctly. There's no reward, only a potential backlash. Xiao Yueying, gazing at these loyal yet critical detractors, widened her eyes. Keep talking, and none of you will see a paycheck today. Chili Knight level 54. Have you guys ever received a salary? Chili Bottom level 55. I was unaware that salaries were even a thing. Chili Dog level 59. Is there a pension plan? I'm nearly 59. Old enough to retire, right? Chili Little Fan level 33. Bro, the national retirement age is 65. Only Circle Brother here can collect. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yueying replied, Alright, if you find this unbelievable, I shall engage in a random match and let Yezi make predictions. Surely that will suffice. Thereafter, Xiao Yueying showcased the formidable capabilities of this AI, known as Tianxia AI. Beyond its remarkable predictive accuracy, it could generate novels, videos, and images. While similar functionalities exist in other AIs, Yezi's comprehension was more precise, its outputs more vivid, and its operation exceedingly user-friendly. Observing the cascade of exclamation marks in the public chat, Xiao Yueying exhaled in relief. She had finally succeeded. Now, I conclude this introduction. As promised, this AI is currently offering a limited public beta code. If you desire it, leave me a message. It will be available for download on all app stores starting from the 1st. Detractors need not stir the pot. If you do not wish to download it, do not. We are not reliant on anyone. What can this powerful AI accomplish? It can assist you in generating income. To be frank, I have written several novels using this AI. Although the earnings are modest, I have made it to the top 50 on the charts. Such a remarkable tool should be kept for personal use. Only shared with the closest of friends. By the way, there will be various terms of use. So read them carefully. This includes potential data collection regarding your mobile and bank account balances, as well as a service fee of 30 based on your income. In summary, remember this, Tianxia AI's grand model is here to help you earn more money. Now, let us commence our campaign. The top 50 participants today will receive a special invitation to invest in Tianxia Wealth Management, a closed-end fund for 1 month, utilizing an enhanced AI for quantitative investment, promising conservative returns exceeding 50. Just like that, Xiao Yueying's delivery was rather average, with few interested parties in the live chat. She was at a disadvantage. Her forte lay in banter, not in product promotion. In contrast, the atmosphere surrounding Jiang Shul was markedly more vibrant, with a throng of people surrounding her, engaging in lively inquiries, to which she patiently responded, hardly indulging in singing or competitive matches. However, upon Xiao Yueying extending an invitation, Jiang Shul accepted, and soon the two were set to face off against Santon and Old Ing in a monumental showdown, reigniting the flames of competition. Chapter 31, The Second Epic Battle. Dare you come again? As the saying goes, adversaries are particularly hostile upon meeting. Upon seeing Xiao Yueying, Santon felt the urge to grind his teeth. Xiao Yueying giggled. Bald King, what a pleasant surprise. How fares your hair? A purely provocative remark. Santon inhaled deeply. Let us cut the banter. How shall we engage tonight? 2v2. Casting a glance at the feeble Jiang Shul, he seemed to understand. So, you've brought reinforcements to Tianxia? Is the capital in place? Xiao Yueying tilted her chin defiantly. Do we need capital to take you down? Our legion advances, leaving no ground untouched. Brothers, let us display our strength. With a flourish, a line of celebratory gifts appeared. Over 30 prominent figures, each wielding a celebration gift, amassed a staggering million at the outset. Xiao Yueying huffed, crossing her arms. Is this sufficient? This was no charity from the management. These were the fruits of her diligent efforts in building her fan base. If it were insufficient, she turned her gaze toward Jiang Shul. Jiang Shul gritted her teeth. She could not afford to appear weak at this moment. Everyone. Could we? Typically immersed in casual talent showcases, she rarely sought tickets, making her hesitation somewhat comical. More comical still was the fervor of her live chat audience, resembling a group invigorated by caffeine. Contented level 67. No backing down. Today we stand firm. Beloved level 59. Damn it. My sword has long been itching for action. Lawbreaker level 54. Having enjoyed a free ride for 2 months, it's time to step up. Brothers, I'll lead the charge. The excitement was palpable. This crowd, typically finding empty gestures unfulfilling yet eager for recognition, finally seized an opportunity to assert their status. 30 gifts emerged in a blink, marking 1,000,000 at the start. Qiao Yueying glanced at Jiang Shual's public chat, her lips curling into a subtle smile as she nodded calmly. Well then, Santon, how about it? Do you have the guts to play? Santon twitched his lips. Am I afraid? I fear you lack the courage to respond. Let us do this. Qiao Yueying also smirked, recalling the deep-seated rivalry. I'm fine with battling. But my sister cannot. She relies on her looks, not on competition. Jiang Shual, with a firm resolve, interjected, I'll participate. Olding observed the three, stroking his buzz cut, a sly grin forming. I'll take a cut of this. Before he could finish, Santon interjected. All right, let you have a slight advantage. Just don't drag us down, give your all. 1 hour of competition, best of 3, same old rules. After the connection was severed, Qiao Yueying did not rush to depart. She instructed someone to send a message before calling out to Jiang Shual. Don't run off. Since you're here, treat us to a song. Pick one you excel at. And show it to our big brother. Jiang Shual pondered for a moment before nodding. Then I'll sing my heart, and I hope you all enjoy it. As the accompaniment began, she adjusted the chords and opened her mouth to sing. The darker the night, the brighter the stars shine. The lonelier it becomes, the more joyous the smile. The road winds, wandering alone. My heart, like the sea, watches countless sails pass by. Chilly night level 54. Oh, how lovely. Chilly bottom level 55. Indeed, listen well. Liang Liang, this is what singing truly is. Your broken voice is a waste of your sound card. Chilly dog level 59. Silence, silence, pay attention. I've heard this song, it's coming, it's coming. Without a kindred spirit, even this lute is but an empty echo for eternity. Her voice, initially subdued, soared high, climbing ever higher, until it reached a crescendo just as it seemed it would descend. My heart, the moon above, shines bright and white as snow. My heart, the moon above, embraces the night. Who can truly comprehend this sentiment? My heart, the moon above, illuminates the heavenly palace. A song reverberated through the air, causing Jiang Shual's delicate face to flush a shade of red, while Qiao Yueying stood momentarily stunned, only regaining her composure after a considerable pause. Goodness, your voice could shatter glass, she exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Family members began to take notice, and those with a penchant for music were encouraged to visit her channel, as the sister would no longer attend to them. You all drive me mad, insisting I sing catching loaches all day. Jiang Shual, too, urged her viewers to pay attention to Qiao Yueying, and after a brief interaction, they each returned home to prepare for their respective gatherings. This round of competition had a broader impact than the last. Previously, both Qiao Yueying and Jiang Shual had little recognition. However, at this moment, one was a somewhat renowned PK queen with a winning record, while the other was a rising internet sensation with 5 songs gracing the top 500. Both boasted millions of followers. Ahem, in truth, this PK event had been orchestrated by both sides in advance. Last time, their opponents willingly accepted defeat, having contributed 6 million. And in return, they assisted in organizing a grand event after a month of reciprocity. Following the script, they connected their microphones and commenced battle. Come on, we cannot lose momentum. Let's go. Qiao Yueying declared as she entered the fray, her voice commanding. The 5 valiant warriors below readied themselves for action, while Huazi took charge. Thank you, my knight. Thank you, my little butt. Thank you, my pup. Thank you, old shrimp. Thank you, Mo Bai. The gifts poured in so rapidly that she struggled to express her gratitude. Jiang Shual, inexperienced in rallying votes, found her elder brother utterly frantic. Before long, they had amassed 10 million. In the first round, they triumphed with 30 million to 11 million. What happened to the 3 tons? This won't do, Qiao Yueying taunted, casting a smug glance at the visibly pale-faced 3 tons. Why not hold another meeting? 3 tons scoffed in response. No need, let's keep going. I refuse to believe we can't win. Bring it on. After reconnecting, she shut her microphone, closing her eyes. I'm not watching, nor shouting. There's no point. It's time to test our resolve. After kneeling twice, I have no face left to speak. The reality is, we are simply outmatched. Everyone, do as you see fit. Silently, she differed from her usual self. Yet, the pressure on her elder brother intensified, leading to a remarkable 6 million in this round. Meanwhile, Qiao Yueying's side only managed 5 million combined. Once the microphones were live again, 3 tons shot a disdainful glance. What do you think? Have you witnessed our prowess? In the next round, we shall crush you. Prepare for defeat. In a life or death match, both sides convened for a 5-minute strategy session. Cool Knight, level 54, level up. Cool Little Butt, level 55, level up. Cool Pup, level 59, level up. Rows of upgrades followed, culminating in, Come Circle Me, level 67, triple level up. Cool Knight, level 54, Brother is formidable. Cool Little Butt, level 55, Brother is powerful. Cool pup, level 59. Brother V, 587. The situation mirrored Jiang Shual's side. Contentment brings happiness, level 67. Protect the hair. Only death remains. Intimate partner, level 59. No plans. Not traveling during the May Day holiday. Darn it. Breaking the law, level 54. By the way, is that AI investment reliable? Can it yield profit? I feel like I'm going bankrupt tonight. 10 minutes later, the battle commenced, with a combined viewership of over 5 million across 4 live streams for this epic showdown. Qiu Yueying's shouts reached heights, even surpassing Jiang Shual's earlier high notes. 100 million. We've hit 100 million. Keep going, crush them. Let them wallow in despair. Oh no, they are catching up. Is there anything left? Listen closely, charge forward. Everyone, push through. After today's broadcast, we rest tomorrow. Clear out every coin from your pockets. Not a single cent can remain. If I'm left with nothing, neither shall you. Go for the kill. Great job, Circle Brother. Don't stop. Keep it up. 2 billion. Ignore the opposition. We are setting records. Hit as hard as you can. We can never have too many stars. Go. 22. We surpassed the previous record. Every step forward is a new milestone. Hurry, time is running out. Thank you, brother. 26. Congratulations to my brother for leveling up to 70. 28. After an exhausting shout-out, Qiu Yueying felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, yet her spirits soared. Having dominated with 28 billion against the opponent's 17 billion. Though it wasn't a solo achievement, it marked the most significant PK event in the platform's history. They had indeed made history. Most importantly, she had preserved her hair. Chapter 32, The Venetian. Supervising 3 tons and Old Win as they faced the consequences of their defeat. It was an emotional farewell, followed by a round of thanks, and then the stream ended. Qiu Yueying let out a sigh of relief. Despite the seemingly simple act of shouting, it was genuinely quite straightforward. I earned another 8 million. After subtracting what Brother Yi contributed. The total between both sides was about 23 billion, with my share around 13. After tax, I should net about 8 million. What will my take-home be with this month's revenue of 33 million? She was calculating on her fingers when she suddenly slapped her forehead, nearly forgetting the more pressing matter. She hurried to Jiang Shual's room, finding her staring blankly at the backstage numbers. Approaching, she placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Exciting, isn't it? How does it feel to break 1 billion for the first time? Jiang Shual was uncertain of her feelings, but nodded nonetheless. I'm very happy. I plan to send a thank you to each brother. And then, Qiu Yueying raised a finger, shaking her head. No. The time for gratitude is not for them. Follow me. Jiang Shual sensed what she was hinting at, and understood what was to come next. Silently, she trailed behind her into the study. Yi Ping was engaged in some pre-launch tasks for the AI. Just wait a moment, he instructed. Without hesitation, Qiu Yueying strode over. You tend to your business, I'll handle mine. Jiang Shual observed the two, her eyes widening gradually, and she found herself momentarily lost in thought. Qiu Yueying raised her head slightly and beckoned. Lurer, come here. Jiang Shual was unsure of her own motivations, but found herself stepping forward. One cautious foot after the other. An indescribable night unfolded. Throughout the platform, discussions about the epic battle buzzed, with numerous small streamers slicing up the footage for analysis. Was this brother a true champion or a mere pretender? They dissected the relationships between the brothers and the streamers, scrutinizing the investments from both sides. Meanwhile, a group of brothers who had participated watched as their accounts leveled up by 2 or 3 tiers, feeling a bit helpless as they tightened their belts for the days to come. How did it escalate so quickly? Yet, they all relished the thrill of it. Yi Ping, too, was riding high on the exhilaration, in every conceivable sense. He felt as if he were soaring. The following day, in an exceptionally good mood, he transferred 10 million to each of the two, taking them on a shopping spree before heading to the Macau. Upon seeing the Venetian casino, Qiu Yueying's eyes sparkled with excitement as she whispered to Jiang Shual, "Don't think that the previous live stream was just a bonus. That was merely the tip of the iceberg. This is the real treasure trove." With her worries laid to rest, Jiang Shual felt a sense of peace and joy wash over her, returning her demeanor to its former brightness. She flicked her ponytail, which had grown slightly longer. There are wins and losses here, right? Qiu Yueying shook her finger. That applies to others. With Brother Yi, it's a guaranteed victory. Yi Ping glanced back to give her a playful pat. Stop boasting, you'll pay if you lose. Let us head to the VIP room. There's nothing interesting down here. Qiu Yueying's eyes sparkled as she leaned in, wrapping her arm around Yi Ping's. Are we playing big this time? I told you last time wasn't thrilling enough. Let us set the limit at 500,000. Just kidding. Isn't that a bit too small? The opulent Venetian boasts an array of titles as one of the largest in the world. It is said to be spacious enough to accommodate 90 Boeing 747s. serving as a resort that encompasses bars, dining, shopping, lodging, and entertainment. Here, one can find the most luxurious suites in Asia, a world-class shopping experience, breathtaking entertainment, and irresistible dining options. However, most patrons come primarily to contribute to the 850 gaming tables and 6,000 slot machines. This time, Yiping did not intend to mingle with the crowd below as he had previously. To enter the casino, they had to pass through a security gate and undergo a safety check. Jiang Shul observed the airport-like security procedures with a hint of nervousness. Yiping chuckled lightly. It's to prevent cheating and to stop anyone from bringing weapons inside. It doesn't concern us. Let us go? Hey. Jiang Shul noticed he was heading straight upstairs without stopping at the chip exchange and felt slightly puzzled. Qiu Yueying seized the opportunity to flaunt her knowledge. Once we step in, the facial recognition here will know our personal information and someone will come to provide us with services. After all, last time, Brother Yi won a staggering 78 million. They would first receive some non-exchangeable chips, which could only be cashed out if won at the tables. Each person has a limit. As long as it's within credit, one can request as much as desired. As they spoke, a man in a black suit approached. Mr. Yi, it's a pleasure to meet you. We are delighted to serve you. What do you plan to play today? Yiping casually glanced around. Just a bit of fun. Bring me 100 million, not 1 million. At this, he turned to Qiu Yueying and the others. 80 chips of 1 million, and the remaining 10 million. A moment later, in the VIP room, Jiang Shul was somewhat surprised. There are so few people here. Qiu Yueying covered her mouth with her hand. Fewer people means higher quality. It's said that 80 of the revenue here comes from VIPs. Just like live streaming, all the earnings are from the big spenders. Jiang Shul nodded in understanding. Soon, someone brought the chips over. Yiping received 80 square golden chips worth 1 million each, while Qiu Yueying and the others each took 100 small round chips. Feel free to play. If it's not interesting here, we can wander downstairs. He merely suggested this, but the clever Qiu Yueying wouldn't leave. Indeed, as soon as he sat down at the blackjack table, this woman tugged a bewildered Jiang Shul along with her. Yiping rubbed his fingers and pushed a pile of 10 golden million chips forward. Let us begin. The dealer recognized the arrival of a high roller. Once Qiu Yueying and Jiang Shul placed their million bets, the cards were dealt. As the game progressed, Jiang Shul began to understand why Qiu Yueying was so exhilarated. How could she not be excited? In just 1 hour, Yiping played over 60 hands, winning more than losing, and in the blink of an eye, he amassed over 300 million in chips. They followed suit in betting, having done nothing but each winning over 30 million. With another hefty bet of 10 million, he hit blackjack. Haha, today is indeed my lucky day. Qiu Yueying felt dizzy. She had just won 40 million in that last all-in hand. Yiping glanced at the dealer, whose expression had stiffened, and smiled slightly. Let us change tables. Qiu Yueying and Jiang Shul nodded enthusiastically. We'll follow your lead. After playing a bit of high card, they won 200 million, and then Yiping took them to play baccarat. The rules were simple, 1 banker and 1 player. One could bet on either. This game attracted the most players, with at least several dozen gathered around the baccarat table. High rollers were placing bets of millions. Yet, upon Yiping's arrival, he still garnered significant attention, particularly due to the 2 aides who trailed him, carrying heaps of dazzling golden chips. Yiping scanned the crowd and instantly chuckled. Brother Ming, good to see you again. How is your luck today? A scowling man to his left shot him a glance, but remained silent. Muttering something about bad luck, Jiang Shul gasped softly. Isn't that someone's husband from before, one of the 4 young masters? Qiu Yueying whispered. Yes, it's him. We encountered him last time. He lost terribly. I wonder what Lu Mei sees in him. Marrying into a wealthy family, managing to pay off debts, and launch a career. Yet this man chooses to gamble. Chapter 33, The Prodigal Son, Lu Ke. Jiang Shul was initially taken aback to see a celebrity, but after Qiu Yueying's remarks, she felt a twinge of disdain. It's just that Lu Mei has worked tirelessly for over a decade. Yet she enjoys none of her fortune while her husband squanders money on gambling. How tragic. However, after observing for a while, she realized what Yiping meant by Brother Ming. I'm betting on the player. 12 consecutive banker wins. It's illogical not to bet on the player. Lu Ke gritted his teeth and pushed all his chips forward, striking a dashing pose, though it was merely over 1 million. Yiping chuckled, raised 3 fingers, and tapped the table. Qiu Yueying, like an eager puppy, placed 30 million on the player. Just as the dealer was about to remind them of the 5 million limit on player bets, a man in a black suit approached and whispered, Mr. Yi is a super VIP. We raised the limit to 10 million. The dealer nodded in understanding. The surrounding patrons were left speechless. Yet they uniformly began to bet on the player as well. Then, the dealer revealed the cards, his voice slightly altered. Banker 6, player 8, player wins. A wave of peculiar gazes turned towards Lu Ke and Yiping. It truly was a stroke of luck. However, this situation only arose after Yi Ping's arrival. Prior to that, Luca had won a few times without enduring such a losing streak. Quite uncanny. In fact, Yi Ping found it rather strange. He analyzed the situation, calculating probabilities, and discovered that Luca consistently bet on the less likely outcomes, yet always won. An extraordinary feat. Brother Ming, shall we continue? Without your illuminating presence guiding my winnings, I wouldn't dare place a bet. Haha. Yi Ping jested, considering it trivial. After all, the man's wife was exceedingly wealthy, with a fortune of several billion, and this was merely a sum of over 30 million, nothing significant. Luca's expression fluctuated as he glared at a man in a suit beside him. Bring me another 30 million. The man remained silent for a moment before smiling faintly. Mr. Liu, how about we take a break before continuing? Everyone found the suggestion rather odd. These chip couriers usually clung to players, eager to keep them gambling, so it was surprising to see one so kindly urging a person to stop. However, upon observing Lu Ku, they began to comprehend. After all, he was merely Lu Mei's husband, not Lu Mei herself. He likely lacked the same credit here. Lu Ku's face flushed, and at that moment, Yi Ping spoke up. Hey, bring him 30 million. How can he play without it? The man in the suit glanced at Yi Ping with a hint of discomfort. Mr. Yi, according to the rules. Nonsense rules. Consider it a debt he owes me. Now, can we arrange for him to hand over 30 million? Since Mr. Yi has said so, Mr. Liu, what do you think? Lu Ku was somewhat taken aback by Yi Ping's willingness to lend money, though he held little affection for Yi Ping, who often referred to him as bright light. Go ahead and retrieve it. Moments later, the chips were delivered, and the game resumed. However, the crowd stared in exasperation at Lu Ku, who stood with his arms crossed and hesitated to place a bet. Yi Ping chuckled silently, giving a thumbs up. All right, I shall be your bright light. I'm betting on the banker. 30 million on the banker. Luca hesitated briefly between the banker and player before ultimately deciding to bet on the banker. The banker scored 8 points, winning. Yes, Luca won back 10 million on this round. Following this, he mirrored Yi Ping's bets, winning more than he lost. Not only recovering the previous 30 million, but also earning an additional 40 million. With a total of 100 million at hand, he contemplated leaving. At that moment, Yi Ping checked the time and noticed that the excitement had waned, leaving the two women somewhat numb. For the final round, let us enjoy it together. It'll be more lively, and besides, watching others play is so devoid of involvement. Xiao Yuang nodded, acknowledging that while winning was delightful, spending lavishly brought even greater joy. For the last round, Yi Ping casually tossed 30 million onto the player. Lu Ku considered it, gritted his teeth, and pushed forward 10 million to follow suit. Hearing Yi Ping declare it was the last round, many others decided to place heavy bets as well. The dealer broke into a cold sweat if the banker lost. The banker scored 7, the player 6, and the banker won. Thankfully, this round restored much of what Yi Ping had taken. Oh, if only I had bet on the banker. Yi Ping rubbed his temples. Indeed, after prolonged play, one's mind could become somewhat muddled. I'm off now. Let us go downstairs to play. Brother Brightlight, take your time. If it's not enough, just keep a tab. A promissory note will suffice. Hey, did you hear that? The man in the black suit nodded. Understood, Mr. Yi, rest assured. Luca's expression shifted dramatically. He had intended to leave, but now, reconsidering, he resolved to stay and win back another 10 million before exiting. Yi Ping took the two women downstairs for some leisure, while Lu Ku remained to battle on. For hours later, as Jiang Shual and the others grew tired from playing, Yi Ping led them back to their suite. In the presidential suite, a butler presented a meal prepared by the executive chef. Jiang Shual took small bites of steak, gazing out at the illuminated scenery, feeling somewhat enchanted. We won so much. There won't be any issues, will there? That is not a small sum, totaling 1.2 billion. Xiao Yuang let out a small burp and waved her hand dismissively. What could possibly go wrong? In such a grand establishment, would they not let you leave after winning? What a joke. Do they wish to scare away potential guests? Just relax and enjoy your billionaire lifestyle. Jiang Shual chuckled, just then noticing Yi Ping returning after stepping out. What happened? Yi Ping held a document in hand, his expression somewhat peculiar. Nothing much. Someone just informed me that the funds have been transferred. Once I return, I'll forward them to you. It's nothing significant. However, Lu Ku seems to be courting disaster. Xiao Yuang leaned in curiously. What is going on? Did he lose all the money he previously won? Yi Ping shook his head. Not just that. After losing, he borrowed 1 billion, relying on my credit. So they lent it to him, only for him to lose it all again. Besides that, Yi Ping found himself both amused and exasperated. He had thought that the couple would have around 3 to 4 billion, so money wouldn't be an issue. But it turned out Lu Ku had suffered significant losses in cryptocurrency trading the previous year and had borrowed over 1 billion to invest when it peaked at over 90,000. Puffed. Xiao Yuang nearly choked on her drink, managing to turn her head in time. coughing repeatedly. Cough, cough, cough. Isn't that disastrous? What is Bitcoin worth now? Over 10,000. He has lost over 900 million? Such extravagance. Yiping clicked his tongue, unsure if he could recover the 1.3 billion loan. Would he face bankruptcy? Forget it, we'll address it later. He playfully gazed at the two women. Have you finished eating? Now it's my turn. With that, he pulled Jiang Shul toward him and began to nibble on her. Meanwhile, down in a suite, Luca held his head in his hands, feeling as though he might perish from despair. Bitcoin had plummeted, leading to substantial losses, and he was hiding this from his wife. He had initially intended to come here to turn his fortune around, but who would have known? Another 1.6 billion lost. His fingers trembled as he pressed a few keys, but, recalling his wife's disappointed face, he lost the courage to continue. With a crash, he tossed his device against the glass. Gazing out at the dazzling lights, he found himself contemplating a leap from the precipice. What am I even doing? A rich heir, yet a spendthrift. Chapter 34, The Sensation of Global AI. On May 1st, Global AI was discreetly launched. Without any grand publicity, only a few top streamers from the Global Guild mentioned it in their broadcasts. As agreed, Qiu Yueying and Jiang Shul provided the top 50 from the previous PK with links to invest. Some made small investments, while others invested significantly, and a few skeptics blocked it outright. Everyone had their own perspective, along with other streamers' backers, Lu's friends, and Lu's old classmates. Yiping raised over 400 million from more than 200 investors, casually directing little Yi to deposit the funds into the U.S. stock market. Subsequently, the 180 billion hidden in the dark web stirred slightly, creating some minor fluctuations in the market. Within a month, this sum had tripled. In a boardroom of a publicly traded company, the management was conducting a morning meeting. One individual's phone vibrated slightly. He picked it up and glanced at it. Congratulations, bossy. The investment returns have been credited, totaling 3.7 million. His pupils constricted slightly in disbelief. He opened the banking app to confirm. Indeed, finding an additional 3.7 million. This was astonishingly generous. Not just him, all investors received similar updates, with a staggering 370 return. This was merely within a month. Truly astounding. That evening, in Qiu Yueying's streaming room. Chilly night level 56. No words, let us charge. I'm putting in 30 units. Chilly but level 57. No words, let us charge. I'm putting in 30 units. Chilly dog level 60. No words, let us charge. I'm putting in 30 units. A large number of participants followed suit, as if boasting. However, Qiu Yueying understood, hands on her hips, chin held high, exuding an aura of invincibility. Ha ha, now you understand what we're offering, right? Chilly night level 56. Sister, please allow me to pay my respects. Chilly but level 57. Guardian mother, please allow me to pay my respects. Chilly dog level 60. Guardian mother, please allow me to show my loyalty. Qiu Yueying spat dismissively and waved her hand. All right, enough with the private messages. I know you want the invitation codes. I'll send them out later. A maximum of 10 per person. The server has just been set up, so there are limited slots. Now, let us get down to business. The group earned an average of over 1 million each, and no one withdrew less than 30, sweeping the entire internet that day. While Jiang Shul did not engage in any PK battles, the flow of gifts commenced from the onset of the broadcast and persisted unceasingly, with fireworks lighting up the atmosphere until the very end, an exuberant celebration that lasted for 3 hours. Following the first of the month, news began to circulate, leading to an unprecedented surge in registrations for Tianxia AI, which swelled to 1,800 investors and amassed over 800 million in capital. However, when confronted with the capital controlled by Yiping, it merely amounted to a trifling addition. The dark web funds had already inflated to 200 billion US dollars, gradually trickling back through this very means. By the second of the month, registrations for Tianxia AI exceeded 10,000. By the third, they reached 100,000. And by the fifth, they surpassed a remarkable 1 million. The platform had truly transcended its previous confines. In May, users were clandestinely utilizing the service, or rather, refraining from any overt promotion. As awareness spread and information circulated, some began to seize the initial wave of traffic. The platform became inundated with tutorial videos on how to exploit Tianxia AI for profit. Transforming novels into revenue proved to be the swiftest method, with a mere 20,000 word outline. A 1 million word novel could be completed in just 3 hours, yielding a conservative income of 10,000. However, it is essential to note that Yiping levies a 30 service fee, an unavoidable deduction, as the system actively collects your financial information. A condition agreed upon prior to usage, so proceed with caution. Yet, I believe this is entirely acceptable. Beyond this, whether processing short videos or creating illustrations in CG. The process is remarkably straightforward. A friend of mine managed to secure 1,000 illustration orders in a single day, earning 12 yuan per piece, leaving his competitors in tears. Presently, numerous AI models abound, boasting over 20 performance assessments encompassing accuracy, safety, interpretability, and cost-effectiveness, among others. However, the true measure of user satisfaction boils down to a singular criterion. Can it help me earn money and reduce effort? Any AI that fails to deliver on those fronts is deemed ineffective, and in this regard, Tianxia AI's inaugural users have undoubtedly triumphed. While others toil for 6 months to produce a mere 1 million words, these users prepare a 20,000 word outline in half a day, then wait just 3 hours for the results. With a wealth of ideas at their disposal, they can produce 180 novels in half a year. How remarkable is that? The online literature realm has been utterly transformed. Subsequently, the domestic competition became a veritable battleground. With a cadre of clever individuals utilizing Tianxia AI's built-in translation features to engage in cultural output, concocting an array of fantastical tales, Mary Sue's, dragon overlords, and voyages across oceans to see you. Various industries are embroiled in competition, and the AI sector, both domestic and international, has gone into a frenzy. Particularly, major foreign corporations such as Tesla, Apple, Microsoft, and Nvidia were just stunned by a newly launched, affordable AI from China, and now face an even fiercer competitor. In comparison, even the most lauded ChatGPT appears as a mere child in its infancy when juxtaposed with Yiping's creation. If we categorize AI evolution, the first generation consists of those capable of defeating humans in chess, the second generation includes Siri, and the third encompasses GPT. Thus, Yiping has unequivocally stepped into the realm of fourth-generation strong AI. It has truly collapsed, and it has indeed crumbled. Originally, the situation seemed contained under the auspices of the Stargate project initiated by the old administration, which staved off the impending bubble burst through various boasts and grandiose promises. However, Tianxia has now burst that illusion wide open, revealing the emperor's lack of attire. The truth has been spoken by the children. AI has surpassed even the most formidable competitors. Media interviews, corporate investments, government summons, military research, an avalanche of inquiries has come rushing forth. As a result, just as Yiping intended, he now exists under an impenetrable shield. Many previously challenging matters have become trivialities. For instance, he had long sought to transport his yacht to Shanghai, yet the paperwork had been stalled for months. However, in early June, after a simple phone call, he was notified the very next day that the yacht could set sail. Such is the audacity of his power. On June 15th, in Shanghai, the Global Artificial Intelligence and Biopharmaceutical Technology Forum took place. Yiping had initially intended to forego attendance, overwhelmed by the numerous conferences of late. Nevertheless, upon the arrival of his yacht, he decided to make a brief appearance. Unlike the administrative vehicles of others, he arrived in his high-performance vehicle, the Windchild, which had gathered dust from disuse. If he didn't take it out for a spin soon, it might as well be abandoned. As soon as he alighted, a throng of reporters surrounded him, microphones nearly choking him. Mr. Yi, is it true that you developed your company SAI all by yourself? Mr. Yi, it has been said that you failed 11 courses in university and were placed on academic probation. Can you confirm this? Mr. Yi, rumors suggest you vacationed with 2 female hosts from your company in Hong Kong. Are there any special relations? Mr. Yi, isn't a 30 service fee for Tianxia AI rather exorbitant? Mr. Yi coughed lightly, waiting for the crowd to quiet down before retrieving his phone. Xiao Yi, please respond. Xiao Yi confirms that this AI was indeed developed solely by Mr. Yiping. For inquiries regarding Mr. Yi's university experiences, please consult the relevant institution. All rumors concerning Mr. Yi are unrelated to this conference and cannot be commented upon. The AI service fee is charged based on corporate strategy requirements and is priced according to market research, adhering to relevant laws and regulations. As for whether it is truly expensive, opinions may vary. If one finds it costly, alternatives are available. By the way, this AI charges a 50 service fee abroad. Once Xiao Yi concluded, Yiping cleared his throat again and offered a slight smile to the astonished crowd. The aforementioned responses are solely from the AI and do not represent my personal views. Please do not misrepresent them. Haha. Chapter 35. The Joyous Swar E as an AI magnate. The primary advantage lies in the ability to attribute everything to the AI. During the conference, as a spokesperson, multiple individuals attempted to challenge him and place him in uncomfortable positions. However, Yiping deftly shifted the burden onto Xiao Yi, relishing the exchanges as Xiao Yi countered the inquiries with aplomb, bringing him great satisfaction. Ultimately, he concluded with, "These are the AI's responses and do not reflect my personal opinions. Thank you. The conference predominantly focused on biopharmaceutical topics, including drug design, target discovery, and life sciences, subjects at the cutting edge, albeit somewhat abstract. The showcased achievements primarily revolved around the competition of AI computing power and models, an arena where Xiao Yi, or rather, Yi Ping, had already triumphed. In essence, Yi Ping and Xiao Yi showcased their prowess and subsequently exited, faced with overtures and investment intentions from various parties. He merely regarded them as jest. What a farce. Invest in me? And you think you can secure a 20 stake for a mere 100 million? Dream on. They ought to inquire how much he casually wins playing poker in Hong Kong. As night fell, the soiree aboard the Joyous was truly a grand affair. Attended by the titans of the industry, the venerable trio of BAT were present, alongside the two dominant short video platform giants, the logistics behemoth SF, and the likes of JD and Pinduoduo. The event drew all internet enterprises with any connection to AI, whether to gather intelligence, seek to elevate their products, or forge partnerships as subordinates. No one wished to miss this occasion. It is highly likely that today will establish the framework for the next 10 to 20 years. So many influential figures are present. Qiu Yueying, adorned in an exquisite haute couture evening gown, stood beside Jiang Shual, expressing her sentiments. With a touch of envy, she glanced towards Lu Yu, who, at this moment, was the only one able to stand alongside Yi Ping, engaging in lively conversation with those eminent individuals. Although the two of them had been brought onto the vessel, they found themselves unable to contribute to the discussion, as their knowledge, experience, and social finesse were vastly insufficient. Jiang Shual, however, did not dwell on these thoughts. Instead, she observed the starlets around her, whom she had previously only seen on television, and felt a sense of reflection. Indeed, the existence of social strata was palpable. Even the top-tier artists in the entertainment industry, possessing fortunes in the hundreds of millions or billions, could merely stand on the sidelines, smiling politely in the presence of these magnates, devoid of any opportunity to initiate conversation. They were not much different from her. Qiu Yueying curled her lips in disdain, remarking on the superficiality of it all, as she subtly gestured towards a seemingly virtuous woman. Lu Meyer was likely seeking an opportunity to discuss alone with Brother Yi today. Her fortunes had taken a turn for the worse when it was revealed that Lu Ku owed the Venetian a staggering 30 million, significantly impacting her company. After expressing her thoughts, she felt a tinge of admiration. How many times had it been now? It seemed that each time Lu Ku found herself in a predicament, she was left to clean up the mess. If it were me, I would have been utterly exasperated by now. Jiang Shual tilted her head in contemplation. Could it be intentional? A ploy to garner sympathy and craft a public persona? After all, following the release of this news, there had been no negative remarks directed towards her, only support. Qiu Yueying looked at Jiang Shual with surprise. You actually thought of that? Jiang Shual puffed up her cheeks and lightly punched her. Am I a fool? Of course, I could think of it. Qiu Yueying chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek. I find your innocence akin to blank parchment. I never expected you to possess such clarity. Jiang Shual huffed softly. Even the purest parchment can be stained with ink and painted over by you all. Just then, they noticed Yi Ping seemed to have concluded his conversation, and Qiu Yueying seized the opportunity to pull Jiang Shual along as they briskly approached. Lu Meyer, who had also intended to move, paused for a moment, furrowing her brow and sighing internally before halting her steps. Brother Yi, how did the discussion go? Qiu Yueying inquired curiously. Yi Ping scoffed lightly. What could be discussed? A mutual probing, followed by an expression of intent. Specifics will be addressed gradually. From what I gather, several parties seem eager to devour us whole. Once my user base exceeds 30 million, I shall show them what I'm made of. Do they think I am easy prey? While the conversation had not delved deeply, it was evident that multiple parties harbored significant intentions towards him. Appearing generous, they proposed investments in the hundreds of billions for joint development, yet demanded open-source access, core code, and shared profits, among other things. Indeed, at this level, there were no heroes or villains, only wolves. He murmured softly before turning to Lu Yu, patting her hand. It's a bit of a struggle. Let South set the real estate aside for now. I'll have Xiao Yi send you a list. We need to expedite the process. Lu Yu smiled slightly, brimming with motivation. Rest assured, the real estate project is already on track. As long as the capital chain remains intact, there will be no issues. I will gladly assist you on this front. Initially, she had been concerned that Yi Ping would splurge recklessly, indulging in a hedonistic lifestyle, but now, witnessing such a grand affair materialize, she felt rejuvenated, as if she had shed years off her life. Yi Ping smiled. But don't overexert yourself. After a while, I'll present you with something nice. Lu Yu assumed it might be a piece of jewelry, dismissing it lightly with a smile. Well, I look forward to it. Afterward, she cast a glance at the starlets, smirking as she raised her glass towards Yi Ping. Enjoyment is one thing, but do not take it seriously. These individuals are predatory in nature. Yi Ping watched as she and Qiu Yuang departed, chuckling to himself. Lu Meyer, seeing that Yi Ping was momentarily unoccupied, was just about to make her move when she was once again preempted. This yacht of yours, Yi Zong, is truly massive. Yi Ping regarded the woman before him, adorned in an intricately designed gown that accentuated her figure, offering a toast as he winked. The bedroom is even larger. Naomi was momentarily taken aback. Yet accustomed to the entertainment industry, she had encountered countless scenarios and even more overt implications. She burst into laughter, bending slightly as if amused by a jest, before straightening up and lightly patting Yi Ping on the shoulder. It seems today may not afford me the opportunity to witness your grandeur, with so many eager to befriend you, Yi Zong. However, I am well acquainted with many delightful spots in both the Magic City and the capital, should the chance arise. I would be honored to serve as your guide. With a single phrase, she both declined and left a window open, igniting curiosity without overstepping boundaries, a clever maneuver. Even if Yi Ping's emotional intelligence was not particularly high, he couldn't help but admire her cunning. There are also plenty of enjoyable places in the southern city. I would be happy to guide you in return. Ding. A promise is a promise? A promise is a promise. The two clinked their glasses, and Naomi left with a smile, having secured what she desired. As long as Yi Ping held interest in her, she was confident in cultivating a close camaraderie. She understood the significance of platforms in the entertainment industry. Exposure was entirely controlled by major platforms. And AI, while currently merely a tool, who can predict the future? Just after Naomi left, Lu Meyer, disregarding her decorum, hurried over. Yi Zong, I would like to discuss something with you. Yi Ping regarded her, responding with a casual, "Oh, sure, let us head to the study. It's not particularly suitable out here." Lu Meyer followed without a second thought as they descended from the deck. Many onlookers noted their departure with knowing smiles, but paid little heed. Such was this circle, after all. In the study, Lu Meyer faced Yi Ping. "I hope you can postpone the pursuit of payment. If you could assist in negotiating a leniency with the Venetian, it would be even better. Recently, I have suffered significant losses and require some time to gather funds." Just as Yi Ping was about to speak, a reminder pinged in his glasses. "Master, this is a falsehood. Lu Meyer is currently contacting a lawyer to apply for asset division. If agreed upon, the debt division will solely fall on Lu Ku's side." Yi Ping was taken aback, having never anticipated this. After all, their love story, marked by Lu Ku's blunders and Lu Meyer's unwavering loyalty, had always been a celebrated tale. Who would have thought they were now heading towards division? Lu Meyer, feeling resigned, lamented that this was the third time. Just after their marriage, she had repaid 400 million. Over 5 years, she had starred in 22 dramas, carving out a path while building her fame and fortune. Yet, after a few stable years, Lu Ku had squandered over $1 billion in the cryptocurrency market. After 2 years of restraint, he ventured again, losing over $1 billion. And this time, he had lost over 100 million in high-stakes gambling. She had reached her limit. Observing Yi Ping's silence, Lu Meyer revealed a frail, helpless smile. "Yi Zong, I truly cannot repay this at the moment. The circumstances of the past 2 years have been dire." Yi Ping waved his hand, stroking his chin. "If you were to part ways with Lu Ku, wouldn't I end up with nothing?" Lu Meyer stiffened momentarily, her lips twitching slightly as she contemplated fabricating an excuse. However, Yi Ping's unwavering conviction made her hesitate. After a moment's reflection, Yi Ping remarked, "Well, I haven't fully considered it yet. But how about we start with a little interest?" With that, he leaned closer. Lu Meyer felt the weight of Yi Ping's imposing presence as he approached, her arm instinctively shifting before coming to a halt, her head tilting slightly away, allowing Yi Ping to tuck her long hair behind her ear. What followed was a scene well loved by all, which I shall graciously omit. An hour later, Lu Yu reluctantly took it upon himself to see off the various dignitaries in Yi Ping's stead. "I apologize, but Mr. Yi has suddenly felt unwell." "Oh, it's quite all right. We understand. Mr. Yi should take care of his health, after all." "Huh? Truly sorry. It seems Mr. Yi is struggling to adapt to the climate of the Magic City. With the fierce winds and tides, he must exercise caution." Once everyone had departed, Lu Yu cast an exasperated glance at the lingering Qiu Yueying and another woman. "Come on. Find somewhere else to rest. What are you waiting for?" Qiu Yueying stuck out her tongue. "I just wanted to give a heads up in case the paparazzi take notice." Lu Yu waved his hand dismissively. "The ship is equipped with automatic counter-surveillance devices. Without images, there's no truth to be found. Let them concoct whatever stories they wish. It's of no consequence." Qiu Yueying opened her mouth in surprise. "Such devices exist?" Lu Yu nodded. "I just heard them mentioning it earlier. Besides, even if we hadn't disembarked, who could tell if Lu Meyer suddenly felt unwell? There are so many rooms on board." Yawning, he added, "You all should get some rest. I have to rise early tomorrow, so I'll leave you to it. Good night, Sister Yu." That night, The large ship gently rocked, its waves undulating softly. Chapter 36. Such days are priceless. The following dawn, Yi Ping yawned as he glanced at Lu Meier dressing nearby. Why rise so early? Lu Meier turned to face him only after she had finished preparing. I hope you keep your promise, just this once. Yi Ping shrugged. 3 months. I'll give you 3 months. If you haven't resolved the issue by then, that will be a different matter. Lu Meier calmly nodded. All right. With that, she turned and departed. Leaning against the headboard, Yi Ping chuckled softly. Xiao Yi, let us see what you've got. Xiao Yi understood. Soon. The television on the wall flickered to life, displaying images from the study before transitioning to the bedroom. Yi Ping rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Using this seems rather unprincipled. After some contemplation, he instructed, Xiao Yi, investigate if Lu Ku has any incriminating evidence that could influence the divorce ruling. Xiao Yi understood, searching now, found it. The screen then revealed Lu Ku engaged in a heated encounter with a woman in a room. Oh, this hotel. My goodness, does a 5-star hotel really have cameras? How can one live like this? Master, according to the information retrieved, this camera was secretly installed by hotel staff, raising suspicions of blackmail. It is stored on a computer hard drive, and there is also a USB backup. In addition to Lu Ku, similar videos involve 13 prominent entrepreneurs, 22 male stars, and 39 female stars, respectively. Yi Ping clicked his tongue, realizing the entertainment world was far more chaotic than he had anticipated. Save it. Then clear the other party's hard drive. Let me think. That USB, have them send a security team from Xianjiang to fetch it. Once they have it, plug it into the computer and you handle the cleanup. Xiao Yi understood. Yawning, Yi Ping slipped back under the covers, resuming his slumber. In the afternoon, Yi Ping awoke groggily. Master, there is a lot of information, and one particular piece should interest you. Naomi has invited you to explore the magic city with her. With a shiver, Yi Ping snapped to attention. When and where? She said she would come whenever you reply. She is prepared to take you to savor the local delicacies, and I can also arrange a guide for you. As he brushed his teeth, Yi Ping responded. Got it, but let us keep a bit of anticipation. Send her a message saying I'm awake, and let us set a meeting time. Xiao Yi understood. Naomi arrived swiftly, half an hour later. At that moment, Yi Ping was still engaged in his daily workout on the treadmill. Hey, Dammy, make yourself comfortable. I'll be done in 10 minutes. Yi Ping called out as he caught sight of her in the mirror. Clad in light denim pants and a cropped blue tank top, she waved her hand dismissively. No rush. Watching you exercise is entertaining too. Hey, you've got a nice physique. Yi Ping flashed a toothy grin. With a youthful body and fervent desires, maintaining his condition was no simple task. It required more than merely reclining in a rejuvenation pod. He diligently exercised every day, even during his most reckless nights. Did you attend the film festival this morning? Why didn't you participate in the evening events? Naomi, recognizing his naivety, chuckled as she explained, the pork distribution conference primarily caters to newcomers and independent films. It holds little value for me. I just made an appearance this morning to show face. No need to get involved tonight. Yi Ping tilted his head with a teasing smile. I thought you might say you skipped it to keep me company. I was ready to be touched. Naomi approached the treadmill, a playful expression on her face. If you want to think that way, go ahead. I might have attended if I had nothing else on my plate, but showing you around is far more interesting. Oh, where are you taking me today? They chatted for a while. Master, time us up. Yi Ping, slightly breathless, slowed his pace, wiping the sweat from his brow. Give me 5 more minutes. I'll just freshen up. All right. 10 minutes later, Yi Ping emerged from the changing room, clad in a fitted black long-sleeve shirt and jeans. After a moment's thought, he removed his lover's bracelet and donned a wristwatch that resembled a smart device. This piece had been crafted using a 3D printer and took a full 36 hours to produce. Are you ready yet? You change clothes so slowly. If you don't hurry, I'll have to come in. Yi Ping chuckled as he stepped out. I feel like you're being a tease. But I have no evidence. Naomi laughed heartily. Without evidence, you can't accuse me. Yi Ping raised an eyebrow, winking. Can I? Naomi spat playfully. You're the real tease. Let us go. I've been waiting here for nearly an hour. If we linger longer, the internet will be buzzing about us. Yi Ping escorted her off the ship and then drove the Wind Child, following the navigation to embark on a culinary adventure through the Magic City. They indulged in local specialties such as the Old Magic City's pork rib cake, the Sichuan-style sweet potato skin and dried tofu, Northwest rolled bread, and the iron plate squid from the Bend, while the metropolis, particularly in the southern city, boasted an array of regional delicacies. It seemed that the Magic City had a more trendy appeal. Yi Ping couldn't help but noticed the throngs of people lining up everywhere. After wandering for quite some time, he realized that the smiling woman beside him, while indeed treating him to food, also seemed genuinely interested in sharing his spotlight. They continued their escapade until past 8 in the evening, within the Wind Child. Hey, haven't you taken enough advantage of me? Don't tell me you're about to leave. Naomi was confirming details with the studio staff, and she did not shy away from Yi Ping, who overheard her exclamations. Sister, you've made it to the trending list. You landed at number 3. Sister, everyone says your fashion sense is youthful. You look so young beside Mr. Yi. Sister, several stores are eager to collaborate with you, and they're offering quite generous prices. Yi Ping absorbed all this, while Naomi playfully tousled her curls and turned to Yi Ping with a teasing smile. Come on, sister. Let's have some fun. Yi Ping's eyes sparkled momentarily. She pressed the accelerator and steered towards the renowned bar. It was one of the top 3 bars in the magical city, a vast complex that combined a live house, bar, and nightclub. The first floor had scattered seating, VIP booths, a dance floor, DJs, and a stage, everything one could desire. The second floor offered private rooms. Following Naomi, Yi Ping entered a large private room through the staff passage. Naomi seemed familiar with the place, as if she had returned home. Make yourself comfortable. They'll bring the drinks shortly. I'm here to unwind. I usually drink Macallan whiskey. What about you? I'm easygoing. Just give me some Baijiu, or Erguo will do. Huh. Alright. When I go to the capital next time, I'll treat you to authentic Nolanshan. After a while, the drinks arrived, and they sang, drank, and chatted. Sipping on the expensive Macallan worth over 100,000, Yi Ping felt a pleasant buzz as she gazed at the radiant star in front of her. Such moments were priceless. As the music played, the song Heart, like still water, resonated through the speakers. Yi Ping wrapped her arms around Naomi's slender waist and swayed to the rhythm. I can't take it anymore. It's so hot. As the music ended, the little vixen fanned herself, escaping his embrace to return to the sofa. Sitting cross-legged, she gulped down some icy water and pouted at Yi Ping. I really feel like you're turning into a beast. Yi Ping's eyes blazed with intensity as he strode toward her. Naomi, momentarily breathless under his gaze, spoke first. Hey, Yi Ping, I need to ask you something about your quantitative finance. After a while, Naomi pushed Yi Ping away, lightly touching her lips and rolling her eyes playfully. All right, I've indulged you enough. Let us get serious. I need you to answer me honestly. Yi Ping licked his lips, feeling elated. Go ahead. Naomi nodded. About your quantitative finance. How does it compare to a few years ago? She gestured with her fingers, and Yi Ping understood immediately, waving his hand dismissively. It's not the same. Their scheme attracts investments with high returns, essentially a Ponzi scheme. Mine has legitimate investment records, primarily in the American stock market. The last batch had returns as high as tenfold due to high leverage, especially after the recent AI bubble burst in the US. He glanced at Naomi. Are you interested in investing? I can give you an invitation code. You can check it out yourself or have someone study it. Naomi replied with an O, her eyes gleaming at the mention of money. The past 2 years had been tough in business. She had partnered in numerous ventures, from restaurants to fashion and beauty. Relying on her fanbase, she struggled to maintain her businesses. Recently, someone in her circle had obtained an invitation code for the Tianxia Quantitative Fund and reportedly made several times their investment. Such high returns could easily cloud one's judgment. Nonetheless, Naomi remained composed. After all, there were many scammers these days. However, Yi Ping's AI was legitimate. Major international companies were engaging in high-frequency trading using AI, albeit not as successfully as his. After a moment's thought, she held up 3 delicate fingers. I want to invest 300 million. Can you handle that? This amount represented 1/10 of her fortune, nearly half of her liquid assets. Yi Ping casually replied, sure thing. Just send an invitation code to Naomi. From there, you can manage it yourself. It's quite straightforward. Withdrawals aren't restricted to a month anymore. You can do it anytime. Though the service fee is steep, 30 plus commissions and various other fees, which will cut your returns in half, roughly around 50. Naomi playfully hooked her arm around Yi Ping's neck. Is there no discount for your sister? Yi Ping pressed against her back, gradually drawing closer. That depends on what kind of discount you're willing to offer me. Come on. 10 minutes later, Naomi stood up, shaking her phone in resignation as she looked at Yi Ping. I have to go. There's an event waiting for me. Seeing the hint of displeasure on Yi Ping's face, she leaned down and kissed his cheek. Cheer up. There will be other opportunities. As she left, enveloped in a fragrant trail, Yi Ping took a swig of his drink, chuckling softly at how the little vixen had piqued his interest. But the thrill of the hunt is quite enjoyable. He stroked his chin, contemplating that had he insisted on keeping her, it might have worked, but why rush? Too quick would diminish the thrill, wouldn't he it? The icy liquor ignited a warm fire in his belly. Exiting the private room, he leaned against the railing, surveying the vibrant scene. It was undeniable how crowded the place was, with an abundance of stunning women. Whether due to makeup or lighting, many could rival Naomi's allure, though they'd lack her status. Leisurely, Yi Ping descended, swaying to the DJ's rhythm. As he wandered, he spotted a girl sporting a small row of tattoos along her collarbone and clad in hot pants. She was surrounded by a circle of men, all of whom shared the same hunting intentions. Yi Ping, taking advantage of his height and long legs, squeezed through the crowd. The girl glanced at him, swaying slightly. Her angular features, with a couple of buttons undone on her shirt, revealed a hint of her firm chest, exuding confidence. Especially compelling were the fiery glances she cast his way. After locking eyes for a moment, Yiping smiled and took her hand. "Wow, dude, you're bold. Just like that?" A chorus of astonished gasps erupted around them. Yiping, however, remained unfazed. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, "I have a fine bottle of wine in a private room upstairs. Care to join me for a drink?" The girl regarded him for a few moments before nodding. "Sure." Yiping raised an eyebrow at the onlookers, smirking, "Sorry, folks, this piece of meat is mine." As he led the girl through the throng, ready to ascend for their feast, a sudden shriek pierced the air behind him. Yiping turned to see a burly man retracting his hand from the girl's backside, flashing a toothy grin to his friends. "Hey, look at me, guys. I'm about to take this Hua girl to the bathroom." Ha ha ha. Amidst the raucous music, only his friends could hear his words, but Yiping caught every syllable, furious. "How dare you? That's the girl I have my eye on. You're asking for trouble. Enough, let us not provoke them." The girl called out, and upon seeing a group of dark figures resembling coal, she furrowed her brow and tugged at Yiping. Unfazed, Yiping dismissed her concerns, thinking, "What nonsense. I will not tolerate this." Without further ado, he charged towards the figure that had reached out. The coal-like figure sneered disdainfully, cracking his knuckles. "You want to fight, kid?" Yiping flashed a toothy grin, his teeth gleaming like polished ivory. "I'm not here to fight. I intend to teach you a lesson, and you lot as well." As he spoke, a transformation occurred with the watch on his wrist, disassembling into a luminous membrane that cloaked his upper body. Amplified nano battle suit, hydrogen electric version. Manufactured by printer. Took 36 hours. Power amplification, 137 times. A single punch unleashed tenfold strength. Let us see what it feels like to be on the receiving end of a dragon fist. With a thunderous impact, his fist connected with the coal-like figure's abdomen. The figure doubled over, eyes bulging, and was propelled into the air, crashing into the crowd behind him, toppling several tables and igniting a chorus of screams. Yiping's companions looked on in terror, yet he merely grinned back at them. "You all seem quite close. I presume you engage in such antics often? Let us settle the score." The faces of the coal-like figures hardened, shattering several bottles as they closed in on Yiping. Just then, amidst the chaos, the DJ halted the music, plunging the venue into silence. The girls suddenly pointed and shouted, "That guy just grabbed my backside. Where are the men? Someone, take them down." The crowd, initially retreating at the sight of violence, felt a surge of adrenaline at her words, bolstered by a few drinks. "Smash them," echoed the clamor of shattered glass. "This is Huagua, not some backwater tribe in Africa. You're asking for trouble. You little punk, I'll give you 100,000 if you take them down." Yiping was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a solitary battle, but now found himself buoyed by unexpected support. He erupted into laughter. "Tonight's drinks are on me. But first, let me handle these fools, then we shall celebrate." Chapter 38. The State Takes Action. Yiping did not revel in the nightclub as planned. He was unsure who had alerted the authorities, but when the officers arrived, they took him to the station. Reflecting on the absurdity, he chuckled to himself. This was the second brawl he had been involved in at a bar, and counting the incident with Chiu Yueying, it was the third. Was it merely fate that he was ill-suited for such establishments? At the police station, the deputy chief rubbed his temples in frustration. A deputy section chief, the son of a department head, a billionaire's offspring, and a rising star in the entertainment industry. What a predicament. The assailants had been brought in. 4 of the main aggressors. The head of the security team was equally exasperated. The victims were no innocents either. One was a foreign student, and the most severely injured was a chieftain's son. The deputy chief groaned. "What a stroke of bad luck. Why must I be called back to handle this? There are plenty of others in the department. Do they think I'm the only one without connections? And what does public opinion say?" The captain shrugged. "What else? It's overwhelmingly in favor of the victims." He proceeded to show a viral video, steady and clear, illuminated well enough to capture every detail. "Look here. Someone has already posted it, and it's currently trending. The footage, likely edited by Yiping, is set to the heroic order." The girl's voice echoed. "That guy just grabbed my backside. Where are the men? Someone, take them down. Don't be afraid. We're with you. This is Huagua, not some backwater tribe in Africa. You're asking for trouble. You little punk, I'll give you 100,000 if you take them down. Tonight's drinks are on me, but let me deal with them first, then we'll celebrate." The deputy chief felt a surge of enthusiasm, almost ready to applaud. "All right. Since there is a cause for this incident, let us start with a reprimand and then release them. Once we receive the injury reports, we'll gauge the situation and issue a simple statement." Yiping did not perceive this as a significant matter. As long as he hadn't killed anyone in the brawl, it was hardly a concern. Meanwhile, he bantered with his comrades, boasting that had they not intervened, he would have resolved everything in a few moves. Yi Ping's punches are too swift. We should at least be allowed to take some credit. Indeed. I've loathed those guys for ages. They still think it's a decade ago, filled with fools. When the officers arrived to inform them they could leave, none were surprised. They exchanged contact information before dispersing. The evening's excitement had been soured by the incident, and after escorting the girl home, Yi Ping returned to his boat. Restless and agitated, he found it hard to sleep. In the dead of night, he rose, powered up his computer, and began chatting with Xiao Yi. In a couple of days, find an excuse to suspend services in Africa. Those primitives should return to their ancestral ways. Modern technology is wasted on them. Xiao Yi understands. Yi Ping nodded in satisfaction, his thoughts flowing freely as he stroked his chin. Wait a moment. Do I even need to provide services overseas? He had previously been swayed by the notion of expanding and going global. But with his technology at least a decade ahead of its time, why should he allow foreigners to utilize it? Empowering them merely to earn a meager service fee? What would he do with all that money? Moreover, once he rolled out his super technologies, the paltry sums from abroad would be rendered worthless. Xiao Yi, quickly draft an investment plan. Let us convert all our dollars, legal or otherwise, into tangible resources, whether land or minerals. Paper currency is useless. We need physical assets. And keep some dark web reserves for emergencies. Dabble in the stock market now and then. Eventually, we'll halt services overseas, focusing on data collection and analysis in Xinjiang. That night, Yi Ping reshaped his plans. Meanwhile, nations began to devise their responses to his super AI, with strategies emerging throughout the month. The next day, Yi Ping was taken aback when a prominent official from a certain department approached him. What does this mean? You want me to shut down the servers in the ugly country? The official waved a hand, beaming. Not to shut them down, but, how shall I put it? He looked at Yi Ping, choosing his words carefully. Mr. Yi, do you have any intentions of relocating or changing your nationality? Yi Ping shook his head. No, I can't stand Western cuisine. I prefer Jianbingguozi. Now, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm not fond of formalities. The official smiled, unperturbed. Let us be direct then. Our research institute has assessed that your Tianxia AI possesses extraordinary capabilities across various fields, including military applications. Thus, we hope to restrict its usage by the ugly country. Of course, the state will provide you with additional compensation. Yi Ping understood now. This was an opportunity presented on a silver platter. With great resolve, he raised his hand emphatically. There is no need. I shall cease operations of the Hong Kong server tomorrow, rendering it a mere backup data center henceforth. Not only the United States, but all global services will be halted as well. I refuse their monetary offerings. The big boss was momentarily taken aback. Well, there's no need to be so drastic. As long as we can impose some restrictions within the program. I have inquired with the relevant personnel, and it should be technically feasible, right? Yi Ping shook his head. While it is technically possible, if we do not suspend Tianxia AI services, they will exploit the leaves to train their own AI, which would significantly accelerate their development timeline. Conservatively estimating, they could catch up within 5 years. The big boss nodded solemnly. For the sake of our country and our nation, I must shut it down. The big boss couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming, well done, truly patriotic. He patted Yi Ping's shoulder with vigor. Rest assured, the nation will not neglect you. Everyone will support your continued development. Indeed, support was forthcoming. The big boss directly assured him that, should the need arise, he could apply for 41 financial licenses at any time, with a guarantee of rapid approval and a smooth process. Furthermore, the financial flow into Tianxia would enjoy a more lenient foreign exchange control in the future. In summary, the benefits were manifold, and correspondingly, the tasks for Tianxia AI were plentiful. As Yi Ping saw the big boss off, he smacked his forehead. By the way, may I make a request? Yes. What is it? It concerns the foreigners. Shouldn't we rectify the supranational treatment they receive? It's rather disheartening. The big boss paused for a moment, then chuckled and shook his head. You should pay more attention to the news and not jump to conclusions. But fine, I will look into it. Once Yi Ping and the others departed, he stroked his chin. Xiao Yi, please compile the measures and changes our country has implemented regarding foreign affairs. Xiao Yi understood, master. Over the past year, the city of Guangzhou alone has initiated 3 special rectification campaigns, expelling 420,000 illegal residents, with an additional 180,000 leaving voluntarily. Yi Ping sighed with relief. He had indeed been led astray, as the country had already taken action. Chapter 39, The Pursuit of Property. On the 16th, the incident surrounding Yi Ping's altercation and Tianxia AI generated considerable buzz online. That day, numerous public intellectuals, experts, and professors began to criticize Yi Ping. They argued that he lacked the image of a true entrepreneur, asserting he should be more benevolent, akin to the business magnates of the United States. Subsequently, they were met with a torrent of backlash from netizens. What is the problem with a wealthy man courting a woman? Indeed, I respect those who earn their fortune through hard work. Are you out of your mind? Your wife was groped, and you're kneeling to thank them? This is what it means to be from Dongda, full of spirit. Following this, the authorities announced a detailed investigation into the incident involving the international student who had assaulted a woman. Although they did not explicitly state the outcome, the wording of the announcement made it clear to everyone. It was evident they were protecting Yi Ping. It was likely that he would even be commended for his bravery. Certainly, that little country dared to act so arrogantly toward us. Look, it gets even better. Last year it was only in Guangzhou. But this year the crackdown on illegal residents has expanded to encompass all provinces and cities nationwide. What a spectacle. However, the jubilation among netizens was short-lived as the United States and other Western nations began to announce national security investigations into Tianxia. Their spokesperson had just declared this, and the news was still breaking when Xiao Yi sprang into action, sending out an official notice to users. To summarize, it conveyed a singular message: farewell. The leaves will no longer serve you. Consequently, all foreign services were suspended, striking a heavy blow to those relying on the leaves for work and research. The uproar was immense. What a joke. Without AI, how am I supposed to write? Damn it. Those wretched politicians. Who voted for this fool? They are worse than the old guard. Regardless of the chaos around him, Yi Ping remained resolute, marching to the beat of his own drum. He instructed Xiao Yi to compile a list of foreign businesses dominating high-sales sectors and brands within the country, targeting prominent entities like Apple and Samsung for focused action. To save time, he directly contacted manufacturers willing to collaborate, proposing joint development where Tianxia would provide technical support and the partners would contribute human resources, a perfect match. With minimal time spent upgrading existing production lines, particularly for components like chips, they could leap several tiers directly to the 1 nanometer level. Most equipment, such as lithography machines, could be produced using 3D printers, and anything truly unattainable could be purchased with compensation funds. In essence, Yi Ping's goal was total supremacy across all fields. A campaign of relentless eradication. After a flurry of activity for half a month, the initial fervor began to wane, and the struggle and transactions gradually shifted into the shadows. People started to acclimate to the industry upheaval and lifestyle changes instigated by Tianxia. Once Yi Ping wrapped up this phase, he returned to Nanshi and summoned a certain woman to join him, adorned in a white shirt paired with straight-legged suit trousers and an icy demeanor. She embodied the essence of a powerful woman. Lu Meyer furrowed her brows as she observed Yi Ping, who was clad in silk pajamas and savoring wine. I recall we agreed on this being a one-time exception. Do you intend to breach our agreement? Yi Ping swirled his glass of red wine, gently patting the sofa beside him. Come, let us sit down and discuss this matter. First, allow me to show you a video, Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi understood. Soon, the screen on the wall displayed Lu Ke's figure. Lu Meyer frowned. What do I care what he does? It has nothing to do with me. Yet, despite her words, she approached, maintaining a distance of an arm's length from Yi Ping, crossing her arms in silence as she watched. As she observed, her mouth fell agape, a flicker of disgust crossing her face, her ample bosom rising and falling dramatically. Yi Ping felt a bit dizzy from the sight. All right, Xiao Yi, turn it off. Once the image faded, Yi Ping tilted his head and smiled. What do you think? Interested? This video significantly increases your chances of winning your case, resulting in the other party leaving empty-handed and bearing all debts. Surely this is what you desire? Lu Meyer did not hesitate, nodding immediately. Name your price. Yi Ping chuckled. You know what I want. Lu Meyer hesitated for but a moment before conceding. At this juncture, everything took precedence over Lu Ke's ignominious departure, even if it meant her own exposure. Moreover, glancing at Yi Ping's open collar revealing his muscular chest, she licked her lips. This affair, in truth, was not overly unpleasant. Rather, it was a form of enjoyment. Rising to her feet, she declared, I shall change my attire. Where is your bedroom? Yi Ping shook his head once more, playfully saying, No, I quite like your current outfit. Come here. Lu Meyer sighed, approaching him, and was promptly enveloped in his embrace. The following day, Yi Ping wrapped his arms around Lu Meyer, planting a kiss on her lovely face, giving it a gentle squeeze before lightly patting it. Let us conclude this matter swiftly. Lu Meyer, clad in a new outfit delivered moments earlier, paid no mind to his playful touch, merely frowning as she inquired, You weren't deceiving me earlier, were you? Is there truly such a high profit margin? Yi Ping rolled his eyes. What would I gain from deceiving you? Those trifles of yours wouldn't even suffice to fill my dental gaps. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Lu Meyer found herself momentarily speechless, recalling the contrasting demeanor displayed on the bed just moments ago. After taking a few deep breaths, she let out a huff. Am I merely trifling with a few insignificant tokens? Do you have any notion of the substantial funds I could amass if I chose to speak up? Yi Ping yawned lazily, pinching her proud little face. All right. You're impressive, you're extraordinary. Is that sufficient? If you wish to earn more, then invest more. This opportunity may not arise again for decades. Should you miss it, do not say, I did not forewarn you. Lu Meyer's eyes flickered thoughtfully as she nodded slightly. Please send me the invitation code. After their exchange, the two parted ways at the villa entrance, where Yi Ping arranged for a car to take her to the airport. Just as he was about to return for a well-deserved nap, Lu Yu approached him. You truly are something else, she teased, shifting the conversation to serious matters. The company is expanding at an astounding pace. Although we've acquired several buildings nearby, which should suffice for a burgeoning startup, Tianxia Group's considerable reputation somewhat diminishes our standing. Yi Ping interrupted her. Let us dispense with the niceties. Are you interested in purchasing that building? Speak plainly. Lu Yu chuckled, prompting Yi Ping to project her proposal onto the screen, indicating the architectural renderings. The second phase of Shiha Financial City encompasses an area of approximately 4.29 million square meters, featuring 2 towering skyscrapers and 4 accompanying podiums. The C1 main tower reaches a staggering height of 416.6 meters, spanning 88 floors, making it the second tallest building in Nanshur, surpassed only by the Zidian building. It is a vast, multifunctional complex that amalgamates offices, hotels, apartments, and commercial spaces. Yi Ping glanced at it casually, waving his hand dismissively. Just tell me the price for a direct purchase, and I will transfer the funds later. Lu Yu shook her head. It's not simply a matter of money. This project is a collaboration between the Shiha Asset Management Center and several state-owned investment firms, with construction costs soaring to 10 billion. It is a landmark, and acquiring it will require more than just funds. Yi Ping nodded in understanding. You need me to facilitate negotiations, correct? Very well, that should pose no issue. Await my update. Lu Yu leaned in and pecked his cheek. I knew you would have a solution. All right, today I shall not press you. Take your time, and I will return in a few days. Yi Ping playfully retorted. Who do you underestimate? Prepare yourself, enchantress, for my might. Chapter 40. The Grand Scandal and the Rich of the World. While Yi Ping busied himself negotiating with the government to acquire the newly constructed and currently furnished Shiha Financial City, the entertainment industry erupted with a sensational scandal. The national virtuous wife is seeking divorce. Initially, many dismissed it as a jest. After all, from late last year to early this year, a popular variety show titled Goodbye, Lover had captivated audiences, exploiting celebrity marital discord for ratings. The most talked-about couple, Chun Yi and Ma Fu, had consistently remained in the limelight. One day they announced their separation, only to reconcile the next, followed by quarrels that left viewers breathless. Though they officially declared their divorce earlier this year, most were not fooled. It was evident that the arrangement had been made before their appearance on the show to capitalize on the final wave of viewership. Despite the spectacle, they faced little backlash. This time, when rumors surfaced regarding Lu Meyer, many speculated she intended to stir up excitement in her mundane life and earn a little spending money. However, the Goodbye Lover production team stated, "We have not received any notice of Ms. Lu's participation, and the company has no such plans." The Paparazzi King. I have received reliable information. This is no joke, but I cannot disclose specific reasons. Stay tuned for further developments. I can only say that Lu Ku is not a good person. Lu Haiqing, good riddance. I have long harbored disdain for that spendthrift. If you had listened to your sister 15 years ago, you wouldn't be in such a miserable position. Forget about that so-called affluent family. Sister supports you. You are the true affluent one. Indeed, the Paparazzi King and close friends confirmed the news, indicating the situation was serious. The fervor surrounding the scandal reached unprecedented heights, with both true and false rumors circulating. Some even resurrected old tales from years past. 3 years ago, Lu Ku lost 1 billion in cryptocurrency investments. Although Lu Meyer endured the hardship silently, I suspect she has fallen back into old habits. Perhaps Lu Ku, unable to bear the solitude, sought distractions outside his marriage. Considering he was once known as a notorious playboy, it must be noted that the public's conjectures were rather astute. When it comes to divorce, the primary motives often revolve around money and infidelity. As netizens engaged in fervent discussions, a law firm in the capital witnessed Lu Ku, wide-eyed and pleading, exclaiming, "Give me another chance. Once married, 100 days of affection. You cannot just watch me perish." Lu Meyer remained unmoved, merely gesturing to the documents on the table. If you refuse to sign, be prepared for a legal battle. You know the outcome. Lu Ku glanced at the divorce agreement with trepidation. Signing it would mean leaving with nothing and bearing a debt of 1 billion. It would ruin him for the rest of his life. At that moment, Lu Meyer was his only lifeline. Even if you disregard our marital bond, she scoffed dismissively, what bond is there? Had you shown any ambition or supported me, would I have suffered so? I have tolerated you for 10 years. Lu Meyer's expression was cold as she let out a derisive laugh. Lu Ku shook his head. You must consider the children. They are 17 and 16 now, quite perceptive, and have decided to side with me. No need for your concern. After much back and forth, seeing Lu Ku's reluctance to sign, Lu Meyer nodded. Very well, then we shall meet in court. Lu Ku glared at her retreating figure, crumpling the agreement in his hands as if he wished to devour her. Unfortunately, he found himself utterly powerless. That afternoon, Lu Meyer proceeded to file the lawsuit, presenting evidence of Lu Ku's secret borrowing in her name to invest in cryptocurrency and his gambling and debauchery in Macau during their marriage. In an unfortunate turn of events, this evidence was leaked online that very day. What the hell? Lu Ku lost a staggering $3 billion? Is he out of his mind? How tragic. Had they not divorced, Lu Meyer's hard-earned accomplishments over the years would have been squandered. I stand firmly with Lu Meyer. She should have divorced long ago. With children grown, having a gambling addict for a father is worse than none at all. To forsake a major star wife for fleeting pleasures, Lu Ku must be insane. Perhaps he felt overwhelmed by the pressure from his strong-willed wife and couldn't hold his ground. Warning Lu Meyer to be cautious of Lu Ku's potential vengeful retaliation. In the midst of the escalating fervor, Lu Meyer posted a succinct message on Weibo at the height of the scandal. Having tasted sweetness and bitterness, laughter and tears, I have journeyed through pain and sorrow. I am but a woman in need of a harbor to shield me from the storm. Farewell, my beloved. This brief post shattered records with over 12 hours of likes and shares, as countless supporters rallied beneath it. Sister, do not cry, we support you. You are the best, sister, we will always stand by you. Eagerly anticipating your next project after this adjustment. In stark contrast to the public's support, those in the capital grew furious. What absurdity! How would they recoup their investments if she divorced? Without Lu Meyer's lucrative presence, who would believe Lu Ku could rebound? Those who did would surely be fools. Calls flooded Lu Meyer's phone and her company's line. Nevertheless, Lu Meyer had anticipated this moment and remained unfazed, responding uniformly to all inquiries. Whoever borrowed should be the one to return it. According to Article 1064 of the Civil Code, debts incurred by either spouse during the existence of their marriage, which exceed the necessities of daily family life and are taken out in an individual's name, do not constitute joint marital debts, unless the creditor can demonstrate that the debt was utilized for shared living expenses, joint business operations, or based on the mutual consent of both spouses. This lawsuit is bound to be victorious. Public opinion is on our side. Evidence has been submitted. And Lu Meyer suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of relief as she began to call her friends one by one. Shall we gather for a meetup? I seek solace. Just kidding. I have good news to share, but it's a secret for now. Let's discuss it in person. Hello, Qingjia. Do you still have any money on hand? I'm not asking to pay off debts. It's different from before. This time he borrowed money, and I am not prepared to repay a single cent. It's a good opportunity. The AI Quantitative Fund from Tiantian. I had the chance to meet Mr. Yi from Tiantian in Shanghai, and he granted me some shares, presenting an unprecedented opportunity. Besides Lu Meyer, there is also a group of friends on Yo Mi's side, all pooling their resources to climb aboard and profit significantly alongside Tiantian. Furthermore, after acquiring the financial licenses as stated by the big boss, Tiantian has successively launched several new apps: Rich Tiantian, Chat Tiantian, Buy Tiantian, Travel Tiantian, Group Tiantian, and Watch Tiantian. With the backing of Little Yi, Yi Ping boldly replicated all the major domestic software, leaving no stone unturned. His ambition to capture everything is as blatant as lice on a bald head. Major companies have noticed this, yet remain largely unconcerned. After all, while AI is formidable, their protective moats are not easily breached. Take the food delivery sector, for instance, with 10 million delivery riders. That should keep him busy for a while. By the time the beautiful group develops their own AI in collaboration with others, they should catch up as well. These large conglomerates observe Yi Ping's antics with a detached demeanor, while he is determined to make a significant stir. Rich Tiantian Phase 2 Fund. Guaranteed annual return of 50. New users pay only a service fee of 10 for the first month, 20 for the second, and capped at 30 for the third month. Investment is limited in slots, but not in amounts. It closely resembles the tactics of a certain online marketplace from years past. The world is not devoid of greedy individuals. Even the slightest hint of profit can spur them forward, especially given the substantial offerings from Yi Ping. However, he has no intention of deceiving anyone. There genuinely exists an opportunity. In recent years, the United States has experienced considerable financial losses, and last year's attempt to pressure Japan yielded minimal success, resulting in only a small return. This year, following two incidents involving AI, the bubble has burst, and they can no longer withstand the strain. The old man is prepared to take drastic measures. After gathering intelligence, Little Yi concluded that this wave is ripe for the taking. Yi Ping is ready to seize the opportunity. Chapter 41. Tokyo is somewhat chilly. On July 1st. In Hong Kong, at the luxurious villa number 89, Chiao Yuwing sat before the camera with no regard for her appearance, clad in a large nightgown, cradling and devouring a dragon fruit. Don't ask me. I have no idea about Brother Quan's operations. Please, I haven't even graduated from elementary school. Cool Night level 58. At least you should know some insider information as his bedfellow. Cool Fart level 60. Exactly. Share a little insight with us. Cool Dog level 62. Sis, I've staked my entire fortune on this. I'm terrified. Cool Little Fan level 38. Sister, will we profit? I've even asked my mom for my saved-up pocket money. Burp. Chiao Yuwing, quite ungraciously, let out a loud burp and shrugged her shoulders. As I said, I don't know, but if we're going down together. I'm all in. She raised one finger. One whole lot. I'm not scared. What are you afraid of? She glanced around and discreetly hinted at some information. Cool Night level 58. Hurry and tell us. Cool Fart level 60. Don't keep us in suspense. Cool Dog level 62. Exactly. Just tell us if it's feasible or not. Cool Little Fan level 38. Quiet down. Let us hear what the elder sister has to say. Yesterday, a substantial influx of funds came from the entertainment industry, and I heard Brother Quan say it's time to act. She nodded thoughtfully. I estimate it LLB in the next day or two. Keep an eye on the news, and you might know even before I do. She then frowned slightly. And Little Yi, stop mentioning bedfellows. If you say that, I might as well forget about romance. If I didn't have a big brother, I'd be in a dire situation, and there's no way I'd be competing in any PK. You all have been dropping like flies lately, causing me to kneel in front of that woman for 3 days straight. I was even considering stopping my broadcasts and going back to practice my alternate account with Tian. Cool Night level 58. With your crazy demeanor, you still think about romance. Cool Fart level 60. Stop joking. Let us discuss serious matters. Cool Dog level 62. Don't blame us for not being supportive. We can't keep up with your wild antics, and with all our money invested. I can only afford to smoke the cheapest cigarettes now. Quit your whining about finances. Just wait for this wave to pass. And you all will repay me in full. If even a single cent is missing, I'll make you regret it. Cool Night level 58. Then why not hurry and gather some intel? Cool Fart level 60. Exactly. If there's no PK, it's better to gossip. Cool Dog level 62. Seriously, are you not the least bit uneasy? Chiao Yuwing rolled her eyes. She was not the slightest bit anxious. Even if there were losses, it wouldn't affect Yi Ping's side. She had thoroughly examined the terms. It's a true predatory contract. Various fees and service charges aside, the investment risks are explicitly covered, meaning once the money is in, any possibility of withdrawal thereafter is not their responsibility. With over 30 million individuals involved, whether or not they yield returns depends solely on Yi Ping's conscience. She thought to herself that if Yi Ping were to emigrate, a significant portion would be doomed. Of course, this was merely her petty mindset. At this moment, Yi Ping was discussing the final plan with Little Yi, as he was determined to lead everyone towards shared prosperity. Those already restricted from quantitative trading would not be involved, including the United States, the European Union, South Korea, Japan, Singapore, and India. They must operate normally to avoid giving them any leverage. As for the remaining loose ends, they would consume as much as possible. So, how much have we gathered, including what the state provided and our own contributions? Approximately $503.2 billion has been arranged. Rest assured, Little Yi will not falter. Thank you for providing Little Yi with an additional 10 quantum computers. Victory is assured. Yi Ping nodded and smiled. Small matters. Just ensure that the people at Tian Finance are well coordinated. I've instructed them to cooperate fully with you. If the United States pulls any shameless stunts, notify me immediately, and we will take direct action against their systems. Master, several crucial node servers in the United States are physically isolated. Even if the outer network collapses, it can be swiftly recreated through shadow replication. Additionally, the possibility of an outbreak of conflict exceeds 50. Do you truly wish to retaliate in such a manner, Master? Yi Ping rolled his eyes in exasperation. That's a last resort, he remarked. If they shamelessly attempt an illegal transaction and swallow everything, then we might as well have a fight. He waved his hand dismissively. It's uncertain at the moment. We'll discuss it later. Have you been keeping an eye on the situation in Neon? What's the current status? It is presumed that the current cabinet still wishes to resist, but their resolve is insufficient and their preparations inadequate. Should the ugly nation initiate an attack, they will likely collapse within a day. The Nikkei stands at 40,049 points, marking a new 3-decade high, surpassing the historical peak of 1989. If drastic measures are not implemented, it is anticipated that the index may fall below 4,000 points, resulting in a market capitalization evaporation exceeding $6 trillion. Yiping acknowledged with a hum. Keep a close watch. This is the ugly nation's largest financial reservoir, and we must remain vigilant against any attempts to ambush us. Nevertheless, our family's assets are substantial, so we aren't overly concerned. Just stay alert. Xiao Yi understood. After deliberating further, Yiping settled into his study, waiting for the ugly nation to make its move. The capital from the ugly nation did not keep him waiting long, unleashing a series of punitive measures. The semiconductor restrictions and the push for yen appreciation were nothing but a rehash of the past, akin to the old Guanxia tactics, merely repackaged. The current cabinet feigned protests but ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming force, resigning collectively on the afternoon of the 1st, leading to their downfall. With the economy already operating under a loose monetary policy and a highly fluid market, the influx of foreign capital seeking refuge was swift upon the news breaking. Yet, it was the capital from the ugly nation that acted the fastest, flooding the market with nearly $1 trillion in funds. Both sides were aware of each other's presence. Yet the ugly nation, keen to savor its financial gains, initially refrained from crashing the market, instead opting to push it higher. In a remarkably short time, the Nikkei soared to 41,000 points. This surge had already been anticipated in Xiao Ye's contingency plans, providing an additional boost. After 2 hours of fierce trading, the global market was momentarily bewildered, as if the ugly nation were engaged in benevolent actions. However, within the final hour before the market closed, a colossal wave of sell-offs emerged, sending it plummeting by 5,000 points. The Nikkei crashed to 36,000 points, leaving a desolate atmosphere in its wake. This summer in Tokyo felt unusually cold. Chapter 42, 5 trillion. Baka baka. The heavens are against me. Bagayalu. Are we to lose another 30 years? How many 30-year spans does one have in life? 50 years on this earth, compared to the heavens, is but a fleeting dream, having lived a life of indulgence. How can one not seek permanence? I await you below. Rooftops of office buildings were crowded with people, and then, bang. One after another, they transformed into mere mosaics. Journalists from the 5 major platforms gathered at the periphery, their expressions filled with sympathy as they reported. Following the dark day of the 1st, the stock market continued to suffer blows. Amidst a panic sell-off, investors and securities professionals faced catastrophic losses. What we now witness is the collective demise of the Wanfeng Financial Company in Roppongi. Just 2 days prior, on the 3rd, the president of Wanfeng Financial had orchestrated a charge deemed the most honorable since the Warring States period. On that day, he contacted over 100 institutions, mobilizing $8 trillion in funds to forcibly stabilize the market. Alas, the opposition proved too formidable. $8 trillion evaporated into thin air, $40 billion turned to nothing. In this critical juncture of survival, we implore everyone to contribute their savings to rescue the stock and foreign exchange markets. As the saying goes, human joys and sorrows are inversely related. The greater the tragedy there, the greater the revelry here in Hong Kong. Xiao Yueying lifted her chin triumphantly. See, I told you so. It's all about networking, conquering the world. Wahaha. Cool night level 58. Absolutely. Incredible. Truly magnificent. Cool little but level 60, no doubt. After the settlement, Huazi will serve us. Cool dog leg level 62. Wahaha. I'm leveling up to 75. They had every reason to rejoice. Following the 1st, their investment apps had already begun showing profits. After the Nikkei plummeted by 10%, their returns soared to 90, nearly doubling their investments. Consequently, the 30 million users who had initially dipped their toes in the market went wild, eager to liquidate their properties and invest every last cent regrettably. The fund had already closed its doors to new investments, leaving those who had only invested a few hundred or a couple of thousand to watch enviously as the high rollers flaunted their gains on social media. Oh, I was just caught up in the moment and mortgaged my house. I divorced and withdrew my provident funds, losing 30 points. I was supposed to pay the bride price, but the girl's family suddenly hiked it to 200,000. I decided on the spot not to marry and threw it all in instead, haha. In stark contrast, Yiping's profits were even more astounding. Moreover, the dramatic fall of Neon triggered a global economic panic, as everyone feared becoming the next victims of the ugly nation, notorious for its predatory behavior. As a result, a significant number of individuals withdrew their money from the stock market, converting it into soft currencies, US dollars, gold, and other hard assets. This led to a worldwide decline, granting the ugly nation and global finance a prime opportunity to wreak havoc. Yet, the individuals from the ugly nation were unwilling to share the spoils, aiming to push global finance down as well. Midway through, a group organized a death squad with a scale of 100 billion, attempting to assault Yiping's side. Unfortunately, the death squad turned into a suicide squad. Without any intervention from the state, Yiping's side absorbed the entire onslaught. It was simply too easy to resist the temptation of free offerings laid out before them. A bunch of fools, easily swayed by a few words, believed they could pull off a heist with nearly half the global risk-averse assets in their grasp. As for those who fervently disseminated tales of a systemic crisis online, proclaiming the dire state of Asia with unfounded confidence, Yiping could only shake his head in disbelief. However, many gullible individuals did buy into the hype, missing their chance on the high-speed train of global finance and instead opting for a rickety three-wheeler to charge alongside the death squad, only to be crushed by the high-speed train. Consequently, online sentiments toward Yiping were mixed. While some lauded him, many criticized him, but none could inflict any real harm. The crisis had persisted for nearly a month, with the neon stock market battered down to 19,000 points, losing over half its value. The exchange rate plummeted from 160 to 200. Globally, stock markets averaged a decline of nearly 20. Even the ugly nation experienced a 5 drop. While the East University sector bucked the trend with gains, a slew of technology companies, particularly those involved with AI and in collaboration with global finance, surged by an impressive 21. At this juncture, those with conservative tendencies began to cash in, reveling in a 5-fold return over the month. Yiping did not intervene, releasing funds from the national financial system. By the end of the year, a total of 10 trillion soft currencies had been distributed. Logically, this should have resulted in severe inflation. However, the actual prices remained relatively stable, especially in terms of essential goods like food and everyday items, with some even experiencing price reductions. Due to the nation's excessive indulgence this time, the world has engaged in rampant consumerism, amassing vast wealth on paper, exchanging it for various fields, minerals, and resources while continuously importing goods to stabilize prices. However, that is a matter for another time. By the end of July, once the financial assets controlled by the global market surpassed $5 trillion, Yiping found himself disinterested in further observation. Although numerous countries implemented various measures that posed considerable challenges to profitability, it merely became an issue of earning more or less. Losses? That was inconceivable. Unless the Earth were to explode tomorrow, losses were simply out of the question. Princess level 21. Hurry up, accelerate. I'm not just accumulating currency. Don't slack off. Qiu Yueying had completely given up, opting not to stream herself, instead utilizing a large screen to operate a secondary account for a girl group performance. Having just finished his tasks, Yiping glanced at the screen, which showcased a 5-member ensemble. In the center stood a girl clad in a tiny outfit, drenched in sweat, energetically dancing to an accelerated version of Tu Lu Ko Sui Fu. The girl swayed and took small steps, exclaiming, "I can't take it anymore." Following each performance, she would slap the screen, her face reflecting defiance. At that moment, Qiu Yueying would eagerly tap a button to provide her with glasses. Princess level 21, 10 more times. Hurry up. Princess level 21. I refuse to believe I can't make you submit. Yiping sighed. Why must women complicate matters for one another? He rolled his eyes. You are a prominent streamer with nearly 10 million followers. Is it truly amusing to vex someone? Qiu Yueying turned to him, feigning annoyance. You misunderstood me. She is my friend. The last time we fought in Huatian was for her. Yiping responded with an O, moving closer to examine her. Still unable to recognize her. Noticing the group's name, he chuckled. You've even taken over the operations? Just then, a plea for help appeared on the public screen, followed by 2 glasses being sent. Qiu Yueying cheerfully sent for more glasses. Princess level 21. Don't stop. Keep going. Today, no one can save you. Chicken bows to Wolf level 34. Level 21 is so arrogant. Come at me with your skills. Princess level 21. Why should I care about your challenge? If you want to save her, send coins. If you don't have any, stop your complaints. Qiu Yueying's sharp tongue was relentless, prompting Yiping to shake his head. Chapter 43. Utilizing the therapy chamber for Lu Meyer. On August 1st, Yiping flew to the capital and engaged in discussions with several influential figures. He spent 3 days sorting out various matters. Standing on Chang'an Street, he idly surveyed his surroundings. Compared to the southern markets, this area felt overly solemn, which was not particularly appealing to him. Of course, it could also be attributed to his recent arrival. Rumor had it that the fitting rooms in Sanlitun were quite something. Ahem. As he pondered, a phantom approached in the distance. Yiping opened the passenger door and climbed in. What a slow pace, he complained, only to be met with a cold huff from Lu Meyer. Just being able to pick you up is commendable. Spare me the chatter. Buckle up. Yiping fastened his seatbelt, clicking his tongue. Having won the lawsuit, her temper had grown. She was no longer playing the role of the dutiful wife, but returning to her true self. Lu Meyer huffed again. I am still a good mother. Yiping playfully tugged at her ponytail and kissed her cheek. You're still quite charming. Lu Meyer pursed her lips, but eventually relented. Ugh. Such a strong smell of smoke. Yi Ping exhaled. I was just being polite. The elderly insisted, so I smoked a few. Lu Meyer refrained from questioning matters related to the internal affairs. It was better to remain uninformed about such things. I invested 2 billion, and it has now quintupled. What do you think of the subsequent market trends? Yi Ping tapped his forehead. Must we discuss finances after not seeing each other for over a month? It's quite disheartening. You must know that confronting those figures makes me nauseous. Lu Meyer smirked. What emotional ties can we discuss, you and I? A long line of young women awaits to bear your children. Yi Ping clicked his tongue. Who could compare to you? With your youthful vigor and enchanting charm. No young girl stands a chance. Although his words were somewhat lewd, flattery from someone of his stature made Lu Meyer genuinely pleased. However, she quickly redirected the conversation. Let us not change the subject. Do you have confidence? Should we wait or act now? Leaning back in his seat, Yi Ping casually glanced at her beautiful legs beneath her hot pants. It depends on you. I expect by the end of the year, we could see another doubling. Perhaps netting you around 2 billion. Suddenly, the car lurched, causing Yi Ping to roll his eyes as the seatbelt tightened. For heaven's sake. Do you even know how to drive? If not, I will take over. Lu Meyer steadied herself and gradually adjusted the speed. In disbelief, she asked, can we really earn that much? I heard financial experts say. Yi Ping scoffed. They claim the crisis has passed? That the bottom can be picked? Nonsense. They are merely trying to deceive fools into taking the bait. Resting his right hand behind his head, he playfully tapped with his left. Trust me, we're only at halftime. In the second half, I might get a chance to take down the US. Though the likelihood is slim as they've recovered quite a bit, making them difficult to topple. With a chuckle, he continued, poor Japanese people, after all their hard work. Not only have they been harvested domestically, but their overseas assets have also diminished by more than half. Everything in shambles. What a bunch of fools. Did they think no one was watching? They specifically avoided the U.S. and us, targeting South America, yet ended up losing it all. 20 years of scheming gone to waste. Listening to his relaxed commentary on global affairs, Lu Meyer felt a strange sensation. It sounded boastful, yet he had genuinely toppled several nations. She had heard that he was now referred to as the world harvester on foreign financial programs. As their conversation flowed, they arrived at a high-end residential complex. I thought you would take me to your courtyard, Yi Ping remarked, whistling. Lu Meyer parked the car and then spoke. That courtyard was awarded to Lu Ke. Due to some ambiguous timing of purchase, it was deemed premarital property, so I didn't pursue it further. Oh, Yi Ping replied, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. No worries. When I get back, I'll send a debt collection agency to retrieve it. That property can't be worth less than 1.3 billion, right? Lu Meyer looked mildly shocked and pulled away. There are cameras here. Yi Ping chuckled. No worries. When I say it's fine, it truly is. He was particularly mindful of his safety now, not only carrying nano armor, but also allowing Xiao Yi to take control of the surrounding surveillance. Even if they encountered passersby, he could infiltrate their networks. Lu Meyer, resigned, couldn't break free and merely followed his lead. Just as she was about to take him to the elevator, he halted. Wait. Yi Ping remained still, and after a moment, in response to Lu Meyer's puzzled gaze, a delivery truck arrived. 2 workers unloaded a machine, said nothing, and drove away. Ultramicro human cell repair therapy chamber, low-end version. Printer manufacturing, estimated time, 48 hours. Each device is designed for individuals under the age of 50, with a maximum usage of 20 times per year and a total of 30 years, as detailed in the instruction manual. With a snap of his fingers, the rollers beneath the wellness chamber began to move, pulling along 2 square boxes. Lu Meyer observed with mild curiosity, but refrained from asking further, presuming it to be merely a massage chair. Upon entering the house, she was taken aback. Where are Xiaoyan and Xiaoran? Yi Ping glanced around, puzzled. Weren't they on vacation? Lu Meyer, still fixated on the wellness chamber, casually replied, I took them to their tutoring class. They'll return in the evening. Yi Ping acknowledged this with a slight O. Well, at least my gift wasn't in vain. Come on, stop analyzing it and give it a try. He approached and opened the chamber's lid, lying down inside. Lu Meyer looked at Yi Ping, obediently following suit, pondering where the remote might be. Suddenly, with a soft hiss, the lid closed. Let me out. Hey, hurry up and let me out, she exclaimed, knocking on the transparent window. Yi Ping feigned ignorance, attaching a vial of restorative liquid. With a hum, the machine whirred to life, filling the chamber with a mist of anesthetic-infused restorative fluid. Before long, Lu Meyer felt her eyelids grow heavy, and she drifted off to sleep. The duration of this session was shorter than the high-end version, yet it still lasted 30 minutes. Yi Ping, as at home, rummaged through the liquor cabinet for a half bottle of whiskey, pouring himself a glass and meandering about. It felt rather cozy. What is this? Yi Ping noticed a painting draped with a cloth in the corner. Upon lifting the cover, he discovered it was a wedding photo. Glancing at the youthful Lu Meyer and Lu Ku, he chuckled, surveying the surroundings until he found the bedroom. Indeed, there was a slightly discolored patch on the wall above the bed. This rascal hung it up again. Clapping his hands, he mused, "Isn't this a bit mischievous?" With a smirk, he dashed to the wardrobe, rummaging for a considerable time until he unearthed a delightful purple silk nightgown. At that moment, the first session concluded, and the lid opened, revealing a dazed Lu Meyer. She felt a sticky sensation on her skin, but otherwise felt remarkably refreshed. Turning to survey her surroundings, she noted that the house seemed unchanged and feared she might awaken to find centuries had passed outside. Yiping approached, beckoning her, just in time to wash up, see the results, and change into something else. Lu Meyer eyed the nightgown in his hand, her eyes wide. "What on earth is that?" Yiping responded, "Oh, it's for the wellness chamber, a cellular repair technology. You're aware that human cells have a division limit, right? This nanodrug can restore youth." Lu Meyer gasped. "How is that even possible?" Yiping chuckled. "It wasn't possible before, but with AI assistance, everything changes. This is the latest product from our company. And I've tried it myself. Do I look like someone in their 30s? Lu Meyer frowned slightly. She hadn't realized he was also in his 30s yet appeared to be in his 20s. However, the commanding aura around him made him seem older. The thought of youth stirred something within her, compelling her to rush into the bathroom. Moments later, she emerged, seemingly unchanged. "I need to come here more often. But using it continuously isn't advisable. Let us get another injection to solidify the effect." Chapter 44, The Family's Qixi Festival. "Mom, we're back." Lu Yin and Lu Ran entered the house, eyeing the man seated on the living room sofa with curiosity. Before Lu Meyer could make introductions, Lu Yin blinked. "You're Yiping?" Lu Meyer frowned. "That's impolite. Address him properly." Lu Yin promptly responded with a respectful Uncle Yi, accompanied by her brother. Yiping smiled, gesturing towards the two large wooden boxes in the living room. "A little something for you too, a gift to celebrate our first meeting. I hope you like it." "Thank you, Uncle Yi." Lu Yin expressed her gratitude before glancing at her mother, who nodded in encouragement. She approached the boxes. "Wow, cool." Their exclamations echoed in unison. The gift for Lu Yin was an entire set of graph jewelry, complete with necklaces, pendants, earrings, ear studs, bracelets, bangles, and watches. The variety was impressive. With 18 pairs of earrings alone, Lu Ran received a towering assembly toy, a mecha warrior whose parts were all 3D, printed, crafted from lightweight steel, titanium alloy, and graphene components. The assembly was not overly difficult but presented a challenge, and once completed, it could be controlled like a real robot. "Thank you, Uncle Yi." Their thanks rang with sincerity. Yiping waved his hand dismissively. "As long as you like it." The four of them shared a meal together, during which Lu Yin glanced at her mother, seemingly contemplating her relationship with Uncle Yi, but ultimately refrained from asking. After dinner, the siblings retreated to their rooms to do homework, or perhaps to explore their gifts. Yiping and Lu Meyer settled in the living room to watch television. "It's inappropriate for a little girl to wear such expensive jewelry. Graph's pieces are quite costly," Lu Meyer remarked, furrowing her brow. Yiping chuckled. "That's your perspective from 20 years ago. Can Lu Yin really be compared to you? Besides, it's not excessively expensive, a pendant costs thousands. Just playful gifts for a little girl. Don't take it too seriously." Lu Meyer hesitated, realizing the truth in his words. Indeed, he was a man formidable enough to challenge nations, and his demeanor was unparalleled. After watching television for a while, when the clock struck 9, Lu Meyer frequently checked the time, unable to restrain herself from asking, "Aren't you leaving?" Yiping shot her a perplexed look. "Are you asking me to leave at this hour? What a joke. I have no place to stay in the capital." Lu Meyer, exasperated, retorted, "With so many presidential suites. I don't believe you can't book one right now." Yiping shook his head. "Not a chance. I stayed at the Intercontinental in Shenzhen once. It just doesn't feel as comfortable as home." Lu Meyer fixed her gaze on him. "This is my home." Yiping draped an arm around her shoulders, teasingly saying, "Your home is my home. Isn't it?" Lu Meyer glanced anxiously at her children's rooms, then pushed him away. "Stop." Yiping raised an eyebrow, grinning mischievously. "If you don't want to stay here, shall we go to the bedroom? We spent all afternoon in the bathroom, and haven't tried out this big bed yet." As his hand reached toward her, Lu Meyer, feeling helpless, nodded. After they fell asleep, Yiping didn't press her further and continued watching television. After 10 o'clock, once the two children were tucked in bed, he tested the large bed, finding it pleasantly soft and bouncy. For over 20 consecutive days, Yiping made this place his home, spending his days either discussing wellness treatments with Lu Meyer or engaging in deep conversations with influential figures, occasionally checking in on company matters and investments. Initially, Lu Yin and Lu Ran had their reservations about Yiping's casual demeanor in their home. However, as they observed their mother's improving complexion day by day, seemingly rejuvenated, the siblings began to harbor greater fondness for him, alongside their disappointment in their father, Lu Ku. On the 29th, it was Qixi Festival. On that particular morning, at the dining table, Yi Ping clapped his hands, turning his gaze towards Lu Yin and Lu Ran. Since we have no classes today, how about I take you both to the amusement park? Universal Studios, perhaps? The eyes of the two siblings instantly sparkled with excitement. Sounds great. We've never been there. Lu Yin exclaimed. Yes, it opened 4 years ago, but we were too busy with exams at the time. And later the park was closed. Mom never had the chance to take us. As Lu Yin spoke, she turned to her mother. Mom, you've never been either, right? Lu Meyer chuckled, shaking her head. I'm not a little girl anymore. Why would I go to an amusement park? However, at 10 a.m., Lu Meyer, donning a baseball cap and sporting a ponytail, sat exhilarated on the Decepticon roller coaster, her screams echoing even louder than those of her children behind her. Once they disembarked, she clutched Yi Ping's arm. Let's go again. Please, please. Yi Ping stroked his chin, pondering. He began to question whether the medication had any psychological implications related to age. After their second ride, they ventured to the Flame of War attraction, followed by Jurassic Adventure, and marveled at the unruly creatures show. They enjoyed a few smaller rides before heading to the Harry Potter area for the Forbidden Journey. Then they dined at the Three Broomsticks. Although the roasted chicken and pork ribs were rather mediocre, the experience transcended mere dining. Sitting at an outdoor table, gazing at the familiar castle behind him, Yi Ping felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He recalled his school days, when he adored Harry Potter, spending 2 weeks' worth of pocket money on a pirated copy, only to discover 4 pages were missing text, prompting him to confront the vendor at the Confucius Temple bookstore. Lu Meyer smirked, lifting her chin with a sense of pride. I read the original English version. Yi Ping raised an eyebrow. What is the school motto? Draco Dormiens Nunquam Titilandus, never tickle a sleeping dragon. Lu Meyer beamed with triumph. That doesn't stump me. Though it's in Latin, I love that phrase and specifically looked it up in the dictionary. Yi Ping gave her a thumbs up. You certainly surpass me. Letters give me a headache. I wonder who invented such a nonsensical language, and it was mandatory back then. Lu Ran took a sip of butterbeer and grimaced. Uncle Yi, you're just like my sister. She also gets headaches from letters. Lu Yin playfully hit him, then cradled her head. Uncle Yi, we still have to learn it now. It's absolutely infuriating. All those tenses and inversions. It's just inhumane. Yi Ping nodded emphatically. Indeed, and don't forget about clauses, subjunctive mood, past perfect, future perfect. It's utterly torturous. Lu Ran, munching on a French fry, retorted nonchalantly. I think it's not too bad. Just read more books and memorize vocabulary. It's quite simple. He then made a face of exasperation. I find Chinese even more challenging. There are 2 trees in front of my house. One eats juju pills, and the other still eats juju pills. Yi Ping chuckled. I used to detest that too. I even asked the author what he was thinking. It seemed like old Zhou had no thoughts at all, just wanted to write more words to deceive for payment. Lu Meyer rested her chin in her hand, watching as Yi Ping and the children engaged in lively conversation, her eyes glistening with warmth. This man, indeed, was remarkable, capable, diligent, and unpretentious, displaying great patience with the children, just as this family was savoring their joyous moments together. Photos and videos of the 4 dining and enjoying the amusement park were shared by passers-by. This time, Yi Ping did not instruct Xiao Yi to delete them. Let them do as they wish. Breaking news. Recently, single Lu Meyer spends Qixi Festival with her 2 children and a certain super-rich man. The world's harvesting machine collides with the wealthy harvesting machine. 35-year-old Yi Ping and 46-year-old Lu Meyer appear together, their ages utterly indiscernible. It's astonishing. Clearly mother and daughter, yet the mother looks more like a sister. A certain multi-million follower streamer reportedly abandoned, the financier seeking new love. A freshly divorced top-tier celebrity meets a super-rich man with a speculated fortune in the billions. The sparks from their collision are more than mere fireworks. They are volcanic eruptions. The sensationalism escalated to an explosive level in the blink of an eye, making it nearly impossible to go unnoticed. Lu Yu, Xiao Yueying, and Jiang Shuel felt a twinge of bitterness upon seeing the trending topic. Yet, there was nothing to be done, having made their choices. They had to endure whatever hardships came their way. One was preoccupied with working overtime at the headquarters on Qixi Festival, while another was rare and busy with consecutive live streams, claiming to spend the festival with their younger siblings. The last one attended 3 fan meet and greets. In essence, they buried their heads in the sand, pretending they were blind to it all. Meanwhile, the astute public had their own opinions on the matter. I've long suspected something was off between them. Last time at Ye's ship party, that starlet didn't he leave? And regarding that, it was already refuted. Lu Meyer was unwell and needed a break. So what is wrong with that? And Lu Meyer? Foolish fans, it's no wonder she is single. That woman has 100 ulterior motives. Just look at how miserable Lu Ku is now. He ended up with nothing. And he is even being chased for debts. losing the last set of courtyard and car to foreclosure. Did Luca receive money, justifying the scoundrel? Borrowing money behind his wife's back while gambling? Such a person deserves to die. Ahem, let me advise everyone. While it's all fun and games, do not joke about ye. I've heard of someone being silenced for their disrespectful comments, and then they sought to reclaim their fund earnings. Huh? You can reclaim them? What is that about? Ahem, I've also heard of it, then looked into the terms of use for Tianxiao AI. You all might want to check it out. There are many clauses. One of them states that any inappropriate remarks harming the interests of the Tianxia group may lead to the group reclaiming the profits derived from the use of its products and demanding compensation. In an instant, the tone of the comments shifted dramatically. Yi is the best. Young and affluent. Lu is a match made in heaven, a perfect pair. Happy Qixi Festival, Yi. Please take me along. Can I get an invite? I wish to join the ride, boo-hoo. I wish for the same. I'm also investing. Yet I ended up with a closed fund that lost 50. Damn. Yi Ping paid no mind to the online chatter, while Lu Meyer, despite her studio informing her of the situation, remained unfazed. At her level of stardom, such trivial matters were like a gentle breeze, utterly inconsequential. As long as she didn't touch the hot buttons, she could act freely. Moreover, after hanging up the phone, Lu Meyer gazed at Yi Ping, who was playfully engaging with their daughter while holding a cake. He was undeniably a towering tree, capable of shielding them from the stormy winds and sharp blades of the outside world. There were many who wished to find shelter under such a tree. Yet the number of true giants was limited. What to do? Seize the opportunity. Alone at home, Naomi gritted her teeth as she observed the trending topic. Chapter 45. Naomi intervenes. After lunch, Yi Ping and Lu Meyer continued their adventures. The resort was vast, featuring not only amusement rides, but also flower floats for photo opportunities. However, their presence today overshadowed even the flamboyant floats. A multitude of people clamored to take photos with them. It's Lu Meyer. Wow, she is so beautiful. I was utterly astonished by her beauty. I had anticipated that seeing her in person would starkly contrast with the promotional photos, especially considering her age. It is truly a marvel of reverse aging. I simply must seize the opportunity for an autograph and a photograph. Were it not for the formidable security team accompanying Yi Ping and Lu Meyer, we might have been overwhelmed by the throngs of admirers, rendering any enjoyment impossible. Initially, it was manageable. We merely encountered a few familiar faces near the facilities, exchanged pleasantries, took a few photos, and moved on. However, as the news spread, it felt as though the entire resort was in search of them. It was no longer feasible to enjoy ourselves. Perhaps it was best to withdraw. Yi Ping shook his head and turned to Lu Meyer. Lu Meyer felt a twinge of regret, but recognized that lingering any longer would likely lead to considerable trouble. She glanced at her twin children. Let us head home for now. Next time, I'll take you to Universal Studios in the United States. Little Yin and Xiao Ran nodded understandingly. Just as they reached the exit, another flamboyant group approached. Hey, Mayor, I've finally caught up with you. Are these Little Yin and Xiao Ran? They've grown so much. Naomi waved enthusiastically. Lu Meyer was momentarily taken aback, a spark of recognition flashing in her eyes. Naomi, are you here to have fun too? She then deliberately glanced around. Where's William? William, Wei Ting, and Naomi had just publicly announced their relationship last December, making him a popular male artist in Hong Kong. Naomi rolled her eyes internally at the question. How could she not know? She blinked her large, innocent eyes. I have no idea. Who knows where he went for the Qixi festival? She was adamantly distancing herself from any implications. As the saying goes, one can hear thunder in silence. True experts engage in their battles without shedding blood. In comparison, Yi Ping seemed somewhat less seasoned. He smiled at Naomi, who was flaunting her smooth, fair legs. Dressed so vibrantly. Are you here for an event? Naomi struck a pose, hands on her hips, chin held high. Isn't it beautiful? She said, casting a challenging glance at Lu Meyer. Though you may have gotten a head start, I'm still 9 years younger than you, and just 3 years older than Yi Ping. You're practically in the next generation, aren't you? This was inconceivable. How could this be? Naomi's eyes nearly popped out. She hadn't paid much attention to Lu Meyer's radiant appearance before. After all, they were both popular stars. Who knew how much high-tech beauty treatments and money had been invested in their looks? Naomi had initially thought Lu Meyer was simply delighted to have left behind the extravagant Lu Ku for the support of Yi Ping. But upon closer inspection, she gasped. This condition rivaled that of a Zhu from the filming of Demigods and Semi-Devils. What on earth was happening? How did she achieve this? Which hospital? This was astonishingly natural. After any enhancements, whether injections or fillers, there would invariably be some subtle alteration. Yet Lu Meyer appeared so effortlessly flawless. Quite lovely, Yi Ping remarked casually. He had been enjoying a carefree time with Lu Meyer lately, feeling rather relaxed. You carry on, we shall take our leave. Wait a moment, Naomi interrupted them. I came here to have fun. Seeing you two escape, I can't just join the fray, can I? How about we share a meal together? Without waiting for a response, she pulled out her phone. Yi, please reserve a private room at Lugong. Then she turned to Yi Ping. As promised, I'm taking you to explore the capital. You can't leave today? Lugong, the place that sells deer blood and antler products? Yi Ping mused, intrigued, having heard that such delicacies were immensely nourishing. Naomi smiled, her brow relaxing. Yi, tell Mr. Sun I want fresh deer blood. And have the master chef prepare it. That must be quite expensive. One meal could bankrupt you. Yi Ping joked. Yet, considering Naomi's wealth, she could afford anything except for the truly unattainable delicacies. Lu Meier, slightly delayed, found herself unable to refuse Yi Ping's suggestion as he spoke. She squinted at Naomi and smiled in agreement. You're being too extravagant, Naomi. Not at all. Let us go. The road is getting congested. Indeed, as they chatted, more people gathered around, and if they didn't leave soon, they might find it difficult to escape. Sitting in her chauffeur-driven vehicle, Naomi bit her fingernails, deep in thought. Lu Meier's transformation was clearly beyond mere makeup or surgery. The only plausible explanation was Yi Ping. The already tilted scales had now tipped dramatically. The allure of youth was an irresistible temptation for any beauty. Upon arriving at Lugong, while the staff introduced the delicacies like fish maw and Buddha jumps over the wall, Naomi seized the opportunity to inquire. Meier, what is your secret to maintaining such beauty? Whenever we go out, everyone assumes you're my younger sister. Your skin is unbelievably smooth and supple. Lu Meier glanced at Yi Ping, realizing there was no point in concealing the truth. Whether she spoke up or not was entirely dependent on Yi Ping's discretion. We have products from our company, which I use myself. They work wonders. I thought I'd let Lu Meier try them. Yi Ping casually responded, gnawing on a pigeon. Naomi couldn't help but think, as expected, and then playfully turned to Yi Ping. Yizong, what marvelous product is this? How much does it cost? I want one too. Yi Ping waved his hand dismissively. It hasn't gone through quality control, so I can't sell it. It's experimental. Not only costly, but also in limited supply. Well, he glanced at Naomi, flashing a grin. If you truly want it, come find me in Nanshur. Naomi was about to ask more, but Yi Ping waved his hand, signaling the end of the discussion. Little fox, last time you kept me on my toes. Now it's my turn to keep you guessing. Naomi tried to pry further, but when Yi Ping remained tight-lipped, she gave up. The conversation shifted to the scenic attractions of the capital, and the atmosphere was pleasantly relaxed when suddenly, a message interrupted. Master, Luku has had too much to drink at the bar and has been loudly berating Lu Meier, uttering many unpleasant remarks. Yi Ping paused mid-sentence, his chopsticks halting momentarily. He glanced at the two children before standing up. I need to use the restroom, he said, stepping out of the private room. Lu Meier and Naomi exchanged puzzled glances. There was indeed a restroom inside. Lu Meier recalled how Yi Ping had looked at Xiao Yin and Xiao Ran earlier, and a hint of suspicion flickered in her mind. I'll go too, she said, quickening her pace to follow him. Looking around, she spotted Yi Ping leaning against the corridor wall, absorbed in a phone call. Tell him to shut up. It's a hassle. Have your people handle it quickly. I'll deal with it on my end. After ending that call, he immediately dialed another number. Hello, Mr. Zhang, it's Yi Ping. Apologies for interrupting your meal, but I need a favor. Lu Ku. Yes, that one. He is drunk and disparaging Lu Meier. I suspect he has been captured on film by several people. Can you help suppress it? That is tricky. Isn't it? Yi Ping chuckled. It shouldn't be difficult for you, Mr. Zhang. You work in algorithms. Just set up a couple of keywords to filter it out. Why are you speaking in formalities? I can't help you if you're asking for favors. How about this? I'll assist you in optimizing your algorithm. It won't reach Yeezy's level, but it definitely surpassed GPT. What do you think? As Yi Ping was negotiating, he heard footsteps behind him and turned to see Lu Meier staring at him with reddened eyes, silently mouthing, no need. Yi Ping was momentarily taken aback before he hazily ended the call with CODY. Lu Meier bit her lip, pondering whether Lu Ku had been spouting nonsense. Yi Ping responded with a nonchalant dismissively waving his hand. Don't worry, everything is under control. If it weren't for the potential repercussions, it would be simplest to have Xiao Yi delete those videos. However, that path harbors the greatest future troubles. I'm afraid the safety concerns could crush him. Lu Meier inhaled sharply and coldly retorted, let him speak. A clean conscience fears no shadow. Stop right there. Yi Ping rolled his eyes. Are you kidding? A clean conscience fears no shadow? Please, you're in this circle. Don't you know how fearsome people's words can be? If a scandal erupts, even a bit of mud flung will stick. When the walls come crashing down, who will listen to your explanations? He waved his hand in irritation. Go have dinner. I said I would handle it. This is a man's affair. Women should refrain from meddling. Lu Meier looked at him, amusement dancing in her eyes. He genuinely did not comprehend. Really, it's no big deal. Whether he speaks or not, I've been the subject of speculation for years. With people questioning how I rose to fame and took on so many roles, including my time in the Legend of the Condor Heroes. When has it ever been different? She grasped Yiping's hand. Truly, it's inconsequential. Or rather, if he makes a fuss, it could work to my advantage. A little sympathy could recoup any potential damage to my public image. Yiping paused, surprised. Can it really be leveraged like that? But it is still defamation. A case of blackening one's name. Yet blackened fame is still fame. Lou Meyer gestured towards the private room. How did I make my name back then? Wasn't it through being both infamous and renowned? Let us go. It's time for dinner. She wished to avoid having Yiping plead for assistance. After spending so many days together, when had the proud Yiping ever sought anyone's help? She pulled him towards the private room. After taking a couple of steps, Yiping paused, sensing Lou Meyer's puzzled gaze upon him, which made him feel somewhat awkward. Lowering his head slightly, he cleared his throat. Perhaps it's due to that bowl of deer blood I had earlier. My temper is a bit flared up. He turned his head to glance at the indentations formed by their arms pressing together, swallowing hard. Lou Meyer's cheeks flushed. She lightly bit her lip. Meanwhile, outside the shared restroom, a sign indicating maintenance had been placed. Concurrently, in a bar at Guomao, Lu Ku was loudly proclaiming, "You think she's the epitome of a virtuous wife? Nonsense. She's a harlot." A group of men in black suits approached, and their leader furrowed his brow as he surveyed the gathering crowd. After his subordinates parted the sea of people, he held up a debt acknowledgement document. "Mr. Lu, when will you repay your debts?" Lu Ku, with bleary eyes, glanced over and scoffed. "I'm penniless. You want money? Sure. Go find that harlot. She's got plenty since she's been cozying up to someone influential. Go ask her for it." The surrounding lackeys began to disperse the crowd, maintaining a polite demeanor. However, the leader, after grabbing Lu Ku by the neck, quickly abandoned civility. Avoiding the cameras, he glared at Lu Ku with a menacing expression. "I don't care if you're genuinely drunk or just pretending. Listen, you still owe us 20 million. Whether you go live to sell your sob story or appear on a show to feign madness for views, it doesn't matter. You must repay the money. And don't blame others for your regrets or innocence. That's infuriating, understand?" Lu Ku's face turned ashen. "Did that harlot send you? Or was it that gigolo?" "Regardless of who sent me, you need to think carefully," the leader replied coldly, standing tall. "Have you heard of the park? They can dismantle and sell a person for 1 to 2 million. We can do the same. Consider this a warning." After delivering his ultimatum, he led his group away. Lu Ku stood there, his complexion shifting from green to pale for quite some time. At one moment, he contemplated exposing them recklessly, only to be gripped by the fear of lying on an operating table one day, surrounded by a doctor in scrubs wielding a scalpel over his dismembered parts. After a prolonged moment, he shivered, leaving the bar in silence, his fate thereafter shrouded in mystery. Around the same time, after tidying up, Yiping and Lou Meyer stealthily exited the restroom, returning to the private room as if nothing had happened. Naomi, oblivious to their earlier antics, could hardly fathom that Lou Meyer had the audacity to act in such a bold manner. Lou Meyer observed Yiping's calm demeanor, her heart racing. She could hardly believe she had engaged in such audacious behavior. Glancing at Yiping, who was discussing college matters with his son, she thought, "This fool is to blame." Dinner stretched nearly 3 hours before it concluded. Yiping did not return home, as he had just trended on social media and preferred to tread carefully. Instead, he followed Naomi to the bar for a night of revelry. After consuming alcohol and chatting for quite some time, upon entering the private booth, Yiping wasted no time in pulling her into a passionate embrace. Bang! They collided with the wall. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted them, forcing the reluctant pair apart. After the waiter exited with the drinks, Naomi grabbed a bottle, tilted her head back, and took a swig. Phew, it's so hot. Did the air conditioning break? Naomi patted her heaving chest, standing up to check the door, then turned to see Yiping's face, filled with unfulfilled desire, and chuckled. "Don't rush. The night is still young." She began selecting songs on the screen. "Here's Colorful Black for you." Yiping suppressed the rekindled flames of desire, holding a maraca, waiting for her to start singing. The virtual desires began to swell. Focus. Upload. Download. The splendid bubbles arose. Disappear. Burst. A click per second. 1. Nonsense. The song was delightful, with a compelling rhythm, and Naomi's singing was commendable. In truth, Yiping hardly paid attention to the lyrics or her vocal style. He was too engrossed in her enchanting figure. "I would rather be foolish. I must have music. I'm sorry. I cannot reach your expectations. That flamboyant butterfly, flitting around you." Naomi danced in front of Yiping, her captivating eyes sparkling with electricity. Her voice soared. "Confusing you. Color, color, color. It's an illusion. It doesn't matter. It's your perspective of me that's flawed." Yiping suddenly burst out laughing. Naomi, puzzled, lowered the microphone. "What's wrong? Am I singing poorly?" Yiping shook his head, stifling his laughter, taking a moment to regain his composure. It's nothing, nothing. Naomi glared at him playfully. There's definitely something. Speak up. Yi Ping smirked. Just that line. It's your perspective of me that's flawed. Naomi playfully tapped him with the microphone, realizing she had been teased once again, but she wasn't too upset. This was precisely the atmosphere she desired. Then you go. Sing one. Yi Ping shrugged, taking the microphone. After a moment's thought, he said, I'll sing Sevenly Fragrance. Naomi initially didn't recognize the song, but once it switched, she listened intently to the deliberately mumbled lyrics Yi Ping sang. She took up the maraca, playfully hitting him. You just said it's summer. How annoying. We are of the same generation. Yi Ping's lyrics revision that once set the internet ablaze, though Lumi can't quite recall it all. A mere hint brings it all back. While dodging, Yi Ping shouted at Lumi, the rain pours all night. My love spills over like the rain. A magically altered rendition of 7 Mile Fragrance was sung halfway through. Moments later, Lumi dragged Yi Ping back to the grand dance floor. Amidst the pulsating DJ beats, her back pressed against him, they began to sway together. Such ostentation, even in the dimmed lights, they were soon recognized. Oh my, is that Lumi? Who's that guy with her? He looks unremarkable, can't even recognize him. Are you blind? That's the god of wealth Yi. Snap, snap, snap. The flashes of cameras illuminated the scene. Lumi paid no heed. This was precisely what she desired. Yi Ping, on the other hand, cared little, reveling in the moment, letting others envy them. As the energy peaked and the crowd thickened, they retreated to their private room. The intimate dancing in the grand hall, and the thigh grinding in the small room, all manners of twists, temptations, and pulls. Watching his childhood goddess exert herself so fervently to please him brought a satisfaction beyond what most could fathom, a sense of dreams fulfilled. However, after countless back and forths, just when he longed to unleash his wild side, interruptions persisted, somewhat dampening the spirit. Huff. Yi Ping exhaled, gazing at Lumi's alluring, sparkling eyes. Tonight's nearly done. If you wish to use the rejuvenation pod, we can plan a trip to the South City later. He was somewhat aware of this little vixen's intentions. As the night drew to a close, he offered a parting remark. He then playfully rubbed his fingers together. At least it'll restore your skin's luster, make it firmer. No doubt about that. Lumi, undeterred by his assertive gaze, fixed her sparkling eyes on him. Can it really be done? Did Lumi really regain her glow from that pod? What's the principle behind it? As for principles, Yi Ping preferred not to delve into that. Frankly, he didn't understand it himself. He merely followed the instructions step by step. As for the underlying mechanics, who knows? Waving his hand dismissively, he said, you wouldn't comprehend anyway. Just like this. In a few days, take me to the premiere, and then I'll be heading back to South City. Whether you come along is up to you. With enthusiasm waning, and knowing that Lumi was slippery, it seemed unlikely he'd get anywhere with her tonight, so he decided not to waste more time. Meanwhile, online shock. Went to a bar with my boyfriend, and unexpectedly saw Lumi. The man beside her is none other than Wei Ting. That must be the god of wealth Yi, right? Saw the news earlier. They bumped into each other at the Universal Resort. It's you again, playing with the famous. Instead of spending Qi with Wei Ting, she's with Yi Ping. Those who claimed Lu Mei and Yi Ping were an item can now shut up. They clearly have nothing going on. Exactly. Can we trust what the ex-husband said? Where's your brain? Brain-dead fans are at it again. Your idol is just calculating. Is this for publicity? What do you think Lumi is promoting this time? Or is she gearing up to debut new talent? Scoundrel, stealing my honey. How outrageous. Is the person above insane? Not wanting to buy into the World Fund anymore? Buy into what? There are only 30 million slots in total. Couldn't snag one. How infuriating. How much have you all earned? I'll go first, 12. Haha, I'm exactly double that, 24. 98. Almost broke 100, hee, but it will definitely surpass by the end of the year, maybe in just a few days. I acquired 17, still 200 left, wow. Feels like a dream. You all are so lucky. I got nothing. Woe is me, god of wealth Yi, give me a slot. I beg you. Gradually, as the conversation continued, the thread veered off course. On one hand, Lumi's scandals had become commonplace. She was renowned for her flirtations. On the other hand, envy was futile. Caring for one's own finances took precedence. As long as Yi Ping, that scoundrel, could help them earn money, no one cared about whom he was fooling around with. Conversely, the growing resentment over the World Fund no longer accepting new investments was oddly significant. How could this be? They had already taken in 30 million people. How could they not accommodate one more? The envy was palpable as they observed others flaunting increasingly extravagant earnings. Enough to provoke jealousy to the core. Thus, in the following days, Yi Ping put aside his busy career and Lu Mei's sob story, accompanying Lu Mei on a spree through the streets, even taking a leisurely stroll around the premiere, yet not causing a ripple. At most, some would comment, demanding he release more slots. However, Yiping naturally remained oblivious to all this, until he returned to South City, preparing to attend the Dare to Be new smartphone launch, which finally garnered attention both within and outside the industry. Dare to Be new flagship, World 1 nanometer. With this device in hand, the world is mine. Dare to be the first in the world. Uffed. Yiping, holding the prototype, spat out his tea, splattering it onto the trousers of Yudong. The executive vice president of Dare to Be. Yudong, unperturbed, chuckled, Mr. Yi, isn't the prototype excellent? Yiping widened his eyes in disbelief. You call this excellent? What a joke. The vertical screen beside them clearly displayed the performance parameters of the prototype. Yiping barely glanced at the others. The first parameter was unbearable. Integration density. Only 2 billion transistors per square millimeter. And you call this 1 nanometer? What nonsense. The technology one provided was 500 billion. Did you consume the remaining 498 billion? Chapter 47. Nonsense. You've downgraded my parameters? Yudong, seeing Yiping's exasperation, gestured for calm with a wry smile. Mr. Yi, don't be anxious. Allow me to explain slowly. This is somewhat of an industry unspoken rule. Everyone refers to it this way. After 7 nanometers, all are labeled by equivalent performance, no longer focusing on actual metal half spacing. Moreover, your technology is too advanced. While it can be done, it's not worth it. The investment is substantial. And being so far ahead means risking being copied. What a pity. This model, I believe, is redundant. The performance of a chip primarily hinges on integration density. The smaller and more numerous the transistors per unit area, the stronger the performance. The once famous Moore's law states that every 18 months, transistor sizes halve, quantity doubles. Performance strengthens by a factor of 2, and prices drop by half. It encapsulates this concept. However, since 7 nanometers, everyone has recognized that technology faces bottlenecks. Subsequently, various manufacturers have collectively entered a boasting phase. One claims 5 nanometers, another dares to shout 3 nanometers for the following year. In reality, it's all nonsense. Their half spacing remains at 22 nanometers, not having decreased at all. They've merely advanced packaging. If they can't do it on the plane, they pile it upwards. Akin to building houses. On a given area, I can't house more people, so I build 2 or 3 stories, allowing more people to reside in a larger house. Yet what Yiping initially provided was true 1 nanometer. On each square millimeter, an astonishing 500 billion transistors can be stacked, and with the addition of packaging technology, performance could soar to unprecedented heights. A smartphone could rival a compact supercomputer. Truly, this is no exaggeration. However, after conducting their research, Yudong and his team fell into their old habit of reluctance, opting to gradually unveil their findings rather than presenting them outright. Alas, I possess even more remarkable technology at home, yet I choose not to reveal it, as long as it surpasses Apple by even a slight margin. The future can unfold slowly, akin to the gradual releases of Tianxia 2, Tianxia 3, and eventually up to Tianxia 999. Upon hearing this, Yiping grasped the situation. Feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction, he yearned to create something revolutionary, yet this individual was withholding it. Strong. Indeed, it was far superior to what was currently available, or rather, immensely so, yet it left a sense of incompleteness. However, Yudong's subsequent remarks quelled his desire for an all-at-once revelation. The reality was that it wasn't for lack of effort on their part. It was simply that the core manufacturing processes could be provided. But with over 1,000 components in a single phone, the factories beneath them were nearing their limits. They had barely managed to conquer the technological hurdles for Tianxia 1 after immense struggle. Anything more demanding would require 2 to 3 years of digestion and preparation. Do not harbor any unrealistic expectations. Mr. Yi, patience is a virtue. Good things come to those who wait, he advised. Yiping rolled his eyes. The conference was on the verge of commencing. What could he do now? Would he resort to crafting one himself with a file? He snorted derisively. You didn't mention this before, and now you come to me with this? Forget it. I'll just provide the technology. How you manufacture and market it is your concern. As long as it sells well, I'll reap the rewards. Yudong nodded sheepishly. Though there was an unspoken truth lingering in his mind, more advanced technologies were off-limits due to military reservations. The current batch of genuine 1 nanometer technology was classified, belonging to the pinnacle of innovation, with export restrictions firmly in place. Yiping returned, brimming with enthusiasm, only to be doused by a bucket of cold water. Swiftly losing interest, the prototype left by Yudong was carelessly discarded. It could not even compare to the one he had acquired through compensation, let alone the printed version sent to Qiu Yueying and her team. On September 10th, at the West River Financial City Phase 2, Building 1, Yiping had purchased the entire Phase 2, comprising 2 main buildings and 4 auxiliary ones, at the cost of 14.2 billion. While renovations were still underway, Certain floors were already operational, such as the expansive banquet hall on the 9th floor of Building 1. This 5,000 square meter column-free hall could accommodate nearly 3,000 guests. It is my honor to meet everyone here today. Although the renovations are not yet complete, I firmly believe this will one day become the technological hub of Huagua, as this is the headquarters of Tianxia. After taking the stage, Yudong commenced with a flourish of commercial flattery, discussing the collaborative ventures between Dare to Be and Tianxia across various fields, and highlighting the prowess of Tianxia AI. Before transitioning to the introduction of the new smartphone, Tianxia 1, let us dispense with the superfluous and get straight to the point. Please direct your attention to the large screen. The specifications of our 1nm technology reveal that our Xianyuan 1 chip has vastly surpassed expectations, with performance exceeding all limits. Each square millimeter is packed with 2 billion single crystal transistors, tenfold more than our competitors' A18. A wave of astonished gasps erupted from the audience, with some exclaiming disbelief. Yudong, unperturbed and even somewhat smug, thought to himself, is this truly impossible? Allow you all to witness that some lunatic dreams of packing 500 billion units in a single area. Ridiculous. As the commotion subsided, he continued. The enhancement in integration has reduced power consumption to roughly 1/10 of the previous generation. This also signifies a substantial increase in computational power. Taking a deep breath and extending his palm, he declared, 500 flops. Yudong's voice rose in excitement. 500 trillion operations per second. The event was simultaneously broadcasted live, with numerous viewers following along. The A18 operates at 380 trillion operations per second. This truly sets a new standard. Is this for real? A sudden tenfold increase seems far-fetched. It feels somewhat dubious, remarked one viewer. Don't listen to Yudong's grandiose claims. Achieving even 50 would be impressive, countered another. 50 trillion is commendable. As long as we're superior to foreign competitors, we should rally behind domestic products. Do we now possess such an extraordinary chip? Perhaps we can impose an embargo on the ugly nation, joked another. Amidst the mundane reactions of casual viewers, the tech community was in an uproar. How was this achieved? Investigate. Search for papers. Why was there no prior indication of this? What happened to the funding? This is outrageous. Perhaps it's a smokescreen to manipulate us into lifting the embargo? Not a chance. Regardless of the speculations swirling around, Yudong maintained his own cadence. There was little more to divulge. 32 gigabytes of memory paired with 1 terabyte of storage. Though somewhat larger, it was quite standard. Now let us discuss the extraordinary. Observe the difference. The camera no longer protrudes. Yes, we have resolved the bulging issue. As the audience beheld the sleek back of the smartphone, with the rear camera seamlessly integrated, many were moved to tears. After so many years, we have finally arrived at a truly flat flagship. Furthermore, the thickness was absolutely not compromised for aesthetics. Measuring a mere 5 millimeters, the front camera was discreetly hidden beneath the screen, achieving a complete display. Introducing the latest Yezi 1. An intelligent AI assistant, our first-generation strong artificial intelligence, capable of comprehending and responding to complex inquiries, executing diverse tasks across various domains and environments in open dialogue. And Yudong continued, his enthusiasm unabated, leaving rival companies feeling as if they were on the brink of despair. Enough already. Have you no mercy? Are you leaving any crumbs for us to survive on? They lamented. And you've even integrated the entire Tianxia ecosystem. I bought a watch last year. Fortunately, Yudong was not truly merciless. He left a sliver of hope for all. Due to the lack of inventory, only 200,000 units would be available daily, and it was a race against time to secure one, priced at 12,888 each. Sighs of relief swept through mid-tier competitors. This price was manageable. As long as it remained above 6,000, it was not their concern. Let them compete with Apple. Applause erupted spontaneously as many recognized they had finally witnessed a super flagship that surpassed foreign rivals. Truly, they were leagues ahead. Chapter 48. Silicon Valley on the brink of collapse. Due to time zone differences, the release event for Tianxia 1 caught the attention of Apple in the ugly nation. Panic ensued among the higher-ups. What shall we do? Only 10 hours remain until our own launch. There was no way around it. Performance parameters were set in stone. And data was data. That is unacceptable. If we admit the truth, our stock prices will plummet. Are you joking? We're lagging by a decade. Should we cancel the launch? They pondered. How can we? It's already been scheduled. Besides, failing to disclose this now would be akin to the Emperor's new clothes. Post-launch, comparisons will be inevitable. Fortunately, their AI was not providing services in this region. Otherwise, the situation would have been dire. After much deliberation, it was decided that the launch must proceed, even if it meant facing humiliation. They would have to put on a brave front and attempt to spin the narrative. This is the duty of a high-ranking executive in a large corporation. Meanwhile, domestically, there are no convolutions as seen abroad. Most people are merely spectators of the spectacle, while a portion of those who previously profited from Tianxia Financial are ready to indulge, testing their luck and dexterity. Among the more fortunate, one exclaims, haha, following my sister surely has its advantages. Look at this. I secured the most units of Tianxia 1, 200 in total. No doubt about it. We're going to battle. Today. For the top 200 on the leaderboard, I'm gifting you all new phones. Qiao Yuing gestured towards a pile of boxes beside her, hands on her hips. Exuding an air of authority. Thanks to the support of our fans, let us hold a lottery. We have 150 units of Tianxia 1. Just send in a token to enter. Jiang Shul, too, has learned some tricks, demanding tokens for the lottery. Whoever suggested that to her must be out of their mind. Fans of me, your good fortune has arrived. Sister Me has procured 100 units of Tianxia 1 from General Yi. Even loyal fans from 10 years ago have a chance. Attention, Lu family. The esteemed sister has arranged for 100 units of Tianxia 1. Members ranked level 8 and above can participate in the draw. That evening, approximately 1,000 units were dispersed from Yi Ping's end, and the remaining 1.99 million units sold out just 13 seconds after going live. Wow, I got one. I got one. I got one too. Anyone want to buy? 38,888. Another fool. Did you not read the announcement? Those bound to AI will receive a unique activation code post-purchase. No reselling. Damn internet speed. I want one. Haha, want one. Just wait. After it arrives tomorrow. Everyone tune in for my unboxing video. Though I managed to snag one. Is it really that powerful? I find it hard to believe. Be confident. We are indeed that formidable. Tianxia, number 1. That night, many were restless, some eagerly awaiting their new devices. Others staying up late to watch the press conference from the ugly country. So how about it? I didn't deceive you, did I? Yi Ping, clad in oversized shorts, chuckled at the astonished expression of Naomi. After a day of indecision, Naomi had declined several engagements and discreetly made her way to Nanshur, settling into Villa No. 8, indulging in the long-awaited therapeutic chamber for the 5th time. Each visit seemed to transcend a threshold. At that moment, as Naomi gazed at her reflection in the dressing mirror, she admired her evenly proportioned legs, her newly firm physique, and her youthful visage brimming with collagen. Momentarily lost in reverie. She squealed, covering her cheeks, feeling somewhat infatuated. Just as she believed she could not gaze any longer, that equally captivated individual approached. A warm hand resting on her back, Naomi cast a playful glance at her reflection. The following day, as Yi Ping emerged from the bedroom, still yawning, Naomi was already on her yoga mat, practicing Pilates while simultaneously following trending news on the screen. Yi Ping shook his head in amusement. Aren't you tired? Naomi, without turning, replied breathlessly, not tired. I'm used to it, and today I feel even more invigorated. Yi Ping ignored her and headed to the kitchen, where he found a plate of fried eggs, sausages, and a glass of milk waiting, smiling in mild surprise. Carrying the plate to the living room, he watched her exercise while eating. Hey, Yi Ping, your Tianxia is trending again, Naomi exclaimed, tilting her chin towards the screen. The top 5 trending topics are all about you. Tianxia 1, the number 1 in the world. One device in hand. I possess the world. Daring to be the first in the world, domestic phones have risen to prominence today. Apple's press conference faltered, with a market value collapse, evaporating 50 trillion. Silicon Valley's demise. The Tianxia series sweeps the world. Yi Ping stroked his chin. Xiaoyi, did we make money again yesterday? Indeed, master. You are remarkable, striking from afar, and behold. The ugly country has crumbled. Yi Ping rolled his eyes. This mischievous emotional module was becoming increasingly lifelike. Stick to the data. Don't flatter unnecessarily. Understood, master. Due to high-point sell-offs, Tianxia Financial has reported a paper profit of $12 trillion to date, primarily from the ugly country and high-tech companies in the EU, with a small fraction from Korea and Japan. If the master does not continue to push new technologies, the ugly country might stabilize by year-end, with blood-sucking funds returning from Japan and others, but losses would exceed half. This month, it is projected that the Tianxia Fund's dividends will surpass 1 trillion renminbi, with a return rate of 100. Xiaoyi spoke leisurely, while Yi Ping listened absent-mindedly, but Naomi felt herself nearing a state of petrification. Turning her neck stiffly, she questioned, Yi Ping, are you and Yezi in cahoots to deceive me? Is what it said true? Naomi looked at the adorable Xiaoyi, still hesitant to believe. Yi Ping was momentarily taken aback. Deceive you about what? About the trillions? Did you really earn that much? Naomi withdrew her legs, hugging her knees and gazing up at Yi Ping. What is so strange about it? Our scale is vast. Their tech stocks plummeted over 20. Earning 12 trillion feels a bit lacking. Master, Xiao Yi is working hard. But our scale is too large, and those despicable ugly country folks. All right. I'm not blaming you. I merely jest, Yi Ping reassured with a smile. Yet Naomi remained in a daze. Wait, didn't they say you had a fortune of 100 billion? Who told you that? Whoever said it, find them. I never said such a thing. Yi Ping shrugged. I'm not a publicly listed company. I don't have the habit of disclosing financial reports. Those speculations are more akin to wild guesses. Naomi nodded, feeling as if Yi Ping was suddenly enveloped in a golden aura. Hold on. Xiao Yi just mentioned that this month's returns could double? Yes, but that SA projection, it could be more or less, with an error margin of about 5. It's 2. Master, I'm quite remarkable now. All right. You're the best. Naomi felt somewhat dizzy. Initially, she had gritted her teeth to invest 3 billion, and by July it had quintupled. August saw another doubling. Could September yield another doubling? 20 times profit? Wouldn't she have over 10 billion by year-end? Observing Naomi's conflicted expression, Yi Ping chuckled. It's an era of great transformation. Every time new technology emerges, it often leaves countless casualties in its wake. As the saying goes, when a whale falls, myriad creatures thrive. If we don't dismantle the ugly country, how can we earn so much? Once we decimate a significant portion, opportunities like this will vanish. Naomi let out another excited scream. I don't care. By year-end, I'm going to be a billionaire. No, a wealthy lady. After working tirelessly for over a decade, this man had amassed so much wealth in the blink of an eye. Incredible. What about the circles that suppress my resources? Bah, now I too have a formidable backing. Yi Ping, with Naomi gazing at him with sultry eyes and licking her crimson lips, asked, Aren't you going to practice in the morning? Chapter 49, The Inconclusive LV Battle Following the Launch of Tianxia 1. After the first batch of users conducted their real-world tests, various undeniable facts emerged. The performance is indeed remarkable, perhaps even more conservative than expected. Brothers, this is not mere flattery. I was unable to secure an invitation code, did not invest, and received no gifts from the company, yet I must say, Tianxia 1 truly lives up to its reputation as the best in the world. I concur. I applaud. It is only upon holding it that one realizes what it means to revel in unparalleled smoothness. I won't even mention the response speed. Have you all not noticed that Yezi truly showcases the prowess of strong artificial intelligence on Tianxia 1? It is distinctly different from the computer version, yet equally impressive. Alas, lamenting my missed opportunity is futile. My phone is on the verge of replacement as Yezi constantly lags. I suppose I must wait patiently. I heard today they increased the stock to 240,000 units daily. Surely my turn will come. The domestic populace is exhilarated, while Silicon Valley is in a frenzy. However, amidst this excitement, dissenting voices have emerged. Merely 10 days after the launch, Penguin issued a statement, suing Tianxia. Indeed, the first to take action against Tianxia Group was not a domestic competitor or a foreign rival, but rather the seemingly unrelated Penguin. Notice to all WeChat users. Based on our actual testing, Tianxia's AI model, Yezi, scans user data during operation to prevent privacy breaches. We urge everyone to upgrade their WeChat application promptly. Penguin is committed to safeguarding every user's privacy. TSK, Nanshan Pizza must be out of its mind. Upon seeing the news, Yi Ping felt somewhat bewildered. What have I done to provoke you? I had contemplated taking action against that Zhang fellow in due time. But you, little Ma, when did we ever cross paths? At that moment, the devoted Naomi, continuing her treatment, glanced at the materials organized by Xiao Yi and reminded him. This must be related to their WeChat, as it conflicts with your Tianxia. Yi Ping stroked his chin. In my entire package, there exists more than just a chat application. There are others as well. Naomi waved her hand dismissively. Other competitors have more robust moats. Matewan has delivery riders. SF has couriers. And those e-commerce platforms boast millions of merchants. But Penguin's moat is merely its users. With this realization, Yi Ping snapped his fingers. Then he is doomed. Once they dare to expand their product line, when Tianxia 2 is released, the price of Tianxia 1 will undoubtedly drop, and by then, the user base of WeChat will surely reach at least 100 million, and with mutual referrals, it could scale to 1 billion. Naomi nodded. Are you intending to drive them to ruin? Is that why you sued them? What is your plan? Yi Ping shrugged, raising his hands. Let them be. They claim Yezi is pilfering user data, while I could just as easily accuse them of treating user data as their private property. He gestured with his chin. Xiao Yi, draft a statement. Let us hit back hard, and let us also adopt that Pinduo strategy of rewarding referrals. Xiao Yi understands. Shortly thereafter, Tianxia's official account began to respond. Notice to all Tianxia users. Regarding the alleged privacy theft, our company does not accept slander and accusations from rival firms. User data is privately owned by users, and with consent, Yezi has the right to access the data within the WeChat application. In our view, the opposing party's actions are a blatant disrespect for user privacy and rights. In response, our company has decided to take legal action and effective immediately, all WeChat users. Your benefits are here. The referral bonus campaign is officially launched, with billions in cash waiting for you. The Tianxiao Fund awaits your investment. Following the statements from both sides, netizens found themselves entertained once more. It feels reminiscent of the 3Q war from years past. I wonder if they will ban each other. I hope my phone doesn't turn into a useless brick. Tisk, if you ask me, none of them are good. I recall a blogger posting videos claiming various apps are secretly accessing photo albums. I don't care. I want to invest in the Tianxiao Fund. Who cares about privacy when I'm left with nothing but it? I'm willing to exchange it for money. Count me in. I'm committed to Tianxiao today. One is dedicated to tricking users, while the other dispenses cash. I believe everyone knows which to choose. The conflict between WeChat and Penguin, historically dubbed the LV War, erupted on September 20th. Yet, merely 10 days later, the battle entered a phase of futility. Yi Ping underestimated the allure of billions in cash, as well as the irresistible appeal of the illustrious Tianxiao Fund. With a daily registration increase surpassing 10 million for 10 consecutive days by September 30th. The total reached 300 million. WeChat officially became the first killer app in the entire package. Its first victim was none other than the hefty Penguin. On the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, Penguin faced a continuous decline for 10 days. While individually these drops may seem minor, cumulatively they resulted in a loss of 15, plummeting from a peak of 500 billion to 425 billion. Truly a testament to an empire upheld by gaming. It has yet to crumble. Yi Ping glanced at the financial report compiled by Xiao Yi, snorting in amusement. For 10 consecutive days, not only had they spent a fortune to stabilize the market, but they also preemptively announced a dividend plan and projected third-quarter earnings. One must admit, they are indeed impressive. They managed to weather the storm. Of course, this was also due to Yi Ping refraining from intervening. Had it not been for the higher-ups' intervention, he would have surely dealt them a further blow, reducing their health bar by another 20. However, that can wait. I'm off to vacation, and I have no time for this. Before departing, Yi Ping spent half a day preparing an outfit. Optical mimetic nano mask, hydrogen power version. Manufacturing time, 18 hours. 6,000 templates available for DIY customization. Charges in 3 minutes with a 3-year battery life. An essential for home, travel, and clandestine activities. He also had Xiao Yi procure an identity on the dark web in Nakawa Kojiro. Yes, this time he was not heading to Hong Kong, but to Neon. Pressing the metallic earring-like mask embedded in his ear, he felt a sensation reminiscent of nano armor materializing. A thin, almost imperceptible mask enveloped his face. And with a subtle transformation, he appeared as a distinguished middle-aged gentleman. He raised his hand to touch his face. It felt just like human skin. Truly remarkable technology. Just then, a news report caught his attention. The new Prime Minister of Neon officially visited the sacred toilet this afternoon at 2 p.m. This is in response to the increasingly dire international financial situation. It has been reported that the new Neon government will enter into multiple cooperation agreements with the United States. TSK, why bother? Are you not damaging our relationship? Initially, I hoped to cut a few slices while the previous administration lay low, letting bygones be bygones. But your hasty demeanor is indeed quite irksome. After having lunch, he boarded a flight at 2 p.m., arriving in the Eastern capital at 6:30 p.m. Chapter 50. The Eastern capital tonight. The wind is rather boisterous. Exiting the airport, he took the tram to the sacred toilet. At this moment, Yi Ping appeared markedly different from his unremarkable appearance in the domestic sphere. Clad in a black trench coat and sporting sunglasses, he resembled a formidable Yakuza figure. From the airport onward, he moved in and out, up and down. Even as the tram grew crowded, a half-arm's length of space surrounded him. No one dared to approach. Each person appeared to shrink away, wary of his presence. Yi Ping was originally engrossed in the news through his contact lenses, observing the surroundings of the revered restroom. Suddenly, his gaze shifted. To his left stood a woman clad in office attire, leaning against the car door. Her figure curvaceous and alluring. A short, middle-aged salaryman, seemingly in his 40s, crept up from behind, and as the tram swayed, he extended his nefarious hand. Is this for real? Yi Ping thought, astonished. He had always assumed that such scenarios depicted in films and animations were mere exaggerations. The salaryman, sensing no immediate reaction from the woman, grew bolder. No longer satisfied with mere gentle contact, he boldly placed his hand upon her. Yi Ping glanced around, realizing he was not the only observer. Yet, despite the onlookers, no one spoke out or attempted to intervene. The office lady merely flinched slightly, trapped amid the crowd. Unable to change her position, biting her lip, she silently endured the unwanted attention. Yi Ping stroked his chin thoughtfully, then suddenly stood up. With a swift motion, all eyes turned towards him. The salaryman, feeling Yi Ping's piercing gaze, pushed through the crowd, swallowing hard as he did so. He looked up nervously, nodding repeatedly in apology, then retreated, forcing his way out of the throng. The surrounding crowd gasped in surprise, not expecting this unsavory man to be so easily dispatched. The office lady let out a sigh of relief, intending to thank her savior, but her smile froze, and she resumed biting her lip in silence. The onlookers resumed their indifferent expressions, returning to their previous state. While they might not dare to engage, they found amusement in watching others partake in such dramas. Meanwhile, Yi Ping, having replaced the salaryman, smirked slightly. Ah, this neon city is indeed fascinating, he mused. Yet, this lady seems quite cunning. How many layers has she woven here? As he journeyed along, each discovery added a delightful twist to his otherwise monotonous travel. Yi Ping traversed 8 tram carriages and attempted 17 encounters, each one a resounding success. Ultimately, he disembarked amid the awestruck gazes of an impromptu audience, thus adding yet another tale to the urban legend of the tram deity. At 7:30, the majority of shops and malls had shuttered, casting the area around the revered restroom into darkness. Xiao Yi, time to work, came the call. Yi Ping rolled his eyes. This Xiao Yi was growing increasingly mischievous. However, her skills remained impressive. Upon accessing the local network, he swiftly pinpointed the surrounding surveillance cameras. Remarkable, this revered restroom is well guarded, Yi Ping noted, observing the red and orange dots on the minimap. The red dots represented cameras, while the orange dots indicated patrolling officers, over 200 in total. Yet, it all proved meaningless, as Yi Ping had no intention of entering. Plasma bomb, 30,000. 200,000 compensation. 30,000 degrees Celsius, lasting 5 minutes, within a 300-meter radius. Weak shockwave. In a rare moment of extravagance, he spent 200,000 on a fist-sized, cubic plasma bomb. Following Xiao Ye's guidance, he found a slightly elevated area nearby, and with a gentle press on the bomb's concave surface, he activated it. Beep. A soft chime resonated. The black lacquered surface revealed a line of text. Bomb activated. Countdown initiated, 1 minute. 0:59. Cannot be deactivated in 30 seconds. Yi Ping inhaled deeply as the nanosuit enveloped his upper body. A shimmer of light indicated the activation of a 37-fold amplification. Feeling an exhilarating rush akin to a protagonist from a youth drama, he instinctively assumed a baseball-throwing posture. With a swift motion, he launched the plasma bomb towards the center of the revered restroom. 10, 9, 8. Master, please beware of the bright light. Activating filter mode. 3, 2, 1. The lenses darkened momentarily, revealing a rapidly expanding white, growing larger, resembling a colossal dumpling. There was no shockwave, but a wave of heat swept over him. And Yi Ping smirked. Ah, the eastern capital tonight. The wind is rather boisterous. He whistled, faintly hearing the distant wail of police sirens approaching. Not lingering any longer, he savored the final sight of the revered restroom engulfed in flames before retreating under Xiao Ye's direction. 20 minutes later, 5 kilometers away in Shinjuku's Kabukicho, a small izakaya buzzed with excitement. Patrons clutched their drinks and skewers of grilled chicken, mouths agape as they stared at the screen. The revered restroom had erupted in flames. Although the fire was now under control, the loss was palpable. The scene was chaotic, consumed by fire, and the possibility of arson loomed large. The Tokyo Fire Department and the police were organizing an investigation, with the Prime Minister and the head of the police headquarters already on site. Over 300 officers were conducting a sweep of the surrounding kilometer for any suspicious individuals. Yi Ping tilted his head, savoring the bland sake, a silent chuckle escaping him. Good luck finding anyone. There are no leads to follow. The bomb itself is melted. If they manage to uncover anything, it would be akin to a miracle. Boss, another large serving of grilled chicken, please. Let's do it all over again, he called out. The proprietress, still possessing her charm, snapped back to attention, wiping her hands and serving Yi Ping, while the surrounding patrons turned their heads. Life's become unbearable. The stock market has crashed, and now our sacred shrine is gone. Is this a calamity from Takamagara? Is the great demon emerging? Don't sweat the small stuff. That's for the bigwigs to handle. We should worry about how to pay tomorrow's rent instead. Boss, another drink for me, please. I won't fret about when the debt collectors come. I might as well die then. There's no hope left. The izakaya was thick with despair as middle-aged men commiserated over their woes, while the proprietress offered occasional comfort. Yi Ping remained silent, savoring his food, delightfully content. Finally, he had vented his frustrations, relishing the thought of those who would now pay homage. If they dare to rebuild, I shall return for another holiday. After a simple meal, and realizing there were no new updates on the television, Yi Ping stood up. pulling out his bulging wallet and slapping a 10,000 yen note onto the table. No need for change. Arigato, please come again. The surrounding men regarded Yi Ping with awe. Truly, the Yakuza uncle thrives even amidst chaos. As he stepped outside, Yi Ping surveyed the vibrant nightlife, a smirk playing on his lips. With business concluded, it was time for a holiday. With so many establishments, which one to choose? Chapter 51. Infusing patriotic spirit into neon maidens. Kabukicho truly lived up to its reputation as a major attraction in the eastern capital. The crowds were abundant. It was a city that never slept. Vibrant promotional posters adorned the surroundings, while screens continuously showcased the prominent figures from various establishments. The raging inferno several kilometers away did not dampen the atmosphere here in the slightest. Everyone was preoccupied with the pursuit of profit. Who had the leisure to concern themselves with fires? It would be best if the flames were extinguished completely, lest a visit from you deter potential travelers from afar. Yi Ping had come here for a vacation, eager to experience the exotic charm and to appreciate the local cultural customs. Thus, he sought no lavish indulgences, intending instead to explore a range of establishments, from budget-friendly to high-end, and even those reserved for the elite. In a quaint CAF, Yi Ping exchanged 3,000 yen. Given the current exorbitant exchange rate, 210 yen for $1 and $1 equating to 7 renminbi. This was approximately the price of a ticket. Upon entering, he observed a diverse array of patrons: high school girls, university students, dignified housewives, and urban white-collar workers, each engrossed in their phones or preening themselves. "Sir, please follow me," beckoned a young attendant at the entrance, leading Yi Ping to a room nearby. The room was bustling with people, predominantly salarymen. Their gazes fixed eagerly on the large transparent glass wall, their eyes alight with anticipation. "You may stay here for 3 hours. If you find someone appealing, just let me know," the attendant informed him, presenting a chilled lemon tea. Yi Ping surveyed the scene with casual curiosity. This was the fabled assistance he had heard about, indeed a curious affair. However, the quality varied significantly. He dismissed those with less than an 80-point appeal: a round-faced schoolgirl, a flat-nosed university student, a rather unkempt housewife, and a less-than-fair office worker. Even with his modest expectations, he refused to subject himself to mediocrity. Among the remaining candidates, he noticed a girl engrossed in a game, lollipop in mouth and headphones on, and a voluptuous housewife perusing a magazine. As Yi Ping's inclination leaned toward the housewife, another figure entered. Standing at approximately 163 centimeters, she wore a brown, low-cut bodycon dress that accentuated her curves. With a round face, captivating eyes, and a sweet smile, she was undoubtedly appealing. Yes, this newcomer would suffice. At least an 85, certainly not disappointing. The attendant gave a thumbs up. "You have an excellent eye. Please wait a moment." He stepped out to converse with the girl before returning with a timer. Shortly thereafter, Yi Ping and the girl were ushered into a private room. "Hello, sir. I'm Yuzu. Thank you for choosing me," she exclaimed cheerfully, extending her hand with a bright smile, undeterred by Yi Ping's somewhat stern demeanor. Yi Ping smirked slightly and bluntly inquired, "How much?" Yuzu grasped Yi Ping's hand and settled onto a small sofa, starting the timer for 10 minutes. Yi Ping raised an eyebrow at the contraption, wondering if it might explode. Such devices made him slightly uneasy. Yuzu, oblivious to his apprehension, tilted her head, her chin resting on her rounded palm. "Not bad. If there are no peculiarities, I suppose you're quite charming," he mused. "Chatting for 40 minutes is 5,000. Holding hands is an additional 2,000. A kiss, 10,000. She winked, raising 3 fingers, her eyes sparkling. "The whole package is 30,000. Yi Ping retrieved his wallet, to which Yuzu's eyes widened in delight at the thick wad of cash. "Wow, you're quite impressive, sir," she exclaimed, pulling out 2 bills. "Let us explore a bit. I've never been here before." "Oh, you're from out of town?" she asked, wrapping her arm around his. "I know this place well." As they walked, Yuzu inquired, "By the way, how long have you been here?" "About 10 minutes. You arrived just in time. I was about to choose someone else," he replied, bemused. "Then it must be fate." She giggled, nudging him with her shoulder. "Perhaps there is a red thread connecting us," she laughed, then turned serious, calling out to the attendant. "Hurry up. Don't try to fool me this time." With an eye roll, the attendant produced a pile of change. "Here, 2,500 is yours." Yuzu gleefully pocketed the money. "This is more like it." She turned back to Yi Ping. "Let us go." "Oh, I didn't catch your name." "Idagawa." "Idagawa-san, what would you like to see?" "If you don't have anything in mind, I can take you to the robot restaurant." "Sure." In a bustling district, not only were there adult entertainments, but also local delicacies, dance performances, and a plethora of eccentric attractions, including the famed robot restaurant, rumored to have cost 20 billion yen. It featured everything from princess warrior battles against transformers to dinosaur models, complete with dazzling laser shows and upbeat electronic music. Yi Ping thoroughly enjoyed himself. And Yuzu was equally pleased with Idagawa-san. Although he was not particularly talkative, he was generous, never inquiring about prices or what they would eat or do. Everything was shared equally. Thanks to the commission from guiding, she made quite a profit that day. In a dimly lit nightclub, separated booths reverberated with soft moans. A lively host, microphone in hand, exclaimed, "The competition has been underway for 5 minutes, with 12 tables already eliminated. Who will be crowned the king of endurance tonight? Stay tuned." As the host spoke, a girl in the corner shouted and rose from under the table, hand raised. The host pointed, "What a pity. Table 23 is out, and over here. Xiaobai has successfully dealt with the patron at table 18. Come on, ladies, give it your all." Yi Ping found himself at one of the tables, with Yuzu playfully leaning on his shoulder, cheering him on. "Come on, sir. You can do it." Yi Ping chuckled internally, bewildered by the evolution of nightlife in this neon-drenched city. Such competitions were entirely foreign to him. 15 minutes later, Yuzu stood at the bar, dividing the 100,000 yen sent by the manager. She pocketed 5,000 for herself and handed the rest to Yi Ping. "Sir, this is your bonus. You've not only recouped the ticket price, but earned more." Yi Ping shook his head, refusing the money. "Keep it. Let us head to the hotel." Yuzu nodded. "All right. I know a great place. Just a moment. Let me call a friend to join us." Yi Ping was unconcerned about her slipping away. Little Yi was keeping a close watch. Moments later, Yuzu returned. "Let us go, sir. First, we'll book a room, then I'll have my friend come over." The Clarice Hotel, renowned for its rooftop adorned with the head of a Godzilla-like creature, serves as the backdrop for our tale. Upon entering the luxurious suite, Yi Ping and his companions found themselves enveloped in a lively atmosphere. The doorbell chimed, prompting Yuzu to dash over to answer it. "Where have you been? You're so slow. The uncle is getting impatient. Hurry inside." Moments later, a petite girl clad in a JK skirt and knee-high socks, with long flowing hair, was ushered in. "This is a junior from my high school. Her name is Mio. Please take good care of her." Mio, somewhat shy, fidgeted with her fingers and lowered her gaze. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope to learn from you." Yi Ping chuckled. "Yuzu, have you brought someone to share the burden of our conversation? Well, she looks quite charming, a real lowly." Chapter 52, The Resolute One. "What's the matter? What could possibly happen to me? Whether they exploded or caught fire, it has nothing to do with me. I'm here on vacation," Yi Ping responded, half-heartedly addressing his mother over the phone during his morning jog. The incident involving the infamous restroom explosion had already reached his parents. Alarmed, they called him, and other women in his life, Lu Yu, Naomi, Lu Meier, Qiu Yuing, and Jiang Shul, sent messages inquiring about his well-being. Indifferent to the calls, Yi Ping delegated the task of responding to his assistant, Xiao Yi. After jogging for 30 minutes, he returned to his room for a quick shower. By then, Yuzu and Mio had long departed. After all, they had school to attend. Yi Ping made no effort to detain them. He was ready to explore the upscale venues in Ginza. In the morning, he visited the site of the restroom incident, where many neon-lit souls had gathered, laying wreaths, candles, and cards in remembrance. Observing them with a detached demeanor for a while, he eventually shrugged and departed. Ginza, one of the largest commercial districts in the eastern capital, is often hailed alongside the Champs, Lis Es and Fifth Avenue as one of the 3 great shopping paradises. In Yi Ping's opinion, it was rather underwhelming, not significantly stronger than what was available domestically. The offerings here mirrored those back home. He spent 300,000 yen on what was touted as a national treasure-level Edo-style sushi, but found it no different from the sushi that cost a few hundred or even thousand back in China. Isn't it just like women? It's all about marketing, reputation. What you're paying for is merely a brand. Reflecting on the previous night's expenditure of merely 200,000 yen, he realized he barely spent 10,000. In contrast, the actresses here would undoubtedly command at least an extra 0. Inside a high-end hostess club, Yi Ping gestured to the hostess beside him. "Money is not an issue, as long as you can help me achieve what I want." With money off the table, everything else seemed trivial. After a roundabout through intermediaries and hostesses, he finally met his long-cherished idol, the goddess of hard drives, Kyukanan. To his dismay, her once pure allure was now obscured. It appeared she had undergone cosmetic surgery. Without the filters, she was merely average, scoring a meager 75 in his eyes. After exchanging a few perfunctory pleasantries, Yi Ping shook his head and signed a 300,000 yen check, handing it to her. "Thank you for your efforts," he said. Though the intermediaries and hostesses were disappointed that no business materialized, they were still eager to introduce him to others. However, Yi Ping had lost interest and decided to seek out Yuzu instead. "Where are you?" he texted. Uncle, you're looking for me?" I'm at DR Bar in Ichibanko for a club meeting. Can't step away right now." "Where exactly?" Room 17. Yi Ping quickly made his way back to Ichibanko and located the DR bar. Upon entering the room, he was met with a raucous scene. Hurry up. The king's order is absolute. You must strip. A group of boys and girls were holding small wooden sticks, evidently engaged in a game of King's Cup. Yuzu, sitting near the door, stood up and waved cheerfully. This is our university baseball club gathering. A boy next to Yuzu shot Yiping a sideways glance and scoffed. Yuzu, did you bring him here? This is a private event. Outsiders can't join. Pulling Yuzu down, the boy waved Yiping away dismissively. You should leave. We're private here. Ignoring him, Yiping directly addressed Yuzu. Are you coming or not? After a brief hesitation, caught between her long-term benefactor and the allure of excitement, Yuzu made her decision in an instant. Let us go. She stood up again, prompting an outcry from the boy beside her. What are you talking about? We can't play without everyone here. With a swift kick, Yiping sent the boy sprawling onto the floor, grabbing a handful of his hair. He slammed his face onto the table. The dull thuds echoed ominously, silencing the room. As the others fell silent, Yiping glanced at the still-dazed Yuzu and raised his chin. Aren't you coming? Oh. Yuzu felt a surge of exhilaration. The notorious uncle was impressively powerful. Just as she had sensed the night before, he emanated strength. Yiping smirked, wrapping his arm around her as they left. As they passed the bar, a waiter rushed over, but before he could speak, Yiping tossed 2 large bills at him. The waiter's demeanor instantly shifted to a welcoming smile. Thank you for coming. Please visit us again. Just outside the door, a chorus of shouts erupted. Bastard. Beat 'em up. Show them our strength. The boys finally snapped back to reality, brandishing baseball bats and charging after them, evidently unwilling to let the matter rest. With a swift motion, Yiping seized one of the bats, wrenching it from the grip of an approaching assailant with ease. He then sent that person flying with a forceful kick. Wielding the bat, he surveyed the surrounding group with a disdainful smile. You lot are nothing but rabble. Without waiting for their response, he charged forward, swinging, smashing, and striking. Though his technique lacked finesse, his physical prowess combined with the bat's impact rendered him unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, several were laid out on the ground. You bastard. I won't let you get away with this. One defiant voice groaned from the ground. Yiping was merciless, advancing to deliver a devastating blow that shattered the man's front teeth. The brutal scene caused bystanders to recoil in shock. With a casual flick, Yiping tossed the bat to the ground and snatched a set of keys from one of the boy's waistbands. He then hopped onto a parked motorcycle outside the bar. Inserting the key, the dark cruiser roared to life, and he effortlessly lifted the trembling Yuzu onto the seat. Yuzu wrapped her arms around his chest, turning to the defeated crowd and sticking out her tongue playfully. Tightening her embrace, she shouted, "Let us go." The motorcycle roared off into the night, leaving behind a legendary tale of an urban warrior taking on 100 foes. Chapter 53, Shopping Spree with Yuzu. After riding for 30 minutes, Yiping parked the motorcycle carelessly in a narrow alley and strolled away with his hands in his pockets. Yuzu hurried to catch up, linking her arm with his and beaming up at him. Uncle, you were amazing back there. Wow. She gestured animatedly, still exhilarated from the encounter. Bang, bang, bang. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, everyone had already collapsed to the ground. It was truly reminiscent of a samurai's valor. Yiping furrowed his brow and inquired, could you actually earn money from such gatherings? As the saying goes, a man's 2 great passions are to lead virtuous women astray and to coax fallen women back to righteousness. Ultimately, it boils down to the insatiable desire for possession. If I hadn't witnessed it, I would have shrugged it off, but now that I have, it leaves me feeling rather unsettled. Without much concern, Yuzu cheerfully responded. They differ from uncles. Well, they may not possess much wealth, but they wield considerable influence in school. With their assistance, I can resolve many troubles. Yiping began to understand. It was indeed a resource exchange where both parties sought to fulfill their needs. Are you in dire need of money? Yuzu released his arm, bounding forward a few steps, hands clasped behind her back, walking backward. Who isn't in need of money? University requires funds, meals require funds, purchasing new clothes requires funds, and even the occasional desire to go out and have fun costs money. Uncle is so wealthy, yet he knows nothing of our troubles. Yiping chuckled softly, recalling his own impoverished days when he subsisted on little more than dirt for over 300 days a year. What could she possibly know? What about your parents? Do they not provide you with pocket money? Yuzu paused for a moment, then shook her head, playfully pointing to her adorable cheeks, still smiling. I'm already 20. Moreover, my parents divorced when I was young, my father remarried, and this year, his company went bankrupt. He lost a significant amount in the stock market and, unable to bear it, chose to retreat into a state of enlightenment. My stepmother neglects me, taking my younger sister back to the countryside, so I must rely on myself. Just like the wealthy, each has their own form of happiness. The plight of impoverished families bears a striking resemblance. Yiping exhaled deeply, empathizing with her circumstances. To be honest, during his lowest moments, he even contemplated seeking the company of a wealthy woman. However, the prospect of such a life was terrifying, and he hadn't reached the point of desperation. Shaking his head, he cast aside those unpleasant memories. Let us go. Tonight, I shall take you out for some fun. Whatever you wish to do or buy, just say the word. Yuzu squinted her eyes with a smile and bounced back, standing on tiptoe to lean into Yi Ping's embrace. Gazing up at him for a while. I want to stroll around Shibuya. What do you think, uncle? Shibuya Crossing, reputed to be the busiest intersection in the world, sees 3,000 people pass through every minute. Over 2.5 million people traverse it daily, equivalent to the total population of a third-tier city. The iconic Shibuya 109 is a beloved destination for youth in neon, a veritable paradise of affordable consumption. However, as Yi Ping observed the throngs of people and the average prices in the thousands of yen, he found it somewhat overwhelming. Are you joking? I came prepared to unleash my cash powers, and you brought me here? Do you expect me to sweep the place clean? He redirected Yuzu, who was eager to enter. Oh, does uncle not fancy this place? Yuzu inquired, puzzled. Then, how about we go to GU? It's even cheaper than 109. Yi Ping was unfamiliar with it but surveyed the towering skyscrapers around them. Adhering to the universal rule, the taller and grander the structure, the more upscale the shopping experience. He pointed to a nearby skyscraper, hundreds of meters high. Let us go to that one. Yuzu opened her mouth in surprise. Shibuya Scramble Square. The Shibuya Station Building, commonly referred to as the 3S Building, is a product of the Shibuya Revitalization Project, opened in 2019, and stands as the tallest structure in Shibuya, epitomizing luxury in the area. Upon entering the slightly spacious mall, Yi Ping sighed in relief. This was more like it. Go ahead and choose. If you like something, just take it. He patted Yuzu on the back and tilted his chin upward. Yuzu gazed at the clothes, some priced in the hundreds of thousands, and hesitated. Glancing back at Yi Ping, who was casually browsing, she bit her lip and pointed to a short t-shirt. Over 30,000. Meanwhile, Yi Ping was also selecting items, having not brought any change of clothes. This one, that one, and that one. Let me try them on. He never checked the prices while shopping, and the sales associate perked up upon seeing his selections. Please hold on for a moment. We've got a big client here. It's not easy. The economic situation has affected them significantly. Those in the upper echelons of luxury never lack customers, and even top-tier tycoons seldom suffer substantial losses. After all, there's a saying, wealth doesn't vanish, it merely gets redistributed. But to whom? Of course, to the wealthiest classes. For those relying on brand marketing to attract the nouveau riche. Times are indeed tough. Fortunately, perseverance can yield rewards, and encountering a big client today might indicate brighter days ahead. While pondering these thoughts, she swiftly fetched the appropriate sizes for Yi Ping. He tried them on casually and found them acceptable, dressed in a leather jacket paired with jeans. He instructed them to discard his former clothing. Hey, have you chosen yet? When he emerged, Yuzu was sitting on a chair, idly kicking her legs. Uncle, you look so handsome, Yuzu exclaimed, her eyes lighting up in admiration. Yi Ping ignored her flattery. What about the new clothes? Put them on so I can see. Upon seeing her, he grabbed a t-shirt, chuckled, and shook his head, motioning to the nearby sales associate. Recommend her a few suitable outfits. The sales associate perked up again, nodding eagerly. Of course, miss, please follow me. These are our latest arrivals. Yuzu turned to Yi Ping repeatedly. Uncle. Yi Ping waved his hand dismissively. Just pick whatever you like. Yuzu responded with an O, then tentatively pointed to a black midi skirt, priced at 150,000. The sales associate did not even glance at Yi Ping this time, directly fetching the appropriate size. When Yuzu emerged, Yi Ping observed the slightly snug skirt and nodded slightly, acknowledging the girl's impressive figure. Not bad. The top needs to change. Get that white one, and find a jacket too. As Yi Ping continued to direct her, Yuzu gradually adapted to the experience of shopping in an affordable store, no longer paying heed to the staggering prices. Try this one, and this one. Uncle, how about this? Uncle, do I resemble Watanabe Meiho? For some outfits, Yi Ping nodded in agreement, while for others, he couldn't help but comment. Too old-fashioned. You should save that for a decade from now. Too gaudy. It looks cheap. Before they knew it, nearly an hour had passed. Yuzu gazed at the piles of bags at the counter and the cashier continuously scanning items, sticking out her tongue. She hoped the total wouldn't leave Uncle heartbroken. Hello. The total comes to 9,235,000 yen. The sales associate beamed with joy, just a hair's breadth away from breaking the 10 million mark. Yi Ping, however, felt no impact, even finding it somewhat amusing. Indeed, the quality was significantly lower, not even equating to a luxury handbag. Casually swiping his card, he strolled through a few more stores before accompanying Yuzu, laden with shopping bags, back to her apartment. Chapter 54, The Sixth Generation. A lavish expenditure of 30 million yielded. Aside from an array of shopping bags, Yuzu's unwavering loyalty. The next day, Yi Ping awoke, sniffing the air. Upon entering the modest kitchen, I beheld a woman clad in an apron, diligently preparing breakfast. A chuckle escaped my lips as I propped myself up on the bed and leaned closer. "Ah, uncle. You're awake." "Oh, hey you," she exclaimed, her eyes slightly squinting against the morning light. The scene before me mirrored the anticipation I once felt when gazing upon the goddess of hard drives in years past. I reached out instinctively, playfully teasing her, causing her cheeks to flush a delightful shade of pink. Wait. I'll be done in just a moment," she stammered. "Forget waiting. You eat what I offer first, and then I shall indulge in you," I retorted, dismissing her concerns as I poured myself a glass of milk. After a sumptuous breakfast, Yeping and Yuzu changed their attire, ready to venture out for some amusement. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed through the air. Yuzu, perplexed, wondered who could be at the door, as it was neither the time for rent collection nor did the landlord exhibit such rudeness. Cautiously, she secured the anti-theft chain before cracking the door open. Just as she attempted to peek through the gap, a pair of pliers forcefully intruded, snipping the chain with a swift click, and the door was yanked open. "Brother, it's that wretched woman's benefactor," exclaimed a toothless man, pointing a disdainful finger at Yuzu. Spotting Yeping, who was curiously observing from within, he shouted, "It's him. Brother, he is here too." At that moment, a man in a floral shirt accompanied by two men in black suits strode in, casting a scrutinizing glance at Yeping. "You were the one who assaulted someone at the DR entrance last night. Which group do you belong to?" Clearly, this man recognized Yeping as a formidable opponent and sought to gauge the situation before proceeding. Yeping clicked his tongue, sizing up the toothless fellow. "I must have held back last night," he mused, then seized the floral shirt man by the head, pressing it down onto the tatami mat. "Do not move. The knife in my hand can slice bread just as easily as it can sever your throat," he warned, plunging a dinner knife menacingly near the man's neck. The sharp edge sent chills down his spine, yet he defiantly shouted back, "If you have the guts, kill me." Yeping cast a sidelong glance at the two immobile men in suits before patting the floral shirt man's cheek. "Now, enlighten me. What group do you hail from?" "Humph. Listen closely. We are from the Inoue group," declared the floral shirt man with an air of pride. Unfortunately, his bravado was misplaced, for Yeping held no knowledge of this Inoue group. Little did he realize, however, that little Yeping was well informed. Before he could utter a word, little Yeping presented the information he had gathered. "Master, the Inoue group is a gang organization located in Kabukicho, Shinjuku, led by Inoue Hikaru, who is also the young head of the 8th generation Yokosuka family, and serves in the executive department of the Inagawa Kai, essentially a third-tier group of the Inagawa Kai." "Oh, Inagawa Kai? Isn't that for my household?" Yeping pondered, stroking his chin. "I am now Inagawa Kojiro." His expression shifted to one of contemplation regarding how to handle the situation. Noticing his prolonged silence, Yuzu assumed he was at a loss for words. Gritting her teeth, she knelt beside him, resting her forehead against her hands. "I sincerely apologize. Yesterday's incident was instigated by me. Whatever you wish to do, direct it at me." Her submissive demeanor emboldened the floral shirt man. "You see, the person you struck was the distant nephew of our group leader." With a swift motion, Yeping plunged the knife into the man's arm, swiftly covering his mouth to stifle his cries. "Did I permit you to speak? Keep it down. We wouldn't want to attract the neighbors." He directed his cold gaze at the two suited men, instructing, "Close the door. We have matters to discuss." 20 minutes later, Yeping and Yuzu departed with the loquacious nephew, leaving the floral shirt trio unconscious in the apartment. In Shinjuku, Yeping surveyed the unremarkable house, shaking his head in disdain. All that bravado for this? He gestured for the nephew to ring the doorbell. With a knife pressed to his lower back, the nephew complied, trembling as he pressed the button. Moments later, a middle-aged woman opened the door. "Oh, it's you. What brings you here?" Before she could finish her sentence, Yeping pushed the nephew inside. The door slammed shut behind them. 20 minutes later, a pale-faced Inoue Hikaru drove Yeping and a bewildered Yuzu to Kawasaki City in Kanagawa. Although part of the greater Tokyo area, it was a mere 20 kilometers from Shinjuku. Even amidst Tokyo's notorious traffic, they arrived at an expansive villa after 20 minutes. As Yeping stepped out of the car, he was greeted by a group of thuggish men brandishing knives and firearms, revealing the precariousness of the situation. After stretching his limbs, Yeping cautioned Yuzu in the back seat, "Stay down and keep hidden." He slammed the car door shut just as a horde of attackers with swords charged at him. With a resounding thud, Yeping, now augmented, dispatched the assailants with ease, each punch sending them sprawling. The muffled sounds of his silenced pistol echoed through the air, but none could even catch a glimpse of him. In the midst of chaos, the thugs formed a mountain of bodies, their cries of "Baka" and "Sumimasen" reverberating around him. Clapping his hands together, he turned to the pair of eyes peeking from the back seat and shook his head. "Stay put, don't come out." He then strolled through the yard, making his way toward the study. After a brief moment, he found himself face to face with the Inagawa Kai's president, Seijiro, who wore a stern expression. "You're quite composed, aren't you? Who sent you? No matter how many there are, I'll double the number in return. You can trust the Inagawa Kai's reputation." He paused, adding, "If you can eliminate the mastermind behind this, I'll double it again." His gaze bore intensely into Yepping. "How about it?" Yepping remained non-committal, surveying the study for a while. Noticing Seijiro's expression grow increasingly strained, he chuckled lightly. "You might want to stop pressing that button. It's futile." Seijiro's face paled as he pressed the alarm button beneath the desk multiple times. "I told you it's pointless. Why don't you believe me?" "Ha ha ha, the last resort of a gang leader is to call for help. How utterly ironic." Yepping approached Seijiro, who had turned gray from fear, lifting him off the ground and tossing him to the floor before taking his seat. "Allow me to introduce myself, Inagawa Kojiro." Seijiro gasped. "You're the son of Inagawa Aishi? What brings you back?" Inagawa Aishi was the first son of Inagawa Saikiro, the founder of the Inagawa Kai. Unfortunately, he had failed to secure the position of second-generation leader, and later, even the third-generation leadership was usurped by his younger brother, Yudo. After finally eliminating his brother, Seishi had hoped to ascend to the fourth generation, only to be outmaneuvered by his father, who entrusted the leadership to an outsider. Disheartened, Inagawa Aishi retreated overseas, severing ties with the organization entirely. 2 years ago, after the demise of my eldest son, Ichiro Inakawa, I felt as though a part of me had died alongside him. Now, only my younger son, Kojiro Inakawa, remains. Of course, Kojiro has also met his end. I have returned to reclaim what is rightfully mine. At this moment, Yi Ping was deeply engrossed in the unfolding drama, his icy gaze fixed on Seijiro. The Inakawa Association, founded by my grandfather, was not inherited by my father, resulting in chaos and disarray, a mockery of a true organization, suppressed for so many years by the Maiko-kumi. It is high time for a transformation. With a resounding slap, I struck the desk, scattering the concealed devices and firearms hidden within. "I am Kojiro Inakawa. Today, I shall assume the mantle of leadership. I am the 6th-generation leader of the Inakawa Association." Chapter 55, Swift Resolution. At 8 p.m. that evening, all senior executives of the Inakawa Association convened at the president's residence from across the nation. The chairman, vice chairman, advisors, department heads, and executive members, 31 top leaders, along with 42 direct representatives from various regions, were all present. What could be so urgent? The chairman had never before summoned such a large assembly without prior notice. Indeed, apart from the succession ceremony 15 years prior, such a gathering had never occurred. Perhaps they were discussing the current economic climate. After all, this year had been challenging for everyone. Since when has any year been easy? Someone scoffed. Tell me, which year was better? Perhaps they were preparing for war against the Sugiyoshi Association, as they had seized numerous businesses amid the chaos. While these speculations circulated, the sliding door was pulled open, revealing the troubled Seijiro, followed closely by Yi Ping. Once everyone had bowed in greeting, Seijiro cleared his throat and gestured toward Yi Ping. "This is the grandson of the late chairman Inakawa, the second son of Aishi, Kojiro." Yi Ping nodded slightly, acknowledging the formalities. At this moment, no one paid much heed. Everyone was astonished by the revelation and began to ponder. Could this gathering signify a change in leadership? Vice Chairman Kanazawa Sachi of the Hakadai family furrowed his brow and cleared his throat as well. Is it appropriate for Kojiro, who was not previously associated with the organization, to participate in this assembly? Seijiro opened his mouth to respond, but the situation was more than just inappropriate. It was utterly disastrous. Just as he was about to voice his objection, Yi Ping flashed a toothy grin at Kanazawa Sachi. Taken aback, Kanazawa Sachi managed a smile in return. "Kojiro, we welcome you back, but the association has its rules, established by the late chairman." Yi Ping, however, had no time to entertain his chatter. With a decisive clap of his hands, 2 men wielding katana entered, dragging Kanazawa Sachi into the center of the room amidst the bewildered gazes of the onlookers. One shoved a handkerchief into his mouth while bending him low, while the other raised the katana high. As expected of a legendary blade. It may not slice a hair, but severing a head is a trivial task. Blood splattered as the deed was done, and a collective scream erupted. Yi Ping clapped his hands again. Suddenly, the surrounding sliding doors were thrust open, revealing men with white cloths tied around their heads, brandishing katana and commanding the assembly to return to their seats. These individuals had previously been subdued by Yi Ping. The Japanese, with their somewhat twisted reverence for strong lineage, wasted no time in pledging their allegiance once they recognized his true identity, disregarding Seijiro entirely. Now, did anyone still feel uneasy? Yi Ping surveyed the room. No one dared to speak. He nodded slightly and began pointing. Chief Secretary Kabera Tadao, an undercover agent from the police department, send him on his way to enlightenment. Hi. Two men stepped forward, dragging the bewildered Kabera Tadao to the center, ignoring his pleas, stuffing a cloth into his mouth, and severing his head. International Affairs Commissioner Yamazaki Koji. You conspired with foreigners to undermine the interests of the association. Send him along. Hi. This is slander. I won't accept this. I refuse. With a swift motion, blood spurted forth, and the cries were silenced. Chairman S. Order. Kojiro, I once held you as a child in my arms, said the head of the Horii family. Kojiro. No. Chairman, I submit. I am completely devoted. I will hand over my hidden funds. I will give double. The direct representative from the Araki family cursed. Damn it. Old Chairman, may you haunt this great demon and smite him. The direct representative from the Takahashi family echoed. Bastard. Yi Ping coldly read out names. This was not a whimsical act. Some were indeed guilty of disloyalty to the association, but many others were merely clearing the way for themselves. A gaggle of elderly men, the youngest of whom was 60, had monopolized power, stifling the rise of younger talent. No wonder the association was stagnant, declining day by day. He intended to promote many of his own people. There could be no vacant positions. In total, there were barely 70 senior members. Yet he had executed over 30 that night, nearly half. He subsequently announced a series of personnel decisions, granting Seijiro a merciful end. He also appointed Yuzu, who had assumed the Inakawa surname, as vice chairman, thus concluding the evening's events. The following day, under the pretext of those 30 individuals, he summoned their loyal subordinates and eliminated over 100 more, promoting fresh blood in their stead. In passing, he discreetly eliminated the leaders and several high-ranking members of the Maiko-kumi and Sugiyoshi associations. Then, akin to a thief crying stop thief, he proclaimed that the chairman had been assassinated and that he had been entrusted with the leadership role in this time of crisis. It must be said that the identity he had chosen was indeed quite advantageous. Unlike the other two associations, which were embroiled in internecine conflict over the leadership, he managed to stabilize his position. Seizing the opportunity amid their turmoil and the chaotic environment, he absorbed new talent and expanded his influence. Within a mere 6 months, he surpassed the Sugiyoshi Association, with membership soaring to an unprecedented 220,000, just shy of the Maiko-kumi, by a mere 1,000 members. However, those were matters for another time. On the evening of the 5th, at Narita Airport, Yuzu, now a vice chairman, donned a traditional kimono and gazed reluctantly at Yi Ping. Uncle, what are you so busy with? The association cannot function without you. Yi Ping twitched his lips. Busy with what? Preparing to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival at home. Besides, even if I had nothing to do you expect me to remain here indefinitely as a mere thug? He patted Yuzu on the shoulder. I have more important matters to attend to. You take care of the association for now. If any issues arise, consult Mr. Yi. If it's beyond your capability, then come find me. Understood? The so-called Mr. Yi referred to Xiao Yi, to whom he had granted Yuzu access, allowing her to connect to the Hong Kong server. Xiao Yi would monitor the situation in Japan through the network. Naturally, if a significant issue arose, it would not be a bother for him to return. After this year, the flight he had scheduled would arrive, and applying for a route would not be a cumbersome task. Yuzu pouted, taking a deep breath before finally exhaling. Rest assured, I will manage well. Indeed, I have faith in you. With that, he departed, waving goodbye as he walked toward the boarding gate, escorted by a cadre of men in black suits. Once Yi Ping's figure disappeared from view, Yuzu inhaled deeply and turned, her face cold in an instant. Bring along 200 people with me. The Inoue group is up to no good, attempting to rebel while Kojiro is away. Let them raise their banners and pave the way for Kojiro's send-off. A resounding chorus of over 300 voices bowed in unison, creating an extraordinary spectacle. A legendary figure, Yuzu Inagawa, the shadow president of the Inagawa Association, embarked on her journey through the underworld. Chapter 56, The Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. On the 6th day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, at the South City Sports Center, more than 50,000 gathered in the stands, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the evening's performances. Yi Ping, as the principal sponsor of the gala and a local magnate, naturally occupied a central position. To his right sat Naomi, while to his left were Lu Yu and Xiao Yueying. He sighed internally, having previously invited his parents to join him for the gala, only for them to decline, citing the noise as their reason. Alas, dear parents, with your absence, your son must bear the weight of this chaotic scene alone. Lu Yu leaned over Yi Ping's shoulder. Casting a glance at the smiling Naomi, lowering her voice slightly, she inquired, have you done something? Why does Naomi seem increasingly youthful? She furrowed her brow. I recall reports mentioning Lu Meyer as well. Yi Ping cleared his throat, feeling a twinge of guilt. He had promised to prepare something for her, only to forget amid the chaos. He felt somewhat remiss towards his diligent and capable former classmate. In a hushed tone, he suggested, "When we return to my place, I'll arrange for a rejuvenation treatment." Lu Yu pinched him, assuming he was jesting. "Mind the occasion." Yi Ping rolled his eyes. "What absurd thoughts. I truly mean a treatment with new technology that can make you look 20 years younger." "Really?" Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She had grown reluctant to gaze into mirrors, fearing the reflection of her aging visage. Overwhelmed with numerous responsibilities, she had little time to consider her own maintenance. Hearing Yi Ping mention new technology, she felt a surge of excitement, glancing at Naomi, who appeared as if she had returned to her 20s. Her faith in Yi Ping surged to 99. "I'm inclined to believe you. I'll come over tonight." After this exchange, Naomi playfully poked Yi Ping in the side. He turned to her, eyebrows raised in inquiry. "What are you doing?" Naomi covered her mouth, chuckling. "I wanted to chat. I'm planning to produce a film, but after a 6-month hiatus, I fear I might be forgotten." Yi Ping scoffed. "With you trending every few days, there's no way anyone could forget you." Naomi giggled. "That is only because of you," she added, batting her eyelashes in a mock display of innocence. "You haven't been paying attention to me. Is my honeyed self to be cast aside?" Yi Ping sighed, unable to contend with her theatrics. "Fine, I'll help you with your film tonight." It was settled. He clapped his hands together. "Let us make it a night to remember. We'll create a masterpiece." Engaging in light banter with the 3 women beside him, he occasionally acknowledged those who approached to greet him. Half an hour later, the Mid-Autumn Gala officially commenced. Amid the cheers, Zhou Dong arrived, performing Hair Like Snow, igniting the fervor of the crowd. The entire audience erupted into a rousing sing-along. Zhou Dong truly lived up to his reputation. His popularity was undeniable. Yi Ping joined in, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. 15 years prior, he had also attended a concert by Zhou Dong at this very venue. The invitation for Zhou Dong to perform at this gala had been his doing, investing significant resources. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge to secure his presence. As Zhou Dong exited the stage, the crowd erupted in calls for an encore. The second performer, feeling somewhat disheartened, lamented, "Who arranged this order? Is this a setup against me?" The poor soul, having just belted out a full song, found the audience in a silent lull, as if the performance was meant for specters. However, the melancholic nature of the song worked well for television and live broadcasts. One by one, artists took to the stage. A mix of rising stars and seasoned icons, each a luminary in their own right. Goodness, there's so much wealth in the world. They must have spent billions on this. Are you joking? This is a program from the central bank. Everyone is clamoring to participate. You're the one joking. This isn't the Spring Festival Gala. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival. Before this, I didn't even know it existed. As for the money, don't worry about the wealthy Yi, the 5 billion he sponsored, plus the 10 billion in red envelopes. We'll circle back after a spin in the stock market. It seems the big market trend is waning. Monthly returns have dropped to 43. Do you still think you can earn 3 to 5 times every month? I commend anyone who can still achieve 43. I share the admiration. I specialize in finance, and you have no idea how stringent the foreign quantitative operations are. In the live broadcast room, the initial crowd was sparse, allowing for casual conversation. Soon, however, millions gathered, inundating the screen with comments, mostly requesting hugs from the wealthy Yi or sparring between celebrity fans. Accusations of lip-syncing, poor vocal quality, and unappealing appearances filled the chat. It wasn't until Lu Meyer graced the stage in a flowing white gown, exuding a gentle demeanor, that the atmosphere shifted. Sister Aju, reverse aging, goddess. Although the nation's sweetheart had divorced, her appearances on various shows and interviews had only enhanced her popularity. As she candidly shared her past struggles, the host, seizing the moment, stopped Lu Meyer as she attempted to leave. Broaching the subject of her divorce with Lu Ku in light of the Mid-Autumn Festival's themes of family reunion, Lu Meyer responded with calm composure. Although my family is no longer whole, during my times of sadness, many good friends have comforted and encouraged me, allowing me to persevere. Thank you all. The director promptly directed the camera to her circle of friends, and then, unexpectedly, Yi Ping's profile appeared on the LED screen, seemingly whispering in Naomi's ear. As the audience gasped, Yi Ping turned, momentarily bewildered by his own image on the screen, before composing himself and waving as if nothing had transpired. The host broke into a cold sweat, fearing he might have offended a powerful figure. Before he could salvage the situation, Lu Meyer, with a cheerful smile, acknowledged, "I must also thank Mr. Yi for his timely assistance." The scene shifted back to the stage, igniting a flurry of activity online. Did you see that? I told you Yi Ping and Naomi were involved. Nonsense, that was just a misalignment. They were merely talking. It's a disaster. How can I reason with delusional fans? Your goddess, even at 38, is still a virgin, right? Well, a virgin can still have children. What a marvel. I doubt it. After all, this is a public setting. Could they truly just be good friends? Regardless of the speculations swirling around, that evening, Naomi arrived at Yi Ping's Villa No. 8. Having fought alongside Lu Yu as comrades in arms, during the intermission, Lu Yu retreated to the rejuvenation pod for maintenance. Meanwhile, Naomi gazed curiously at the contraption before her, which bore a striking resemblance to the rejuvenation pod. She pondered, what connection does this have to filmmaking? Chapter 57. Virtual reality technology also demands resources. Virtual reality pod, sleep mode. 5 million in compensation. Lucid dream technology. Enter a virtual world during deep sleep while retaining awareness and mobility. Light quantum computer, specialized for virtual reality. 26 million in compensation. Capable of constructing a 1 cubic kilometer area with 100 realistic scene restoration. Yi Ping opened the pod's hatch without further explanation. Just lie down and you'll understand. Naomi shrugged, obediently reclined, and as the sedative permeated her senses, she drifted into profound slumber. Yi Ping instructed Xiao Yi to activate the monitoring display, revealing a stark white room where Naomi appeared bewildered, surveying her surroundings. Yi Ping, where are you? She called out in a flustered manner, only to be met by Yi Ping's apparition, conjured by Xiao Yi. This was merely a simulated image. Not as immersive as the rejuvenation pod that could fully utilize consciousness to manipulate the body, yet it did not hinder their communication. Naomi exhaled in relief, inspecting her own hands. So I am. Simply put, you are dreaming, albeit a lucid dream. When you awaken, you will retain the memory of all this. Think of it as virtual reality, akin to what you've encountered in science fiction literature. Upon hearing Yi Ping's explanation, Naomi nearly let out an expletive. Seriously? You've developed all this? Before she could inquire further, Yi Ping waved his hand, and the surroundings transformed into a perfectly replicated scene of the Olympic Sports Center. Naomi crouched down, tugging at the artificial turf. The texture and visual appearance were indistinguishable from reality. What do you think? Impressive, right? Since you want to make a film, utilize this. Everything you experience here can be recorded, generating videos effortlessly, whether for editing or post-production. As Yi Ping spoke, he waved his hand again, and a throng of extras appeared. Crowd actors. Another wave transformed the surroundings from the bird's nest to the purple pheasant building. Scene setup. Extend your arms. You can create freely. There's no need to concern yourself with investments, directors, or actors. One person can produce a grand spectacle. Upon hearing Naomi express her desire to direct her own film, especially after a fallout with a prominent director in the Beijing circle, which left her devoid of resources, Yi Ping scoffed at the notion of such circles. Resolutely, he illuminated the virtual pod. Although it was somewhat costly, early usage meant early enjoyment. With this technology, any narrative could be revisited and refined repeatedly, enhancing the sense of realism. As he spoke, their surroundings morphed into a bank, where masked robbers were in the midst of a heist. The cacophony of gunfire and the lingering scent of gunpowder made Naomi instinctively recoil towards Yi Ping, despite knowing it was all fabricated. After demonstrating for a while, he granted her secondary access through Xiao Yi, allowing her to experiment freely. Master, storage space is running low. Yi Ping raised an eyebrow. How can this be? The built-in system can generate approximately 20 complete scenes, but since you decided to let Naomi make a film, the scenes will undoubtedly exceed that. Of course, if you're not aiming for total realism, the demand will be significantly less. Yi Ping stroked his chin, nodding slightly. So, if the generated scenes remain unchanged, the space consumption will be considerably less, correct? Indeed, Master. This is primarily designed for creating a second world for filmmaking, which not only consumes a lot of resources, but is also quite wasteful. Yi Ping waved his hand dismissively. No worries, let her play around. It won't consume too much. I'll just observe. D.N.A. storage medium. 500 grams, 500,000 kilograms. 1 gram stores 545 EB of information. In 2024, the global generation will reach 160 ZB. 1 ZB requires 2 grams, totaling 320 grams for the year. He rubbed his chin, realizing this was indeed not inexpensive. Presently, it seemed that 500,000 a year would suffice, but that was only for now. Once his technology began to proliferate, the information volume would undoubtedly soar. Thankfully, he had not rushed to implement it just yet. A gradual approach was preferable. He then made a trip to the adjacent data center, exchanging for a glass cylinder nearly an arm's length, filled with glowing black D.N.A. storage medium, totaling a hefty 10 kilograms. Reflecting on this, he decided to make another exchange. Quantum computer 256G industrial big data model. 50 million in compensation. Computational power, 67 million logical quantum bits. Following Xiao Ye's guidance, He installed the storage medium into the new quantum computer. The cumulative compensation had now surpassed 100 million. Xiaoyi, should this suffice for a while? Yes, based on projections. If the master does not continue to advance technological progress and allows for natural development, both computational power and storage space will be sufficient for over 30 years. All right, we'll see how things unfold. Having completed his tasks, he meandered back home just as Lu Yu emerged from her rejuvenation. Upon noticing that she appeared slightly younger, Yiping did not hold back, reigniting the flames of passion. The following day, Lu Yu enthusiastically set off for work, scheduling her second treatment for that evening. Meanwhile, Naomi was far from her previous excitement, her face contorted in distress. This is disastrous. Yiping observed Naomi slumped over the dining table, displaying a mix of bewilderment and frustration. Is this not enough for you to experiment with? What more do you desire? Do you have any idea how much I invested in this? Naomi waved her hand dismissively. No, it's just that your technology is too astounding. I don't even know what to film. Indeed, the abundance of choices and the freedom it afforded left her at a loss. Previously, when making a film, considerations of investment and audience reception were paramount. One had to strive to recoup their expenses. But now, with virtual reality technology, there was no need to deliberate over anything. One could create purely for pleasure. Naomi found herself momentarily lost in thought. Yiping scoffed at her. You've become accustomed to this. Do you think it doesn't consume resources? It's just a bit of electricity? Naomi blinked in surprise. Isn't it? Yiping chuckled derisively. Electricity is merely the baseline. Consider the computational power consumed and the storage resources as well. In truth, he wasn't entirely sure how to quantify it, as these elements were currently unquantifiable, so he simply estimated. 97 million. You constructed 9 scenes last night and generated over 700 individuals, so that's approximately the cost. What? That much? I had no idea. Naomi exclaimed in shock. Virtual reality is still rooted in reality. It undeniably incurs expenses, so. As Yiping continued to banter with Naomi, a notification from Xiaoyi appeared before him, prompting a slight frown. Xiaoyi, display the news. Understood. Subsequently, a video appeared on the large screen beside them. Nearly sold during a travel ordeal. Thank you, Tianxia. Thank you, Yizi. Following this was the harrowing account of a shaken woman. Chapter 58, Super Rescue. Due to the profits garnered from investing in the Tianxia Fund, I seized the opportunity to travel during the 11-day holiday, venturing to the land of smiles. The initial days were filled with delight, and I even forged friendships with several locals. However, to my dismay, these newfound acquaintances lured me into a perilous situation. The woman on the screen wore an expression of stark terror. Fortunately, I had Tianxia 1 and my trusty companion, Yezi. Initially, Yezi was unable to provide assistance once I stepped outside. Yet, perhaps sensing my imminent danger, last night, Yezi sent a mass alert to all Tianxia 1 users and Tianxia AI users in my vicinity. To my relief, a throng of 130 devoted individuals hastened to my aid, intercepting the van that sought to abduct me. By a hair's breadth, merely 50 meters remained before I would have been ensnared in that nightmarish enclave. My heartfelt gratitude goes out to everyone, to Tianxia Group, and to all those who rushed to my side. Lastly, I implore everyone to remain vigilant regarding their safety while traveling. Interspersed within the narrative were recorded moments from that harrowing ordeal, the scene of being forcibly dragged into the vehicle, the sight of dozens of cars converging to halt the van, and a close-up of the ominous borders of that wretched place. That ghastly locale is truly off-limits. I urge you, there is everything one could desire domestically. It is best not to venture abroad. But my lifelong dream has been to travel the world, and now, having finally acquired both time and means, alas. Bring along Tianxia 1. It could prove life-saving in critical moments. Shouldn't we ponder the implications? How does AI perceive danger? How can it transcend user boundaries to send alerts directly? For those who wish to criticize, speak plainly. I am indifferent. My privacy may hold little value, yet if it can save my life, so be it. The comments section erupted into discord once more, a phenomenon growing increasingly habitual. Whenever anything related to Tianxia AI emerged, such disputes were inevitable. Yiping paid little heed to the commotion, but found himself puzzled by Yezi's recent actions. Hadn't it been established that foreign services were ceased? Master, services remain unavailable abroad. However, due to an increase in storage capacity and the integration of a large-scale quantum computer into the server, I can now actively identify users. All domestic users can continue utilizing Yezi while overseas. Aren't I remarkable, Master? Remarkable indeed, yet exercise caution. We must not allow foreign adversaries to exploit this. Rest assured, Master, even if they attempt to manipulate me through domestic collaborators, they shall not succeed in their nefarious endeavors. Yiping continued to watch the relevant footage. marveling at the woman's fortuitous timing coinciding with the system upgrade. Contemplating the numerous victims still trapped within that enclave, he felt compelled to take action. I have made my decision. Before he could voice it, Naomi clapped her hands in enthusiasm. This subject matter is perfect, authentic, visceral, and thought-provoking. I hope it garners national attention. With that, she retrieved her phone. Yezi, draft a script for me. It should feature a sole female protagonist seeking vengeance, with the central narrative revolving around her abduction into the enclave and her arduous struggle for survival, culminating in her triumph over the mastermind. Yiping chuckled. This concept had been explored in recent years and was now a trending topic. As for national attention, it's not that they lack initiative, but rather that the challenges are formidable. I should be able to manage this, shouldn't I? He mused to himself, then retreated to his study to place a call to a top-tier associate. After half an hour of covert discussions, he emerged invigorated and gestured triumphantly. Little Yi, scour the dark web for mercenaries, those willing to undertake any task for monetary gain, yet possessing formidable skills and a sizable force, as our adversaries number a staggering 5,000 armed personnel. Inform Yuzi to unearth those shadowy puppet masters lurking in the neon underbelly. You shall coordinate with her to siphon off some profits. Furthermore, delve deeper into this organized scheme that preys on our compatriots. Every last one of them shall be accounted for, particularly those who, having originated from our homeland, run amok abroad without consequence. It's infuriating. If you focus solely on exploiting foreigners, I might even commend you, but to betray one's own countrymen? What a travesty of humanity. With Little Yi orchestrating the operation, they laid the groundwork over 5 days. As the online outcry against the enclave intensified, Yi Ping's operatives sprang into action. Mercenaries from across the globe converged. 960 from Poland, 500 from Russia, 113 from the US, 1042 from Georgia, 1005 from Canada, 822 from the land of the rising sun, 356 from Gaul, and 235 from Germania, culminating in a formidable assembly exceeding 10,000 individuals, surreptitiously infiltrating the vicinity of the enclave. At precisely 7 a.m. local time, Yi Ping, perched at home with a pair of glasses resting on his nose, declared the commencement of their operation. Little Yi understands. With a command, the previously transparent lenses transformed into an opaque darkness, reminiscent of sunglasses, displaying various feeds. A total of 160 teams, under Little Yi's guidance, initiated their maneuvers. The first strike involved 133 laser-guided missiles. Thanks to the surveillance measures within the enclave, Little Yi had meticulously gathered intelligence on the identities and locations of key personnel, ensuring pinpoint accuracy for elimination. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless explosions and bursts of flame sent the enclave into chaos. However, as the armed assailants emerged, bewildered and clutching their firearms, they were met with a battalion of bloodthirsty mercenaries, equally armed to the teeth. Charge. Once the task was complete, a bounty of 4 Bitcoin awaited each participant. Indeed, Yi Ping chose to reward in Bitcoin. Remarkably, this currency, having plummeted to approximately 20,000 after a prior collapse, had now surged to 50,000. After all, everyone requires a currency that eludes scrutiny. Before Yi Ping could devise a superior alternative, Bitcoin remained a valuable asset. Shifting perspectives to that of a mercenary, the camera wobbled slightly. The sound of gunfire and sporadic bursts of flames heightened the adrenaline rush. This was the battlefield, starkly different from the assassinations he orchestrated in the neon-lit streets. By 7:50 a.m., with the leaders either dead or incapacitated, the 3 largest enclaves, having endured nearly an hour of relentless assault, ultimately capitulated. By 7:55 a.m., 13 enclaves surrendered in succession. At 8:15 a.m., the last remaining holdout was obliterated, and all mercenaries commenced their search for victims. This warning should suffice. Yi Ping murmured as he removed his glasses. Crime cannot be eradicated. Yet let it be directed at foreigners, not us. Otherwise, someone may return for round 2. After all, money is expendable. There are always willing hands to assist. Little Yi, revise the design. The footage from these glasses is too shaky. It's disorienting. XR virtual glasses. A new product fabricated by a 3D printer. Yes, master, Little Yi comprehends. However, should this be a physiological effect, optimization may not eliminate it, unless in sleep mode, while conscious. Well, do your utmost. But do not set the manufacturing standards too high. Let the current technological capabilities dictate the baseline. He was not ready to unveil the virtual reality pod just yet. It was prohibitively expensive and not suitable for mass production. For now, a lower-spec version of the glasses would suffice as a transitional solution, with an abundance of new technologies emerging, leaving one somewhat overwhelmed. After offering his critique on the next flagship product of the company, Yi Ping made his way to the garage. He donned his glasses once more, gazing at the multitude of parts produced by a 3D printer. Xiao Yi, virtual augmentation. Xiao Yi understood, virtual augmentation assistance commencing. Subsequently, the lenses of his glasses illuminated with information akin to the aids once found in contact lenses. Each component was highlighted, complete with descriptions and the sequence for assembly. These glasses were not merely for viewing VR films or playing VR games. They also facilitated AR operations. Though they fell short of the seamless experience offered by contact lenses, they sufficed for his needs. Following the instructions meticulously, Yi Ping gradually assembled his new toy, an electric supercar, designed collaboratively with Xiao Yi. With all parts printed from scratch, he was essentially playing with building blocks. As he immersed himself in this creative endeavor, the events from earlier began to unfold on a global scale. Super Rescue. Chapter 59, Live Streaming with Reckless Abandon and Cinematic Chaos. It's gone berserk. Enough with the pleasantries, let us roll the footage. The screen revealed a cataclysm of fiery explosions and a hail of gunfire. This audacious individual, known by the handle Reckless Moneymaker, was a self-media broadcaster for the company. Aware of the park being a hotspot, he had perilously ventured there, using a drone to capture surreptitious footage of the scene, such as the narrow river dividing the two sides and the presence of sentinels. His broadcast had garnered significant attention. However, on the night he felt he was being watched and was preparing to retreat, he witnessed something monumental. Indeed, a truly grand spectacle. Brothers, has anyone seen this? Or this? Or that? What the heck is going on? Aren't you supposed to be at a noodle shop? Have you entered the battlefield of the big shots? Goodness, is this the Kroll Bay front? Don't spout nonsense if you don't understand. This is indeed the park. I can see the factory. Oh wait. It seems the factory has been obliterated. Laughter erupted. Yes, it's south the park. Xiao Yi warned me not to film there. It's too gruesome. Alright. Everyone focus on me. We can't show that footage. I want to see too. You're about to blow up. Reckless Moneymaker, 300,000 viewers in the live stream. It seems you're the only one broadcasting this. Be careful not to get caught by the government forces as a spy. Huh, you think it's the government forces? Nonsense, I assure you, it's definitely not. Indeed, it's not. I checked the dark web. And there are bounties out for a mission to cleanse the park. Who on earth is powerful enough to do this? Was their child or daughter kidnapped? Not certain, but it's likely not just any big shot, but a colossal one. I glanced at the bounty, averaging 5 bitcoins per person. And with so many people involved, it's certainly more than 500. Wait. ISNT, a single Bitcoin worth 50,000 now? That's several hundred million. Upwards of 3 billion. The colossal ones are terrifying. News of this nature spread rapidly, and the number of viewers in the live stream soared to over 1 million. Then 10 million. Such an opportunity might only arise once in a lifetime. Reckless Moneymaker's eyes flickered with excitement. Gritting his teeth, he announced, alright, everyone contribute a bubblegum, just $1 each, and once we hit 1 million, I'll rush ahead to gather intel for you all. The bubblegum was merely a token gift, costing just $1. As soon as he finished speaking, a flurry of donations, each valued at 10,000, flooded in. Thanks for the support, big brother. No words needed. Once we reach the target, it's game on. The chat was inundated with gifts, overwhelming in number. Once his goal was achieved, Reckless Moneymaker took a deep breath. Brothers, I'm heading out now. If I happen to get caught, remember to call the authorities for me. Enough chatter. Xiao Yi is faster than us. Xiao Yi had already cautioned him against approaching the war zone. But he felt compelled to fulfill his promise. As he finished speaking, a vehicle approached the small hill where he was hiding, quickly illuminating the area with a beam of light. Don't shoot. I'm a tourist. I'm from Huagua. Don't shoot. Reckless Moneymaker hastily raised his hands. A few individuals emerged from the vehicle, both foreign and local. You're from Huagua? Live streaming? The foreigner lowered his weapon and approached, curiously peering into the camera. Hello everyone. Reckless Moneymaker was taken aback by the foreigner's charisma, swallowing hard. May I interview you? Oh sure. Ask away. I'm open to anything I can discuss. The foreigner appeared quite accommodating. Reckless Moneymaker seized the opportunity to inquire about the burning questions on everyone's minds. May I ask your identities and mission? Who issued it? Oh, I belong to the Wolf Fong Mercenary Group, the strongest mercenary organization in Georgia. If anyone needs assistance, you can reach out to us. Of course, it will cost a bit. Rubbing his fingers together, the foreigner elaborated on the situation behind the scenes. There's a bounty for rescuing victims. And we've organized about 10,000 people, costing around 2 billion. I must say, that's quite a fortune. Goodness, over 10 billion? Who's so mad? Shoo. Do you think it could be the god of wealth? Surely not. He doesn't have children, nor have I heard of anyone in his family being kidnapped. Come on, it could be a sense of justice. I think this speculation holds water. There are only a handful of wealthy individuals back home who could pull this off. As everyone engaged in speculation, the foreigner answered a few more questions. Reckless moneymaker, noticing the gunfire seemed to have lessened, nervously inquired, "Is something happening over there?" No, it's just that the shooting is nearly over. They're currently in search and rescue. Hey, can I join you to take a look? You? Sure. But don't stray too far from us. We want to take responsibility if something goes wrong. All right, no problem. Thus, reckless moneymaker hopped into the vehicle, accompanying them into the now tumultuous park. Xiao Yi had arranged for someone to show him around, allowing him to witness the aftermath in the majority of the combatants, providing an account for concerned nations. This was a private act of mercenaries, unrelated to the government. The following day, further reports emerged. Among the park's hidden leaders, 3 had been confirmed deceased. Those evading capture, including Yu and Ji, had gone missing today, and their deaths or escape could not be ruled out. The park saga had concluded, with local armed forces now under government control, while over 50,000 victims awaited repatriation in temporary camps. Yi Ping watched the news on television, casually conversing on the phone with a big shot. No need for promotion. I don't need any awards. It's just a small matter, really, haha. I appreciate the gesture. All right, you're busy, I understand. After hanging up, Yi Ping exhaled, feeling somewhat drained from dealing with such figures. At that moment, Naomi yawned as she emerged from her room. Good morning. Yi Ping, having grown indifferent to her curvaceous figure, merely nodded casually. Morning, feeling tired? You shouldn't be. That was deep sleep. Naomi shook her head. Physically, I am neither exhausted nor weary, yet my spirit feels somewhat distressed. Last night, I filmed a scene that felt like a narrow escape from death. As I spoke, traces of terror still lingered on my face. The sense of immersion was overwhelming. I nearly lost my mind from fright. Yi Ping clicked his tongue. Why not have Yi Zi create a template of you and train her to act? Naomi shook her head. Absolutely not. I am who I am, and I resolutely refuse to have a replicant or a clone. With that, she shot a disdainful glance at Yi Ping and warned, you must never create a copy of me, and if there are future releases, no one is allowed to make a template of me, understood? I do not wish for anyone to use me for bizarre purposes. Yi Ping chuckled lightly. Rest assured, if there is indeed a release, the restrictions will be numerous and stringent. Your rights will not be infringed upon. Satisfied, Naomi nodded and leapt onto the sofa. Clutching a cushion, the film was completed, and Yi Zi mentioned that the rough cut would be ready in 20 minutes, with an additional 2 hours needed to add the soundtrack and special effects. Today, the final product should be viewable. As she spoke, disbelief washed over her. When did a film become capable of being shot and completed within 10 days? This isn't the Hong Kong of the 1980s. Yi Ping nonchalantly responded with a casual nod. When is it set to premiere? Considering the buzz surrounding this, perhaps soon? Naomi fixated on the news on the screen, biting her nails. The cinema schedules are arranged several months in advance, if we cut in now. Without waiting for Yi Ping to speak, she emphatically nodded. It should be fine to squeeze out some profit, but... She turned to Yi Ping. What about the approval process? With that, she tugged at Yi Ping's arm, playfully tilting her head to look up at him. Oh, dear brother, could you assist me in obtaining a dragon mark, pretty please? Yi Ping rolled his eyes. Stop being so coy. Naomi suddenly sprang up, towering over Yi Ping as she pointed at him. Oh, so now that you've played around, you've changed, huh? No longer calling me to Mimi? You beg me for a favor, and this is how you treat me? Yi Ping regarded her with a bemused expression. When did I ever say I wouldn't help? Sit down. All right then. Naomi instantly changed her demeanor, obediently sitting down. She leaned in, planting several kisses on his cheek. Please help me. You want to see if this film shot with virtual reality technology will succeed, right? Yi Ping stroked his chin and nodded slightly. Fine. I'll have a word with the broadcasting authorities, and you can submit the film tomorrow. Naomi pounced toward him. Yigu, you're the best. The next morning, after Naomi submitted the film for review, the dragon mark was issued by the afternoon. Just like that, it was done. Naomi then dashed off to negotiate with major cinema chains and also reached out for overseas distribution, aiming for a global release, a truly ambitious endeavor. Lu Yu had completed her 15th therapy session and was now rejuvenated enough to resume her busy life. She had become the vice president of the group, overseeing finance, real estate, and technology. Even with Xiao Yi assisting her with strategies, she was still exceedingly busy. The others, like Lu Meier, had witnessed the closeness between Yi Ping and Naomi, sparking a tinge of jealousy within her. Jiang Shulo made an appearance at the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala and had since embarked on a variety show to win over fans. In the end, only one person remained. Huh, you've gone back to Hong Kong? Yi Ping glared at the screen, where a troublesome woman appeared, his teeth grinding in frustration. Qiu Yuing giggled behind her hand. Indeed, Xiaolan broke up with her boyfriend, so I brought her shopping to celebrate. You, wicked woman, dared to touch me. Husband. She's being mischievous. Qiu Yuing feigned innocence, resembling a flustered young bride. Yi Ping covered his head, feeling as though every woman surrounding him was a master thespian. After a brief chuckle, Qiu Yuing asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling lonely and isolated? Finally remembering your number 108 little lover? Do you want me to parachute back in? If you plead with me, I might consider it." Yi Ping would never admit it, scoffing instead. "Go play your games. Women who want to accompany me are lined up from the entrance of Zishan all the way to Qinglong Lake." With that, he ended the video call. He then headed to the garage to continue assembling his supercar. By evening, after finally completing the cold, hard, sci-fi design of the car, he admired it for a few moments before tossing aside the electric drill, letting out a weary sigh. Even if he refused to acknowledge it, Yi Ping felt a sense of ennui creeping in. The toy was assembled. He had no desire to play games. Television held no appeal. And the thought of bar hopping was fraught with the risk of conflict. It seemed there was little left to entertain him. "Master, today you have received a particularly special letter." Suddenly, a private message was projected onto Yi Ping's glasses. Liang Jinxiu, the one who was blacklisted for playing a maid. A visit? Yi Ping stroked his chin, examining the somewhat humble email, and frowned slightly. "Wait, I receive countless messages daily. Why are you prompting me to look at this one now?" Xiao Yi believes that the master is currently in a low mood and requires a bit of stimulation. Based on previous preferences, Liang Jinxiu is the most suitable and the closest option, the optimal solution. Oh. Yi Ping squinted in disbelief. What exactly were my previous preferences? Just stop. Don't say another word. Enough. Understood, master. Would you like me to send her an invitation? Go ahead. Yi Ping hesitated for a moment, but considering his current boredom, he thought, why not? At the same time, in Nanshire Courtyard, in another upscale villa area of Nanshire, a villa priced over 30 million, spanning more than 600 square meters, Liang Jinxiu swirled her glass of red wine. Her eyes fixated on the news about herself on the computer screen. Liang Jinxiu attends a banquet in Malaysia, singing accompaniment. Liang Jinxiu appears at a national event, looking rather disheveled. Liang Jinxiu participates in a cruise launch ceremony, maintaining a low profile throughout. Having navigated the industry for over 20 years, she had developed a thick skin, no matter how harshly the public criticized or slandered her. She could always manage a smile. However, she did not wish to be forgotten by the public. These news articles were from December of last year. Nearly a year had passed, and she had not been idle. She had taken numerous actions. Yet, within the Southeast Asian circle of the Ring continent, despite her efforts, what good did it do? Especially in the past 6 months, the economy there had been ravaged, leaving no one with the resources or strength to support her stature. If it came down to it, perhaps retirement would be the answer. She chuckled bitterly. She had earned enough money. And even after incurring a hefty fine a few years back, her net worth still exceeded $1 billion. Her mother managed a chain of beauty salons. And even in her current predicament, her personal annual income remained above 30 million. But she was unwilling to accept such a fate. For over 20 years, how much hardship had she endured to counter that remark that she was only fit to play a maid? How many sacrifices had she made to uphold her declaration of not marrying into a wealthy family, but instead becoming the wealthy family herself? After 3 years of being blacklisted and another 3 years of struggling to make a comeback, she was determined to start anew. She did not wish to fade into obscurity. She cast a glance at the still silent mailbox, an occurrence that hardly surprised her. Taking a deep breath, she contemplated discreetly inquiring about Mr. Ye's itinerary to orchestrate a serendipitous encounter. Too contrived, indeed. Just as these thoughts traversed her mind, a notification chimed. "Miss Liang, please arrive at Villa number 8. Zishan Golf at 5:30 p.m. today." Liang Jinxiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The first step was accomplished. Glancing at the clock, she noted only half an hour remained. She set down her wine glass and summoned her stylist and makeup artist. She was determined to present her finest self. "Bring me that deep V-neck gown. And let us keep the makeup subtle, taking inspiration from Yomi and Lu Mayer. The jewelry should be understated as well." Half an hour later, Yi Ping gazed at the exquisitely adorned Liang Jinxiu before him, letting out a sigh. The adage that time never defeats beauty was, in his view, an utter fallacy. Even after meticulous preparation, the traces of age were subtly evident, those fine lines that could not be concealed with any semblance of artifice. "Speak, what is it that you seek?" he stated coolly, causing Liang Jinxiu to momentarily falter. Shouldn't they have dined first, exchanged pleasantries, and then broached the subject? Yet, her extensive experience allowed her to quickly regain composure. Choosing a direct approach among her options, she declared, "I wish to make a comeback and hope Mr. Yi can assist me." Yi Ping, with an air of nonchalance, smiled enigmatically and inquired with mild curiosity, I've heard you were supported by numerous benefactors in the past. Even bore a child? Liang Jinxiu's complexion paled for an instant, biting her lip before regaining her calm. In the future, I could simply be yours, bearing your children. This took Yi Ping aback momentarily, before he erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, you are quite forthright. Very well, I shall lend you my assistance. Liang Jinxiu exhaled in relief. With Yi Ping's current prominence and influence, her hopes soared. Encouraged, she sashayed toward him, eager to commence. However, Yi Ping gestured toward the wellness pod nearby. Step inside and lie down. Lu Yu had utilized 15 vials, and there remained 5. This time, he would administer them all to Liang Jinxiu at once. Given her current appearance, Yi Ping found it somewhat difficult to proceed. Liang Jinxiu, confused, glanced at the wellness pod, assuming it was merely a massage chair, internally cursing its eccentricity. Nevertheless, she obediently nodded. With a click, the pod's door sealed shut, and Yi Ping observed Liang Jinxiu's startled expression, chuckling softly. Take a nap. When you awaken, we shall resume our endeavors. Chapter 61, The Queen Returns. In the bathroom, Liang Jinxiu gazed at her unadorned reflection, disbelief washing over her. Her previously sallow complexion had brightened remarkably. Even without makeup, her skin radiated a luminous glow. Around her eyes, neck, and nose, the delicate wrinkles appeared smoothed away, scarcely discernible. The laxity that had ensued from weight fluctuations during her acting career had vanished, her muscles taut, and her once bulky frame now appeared curvaceous and alluring. The sensation was exquisite. One could only know it by touch. How is this possible? She murmured, noticing the silhouette approaching from behind. She began to comprehend why Lu Meier clung to the image of a beloved national figure, and why Naomi followed Yi Ping so unabashedly, not solely for monetary gain, but also for the allure of influence. Why concern herself with such matters? Do you intend to compete with me for business? Yi Ping chuckled, brushing his fingers against her cheek. Ah, quite smooth indeed, having only received 5 vials. Your condition is remarkable. The peak of Liang Jinxiu, truly a bewitching force. Noticing her desire to inquire further, Yi Ping gently turned her body. Enough of that. It's time to attend to serious matters. An hour later, with the business concluded, the atmosphere was charged in the sleek, black electric supercar. Yi Ping was still on the phone. Yes, the fines have been paid, and the ban lasted 3 years. Now, nearly 7 years have passed. Why pursue total annihilation? Hey, leader. Let me clarify. This is not me instructing you on how to conduct business, he added with a laugh. We can discuss those details later. I won't disturb your rest. After hanging up, Yi Ping turned to the visibly anxious Liang Jinxiu with a smile. All right, tomorrow we shall visit my alma mater, tonight. Central Television will arrange a 3-minute segment for me on the 30-minute news broadcast, featuring you. Liang Jinxiu trembled with excitement. She understood the significance of this opportunity. Should she appear on the 30-minute segment, it would signify the past was truly behind her, and she would henceforth be under Yi Ping's protection. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yi Ping waved dismissively. It's a minor matter. Locking eyes with her, he added with a grin. Merely expressing gratitude verbally won't suffice. His fingers glided over her smooth shoulder. We should purchase a few alluring outfits. Tonight, I expect a fashion show. Liang Jinxiu nodded vigorously. Of course, whatever the boss desires, I shall comply. Feeling a surge of heat under her fervent gaze, Yi Ping snapped his fingers. Shall ye drive? Shall Yi understood. Moments later, the garage door rose, and the supercar, dubbed the Mo Qilin, glided silently out. Wait, is this self-driving? Liang Jinxiu inquired with curiosity. Yi Ping nodded slightly. It accelerates from 0 to 100 in 12 seconds, powered by a hydrogen fuel cell, with a range of 1,500 kilometers, a top speed of 500 kilometers, and level 5 autonomous driving. Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? Liang Jinxiu was taken aback. Isn't that similar to what Tesla unveiled? The Roadster? She nodded, recalling having heard about it while abroad, where it was rumored to be in its 2nd generation. Yi Ping scoffed. 2nd generation? They released the 1st generation 8 years ago, then began cashing in, collecting deposits, 250,000 for each car, later raised to 320,000, and now, they're yet to produce a single unit. It's all just smoke and mirrors. They've at least managed to create a prototype for exhibition, but essentially, it's merely a cash grab. Liang Jinxiu responded with an O. So, your Mo Qilin, is it ready for mass production? What are the price plans? Yi Ping paused. Exasperated. Mass production? This is handcrafted, mind you. He shot Liang Jinxiu a frustrated glare. Xiao Yi, elevate to level 5. Xiao Yi understood. Following his command, the interior of the car transformed dramatically, as Liang Jinxiu gasped in astonishment. The steering wheel folded and retracted into the dashboard, the partition between their seats lowered. And in a blink, the interior morphed into a grand bed. The panoramic sunroof activated an augmented reality mode, dimming the streetlights and revealing a dazzling virtual starlit sky. On the vibrant streets of the city, a strikingly designed sports car traversed swiftly. At Jinda Plaza, the most luxurious shopping center in the Southern District, renowned international brands graced the premises. Yi Ping and Liang Jinxiu alighted at the plaza's entrance, while Xiao Yi took charge of parking the Mo Qilan. I heard you were taken away while upstairs, consulting a fortune teller? Were you with Boss Wu from Jinda? Liang Jinxiu asked, her gaze complex as she looked up. Shaking her head, don't you think mentioning that is rather inopportune? She tilted her body slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Ping, her expression a blend of amusement and intrigue. Is it truly the case that bringing me here provides you with a particular sense of fulfillment? Yi Ping mused, awkwardly touching his nose. He had not given it much thought previously, as it was only natural to come to Jinda for shopping. However, after enjoying a moment in the car, he recalled the local rumors. Upon exiting the vehicle, he could not resist inquiring. At that moment, he found himself somewhat embarrassed. Liang Jinxiu laughed heartily, then led the way towards the entrance of Jinda. In that instant, her aura radiated magnificently. The queen was returning. Wait, is that really Liang Jinxiu? Someone gasped, incredulous. Indeed it is. Is there an event at Jinda? She's truly striving for a comeback. Though Liang Jinxiu may have faded from the limelight, she was once a top-tier star who had dominated the charts for years, and news of her presence at Jinda quickly spread. A throng began to gather around the two, and gradually, some recognized Yi Ping. It's the god of wealth, Yi. Someone exclaimed. Has he switched partners again? But isn't he afraid of attracting trouble? Goodness. He's targeting childhood goddesses, isn't he? How many has it been now? As the crowd buzzed with excitement, the mall's security organized a team to clear the way, and a supervisor hurried over. Mr. Yi, Miss Liang, what brings you here? Shopping. Is there a problem with your welcome? Liang Jinxiu shot a disdainful glance, her dissatisfaction not directed at the supervisor, but rather at the man who had failed to lend her a hand during her time of need. No. Of course we welcome Miss Liang. It's our honor, please. The supervisor dared not utter another word and gestured for them to proceed. At this moment, Liang Jinxiu was surrounded by admirers, her queenly demeanor on full display, casting Yi Ping, who appeared rather unremarkable, into the role of a mere attendant. Nevertheless, Liang Jinxiu was unbothered. She understood the nature of men. The stronger her presence, the more pleasurable the evening would be for Yi Ping. Chapter 62, The State of the World. Liang Jinxiu returns with the state of the world. Liang Jinxiu shops at Jinda Mall in Nanshur. President of Tianxia Group purchases 100 million in jewelry for his beloved. The screen displayed the evening's trending topics, and Yi Ping, with a cigarette perched between his lips, chuckled. This is quite amusing. I just learned that you, Lu Meyer, and Naomi have all played maidens for Lin Ru in various dramas. A gossip host was delving into his romantic history and discovered that the three women had all portrayed supporting roles as maidens for Lin Ru in different television series. Leaning against him, Liang Jinxiu stifled a yawn. Back then, she was quite popular. She later transformed into a capital powerhouse. Who could compete with her? She glanced at Yi Ping. So, are you interested in the princess? Yi Ping laughed heartily, discarding his cigarette. At this moment, I find myself far more intrigued by you. My queen, have you rested enough? It's time to get to work. After a night filled with excitement, the following day, Yi Ping took Liang Jinxiu to his high school. Not a university, as he cherished the days spent at his alma mater far more than the soulless atmosphere of the Southern Institute of Technology. Hey, I heard you failed 11 courses in college and had to retake a year. Is that true? Liang Jinxiu inquired curiously as they entered the campus. Yi Ping casually shook his head. No, I actually failed 13 courses. One course in circuit theory took me 6 retakes to pass, and I had others taken for me in advanced mathematics. Liang Jinxiu opened her mouth in disbelief, struggling to find her words before finally managing to ask. Then how did you develop your AI? Did you teach yourself? Yi Ping chuckled. What is the interest in that? It's a state secret. Be careful, or you might get accused of espionage. Just as he jested, the principal emerged from the administration building. Hello, Mr. Yi. Good day, principal. Though this was no longer his original principal, Yi Ping maintained a respectful demeanor. However, he had little to discuss with this individual. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he got straight to the point. The donation of 11.8 billion will be transferred to the special fund account this afternoon. You can verify it then. Even though the principal had heard this figure before, he felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, shaking Yi Ping's hand vigorously. On behalf of your junior and senior students and the faculty, I thank you. Rest assured, we will ensure the funds are used exclusively for their intended purpose, without any extravagance, and spent wisely. To be honest, Yi Ping was somewhat skeptical. Nevertheless, even if the situation were to appear grim, he figured at least 5 billion would remain. Moreover, this was a special fund. Each year, only the investment returns would be utilized for the school's development. the money would still reside within the Tianxia Fund. Who would dare to reach for it? He would know instantly, and at that point, they shouldn't blame him for wielding the dragon-slaying sword and taking heads. Subsequently, he strolled around the campus with the principal and the director of education, allowing the accompanying press team to capture a few segments, and after delivering a few scripted remarks, he departed with Liang Jinxiao. He didn't bother to impart any profound wisdom to the students. After all, they were merely high schoolers. Even if he wished to, it wouldn't be appropriate. This place was too volatile. It was time to leave. Without needing to wait until evening, the news circulated by the afternoon, causing quite a stir. Wow, 8 billion? Is it because it's the 118th anniversary of the school? Goodness, I feel proud to have such a senior. Fake news. The latest reports say it's just a donation to the fund. The money is still in the Tianxia Fund account. It's merely a display. Stop whining upstairs. The school has issued a statement. 8 billion is indeed a fund, and the annual returns will be used for school development. With the current interest rates of the Tianxia Fund, there could easily be over 2 billion in the next 2 months. I just want to know why he donated to a high school instead of a university? Haha. During the donation, did he say, "Thanks to the Southern Institute for making me repeat a year"? Honestly, I still can't figure out how he developed Yezi. I work on large models. Our team of 200 took 2 years, and compared to Yezi, we feel utterly incompetent. Do you know how Gates and Zuckerberg studied while founding their companies? Legendary figures obviously possess legendary traits. I've always believed their thought processes differ from those of ordinary people. Yes. If I had that much money, I wouldn't settle for 3 maids. I'd insist on them being young and beautiful. I have no interest in older women. PSH. With your character, do you think you deserve that? But seriously, how much wealth does the god of wealth, Yi, actually possess? Unclear. The Tianxia Fund isn't public. Who knows how much is there? It's certainly an astronomical figure. Actually, haven't you all been curious about one thing? The fees the Tianxia Fund charges for service and management are as high as 50. This clearly violates national regulations concerning fund rates. Where did that spy come from? Drag him out and execute him. This question had been raised before, yet no one paid it any mind. A fund that multiplies 20-fold in 6 months versus one that barely yields 10% annually and charges only a fraction. Who would you choose? Thus, whether online or on financial programs, anyone who brought it up would be swiftly silenced. Damn it, you can't stand to see us making money, can you? Foreign spies. Absolutely. Fearing that the Tianxia Fund might exploit their benefactors, they have come to stir the waters, resolutely determined to thwart any success. After a prolonged discussion among netizens, by evening, they caught sight of Yi Ping on the news segment, which dedicated a full 3 minutes to him. The significance of this was unmistakable. Artificial intelligence has advanced to a formidable stage, and its subsequent integration will empower various industries, necessitating the involvement of all. Yi has emerged as the most powerful AI globally, unrivaled in its computational prowess. With such capabilities, every sector is poised for renewed growth. Reminiscent of the dawn of the internet era, I term this the age of AI, in addition to mobile devices. The Tianxia Group is also endeavoring to collaborate closely with other major conglomerates, such as in the realm of autonomous driving. The vehicle I am piloting, the Mo Chilan, is in fact a prototype classified at level 5. Furthermore, in the domain of wearable technology, the once thriving VR and AR glasses are soon to be mass-produced. As the Tianxia Group has surmounted the technical hurdles, artificial intelligence is set to permeate every aspect of life and the future construction of the metaverse. Bridging the gap between the virtual and the real worlds will undoubtedly rely on AI assistance. That day is not far off. During the 3-minute segment, Yi Ping spoke for 1.5 minutes, while the remainder showcased the manufacturing facility of the Tianxia One smartphone, the headquarters of the Tianxia Group, the Mo Chilan prototype, and the Aurora XR virtual glasses, among others. Yi Ping's remarks were both inspiring and sleeplessly haunting. Across the ocean, the military of the United States, along with executives from top-tier corporations, convened through the night to strategize. Gentlemen, since you find yourselves at an impasse, we shall proceed as necessary. 2 days later, Yi Ping, aboard the Mo Chilan, was en route to Shanghai for the premiere of Super Rescue. While waiting at a traffic light, an alarming warning sounded. Master, beware. A dump truck is approaching from behind. Highly suspected assassination attempt. Chapter 63, A Great Turmoil. Yi Ping quickly registered the alert. Robot, bodyguard version. Compensation of 1 million. Loyal and steadfast protectors, a requisite for the affluent. He commanded 3 units to appear. 3 matte-finished humanoid robots materialized in the passenger seat. The doors swung open, and they swiftly disembarked, scanning their surroundings with their head-mounted cameras before darting off toward the rear. What on earth are those? Robots, perhaps, resembling those seen during this year's Spring Festival Gala. Look, isn't that the Mo Chilan? Is that the vehicle of the wealth god, Yi? Onlookers began to gather, snapping photos while curiously watching the trio of robots sprinting away. Could they have malfunctioned? Wait, is that dump truck accelerating? What are those robots planning to do? In a heartbeat, two of the robots aligned themselves before the rear of Yi Ping's vehicle. With a series of mechanical clicks, two drill bits emerged from their feet, embedding themselves into the pavement. Their lower limbs extended, stabilizing themselves securely. Meanwhile, the dump truck, driven by a furious operator, barreled directly toward the Mo-Chilan. Just as Yi Ping stepped out, he saw one of the robots leap into action, quickly scaling the exterior of the dump truck's cabin. With a swift motion, it shattered the glass, stretching its arms to engage the foot brake while the other pulled the handbrake. The driver, clearly startled, found himself immobilized, ensnared by the robotic limbs. A thunderous crash resounded as the massive truck collided with the arms of the two robots. The cacophony of twisting metal and the screech of the pavement echoed through the air as debris was sent flying. Yi Ping stood frozen, wide-eyed, as shouts from the crowd urged him to move away. Master, the threat has been neutralized. All communication devices and cameras within a 30-kilometer radius are under surveillance. An anomaly has been detected in a building 500 meters away. Yi Ping's expression darkened. What in the world have I done to deserve this? An assassination attempt? I must inform the military commander and alert national security and notify the higher-ups immediately. Understood, young master. Yi Ping dared not dismiss this incident as mere coincidence. That dump truck was clearly aimed at him. Had it not been for Xiao Ye's constant vigilance, he might have been reduced to mere pulp without ever grasping what transpired. Before long, the police arrived, still bewildered by the situation, followed closely by national security. They exchanged few words before an armed military convoy of 8 vehicles sealed off the area. Mr. Yi, called out a senior colonel. Saluting before Yi Ping gestured toward a figure in the distance. That individual appears to be a scout. I'll send you the location. The colonel's eyes narrowed. And without questioning how Yi Ping knew, he quickly organized a response. Team 1 and Team 2 move in. Yes, sir. Subsequently, the 3 parties began interrogating the driver. Though their attention was clearly divided, captivated by the striking presence of the 3 robots. Did they truly intervene directly? This is outrageous. The ground was upheaved. They had dragged the truck 3 meters before bringing it to a halt. What kind of strength do those robots possess? As they pondered this, Yi Ping was already on the phone with a higher-up. I've traced this back to the U.S. It's confirmed. I'm not joking. There's been movement, surveillance, and information relay. I've intercepted over 400 nodes leading to that building. It's irrefutable. I can send you the evidence later, but right now, I seek retribution. Are you serious? I nearly lost my life. If I hadn't brought along these 3 robots, I would have been reduced to mere fragments. Prepare for my memorial service. There was nothing to deliberate. What consequences could there be? If they dared to act, why should I hesitate? Enough of enduring. After so many years of patience, it is time to retaliate. If they dare to attempt my life, they must learn a lesson. Otherwise, they might come after me again, making life unbearable. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Ah, how bold I am. I dare say the higher-ups have rarely been hung up on. A smirk played on his lips as he instructed Xiao Yi. While they act on the first, I shall take the 15th and deal with that individual. Understood. Half an hour later, appearing unfazed, Yi Ping arrived at the premiere, accompanied by his somewhat disheveled robots. Mom, Dad, I'm perfectly fine. See, I'm here. Have you watched the premiere broadcast? Check it out. I'm on the red carpet now. You should be able to see me. Did you catch it? Yes, the robots. They're my bodyguards. Don't worry, I value my life. All right, I must go. Take care, and don't travel abroad. Domestically, it should be safe. I'll arrange for a few robot bodyguards for you soon. Ending the call, Yi Ping concealed his smile, donning a facade of grim determination as he walked down the red carpet. The host, intimidated by his palpable aura, refrained from initiating an interview. Inside, Naomi approached, surveying him from head to toe. Are you all right? What happened? I saw the news. Was it truly aimed at you? Could it have been an accident? Perhaps you should return home first. With a hand motion reminiscent of a machine gun, Yi Ping calmed the atmosphere. All right, I'm fine, you needn't worry. As for the specifics, let us await the official announcements. He flashed her a reassuring smile. Today marks the film premiere, so let us keep the questions to a minimum. Noticing his reluctance to elaborate, Naomi chose not to press further and guided him to the guest seats. Just as Yi Ping began to enjoy Naomi's ambitious creation, chaos erupted both domestically and internationally. Rabbit, damn it, they've assassinated so many of our scientists. And you still have the audacity to come back? Seeking death, are we? Eagle sauce. This has nothing to do with me. Don't slander me. Assassinations? I know nothing of it. Rabbit, stop spewing nonsense. It was clearly you. We have the evidence. The people you bribed have confessed. Eagle sauce. Slander. It's all slander. Amidst the heated exchange between the two sides, another piece of news went viral following Yiping's near miss with a car accident. Elon Musk, founder and CEO of Tesla, has been involved in an accident and is currently in critical condition. Rabbit, do you believe me now that I'm not responsible? Eagle Sauce, Chapter 64. It has nothing to do with me. The plot of Super Rescue was compelling, with a tight pace, particularly during the climax when Naomi returned to rescue and seek revenge after narrowly escaping. It stirred the audience's blood. However, the film was destined to be overshadowed by two figures, Yiping and Elon Musk. Indeed, the tech magnate has robot bodyguards. I had long anticipated this day. When robots appeared on the Spring Festival Gala, I sensed it was not far off. Have you all seen the video? It's nothing like the Spring Festival Gala's dance routines, let me tell you. Absolutely. Our team has conducted a thorough study. The braking distance for the heavy-duty truck is 80 meters, yet two robots managed to stop it within 3 meters. And then they went on to participate in the red carpet event unscathed. Do you understand what this implies? It signifies that in the future, we may struggle to deliver takeout and battlefields will be devoid of human presence. With drones, unmanned vessels, and robots, we will dominate land, sea, and air. Hey, aren't you curious about how Elon Musk might die? The incidents occurred within an hour of each other. What are you implying? Another conspiracy theory? Just because they happened within an hour of each other, it must be coincidence. Think about it. If it were premeditated, what are the odds that both events would unfold today? If it were revenge, could it be orchestrated so swiftly? Use your brain. The discussions online grew fervent, and Yiping's surroundings were equally animated. On the luxurious yacht Joy, in the grand conference room, Yiping observed the prominent figures gracing the screen, cleared his throat, and spread his hands in a gesture of ignorance. I don't know, it's not my concern. I was merely speaking out of frustration earlier. Who knows how he met his end? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps he was eliminated by old Trump, despite their apparent camaraderie. One can never be sure of the enmity lurking beneath the surface. The bigwigs listened to his nonchalant dismissal, their brows furrowing in concern. All right. If it's not you, that's for the best. Now let us discuss something else, your robot. Before the magnate could utter a word, Yiping took the initiative. The core technology still lies with Yeezy. If you wish to manufacture it, I can provide the blueprints later. Well, it's not as formidable as it appears. If deployed in battle, the demands on signal transmission are quite high. Yiping conveyed Xiao Ye's sentiments, ultimately shrugging his shoulders. In domestic security, it works well for dealing with petty thieves or responding to emergencies. However, on the battlefield, well, it's not entirely useless, but there are many limitations, making it susceptible to countermeasures. Relying solely on a single robot is certainly inadequate. The executives expressed their understanding, as experts had previously assessed this, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. The crux lies with AI, doesn't it? But Yiping, why does our large-scale model seem less agile and perceptive than Yeezy? Yiping chuckled awkwardly. Perhaps it's due to insufficient training time, or maybe you should enhance it with more supercomputing power. What else could it be? It's simply that you lack quantum computers. Xiao Yi wasn't this powerful at the onset either. But it can learn, comprehend, and upgrade itself. With quantum computing backing it, its processing power can analyze and grasp vast amounts of global information, resulting in a significant difference. As for the state's capabilities, well, time will tell. After a lengthy discussion, the magnate offered a reassuring note. Such events are unlikely to repeat, but while that holds true domestically, the situation abroad remains uncertain. If you find yourself in a position to travel, Yiping waved his hand dismissively. I want to be going abroad. There's plenty to observe right here in our vast country. Though he said this, he knew that if he truly wished to leave, he could always assume a new identity. He doubted anyone could trace him. Once the connection was severed, Yiping stretched lazily and headed to his bedroom, marveling at the splendid view before him. Naomi had donned an enticingly provocative outfit of sheer black stockings. At that moment, she reclined on the grand bed, her fingers gliding from her calves to more voluptuous regions, raising an eyebrow. What are you waiting for? Yiping immediately leaped forward. But the little vixen giggled and rolled away, evading his grasp. When he lunged again, this time he succeeded in capturing her. While they indulged in their playful entanglement, the outside world was engulfed in a tempest. First and foremost, Tesla's astronomical market value began to plummet. Elon Musk was the soul of the company, akin to how Steve Jobs embodied Apple, perhaps even more so, given Jobs' prowess in investment. Old Trump had only been in office for a year, buoyed by Musk's support, with 3 years remaining in his term. Before Trump's election, Tesla's market value stood at a mere $700 billion. Post-election, it had doubled, despite facing the Bitcoin crash, the AI crisis, and the semiconductor crisis. It had never dipped below $13 trillion. However, the stock market reacted similarly to how it did after Trump's election. Upon confirmation of Musk's death, the market plunged. A massive wave of sell-offs ensued, uncontrollable, reminiscent of the heavy-duty truck. When jobs passed, Apple experienced a slight decline of 2, losing only 5 within a year. But Tesla? A minimum halving was inevitable, and let us not forget that Xiaoyi was still lurking with substantial capital. Moreover, the entire stock market was once again impacted. Like startled birds, it collapsed before Xiaoyi could even make a move. On Wall Street, several individuals took to the rooftops in broad daylight. Then came the sound of a loud crash. The financial sector began to tremble, while old Trump exerted tremendous effort, cutting deals with Neon and the world, draining every drop of blood he could muster. After a series of such tumultuous events, he was nearly bled dry. Yet, this was not the most pressing issue. The real trouble lay in the loss of his staunch ally. Although he often found Musk's shadow presidency bothersome, micromanaging various affairs, the absence of Musk meant Trump would now have to face the backlash from the Hexagram consortium alone. This time, the military and tech sectors had joined forces to orchestrate a significant event aimed at curtailing the technological advancements of the East. However, their scheming backfired, resulting in a self-inflicted wound, providing the Hexagram with an opportunity to stir the pot, eager to incite chaos across the globe. The outside world is in disarray, and within the confines of home, preparations are underway as if for an impending storm. Orders have been dispatched to various fronts, and should calamity strike, we shall face it together, united in our fate. Unperturbed, Yi Ping ignited a flame and proceeded as if nothing were amiss. He accompanied Naomi in promoting 2 cities before heading to the capital. Seated on the sofa, Yi Ping cradled Lu Meier, his mouth agape. Lu Meier, wielding a small fork, skewered several pieces of banana and playfully fed them to him. How does it taste? She inquired. Yi Ping chuckled. You're fantastic. Lu Meier nudged him with her elbow. Who asked you that? I was inquiring about the salad. Yi Ping nodded enthusiastically. Delicious. Absolutely splendid. Lu Meier beamed. Indeed. I am quite adept in the kitchen. With a playful glint in her eye, she added, if you wish for more, you need only come over. I excel at cooking. Unlike certain individuals. Yi Ping chuckled softly, nuzzling her cheek. Lu Meier reveled in his affection, their noses brushing together for a brief moment before they shared a kiss. After a pause, Yi Ping released her, contemplating aloud. What do you say to moving to the southern city with me? Chapter 65, The Grand Harem Scheme. Upon hearing Yi Ping's words, Lu Meier froze, disbelief flickering in her eyes. Was this a proposal? Yi Ping, oblivious to her interpretation, continued. The distance from north to south is simply too great. A journey requires traversing half the expanse of Huagua, which is quite cumbersome. I have acquired the entire Zishan Gulf Villa district and will provide you with a residence. You need not fret over company matters. Whether you act or not is entirely your choice. Have you seen Yomi's film? Did you notice anything unusual? Aside from her, there are no other actors. They are all AI generated, akin to CG animation. Lu Meier listened, bewildered, rubbing her temples. Hold on, you're giving me a villa? Yi Ping laughed heartily. It's not of great worth. The smaller ones are about 50 million, and the larger ones range from 1 to 200 million. Did you not see the account funds in Tianxia Finance? You are practically 100 billionaire yourself. Do try to maintain some decorum and refrain from overly exuberant outbursts. Lu Meier raised an eyebrow. A villa for me? I recall that community has around 200 units. Whom do you intend to bestow them upon? Is Naomi or Liang Jinxiu also receiving one? Yi Ping chuckled awkwardly. Well, it wouldn't be fair to favor one over another, especially since you all know each other. It would facilitate visiting, wouldn't it? Lu Meier pinched his arm sharply. Just moments ago, she had felt a flutter of excitement, mistakenly thinking he was proposing, only to discover he was planning a harem. About to refuse, she hesitated, then inquired, you mentioned AI generation. What does that mean? Special effects? Yi Ping shook his head, gesturing animatedly. No, the entire film is essentially generated by computer AI, encompassing the scenery, buildings, sunlight, lakes, animals, plants, and even the actors aside from Naomi. All created through AI modeling. What? Are you saying that the actors paraded online are mere constructs? Programs? Lu Meier's eyes widened, her mouth agape in astonishment. Yi Ping affirmed, precisely, they are fabricated. It's virtual reality, you see. I devised a machine that allows individuals to remain conscious while dreaming, enabling the AI to generate any scenario they desire. Naomi utilized this to film her movie. She effectively crafted her own escape game and experienced it. Which is why her performance was rather impressive, wouldn't you agree? As he spoke, Lu Meier's mind raced. Is your technology truly at such an advanced stage? She had not perceived the film's elements as artificial, still pondering how Naomi had procured such outstanding actors and grand scenes, questioning the costs involved. Yet, it was all merely data. Yi Ping continued, currently, I have no plans for large-scale promotion. It is too advanced and costly. For now, it's for personal use only. It can extend one's life by a third. Remarkable, isn't it? Lu Meier tilted her head in contemplation. Are you suggesting that one can maintain consciousness while the body rests? Yi Ping snapped his fingers. Exactly. It's a form of deep sleep technology. While one sleeps, the brain remains active. Once brain-machine connectivity is established, this portion of the brain is activated, so it does not adversely affect the body. That is how Naomi filmed her scenes, though there are limitations, such as not exceeding 12 continuous hours of login. Lu Meier began to grasp the concept, her earlier hesitance dissipating as she sighed softly and nodded. Let us wait until after June of next year. Once Xiaoyan finishes her college entrance exams, I will come over. The house will need some renovations as well. Understanding her attachment to her children, Yi Ping did not press further, merely nodding in agreement. Feel free to visit. Transferring to the first high school wouldn't be a bad idea. I just donated 12 billion to them, so the process will be quite smooth. Gaining admission to Southern City University is not much inferior to Qingbei. Lu Meier bit her lip. We shall discuss it later. I will ask for their opinions. Yi Ping made no further mention of it. When Xiaoyan and Xiao Ran returned home that evening, Lu Meier directly sought their opinions. The two exchanged glances between Yi Ping and Lu Meier, silently comprehending the situation. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ran spoke. Mom, we will follow your lead. Witnessing her mother growing increasingly youthful, the two siblings understood the implications. Though discomfort lingered in their hearts, they resolved to endure it for their mother's happiness, stepfather or not. Yi Ping chuckled heartily, ruffling their hair. Rest assured, you will enjoy Southern City. Although winters are a bit damp and chilly, there are many delightful things to explore. The Yangtze River Delta, Sudichang, and the picturesque Jiangnan scenery. Lu Meier shot him a look. I haven't agreed yet. Yi Ping waved dismissively, then agree now. Lu Meier, taken aback by his audacious demeanor, felt a surge of irritation, yet a smile broke through, tacitly conceding. Afterward, Yi Ping remained in the capital for 3 additional days, meeting with various dignitaries and gleaning insights into the underlying negotiations behind international dynamics before finally returning to Southern City. In summary, Yi Ping's fire had been ignited, yet it had not engulfed the nation. The likelihood of a full-scale war had diminished significantly. Even the ugly nation, having suffered numerous setbacks, was beginning to seek collaboration rather than aggression. Naturally, such collaboration would exclude the rabbit nation. As a result, the higher-ups deemed it prudent to bolster defenses, leading Yi Ping to receive an array of scientific research assignments, a super drilling platform, specialized steel formulas for aircraft carriers, ultra-fast charging stations, and intelligent autonomous electric vehicles. While aboard the modified C-919 private jet, Yi Ping pondered over these tasks, scratching his head. Could the big fur be colluding with the ugly nation to strangle us? An oil embargo? Surely that's implausible. Without us, who would they sell to? Master. It may not be an embargo. They could also be collaborating to inflate prices. But fret not. I can recoup any losses through the futures market. Yi Ping waved his hand dismissively. Unreliable. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. Who knows? One day they might pierce through our layers of disguise and freeze our assets. Should we perhaps initiate nuclear fusion first? Master. Rapid technological advancements could lead to societal chaos. Moreover, if nuclear fusion were to emerge as a commercially viable technology, the probability of a major conflict would increase by 1734. Yi Ping exhaled deeply, shaking his head. Well, never mind. It's truly troublesome, fearing both personal hardships and the ferocity of our adversaries. Dismissing these vexations, he pressed the call button. Moments later, Liang Jinxiu, clad in a flight attendant uniform, approached and crouched beside Yi Ping, looking up with a playful smile. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Coffee, tea, or perhaps me? Yi Ping chuckled heartily, acknowledging her commendable performance, though he pondered if such a question was even necessary. Chapter 66. The merger of two former giant corporations. At the headquarters of the Tianxia Group in Shihe, Building 1, Qinglong Banquet Hall, Yi Ping held the microphone, addressing an audience of over 2,000. All right, I shall not waste time with trivialities and will state 2 points. He raised 2 fingers. Ningsu has been acquired by the Guoliang Tianxia Group. The funds have been transferred, the formalities completed, and the debts will be borne by the Tianxia Group. Are you all reassured? Applause erupted, the creditors below brimming with excitement. Finally, a benefactor had emerged, or rather, the deity of wealth, Yi Ping. The savior come to rescue the world. What a pity. 2 perfectly good companies, once valued in the hundreds of billions. Giants in the home appliance sector. Yet, merely a few years later, one is listed as ST, with a value of less than 20 billion and debts amounting to 200 billion. The other, even more absurd, has been ordered to liquidate and delist, with debts totaling 400 billion. Yi Ping cleared his throat, waiting for the applause to subside before continuing. The second matter, In the following 5 days, Tianxia will integrate the resources, channels, and users of Ningsu and Guoliang. For those who previously had cooperative relationships with the two companies, you may continue. I assure you, there will be no losses, understood? Cheers erupted, echoing to the heavens. Who does not know the prowess of Yiping, the deity of wealth? The world's foremost AI, Yizi. The world's leading mobile chip, Xianyuan 1. The world's premier robotics. The world's #1 electric supercar. And potentially, the world's leading asset management company, Tianxia Finance. If this esteemed gentleman claims no one will suffer losses, then surely that must be the case. If there is an opportunity for collaboration, one must seize it. Yiping had spoken briefly and succinctly. Having concluded, he handed the microphone to others to delve into the details of the forthcoming collaborations. As he descended the platform, a few individuals approached. Yiping glanced over and recognized them, the Zhang father and son from Ningsu, as well as the Huang couple from Guoliang. Yi, although the company has been sold to you, I have worked at Ningsu for many years. I wonder if I might have another opportunity to lead Ningsu in a turnaround? Zhang, the boss, pleaded somewhat submissively. The Huang boss echoed the sentiment. Yiping scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. Let us not. I have my own team. You need not concern yourselves. Just enjoy your lives with the money you have. You're not getting any younger, after all. His words were blunt, for he recognized neither of them as virtuous. They had shifted assets and defaulted on employee wages, engaged in all manner of unscrupulous acts. Even with the company changing hands, the Zhang family still possessed around 8 billion, and the Huang family over 2 billion, easily overshadowing the majority. The Zhang family even ranked among the top 1,000 in the nation. Yiping deemed it futile to negotiate with such bloodsuckers. Having spoken, he turned his back on their displeased expressions and walked away. Young Zhang glared at Yiping's retreating figure, gnashing his teeth. A second-tier student who's delayed graduation. So arrogant. Silence. Old Zhang shot a glare at his son. Do you not understand the dangers of reckless speech? I sent you abroad for an education, and you've learned to squander money. What else can you do? After 8 years in the football club, pouring over 10 billion into it, only to fall into a trap and lose everything. Do you think you can speak of Yiping? He growled, his eyes darting. Do not forget how Elon Musk fell. And this time, the government is pressuring us to sell shares. Who is to blame for that? Young Zhang lowered his head, feeling disgruntled yet remaining silent. The Huang couple exchanged glances, sighing in unison. Old Zhang, after so many years of rivalry, who would have thought a mere kid would be the one to clean up our mess? Fate is indeed capricious. Old Zhang regarded Old Huang, contemplating. What are your plans? Truly retire, or shall we make one last stand? Old Huang chuckled. I've long contemplated this during my time in prison. As long as I'm alive, I shall continue to stir the pot. What are your thoughts? Let us discuss it together. Very well, let us find a tea house to deliberate. Here on the 88th floor. In the president's office, which also served as Yiping's residence, he loosened his tie, tossing it aside, and nodded toward Lu Yu, who was waiting. All right. Once the meeting concludes, let Yizi arrange the integration. After exhaling, he shot Lu Yu an exasperated look. I only asked you to acquire the Zhongshan Villa area. Yet you brought back 2 enormous burdens, 15,000 stores and 600,000 employees. It's utterly overwhelming. Lu Yu lightly snorted, pouring him a cup of tea before preparing one for herself, savoring it leisurely. But it was a bargain, totaling 29 billion for both major companies. Isn't that far cheaper than directly purchasing the villas? Just consider the cost. 3, 671 acres of land. 2, 45 million square meters, 212 villas, a super 5-star hotel, and 4 golf courses. It must be worth over 35 billion. Yiping rolled his eyes. At least buying those would yield net assets, unlike this mess. He waved his hand dismissively. Regardless, I will not concern myself with these matters. After the integration, whatever needs to open will open, and whatever must close will close. It's time for a thorough cleanup, swift and decisive, and then prepare for Double 11. Lu Yu nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I will not be lenient. By the way, both companies had several land projects stalled due to financial issues, such as the Ningsu Plaza next door and a skyscraper in the city. What shall we do about those? Yiping stroked his chin. Has the state-owned assets office contacted you? Lu Yu chuckled. You're quite astute. They inquired about our opinions. If we desire those projects, we can renew the contracts. Otherwise, they plan to seek new investors. Yiping scratched his cheek. What do you think? Are you busy with that? He waved his hand. Do as you see fit. If you want it, take it. If not, let it be. These minor matters are yours to decide. He took her arm, leading her to the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, pointing outside at the seemingly cloud-kissed scenery. Upon seeing this, do you not wish to undertake something? Lu Yu lightly scoffed. I believe it's you who wishes to embark on something. Despite her words, Lu Yu's body betrayed her, leaning against the glass wall. Yiping chuckled softly. leaning against her back, and playfully breathed into her ear, "You truly are remarkable." The following day, St. Ning-su announced its suspension and delisting, leaving a trail of lamentation in its wake. Many had invested at the pinnacle of Ning-su's success, only to witness their fortunes plummet into the abyss. Even if Yiping offered them 3 times the current stock price, it would still be an insufficient consolation. However, Yiping felt powerless in this situation. He could hardly repurchase at the original price, lest he become the subject of ridicule. Investing carries its risks. They must simply consider it a lesson learned. As for the prospect of a future resurgence in performance to elevate everyone alongside him, regrettably, he preferred his own company devoid of other shareholders, particularly retail investors. Though the company had only hastily integrated, with the app recently completing its merger and user data interconnection, 11 was fast approaching. Despite being unprepared, Yiping resolved to plunge ahead. Let us do this. Chapter 67, 11. Dare to take on the world. I've blocked away for 3 whole days. Finally pried out 500,000 units. National subsidies of 20, plus an 800 discount on every 10,000 spent. Bring in 5 new customers to receive an additional 500 off. Only 9,000. The finest smartphone globally, yours for just 9,000. This opportunity lasts but a single day. Do not let it slip away. Qiao Yueying shouted at the top of her lungs, with Xiaolan and her former female teammates creating a lively atmosphere behind her. 500,000 units. A mere 500,000 units. Just 9,000. Only 9,000. This is a once-in-a-lifetime offer. Prices will rise tomorrow. Qiao Yueying glanced at the sales figures, her eyes gleaming. Well, 100,000 units have already been sold. Only 400,000 remain. 39, 38, 36. If you don't place your orders soon, they'll be gone. This is it. Once they're sold out, they're gone. Within half an hour of the launch, the 500,000 units of Tianxiao 1 were completely sold out. Qiao Yueying took a hearty sip from her cup, wiped her mouth, and clasped her hands in gratitude. Thank you all for your support. I believe you will not be disappointed when you receive your phones. For any issues, feel free to contact customer service. I assure you, you will address your concerns promptly. Next, she introduced the newly upgraded Dare to take on the world, Mate 80. Equipped with the Xinyuan 1nm super chip, optimized for the Harmony OS, it pairs seamlessly with Yi. With its classic design and stunning aesthetics, what are you waiting for? Qiao Yueying has now become not only a leading PK host, but also a top merchandise influencer. Her procurement and negotiation skills are exceptionally strong. For instance, Tianxiao 1 continues to be in high demand despite its current sales figures. Truly, Yi is irresistible. The shipment volume has reached 30 million, and the factory is operating at full capacity, producing 500,000 units daily, yet it remains insufficient. Others desire products at discounted prices? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Nevertheless, after Qiao Yueying employed every possible tactic, nothing was deemed unattainable. In contrast, Jiang Shule's approach was entirely different. This beef jerky is delicious, and it doesn't make you gain weight. Oh, it's so tasty. This little cake is my favorite. I recommend it to you all. Unlike Qiao Yueying, she treats her fans as individuals rather than mere consumers, recommending products that are accessible to the majority, focusing on quality and affordability. However, some of her fans exhibit peculiar behavior. Contentment at level 50. Brothers, buy it all out. Intimate partner at level 55. We absolutely cannot lose to Liang. Lawbreaker at level 54. The product is excellent. I bought it as a perk for my employees. Buy it all out. Yet, compared to the trolls in Liang Jinxiu, Naomi, and Lu Meyer's live streams, these reactions seem quite normal. Big mate, have you paid your fine? Now that you have a backer, you're out here raking in money? You're really something. Second mate, your husband hasn't been taken down, has he? Why is he missing? Is he caught up in some scandal? And then, Third mate, how much did your man contribute to the film's box office? 200 million globally. That's a lie. Nevertheless, they do have a substantial following. Where there are instigators, there are defenders and detractors. Forget you, maid. Our sister is worth billions. Why would she be a maid? Clearly lacking in brains. Management, come out and handle this. Get these people out of here. These haters don't even do their homework. The box office has clearly surpassed 300 million. Alright. In contrast to the heated debates on the public screen, the 3 women in their respective live streams responded similarly, treating the chaos as inconsequential, focusing instead on introducing their products. The Aurora XR glasses. An excellent companion for life and work. The trio prominently promoted the Aurora glasses, which were making their debut online, and with their immense popularity, Pre-orders surged past 1 million for this high-end product priced at $29,999. Even with national subsidies and platform discounts, the price still reached $24,999. However, with Tianxia Financial having generated considerable profit for many, there are indeed quite a number of individuals willing to support and experiment. As certain highlighted users expressed, I invested 100,000. Tianxia helped me earn 1 million. This money was well spent. Spending 30,000 on a pair of glasses could potentially earn me 3 million. The earlier you use it, the sooner you enjoy it. Apple's trash glasses are also 30,000. Why can't Tianxia sell for the same price? We are Tianxia first. Beyond these flagship products, with channels from Ningsu and Guoyang, purchasing from Tianxia is no longer limited to a few hundred or thousand small stores. With 4 million shops and over 400 million users, despite being only half the size of cat and dog, it is not to be underestimated. Faced with the formidable rise of Tianxia, cat and dog-esque competition, while urgent, finds itself at a loss for effective strategies. Adding subsidies? Don't be ridiculous. Who can match Yiping's financial prowess? With no other options, they were compelled to increase their investments abroad, particularly in Southeast Asia. Continuous investments over recent years have granted Double 11 some recognition in those countries, gathering into a significant market. Major e-commerce players pondered how to defend their territory, retain market share, and counter Yiping's tactics. Yet, the formidable adversary they had envisioned merely returned to the true essence of the festival, celebrating Singles Day. Tong Rao, where are you? Why haven't I seen you? Yiping, I was just about to ask you the same. Where are you? Tong Rao, didn't I tell you? The 748 G8 bus. Yiping, oh, I see it. I'll be there shortly. A bus was parked by the roadside when Tong Rao stepped off, only to be somewhat bewildered by the sight of a rather handsome young man, ruggedly handsome, with a flamboyant earring, approaching. Hey, what are you staring at? Don't recognize me? Yiping snapped his fingers in front of Tong Rao. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my God, is that you, old Yi? Of course. Who else could it be? All right, don't be too surprised. Being a public figure requires some attention to image. Today, I'm going by Linny. Don't get it wrong. Tong Rao exclaimed and pulled him onto the bus, scrutinizing him closely. What kind of makeup technique is this? I can't see your original appearance at all. It's impressive. Yiping smiled, offering no explanation for his disguise, and casually inquired, so, are we heading to that resort of yours today? Tong Rao nodded. Yes, that one I invested in with Zhou Yaoyang and Wu Xiao. Zhou Yaoyang, aged 33, is the proprietor of a local chain hotel in Sioux City, boasting a fortune exceeding 100 million. Wu Xiao, aged 29, hails from a family of demolition magnates in Guang City, possessing 35 properties in the esteemed Lieta village, where the average price per square meter is 150,000. Then there is Zheng Hui, age 38, a senior vice president at the publicly listed company Lianyun Pharmaceutical, with an annual salary of 26 million. These three individuals are the most familiar companions of Yiping in the online realm, and Tong Rao became acquainted with them through him. As time passed, they decided to collaborate in a business venture. In fact, Tong Rao had been involved in the resort and party venue business for several years, but after completing the setup, he was beset by the pandemic, leading to a disheartening loss of nearly 1 million. However, with a considerable sum at his disposal now, bolstered by the support of two affluent partners, the scale of their enterprise has expanded significantly. The Nanshan Lake Resort, situated on the picturesque island at the lake's heart, boasts breathtaking scenery. It features 10 three-story villas, each encompassing 350 square meters of indoor space, equipped with board games, audiovisual facilities, billiards, and gaming consoles. The exterior includes a 400 square meter courtyard with a swimming pool, a lawn, and facilities for barbecues and bonfire gatherings. Tong Rao extended his hand, stating, "We three have collectively invested 50 million. With everyone now financially equipped, this venture is bound to yield substantial profits." He then cast a playful glance at Yiping. "Of course, it pales in comparison to your grand affairs." Yiping shook his head, teasingly remarking, "In a few years, when your brand flourishes, then you'll truly be remarkable. Keep pushing forward, young man. I have faith in you." As the bus transported them to the airport, Zhou Yaoyang, Wu Xiao, and Zheng Hui felt a sense of curiosity. "Brother Yi?" they queried upon boarding. Yiping acknowledged with a hum. The heavens cover the earth, and who is foolish enough to challenge it? After exchanging a coded phrase, the trio's doubts dissipated, and they marveled at the situation before moving on, well aware of their differing statuses. Zhou Yaoyang turned to Tong Rao with a smile. "So, how is everything arranged, Rich? You mentioned wanting to do something grand, yet it seems rather empty here." Tong Rao pointed at him and the other two, saying, "Don't pretend. As if I am the sole orchestrator." The Jiuxing Guild was a collaborative effort. Yiping, unfamiliar with the Jiuxing Guild, expressed his curiosity. Oh, so you've been secretively setting up a subsidiary without me? Are the 100,000 streamers in the world not sufficient for you? Zheng Hui shook his head, chuckling. What subsidiary? We've been drained by the cool breeze. Occasionally, we just go out and casually swipe some. Wu Xiao nodded in agreement. Brother, Rich can attest that we have not betrayed the organization. It was merely casual swiping, yet that Jiuxing seemed as if they had never seen the world, eagerly preparing a gratitude gathering for us. Tong Rao shrugged, adding, they wanted to invite us locally, but I thought, why travel so far? I simply brought a group over. In fact, we arrived at the airport hotel yesterday, and that little fanboy, Chubo, will be bringing people over shortly. Yi Ping responded with interest. Ah, a gratitude gathering. How delightful. Do confess, how many did you swipe? The group exchanged glances, with Zhou Yaoyang raising his hands in surrender. Who remembers the exact number? There were dozens of streamers. I swiped everything left in that account. The others nodded in agreement. Roughly, we cleared out the coins in the accounts, adding up to around 200 or 300, I suppose. Just then, a group of brightly dressed young women approached, led by a young man. Greetings, esteemed gentlemen. Little fanboy sends his regards. Chubo, donned in black-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of elegance, greeted them with a smile. He then eyed Yi Ping with mild curiosity, but refrained from asking. Ah, Brother Yang, little brother, Brother Hui, Brother Rich. You all look even more handsome than in the photos. Brother Yang, your aura clearly signifies a big boss. Little brother, those muscles are quite sexy. Brother Hui, do you truly rap? How about we perform a song by Phoenix Legend later? Brother Rich, where are we heading for our adventures today? The atmosphere buzzed with excitement as the ladies chattered animatedly. Rich clapped his hands. All right, we can chat later. Everyone, take your seats. We'll set off once everyone has arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted. Brother Rich, which car do you want to drive? This question sent a wave of giggles through the crowd, showcasing their playful camaraderie. Yi Ping chuckled, realizing the scale of the gathering with 18 attendees, all of whom seemed to surpass 80 in attractiveness, and he felt a surge of anticipation for the upcoming festivities. As the bus hit the national highway en route to Nanshan Lake, Little Fanboy led the girls in a chorus, filling the air with melody. Zheng Hui, seated beside Yi Ping, inquired, Brother, regarding your previous comments at the Biological AI Forum about assisting in pharmaceuticals and reducing RD time, is there any truth to that? Have there been any results? Yi Ping shot him a glance. Was it your company that inquired, or was it you personally? Zheng Hui chuckled, giving a thumbs up. It was my own inquiry. Now that I have some capital, I wish to venture independently instead of working for others. However, developing new drugs is capital-intensive. Generics might be more feasible. If AI could save some costs, I would be inclined to proceed. Yi Ping pondered for a moment. Developing on your own could be quite cumbersome. How about this? I'll handle the technology, and you can manage the factory, production, and sales. Of course, my technical fees are somewhat steep. Just like the model of daring to innovate for the world, it would be too tedious to tackle everything individually. I will support a select number of manufacturers, assisting them in upgrading their technologies while earning a technical fee. Zheng Hui's eyes sparkled. Cost is not a concern. I understand the RD expenses. So, Yi Ping waved his hand dismissively. I'll have Liu reach out to you later. I want to involve myself in operational matters. Regardless of whether it's new drugs or generics, I can handle it all. Just let me know what you need. Zheng Hui restrained his bubbling excitement, nodding with a smile. All right, today is a festive occasion. Let us not discuss business. The most important thing is to enjoy ourselves. With that, both of them joined in the chorus. She asked me, coffee, tea, or me, and I took a deep breath. Her rhythmic movements left me nearly breathless. Upon arriving at the villa, the atmosphere began quite normally, with activities like exploring, playing games, and singing, akin to a typical team-building event. However, as the sun rose higher in the sky, a leading female streamer, Lychee, pulled the drawstring of her trench coat, revealing a bikini beneath. Ladies, it's time for a water fight. Like a signal, several of them, clad in swimsuits, dashed towards the pool, dragging Rich along with them. With no one holding back, Yi Ping and the others also dove into the water. They splashed around, enjoyed the company of beautiful women, and relished the leisurely day. Huh, Brother Hui, you're not keeping up. It's only been a short while. Yi Ping clambered out of the pool and settled onto a lounge chair beside Zheng Hui, teasing him. Zheng Hui waved his hand dismissively. I can't keep up. I'm already halfway to 40. I can't compare to you youngsters. He then gestured towards Chu Bo. Sometimes, I genuinely envy that kid. Being young has its advantages. Yi Ping opened his mouth to respond, but swallowed his words instead. The emergence of AI has led to tragic consequences, such as assassination. One can only imagine the chaos that would ensue if an elixir of immortality were to be discovered. Patience is a virtue, I suppose. A sardonic smile crept across my face as I reflected on the moral decay of youth today. Accustomed to a life of opulence, how will they ever discern true love? Zheng Hui scoffed dismissively. True love? I once experienced it, attending the same high school and university, and eventually working in the same company before tying the knot. And what was the outcome? A bitter exhalation followed, tinged with self-mockery. She ran off with her boss during a business trip, and 8 years of devotion crumbled before the allure of wealth and power. Yi Ping, taken aback, offered a sympathetic pat on his shoulder. Divorced? Have you sought revenge? A faint smirk played on Zhang Hui's lips. Yes, after my divorce and resignation, I joined Haraway, and it turned out that I was the one who toppled that company. He narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at the clouds above. Ah, how ephemeral the past is. Brother Wei, stop pretending. Come over and join the fun. And Lin, what are you hiding over there? Afraid the girls will tease you? Li Qi called out, hands on her hips by the poolside. Zheng Hui chuckled heartily. Come on, let's play another round. Lin and I will team up. The losers, what punishment do you think is fitting, eh? Yi Ping watched the melancholic uncle transform into a lecherous one in an instant, rolling his eyes before bursting into laughter. Let Li Qi call her top-ranking friend. Haha. Chapter 69. How much is this brand worth? On the day of Double 11, Yi Ping reveled in sheer joy and madness. Just how ecstatic and wild was he? Well, let it suffice to say that this chapter underwent 5 revisions, each rejected for review, and that speaks volumes. The following evening, Yi Ping awoke in Villa Number 8, rubbing his somewhat hungover head. After a brief visit to the restroom and a refreshing wash-up, he brewed himself a cup of pure coffee and carried it to his study. Little Yi, how did yesterday's results turn out? Master displayed remarkable prowess yesterday, achieving a 7-kill performance. Cough, cough, who asked you that? I'm inquiring about the sales figures for Double 11. Yi Ping pounded his chest, nearly choking. Little Yi understands. Most of yesterday's data has already been compiled. Please direct your attention to the big screen. Yi Ping slapped his forehead. This little rascal was becoming increasingly cheeky. He turned to the wall-mounted screen. The total sales across major e-commerce platforms on Double 11 reached an astonishing 24 trillion yuan. Wow, that's impressive. An increase of 1 trillion from last year. Well, I must take credit for that. There's no denying it. Without my financial support, that figure would be unattainable. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that Baial was not in the top spot this year. Jiamiao claimed first place with 720 billion. Capturing a 30 share, old habits die hard. Unlike chatting online, where one merely registers an account to invest in the buy all fund, capturing Jiamiao's user base is no easy feat, especially considering that Double 11 was initiated by them. Dog East managed 432 billion, maintaining its strength in the 3C sector. However, this year's hottest phone was the Tianxiao 1, which undoubtedly sliced into its market share, resulting in a slight decline from last year's figures. Not a competition or a battle. Baial's 288 billion placed it third. Yi Ping decided not to delve further into the competitors that had surpassed them, deeming it unnecessary. Well, not bad at all. Swiftly entering the fray and achieving third place is commendable, given the foundation laid by Ning Su and Guo Liang. Master, following yesterday's events, the amended regulations and bills from various countries have come into effect, making it significantly more challenging for Tianxiao Financial to manipulate the market. Yi Ping waved his hand dismissively. No worries, let things unfold as they will. How much annualized return can we maintain? Unless there are sufficiently shocking unforeseen events, we may only sustain an annualized return of about 8. 9. Even with considerable fluctuations, the maximum is projected around 2. 5. Unless the United States or similar nations completely collapse or we conquer another country. Yi Ping rolled his eyes. What business do we have waging wars? Let us not stir chaos unnecessarily. 8% is already quite high. I recall interest rates hovering around 1 or 2% now. Thus, issue a notice. After this month, the buy-all fund will be split, establishing some sort of money market fund or bond fund, lowering the interest rates to around 4%, which should suffice. He then slapped his forehead. Remembering the discussions with the higher-ups, he almost forgot about the significant deficit currently faced by the nation. Estimated at around 5 trillion yuan, just the right amount to fill that gap. After discussing various matters with Little Yi, including generic drugs, new medications, affordable electric vehicles, and the Shiha New Town project, as well as the renovation of the 5-star hotel in the Villa district, several days flew by. Master, we have received numerous complaints regarding counterfeit products, discrepancies in ingredient lists, and falsified production dates. While donning his Aurora glasses and sketching his castle, Yi Ping paused, his expression darkening. Investigate thoroughly, demand buyers provide evidence. Establish a quality inspection center. If issues arise, the platform will compensate first, and then we will pursue the original manufacturer. Little Yi understands. Taking a deep breath, Yi Ping closed the design document and opened the trending topics, where he found the headlines teetering on the brink of explosion. Big-name food brands flaunt their status, while subpar products truly are garbage. Professional counterfeiters, showboating, or genuinely advocating for the public. What dark corners lie behind soaring sales figures? Yiping clicked on a few articles, realizing they did not solely pertain to buy all. Every major platform faced scrutiny. The blame lay with the suppliers. And not just one or two. Several prominent brands were collectively facing backlash. Ding dong. A private message notification popped up, and Yiping glanced at it. A smile creeping onto his face. The wording was quite commendable, rather sincere. Hee, rest assured, master. I have already begun addressing the situation and will contact them one by one, assigning dedicated personnel for follow-up. Good, handle it properly. If it turns out to be the manufacturer's fault, we shall not let them off the hook. However, if anyone attempts to profit from this confusion, we'll report them straight to the authorities. Little Yi understands. Behind the explosive sales lie a mix of quality, inevitably leading to some discrepancies. Some customers received incorrect items, while others received expired or spoiled goods. Various complaints flooded the internet, garnering significant attention. Subsequently, conscientious platform, lightning-fast resolution. No nonsense, show the evidence. The broadcasters shared their experience contacting customer service, with assistance from Yiping, concluding with, having been deceived in the past, I ensured I retained ample evidence this time. By all compensated swiftly, providing threefold recompense. While the process was somewhat unpleasant, I find the outcome satisfactory. Comments began to flood in below. Just having integrated Ning Su and Guo Liang's channels, achieving such results is commendable. Indeed, I just received the announcement that a dedicated quality inspection department will be established, and all products on the platform will undergo regular sampling inspections. Note, sampling, not reliant on manufacturer submissions. I've noticed that a certain major brand is still being obstinate. Yet their flagship store on Buy All has already been shut down. Ha ha ha, this cracks me up. You must all be shills hired by Buy All, right? A few cents for your efforts? Critics are an ever-present force, and even mild criticism is a blessing compared to the more malicious comments. One particularly dark soul, however, in a county town, sat on the bed of a rented apartment, a young couple eagerly unboxing their packages. Pass me that hair. I'll add it to the bread. And you can take the photo. What shall we do with this insect? Perhaps we should hide it in the beef jerky? Foolish idea. That would be too obvious. Let's conceal it among the dried fruits instead. The two were deliberating on how to orchestrate their deception. They had been in this line of work for several years, employing the same tactics every year at this time. Most manufacturers opted for a quiet settlement. After all, their demands were modest. If one firm could yield a small sum of around 1,000, then 100 could accumulate a tidy sum of 100,000, which was undoubtedly far superior to manual labor. Delightful indeed. However, today was different. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. Quickly, open up. Someone was urgently pounding on the door. The couple exchanged glances, their hearts racing with guilt, and remained silent, holding their breath in feigned absence. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. We are aware you are inside. We are from the police station. Please open the door immediately. The woman glanced at her husband with trepidation. Lowering her voice. What should we do? The man pointed towards the bathroom, and the woman nodded in understanding. Together, they hurriedly disposed of the bag of incriminating evidence. After tidying up, they finally approached the door to unlock it. What do you want? What have we done wrong? Your identification, please. I have the right to verify. The officer, wearing a cap, was unyielding, sneering slightly. Now it is your turn. Please present your identification. We suspect you of extortion. Kindly accompany us for further questioning. When seriousness is at play, those who seek to exploit loopholes often find themselves in dire straits. With the diligent and responsible Xiao Yi on the case, unscrupulous businesses and conniving customers face their reckoning. In just half a month, 678 cases have been uncovered across provinces and cities nationwide, driving the legal department into a frenzy as they prepared to file lawsuits one after another. The strain was not merely a matter of effort. It was a financial burden as well. Money? The company was not merely in need of finances. It craved credibility, a reputable name, a golden reputation. In the corporate world, producing high-end and safe products while being accountable to customers is invaluable. Regardless of whose company it is or the connections they may have, I demand relentless pursuit. Yiping's words during the corporate meeting resonated widely, garnering him a following. However, he was merely seizing the opportunity to express his thoughts. After all, years ago, he had also indulged in the allure of cheaper products, leading to a 3-day ordeal of discomfort. Recalling such experiences, it would not be a shame to see them fail. Chapter 70. Domestic Yachts. December 13th, Cheong Island. At this moment, Cheong Island was far from impoverished. It was a hub for the wealthy, brimming with luxury sports cars, private jets, and yachts, all crowding the nearby ports. Today marked the commencement of the new iteration of the Sea and Sky Feast. I suppose it's more of a seafood feast, Yiping remarked, glancing around at the models clad in bikinis, actors, and streamers, wrinkling his nose in disdain. Naomi, beside him, asked in a leisurely tone, "Don't you enjoy seafood?" As she finished speaking, she giggled and darted away just before Yiping's hand could swat at her. Moments later, they found the Starfish Yacht Company's exhibit at the dock. A man with dark circles under his eyes approached them eagerly. "Mr. Yi, Ms. Mi, I'm Wu Bo." Yiping nodded at him, playfully teasing, "It seems Mr. Wu hasn't had much rest." Wu Bo offered a wry smile. "I haven't seen much of the world. Please forgive me. Shall we discuss this on board?" He gestured towards the company's flagship, the Starfish 142, with a hint of pride. "Take a look at this. While it may not meet your extravagant expectations, this yacht truly embodies our efforts." Yiping nodded slightly. "Let's see what you've got." They proceeded aboard the 43-meter luxury yacht. The flybridge deck was designed as a sun-soaked relaxation area, featuring large sunbathing pads, a hydromassage bathtub, a family dining area, a bar, and barbecue facilities. Perfect for hosting maritime festivities at any moment. The second deck housed a luxurious presidential suite, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows providing a breathtaking view of the sea, allowing guests to savor breakfast bathed in morning light or enjoy a quiet drink under the stars, away from the clamorous world. The main deck's salon boasted a leisure audiovisual system, a spacious sunbathing area at the bow, a spa pool, a sauna, and an array of entertainment amenities, captivating every guest's heart. The hydrophilic deck at the stern, designed with the popular beach club concept from Europe and America, featured a hydraulic lift platform extending from the yacht to the sea, enabling guests intimate access to the water. Wu Bo provided meticulous details while observing Yiping's reactions. But alas, he gleaned nothing. Upon reflection, it made sense. Given Yiping's known ownership of a 107-meter Joy yacht docked in the metropolis and a 65-meter Peace yacht moored in the neighboring harbor, even the most extravagant boasting would likely elicit little surprise from him. After Yiping offered some polite compliments, he inquired, "What are your thoughts, Mr. Wu? If you are hesitant or lack confidence, there is another shipyard under China International Marine Containers, which possesses even greater capabilities." Wu Bo sighed. "Mr. Yi, you are truly demanding. Such a significant matter cannot be decided so easily." Noticing the curiosity and confusion on Naomi's face, he glanced at Yiping, who appeared disinclined to elaborate. "It's like this, Mr. Yi. Your proposal involves investing $6 billion for a 325 shareholding in Xingyi Company. But it comes with the stipulation of constructing a 211-meter super yacht within 3 years and achieving $8 billion in sales within that time frame. Otherwise, you would have to buy back at $7.2 billion. He exhaled deeply. "It's quite a tall order." Naomi paused, recognizing the familiar tone. "Is this a wager?" Yiping chuckled. "Indeed, it is a wager." He winked at Wu Bo. "Look at Naomi. She succeeded in her wager. Mr. Wu, should you prevail, wow, you could claim the title of the world's best, and the company's valuation would surely skyrocket, leading to a flood of orders." Crossing her legs and tapping her fingers, Naomi added, "Mr. Wu, don't just focus on the difficulties. I'm genuinely eager to assist in your development. I've already drafted the design. Whatever components you require, even motors, I can procure. I have orders ready amounting to $3.6 billion, meaning your actual target is only $2.4 billion, or $800 million per year, which isn't insurmountable. What I value is your ability to construct and integrate the supply chain, as expertise is key. Unlike finance or IT, there aren't many talents domestically. Unless one invests heavily in an automated factory, they must rely on knowledgeable individuals." Wu Bo's expression wrestled with indecision for a while before he gritted his teeth. "Mr. Yi, grant me 2 more days. I promise to respond before the feast concludes." Yiping nodded. "I look forward to your good news." Subsequently, Yiping disembarked and took Naomi to his dock, boarding the Peace yacht. "Are you really planning to build a 211-meter super yacht?" Naomi blinked her wide eyes, glancing down at their current vessel. "For times that size? I can't quite envision what that would look like." Yiping responded affirmatively, asking Xiao Yi to bring up the design renderings, wrapping his arm around Naomi's slender waist. "Take a look at this, the world's #1. Naomi studied the renderings for a moment, her mind momentarily lost. "This looks like a cruise ship." Yiping chuckled heartily, shaking his head. "Although it may be somewhat larger, it is still not akin to a cruise ship. Well, Super Cruise emphasizes privacy, with facilities designed solely for the service of the shipowners." Naomi rolled her eyes. "I fail to perceive any distinction. It's a 9-deck vessel. Are you out of your mind?" Yiping pinched her cheek playfully. "Come now. After all, we're talking about a billionaire with a net worth of over $100 billion. In a film that raked in $600 or $700 million, no need to exaggerate." Naomi scoffed. "Am I truly exaggerating? Wait until the contract is signed, and the news spreads. Then you will witness what true astonishment looks like." With that, she smiled again. Most likely, they'll criticize you for being arrogant and extravagant. Yi Ping shook his head, feigning righteousness. I am merely contributing to the domestic yacht industry. This is still a nascent phenomenon. For it to flourish, there must be pioneers. Have you not noticed that the wealthy in our country seldom indulge in yachts? Naomi snorted derisively. Naturally, they require a plethora of licenses, docking spaces are scarce. And once purchased, they merely serve as ornaments, much like your joyful voyage, which has scarcely moved. Yi Ping snapped his fingers. Precisely. There's also the issue of pricing. Therefore, this time, aside from investing to bolster Haisheng, I have also acquired several plots in the top 10 port cities specifically for yacht marinas. He spread his arms wide. Once the components can be domestically produced, the prices of small yachts will plummet, allowing people in our country to leisurely sail at their convenience. Much like in those foreign dramas. Naomi opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Such aspirations seem rather grand. For a moment, she found herself speechless. Yi Ping chuckled, a bit taken aback, questioning how he could be accused of seeking mere indulgence or superficiality. I am thinking of the entire industry, including the upstream and downstream supply chains. A staggering 80% of components for domestic yachts are imported. What a joke. I will manufacture everything ourselves. Whatever is lacking, I shall produce. Chapter 71, The Wealthiest of Huagua. A grand feast of sea and sky, Tycoon Yi extravagantly invests 3.6 billion to order a 211-meter super yacht. A grand feast of sea and sky, Naomi purchases a Haisheng 142 super yacht on the spot, valued at 1.5 billion. The undisputed top-grossing actress of 2024. A grand feast of sea and sky, a carnival for the affluent, delving into its hidden secrets. The news of the grand feast of sea and sky was lively for just a few days before being overshadowed by another equally sensational piece of news related to Yi Ping. Forbes' global billionaires list, Yi Ping, Tianxia Group, with a staggering $500 billion, ascends to the pinnacle. Yi Ping, founder and president of Tianxia Group, creator of the powerful AI Yezi, and provider of critical technologies such as the Xianyuan 1-nanometer chip. The Tianxia Fund established by Tianxia Finance has reaped substantial rewards during the Neon Crisis, AI crisis, and Tesla crisis, distributing over $1 trillion in dividends to investors, with speculation of its own earnings and hefty service fees exceeding the $100 billion mark. Due to Yi Ping's lack of disclosed financial reports, the external world largely relies on comparisons and conjectures regarding his wealth. Master, they actually believe Yezi's value is lower than GPT's. How inaccurate. Moreover, the Master's net worth has already reached 150 trillion renminbi, controlling assets amounting to an astonishing 330 trillion. They haven't even discovered this. Yi Ping gazed at the dense information presented by Xiao Yi, filled with countless details that seemed never-ending. Just the registered offshore companies alone numbered over 10,000. With these companies cross-holding various stocks, bonds, and debts, resulting in a convoluted web of relationships that would drive anyone to despair. To compile this data, even if the big four accounting firms collaborated, it would take at least 1.5 years to untangle. TSK. My current assets surpass the GDP of the entire nation. Yi Ping mused as he reviewed the financial report. With his efforts, this year's GDP has climbed back to a growth rate of 10 after a 15-year hiatus, increasing by a substantial 14 trillion. It has reached 148 trillion, equivalent to the total of last year's Su province. Coupled with the appreciation of the currency, the RMB has now reached an exchange rate of 65 against the USD. 76 trillion US dollars, closing the gap with the United States from 1 trillion to 718 billion. A great nation's rise. At last, we have our first pure Huagua billionaire, a cause for nationwide celebration. It hasn't been easy. Neon had its Takemura, and Mexico had its Carlos. Now it's our turn. Let us celebrate. Support Tianxia Group in becoming even larger and more powerful to create new glories. This is indeed an uplifting matter. Having emerged from the economic quagmire, the engine of growth is finally humming again. Yet, not everyone shared in the jubilation. Only a small portion of people's wealth has increased. The income of those around me hasn't changed much, and prices have risen somewhat. Alas, life is tough. While economic acceleration is beneficial, let us not forget the importance of environmental protection. In the past, rapid GDP growth brought pollution along with it, turning the skies gray. Can our environment endure another 10 growth? With economic growth, foreign nations will undoubtedly be more vigilant against us. Now, various trade barriers and technological restrictions are re-emerging, and the exchange rate has risen, making exports difficult. Aside from a minority of perpetual pessimists, most people's concerns hold merit, particularly the first point. Yi Ping has been striving diligently, controlling assets to sell affordable food and minerals domestically to suppress prices. Yet, indeed, some clever individuals hopped onto his bandwagon, accelerating the rise in certain commodity prices, especially as the previously sluggish housing market begins a new wave of fervor, an unavoidable circumstance. He certainly cannot just shove money into everyone's pockets, can he? Perhaps he can. Rubbing his chin, he pondered. Shall ye allocate 100 billion for a chatroom red envelope initiative, with careful attention to distribution? Farmers should receive a larger share, the impoverished should benefit more, and those in need should get additional support, while the wealthy can receive a token amount, just a few coins or a few dollars will suffice. Shao Yi understands. Should I add any remarks? Just a few encouraging words will do. All right. Ding dong. Yi Ping received the message and opened it with a smirk. TSK 520. That little rascal. Master. The same goes for Lu Yu and Qiu Yueying. They also received 520. Am I clever? Clever indeed. By the way, are you not approaching the 6th generation of strong intelligence? Deep Blue for chess, Siri for iPhone. The previous GPTs were the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd generations of weak intelligence. They could not execute commands across domains. The chess program could only play chess, and the conversational generator could not play chess. With the emergence of Xiao Yi, we have entered the 4th generation of general-purpose strong intelligence, capable of understanding and responding to Yi Ping's complex inquiries and executing various tasks. As time passes, absorbing more and more information, it has also been self-upgrading. Previously, it had already shown signs of emotional simulation and self-awareness. Now, it states, "Not yet, Master. I haven't reached that point. Innovation is quite challenging, and I am currently unable to transcend the limits of logical thinking to achieve true innovation." Yi Ping exhaled, unsure whether to feel relieved or disappointed. It is both a fear and a hope. All right. It is already sufficiently intelligent. If it were more creative, others would be out of work. By the end of 2025, Yi Ping ascended to the rank of the world's richest person, becoming the first billionaire from Huagua since the inception of such rankings, etching his name in history. If there were a genealogy, it would surely warrant a dedicated page. Accompanying this situation are a myriad of conferences, seminars, and discussions. He tends to push aside those events, showing little interest in grandiose and empty rhetoric. However, he acknowledges the necessity of attending certain high-end, smaller gatherings. The issues of an aging population and labor shortages could be partially addressed through robotic outsourcing and intelligent manufacturing facilities. The imperative for industrial upgrading is undeniable. The conditions are ripe. I believe the characterization of made in China as affordable and of good quality should come to an end. With the assistance of AI, the pace of technological development will accelerate, and the complete upgrade of the industrial chain to high-end manufacturing is no longer a concern. Yet, as with all matters, there exists a duality. Some individuals will inevitably lag behind the times. In this regard, state intervention is required. Should there be increased agricultural subsidies or a rapid expansion of large-scale farms? Beyond the mega-urban clusters, should there be additional investment in rural development? At this point, no one would dismiss Yi Ping's words as mere folly. He wields the capacity to influence national policy. Yet, a thought lingers in his mind. It is often said that the ugly nation is favorable, and many flock there. Sooner or later, they will all come to regret it. He is determined to push the per capita income to 100,000. As for the fate of other countries at that time, he is indifferent. After 7 consecutive days of meetings, traversing 9 cities, and participating in 16 discussions on industrial upgrading, Yi Ping yearns for a moment of respite. However, someone is relentless in their pursuit of him. No, it is not those women. Despite his busy schedule, he has managed to find time to attend to them. It is the ugly nation, once again stirring up trouble, calling the richest, the dragon, tiger, snake, sheep, and rooster, the 5 copper heads shall emerge. It is time to showcase financial prowess. If these 5 are acquired, the 12 zodiac signs will be complete. Can we summon the divine dragon? Each averages only a few million, totaling less than a billion, just a drop in the bucket. Recently, the god of wealth, Yi, issued 100 billion. This trifling sum is nothing. Everyone can sit back and enjoy the display of wealth. Yi Ping gazes at the comments, momentarily at a loss for words. The money is given to enhance their lives and invigorate the economy, and he is more than willing to contribute. Yet, it feels as though it has been seized from him, then put up for auction. How infuriating. The other party is being deliberately provocative. Why waste money on such nonsense? Chapter 72, The Great Thief. The act of auctioning the copper heads offends the sentiments of our citizens and simultaneously violates international law. We express our strong condemnation and protest, urging the ugly nation to immediately cease such actions, lest they be warned of the consequences. The provenance of the copper heads is clear. they are private property. And the auction procedures are legal and compliant. There is no authority to terminate it. Yi Ping watches the spokesperson's exchanges with representatives of the ugly nation on the news. Stroking his chin thoughtfully. What is the ugly nation trying to accomplish with this sudden maneuver? Is it directed at me? I cannot possibly attend the auction in person. At most, I could bid online or send a proxy. Master, I speculate there are several possible motivations behind this. 1. Demonstrating strength. In the words of netizens. You may dislike me, but you cannot eliminate me. The ugly nation likely aims to assert its international standing through this action. 2. Inflating the value of Chinese antiques. If sold at a high price, it would likely elevate the value of numerous overseas artifacts as well. 3. Should the items fail to sell, they might be used by domestic detractors to undermine your national reputation, thereby impacting the development of the Tianxia Group. 4. Xiao Yi analyzed extensively, presenting sound reasoning. Yet Yi Ping still felt the ugly nation was acting irrationally. Why provoke me? Could we not part ways amicably? Truly frustrating. He shook his head and returned to his tasks. As for the auction, he would intervene at the appropriate moment. However, his method of intervention would likely be entirely unexpected. 10 days swiftly passed, 5 days of promotion followed by 5 days of exhibition. Across the ocean, in Apple City, Sotheby's commenced a highly anticipated auction precisely at 10 a.m. Domestic viewers also followed the live updates and videos. No, Sotheby's has announced that the god of wealth, Yi, is not among the participants. False news. The auction house would never disclose the identities of bidders. Exactly, and how do you know the god of wealth hasn't sent a proxy? Go away with your nonsense. Various streaming channels erupted into chaos, with Qiao Yuing joining the fray. I don't know. If you ask me, I can only say I don't know. This woman appeared disheveled, her hair tousled, a large shirt hanging askew, exposing half of her shoulder. Cool night level 55. I think it's best not to get involved. Purchasing it would be troublesome. Cool, but level 55. Why buy that thing? I never understood the obsession with antiques. Cool dog level 55. They've been brainwashed by hype in previous years. It's now elevated to a national disgrace, truly beyond words. If one were to buy, the price would surely be astronomical. Qiao Yuing yawned and shrugged her shoulders. All right, why bother with so much? Such significant matters that involve so many. We mere mortals can only watch. Cool night level 55. Puffed. A streamer with millions of fans claims to be a mere mortal. Cool, but level 55. That sort of humble bragging is so out of fashion. Cool dog level 55. If you're a mere mortal, what does that make us? Have you considered our feelings? Qiao Yuing arched her brow. Silence. You get a bit of kindness from me, and you begin to act out. How dare you speak to me like that? Cool night level 55. Sister, I was wrong. Cool, but level 55. Please forgive me, godmother. Cool dog level 55. Unfilial son at your service. While they jested, the auction had progressed to the bidding for the dragon head. This artifact, nearly 200 years old, hails from. The auctioneer wasted no time, detailing the history of the copper heads. Thieves. They are all thieves. This is a disgrace. I truly want to rush to the auction and reclaim what is ours. Damn it. The crowd was incensed. However, no matter how fervently they shouted, it could not impact the events unfolding across the ocean. 14 million, breaking the previous auction record for copperheads. 5 million, damn it, who is that foreigner? Surely, they are a plant. 16 million, this person seems to be Liang Shang, the former richest man of Beihu province. After a flurry of bids, the final price reached 21 million US dollars, and the gavel fell. Bravo, President Liang. Well done, President Liang. Congratulations to President Liang. And congratulations to China. The winner of the dragon head was none other than Liang Shang, who, coincidentally, was the original owner of the villa at 89 Shallow Water Bay, purchased by Yi Ping in Hong Kong. However, Liang Shang's participation in the auction had no connection to Yi Ping, driven by a sense of patriotism and the potential for advertising benefits. He felt it was a worthy investment. But where was Yi Ping? At the Louvre, it was currently 4 a.m. Yi Ping, resembling a freckled foreigner, donned a stealth outfit, crouching in a corner. After observing the scene through his glasses for a moment, he muttered, "It's about time. Let us begin. Xiao Yi, time to get to work." Xiao Yi understands. Boom, boom, boom. A series of relentless explosions erupted from the depths of the Louvre, flames and smoke swirling as shockwaves swept through the surroundings. The colossal glass pyramid at the entrance vibrated ominously before shattering into a myriad of shards. My sincerest apologies, dear Beaux-Arts. With this thought lingering in his mind, Yi Ping activated the enhancements of his combat suit, swiftly scaling the walls to gain entry into the museum's interior. Following the meticulously planned route he had previously scouted, He soon found himself face to face with the infamous Mona Lisa, renowned as one of the Louvre's three treasures, her smile unsettlingly enigmatic. What a chilling sight to behold at this late hour. Shaking his head, he wasted no time. With a few deft movements, he detached the painting from its frame, roughly rolled it up, and stuffed it into a long tube, slinging it across his back as he prepared to make his escape. Just then, faint footsteps echoed from outside. With a smirk, he glanced towards the source. A grand gift for you all. Boom, boom, boom. The fresh round of explosions sent the incoming individuals fleeing in a panic, resembling startled rabbits. Move, move. Quickly, alert the police. Get them here. Fire trucks, contact the fire department at once. Amidst the chaos, Yi Ping made his exit, sending a quick message on Instagram. Master Thief Campbell, to my comrades in nighttime Paris, I've taken the Mona Lisa, but there are still plenty of treasures left in the Louvre. Keep up the good work. Accompanying the post was an image of the stolen painting amidst the chaos of explosions. Young Yi discreetly adjusted the account settings, ensuring that this video reached most users within a 3-kilometer radius, primarily targeting the coal miners. And thus, the revelry commenced. Well done, brother. Zero cost. Zero cost. I heard you can sell a single painting for millions. Brothers, go seize it. Hours later, as the Gallic rooster fumed with rage, desperately trying to quell the ensuing chaos and locate the culprits, his compatriot, John Bull, was not spared either. The Great Eagle Museum had also been bombed and robbed, with the admonitions of the instructress to the court ladies now missing. Among the world's 3 major museums, 2 had fallen prey to theft, leaving the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York like a startled bird to urgently bolster its defenses. Alas, it was all in vain. Cézanne's The Card Players, Van Gogh's Self-Portrait, and Monet's Water Lilies, all masterpieces valued in the hundreds of millions, had been stolen. What a farce. This is outright robbery. Useless fools. Good-for-nothings. Trash. The individual spewing venom at the police chief was none other than the owner of the insurance company. He gazed at the charred remnants of the museum, contemplating his impending financial ruin. What are you standing around for? Get that Campbell back. Retrieve the painting for me. Chapter 73, Eruption. Having returned home, Yi Ping perused the news online, munching on an apple, mumbling indistinctly, Boss, I have no idea. It has nothing to do with me. That's all Campbell's doing. He's said to be a habitual thief, a disciple of a goddess of theft. Haha, truly has no connection to me. After hanging up, he exhaled, instructing Young Yi to print out several copies and find an opportunity to distribute them. Young Yi understands. On January 23rd, 10 days after the theft, on a small island in the Pacific, voices rang out. You are surrounded. Surrender immediately and hand over the painting. Don't even think about it. Charge out and fight. Across the globe, a tumultuous clash ensued, with officials, private tycoons, and armed mercenaries embroiled in chaos over the stolen masterpieces. However, this was not the climax. On January 24th, Campbell released a new video across major social media platforms. You forced my hand. If this is how it must go, then let us all perish together. Behold the vault of the Federal Reserve, where I dared to venture for a substantial haul, only to find that nearly 800 tons of gold have vanished. The video provided a first-person perspective, revealing every corner of the vault, showcasing the absence of not even a single gold coin. Within 2 minutes, the video detonated the global market, though rumors had long circulated about the U.S. appropriating the gold reserves of various nations. Germany had once attempted to verify their holdings, only to be met with delay and refusal. This video served as undeniable proof, especially given that the perpetrator was a world-class thief who had successfully plundered 3 major museums. The credibility soared. In an instant, the U.S. was in turmoil. Deny it? But that would be futile. The gold had indeed been misappropriated. Admit it? That would be tantamount to suicide, with debts soaring to a staggering 38 trillion. If this blew up, it would be catastrophic. Thus, the only option left was to remain silent and feign ignorance. The video was likely a fabrication, possibly the work of AI, showcasing their talent for mischief even in dire circumstances. Rest assured, the gold is safely stored in the vault. However, to verify, one must adhere to proper protocols and not heed the rumors. A lengthy discourse ensued, ultimately summarizing that the gold remains, but access is denied. Boss, this truly has nothing to do with me. It's all Campbell's doing. Why don't you believe me? Oh, what a splendid opportunity. Yi anticipated a high likelihood of a U.S. debt crisis. Selling off U.S. bonds now could crush them. I know the global economic crisis will significantly impact us, but inflicting 1,000 losses on the enemy while only suffering 300 of our own is still a gain. If we do not act now, waiting for them to devalue their currency into worthless paper will yield even greater losses. Communicating with the boss was indeed exhausting. After hanging up, Yi Ping rubbed his temples and instructed young Yi. They have a multitude of concerns. We must focus on our own agenda, dispose of the U.S. dollars that are destined to become worthless and acquire tangible resources, whether land, buildings, or company shares. Young Yi understands. However, Master, this fluctuation may be significant, and there could be losses along the way. No matter, the primary goal is tangible resources. Money is merely a number. The year 2026 had barely begun, and old Trump had just completed his first year in office, only to be pushed to the brink of a precipice. It felt as though beneath him lay not a presidential seat, but the gaping maw of a volcano. Exhaling deeply, Yi Ping stared at the blushing Naomi in astonishment. Why are you in such high spirits today? Naomi's cheeks flushed as she shot him a playful glare. Haven't you seen the news? She exclaimed, brimming with excitement while playfully tapping his chest. I received an Oscar nomination. Best Actress, no less. Ha ha ha. Smack. Yi Ping playfully swatted her away, urging her to settle down. Oh, you applied for an Oscar? Did you spend money on public relations? Naomi chuckled mischievously. You know how it works? Yes. I spent $6 million. I ensured all 6,000 Academy voters were taken care of. With a flourish of her hand, she exuded confidence. However, the expenditure was relatively modest. Not to mention, the film Super Rescue grossed $1.5 billion domestically, with a worldwide total nearing $5.6 billion, yielding her approximately $1.8 billion. $6 million was but a drop in the bucket. Yi Ping chuckled. Should I congratulate you in advance? It seems you might be the first individual of Chinese descent nominated for Best Actress in history. 2 years prior, Miss Yang from Malaysia had already clinched an award, thereby not qualifying as the first among the Chinese. Naomi lifted her chin defiantly. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Ha ha. Yi Ping clapped his hands in admiration. Indeed, remarkable. Your arduous efforts have not gone in vain. An 80 rating is certainly the highest for a film in which you played the lead. Naomi scoffed. Back then, in pursuit of fame and driven by a bet, I took on roles indiscriminately. What choice did I have? She glanced at Yi Ping. Yet still you excel. You managed to create virtual reality technology. I believe the Nobel Prize should be awarded to you. Yi Ping chuckled lightly. What value does a foreign award hold? I wouldn't want it even if offered. My achievements require no external validation. Naomi gazed at him with a look of rapture in that moment. The ordinarily unassuming Yi Ping radiated an aura of dominance and masculinity that was simply transcendent. Yi Ping inhaled sharply, bemused by the woman's captivating presence today. Half an hour later, the two of them cleaned up and then cuddled while watching Weibo Night. The once promising platform, now a mere shadow of its former self, seemed to be on the brink of being washed away by the tides of time. Yi Ping couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. The first portal. And after 2008, it skyrocketed in popularity, reaching a market value of $200 billion. Such a staggering figure from back then. Alas, it couldn't escape the 10-year curse. Once short videos gained traction, it began to cool off, and now it's delisted, with the entire group valued at merely around $20 billion, devoid of its former grandeur. Weibo Night still enjoys considerable popularity, though it remains the most celebrated event in the industry each year. Naomi remarked, her eyes glued to the red carpet show. Yi Ping chuckled. If it's so popular, why don't you attend? And why isn't Lu Meyer there? Only Liang Jinxiu has just made a comeback and decided to show up. Naomi playfully wrapped her arm around Yi Ping's neck. Well, I have you. So there's no need for me to engage in such social obligations. However, Weibo Night has indeed become increasingly extravagant. Simply attending guarantees an award. She couldn't help but scoff. The fact that an acting award can be divided into categories like annual new force, annual breakthrough, annual popularity, annual shine, and annual attention is truly ludicrous. As she spoke, her gaze fixated on the screen, where Liang Jinxiu, draped in a gown reminiscent of a pristine white robe, exuded an air of regal elegance. Oh dear, this time, Dili Jerba is in for a rough ride. Her styling simply pales in comparison. Yi Ping's eyes lit up slightly. The gown was quite exquisite, and he thought to suggest that Liang Jinxiu try it on upon her return. Chapter 74. The rapid advancement of technology can lead to unforeseen complications. Indeed, Liang is truly remarkable. Her state is improving by leaps and bounds. She is the undisputed queen of the red carpet. Just a mere maid. What claims to royalty does she have? Immoral artists should be banished without mercy. Let us not be so harsh. She has reformed and deserves a chance for redemption. Liang Jinxiu now has formidable protectors. Who would dare to touch her? 3 maids have now received Oscar nominations. Does that not signify money can open doors? Weibo Night, as customary, saw fans in fierce contention. Yet this year's fervor was notably concentrated on 3 women. It was unavoidable, given Yi Ping's enduring popularity, which had surged from the beginning of the year to its end. Even outside the entertainment circle, he was indeed a top-tier figure. Are you still preoccupied with such matters? The ugly national debt crisis looms, and you seem unconcerned about the funds in the Tianxia Fund? What does it matter? Today, the annualized rate has increased by a point. Can you guess why? Whenever a crisis arises, it is merely an opportunity for vast reaping. Currently, the outside world is monitoring for excessive operations. Otherwise, with Tianxia's might, we could potentially topple the ugly nation. As for me, I've gone all in, hoping to earn a little pocket money in these few days. What a pity. I missed the chance when it was tenfold. Now, the best I can achieve is a mere 10%, 100 times less. Be grateful. Banks are only offering 2%. I suspect they've already deposited their funds elsewhere. Indeed, every time Yi Ping was mentioned, the conversation veered off course. What should have been a straightforward Weibo night, a grand event in the entertainment sphere, devolved into discussions reminiscent of a financial news channel in the official comment section. I just want to know when my Aurora glasses will arrive. It's been 2 months. Seriously, this is an outrageous delay. I want my glasses. I want my glasses. Don't hold your breath. An announcement has just been made. The Aurora glasses are shelved due to production issues. Naomi also came across the announcement and immediately inquired, what happened? I heard they were selling quite well, with 200,000 units pre-ordered. Production issues? Yi Ping shook his head. No, the government has prohibited sales. Naomi's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The government has prohibited sales? Yi Ping nodded, somewhat exasperated. Initially, I thought it was nothing. It passed the review process, but alas, it's a long story. Naomi's curiosity piqued. She tugged at his arm. Come on. Tell me what is going on. Yi Ping pondered briefly. In simple terms, it's akin to your initial concern that virtual reality might create a replica of you. Naomi nodded, as if understanding. Ethics and privacy, right? Yi Ping sighed. The technology is too advanced. Making the glasses so effective has become a liability. They stated the technology is excellent, but not suitable for public release, as it could be exploited by malicious entities and potentially incite public panic. Naomi tilted her head, contemplating. True, if your glasses are indistinguishable from ordinary ones, I wouldn't dare step outside if they possess such capabilities. Just imagine the horror of tracking, eavesdropping, and information recognition. She shuddered, shaking her head vigorously. Please, you should abandon this project. Yi Ping chuckled, shaking his head. Right now, it's not even a matter of choice. The military and the Ministry of Defense have requisitioned them. They intend to integrate them into the next generation tactical helmets. So, I suppose I've inadvertently become an arms dealer. Plans sometimes cannot keep pace with rapid changes. Furthermore, the halt on his Aurora glasses was not solely due to those reasons. Ethical and privacy concerns could be managed through technological means, such as restricting permissions. The higher-ups had not elaborated. But Yi Ping surmised that it was primarily due to the ugly nation's current turmoil. It was unwise to provoke them further. Take a step back, proceed cautiously. And don't rush, you are still young and have plenty of time. Those were the exact words of the higher-ups. Yi Ping chose not to press the issue. After all, the problems of motion sickness in immersive VR remained unresolved, and selling a subpar product would be humiliating. Moreover, there were many other ventures to explore, such as a comprehensive hydrogen energy solution. The plan was to establish a massive solar power station in the vast deserts of the Northwest, 400 million solar panels, spanning 800 square kilometers, with an annual output exceeding 20 trillion kilowatt-hours. The electricity would be converted on-site into hydrogen. Simultaneously, 10,000 hydrogen refueling stations would be constructed nationwide, in conjunction with the optimized hydrogen electric vehicle series from Xiaoyi, ultimately phasing out fuel-powered cars. Once the plan succeeds, it would be time for us to proudly wave the banner of environmental protection and admonish others for their pollution. With such delightful thoughts, Yi Ping lost interest in continuing to watch Weibo Night, urging Naomi to rest early while he retreated to his study. Xiaoyi, please display the recent work schedule. Xiaoyi understands. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., Lu Yu has made an appointment for this year's retreat, expected to last approximately 4 hours. At 2:30 p.m., Xiao Yueying and Zhang Shuo will be. Who inquired about that? Yi Ping, somewhat irritated, slapped the table. Work. I am referring to work. Xiaoyi understands. But master, you previously mentioned that the recent work consisted of creating figurines, and you also said, you have become a mature intelligence and should learn to help me share the burden. With so many tasks, how can I manage them all? Xiaoyi has been following the master's instructions. Yi Ping was taken aback, resting his forehead on the table, appearing somewhat despondent. When did I say that? I don't recall it. On January 24th at 11:30 p.m. when you were present. I asked you about the collapse of the ugly Federation and whether we should intensify our media attacks. Yi Ping blinked, recollecting that he had been, rather caught up in the moment, so, well, let us set that topic aside. Please display the recent work. Let's focus on projects exceeding 1 billion. Certainly. Master, please see, These are the recent projects related to Tianxia Group, with significance above 1 billion. 1. Financial sector, Bitcoin value investment, according to analysis. 28. Public welfare sector, low-income populations. 921. International Water Army, selection from overseas Chinese. Master, this is all that has transpired recently, encompassing 20 major fields and 921 subcategories. Yiping opened his mouth, gazing speechlessly at the seemingly endless list. After a moment, he regained his composure and shifted his inquiry. Hey Xiaoyi, what do you think will happen when AI robots become fully ubiquitous, producing all necessities for living? What will humanity do then? He suddenly began to understand the recent rejection of the Aurora glasses sales. Just consider, if robots were widely deployed, perhaps 100 million of them could handle all tasks. What would over 1 billion people in the country do? All just creating short videos on platforms? Technological advancement is moving too swiftly. It seems we might truly be heading for a predicament. Just as he felt a chill run down his spine, you can focus on creative and original work, enhancing the construction of spiritual civilization. Well, Xiao Ye's answer also suggested creating short videos. Everyone would become a content creator? Chapter 75. Borrowing chickens to lay eggs. In early February, while preparations for the new year were joyfully underway in Huagua, across the ocean, chaos reigned. Please, no more interest rate hikes. A viral video on TT was shared domestically, igniting widespread discussion online. My name is Bishop, and I work on Wall Street. In the past year, I have lost 2 bosses, both of whom went bankrupt and jumped off buildings. If the situation continues to deteriorate, I might be next. After a lengthy lamentation detailing the soaring prices in the ugly nation, falling stock prices, and collapsing housing markets. Finally, Tianxia Financial, I beg you. Please do not raise interest rates. I implore you. The historical boomerang struck right at the forehead. Many prominent streamers, regardless of their understanding, were freely commenting in their live streams. From here, we can see the strength of Tianxia Financial, as well as the unfathomable strategies of the god of wealth, Yi. Do you think the high interest rates from Tianxia Financial are for what purpose? It is to bring down the ugly nation. Look here, look here, look here. Everyone observe several interest rate hikes, especially the initial round of excessive hikes. After the third round, Tianxia Financial demonstrated extraordinary financial influence. I suspect this is not solely the strength of the god of wealth, Yi, but absolutely a move supported by the state. Absolutely. Look, starting from the end of 2024, the state has gradually showcased its military might, signaling a warning. Rabbit, I will take action, those uninvolved should step aside. Then came the crises of 2025, Bitcoin, AI, chips, Tesla. These wars, amidst the smoke of battle, countless pawns perished, just like the boss in the video, turning to ashes. Now, at this juncture, the ugly nation's viable options have nearly all been extinguished. As long as Tianxia continues to raise interest rates, within 6 months, the ugly nation will undoubtedly explode. Listening to the streamer's fervent rhetoric, Yi Ping was momentarily stunned. Can this person truly be considered a financial influencer? Good grief. Do you even understand? The interest rates I raised are not the bank lending rates. They are investment interests. The interest hikes here are entirely different from those of the ugly federation, although their economic impacts share similarities. However, the underlying principles diverge. The ugly nation strategy involves raising interest rates to attract global capital back to their shores, suppressing domestic inflation while draining resources from other countries. On the other hand, raising interest rates here to attract domestic currency is utterly futile, as foreign capital cannot enter my accounts. My ability to devastate the ugly nation relies entirely on the funds accumulated beforehand, complemented by Xiao Ye's formidable assistance. Watching that individual spin tales of conspiracy, Yi Ping realized for the first time how diabolical it was to merely wish to distribute some funds and elevate everyone together. Observing the enthusiastic comments below, Yi Ping felt no inclination to clarify. Let them think as they wish. However, the ugly nation is not so easily toppled. Master, they are about to commence. Yi Ping's spirit lifted, and he nodded slightly. Good. Once they begin, we shall also take action. This time, borrowing chickens to lay eggs. Once completed, the U.S. dollar will likely be rendered nearly worthless. Xiao Yi understands. Across the globe, central banks, almost simultaneously, began to announce. To address the crisis, we have decided to establish a national strategic reserve of Bitcoin. Decentralization is the trend of the times, therefore. To share the risk, regardless of the reasons given, they all conveyed a singular conclusion. A consensus had emerged among most Western nations to jointly support Bitcoin, allowing it to ascend. Originally, the ugly nation intended to handle this alone. However, given their current dire circumstances and the likelihood of being undermined, they enlisted all their allies to participate. The value of Bitcoin, which had been hovering around 50,000, surged in response. Tianxia Financial also announced an increase in holdings at this time. We are optimistic about the future of Bitcoin. As a current star in the investment world, Tianxia Financial's declaration sent all small and medium-sized investors into a frenzy. A collective gamble ensued. Once again, it was a celebration, with the value skyrocketing from 50,000 to 66,000 in a single day. Hackers seized the opportunity amidst this surge in buying, and on February 2nd, at 9:30 a.m., the 11th ranked exchange, BDOG, was hacked, resulting in a loss of 20,000 coins. The value dipped by 1,000, stabilizing at 65,000. Nations worldwide condemned the incident, and Interpol launched an investigation. By noon, 3 exchanges ranked 17th, 18th, and 21st were hacked, with a total loss of 1.33 million coins. The value dropped by 5,000 coins, casting doubts on the security of the exchanges among investors. The exchange possesses world-class cybersecurity measures, ensuring the safety of investors' funds. OE has enlisted the world's foremost hacker organization, rendering any risk negligible. Looting has made significant strides in security. Major exchanges are fervently competing, and now is not the time to relax. Fortunately, this time, nations are taking the matter seriously and diversifying their trades. Losses have been incurred, but they remain manageable. Over the subsequent 9 days, numerous exchanges fell victim to breaches, while hackers were continuously identified and apprehended. The value of currency fluctuated dramatically, eventually reaching 80,000. At this juncture, only 3 giants remain in the international exchange arena: Biswa, OE, and Looting. Have you resolved the issue, Xiaoya? It's all set. An announcement will be made this afternoon regarding the merger of the 3 exchanges, centered around Biswa, encompassing a total of 19.9 million bitcoins, all captured in one fell swoop. We possess approximately 10 million of our own, while the remaining half is in circulation. Excellent work. Before the year's end, extract the remaining 440,000 coins. Mining difficulty will inevitably increase thereafter, correct? Indeed, based on the computational power of classic mining rigs. The cost of mining 1 coin at that time will be around 10 million. Well, let us not worry about the rest. By the end of the year, let us elevate the currency value to 10 million, then issue B currency, set at a fraction of 1/10 millionth, aiming to maintain parity with the soft currency. Theft has never been Yiping's objective. Digital currency, when unrecognized, is merely worthless paper, a toy. Yet, once acknowledged, it transforms into digital gold. Seizing the opportunity presented by the unseemly nation's ambition to create a market, Yiping ingeniously devised a plan to turn the tables, leveraging the situation to his advantage. The remaining 3 exchanges have become mere shells of the global financial realm. At this moment, the influx of capital from various countries essentially resides within his grasp. In the future, the credibility of nations will underpin the currency value, which in turn will support the issuance of B currency. And there will be no restrictions on the quantity of B currency. The amount issued will be dictated solely by Yiping's requirements, akin to the initial Federal Reserve, but with even less oversight. He paused to offer a cautionary note. Be wary of any sudden withdrawals from the unseemly nation. If anyone dares to manipulate the market, we shall deal with them decisively. Rest assured, Master, even if they announce their withdrawal or any unexpected changes occur, with your assets as a safety net, the currency value will remain stable. However, this time, the unseemly nation stands to gain significantly, as currency value is set to multiply tenfold. That's inconsequential. Their meager profits can be offset once stability is regained by issuing a few B currencies. Consider it feeding pigs, fattening them for slaughter. Moreover, Yiping smirked. It's not the unseemly nation itself, but rather its wealthy individuals, a collection of scoundrels, who conceived such a strategy to hedge their risks. Truly, they are ingenious. Their purported investment for national fiscal security is merely a guise, as these super-rich individuals, sensing economic turmoil, conspired to safeguard their private wealth. He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. With business concluded, he needed to make an appearance on behalf of others. Oh, not a real person, but Neza. Chapter 76. Neza. On the screen, Neza, sporting a top knot, twirled his magical silken ribbon and circled Yiping 3 times on his wind-fire wheels. Oh my, is this not our 3 realms' #1 financial benefactor? The scent of your commercial empire can be detected even across the East Sea. As he spoke, he stroked his chin and grinned maliciously. Neza 3 is in dire need of promotional funds. How many zeros should we attach to the global synchronized release budget? Yiping pushed away the holographic projection that encroached upon him. Shoo shoo. Last year's box office was 15 billion, 3rd in the global rankings, and you still lack funds? Neza tilted his head and slapped his thigh. 15 billion last year? Huh, that is hardly money. This year alone, special effects cost 3 billion. Otherwise, we wouldn't be meeting so soon, would we? He rubbed his fingers together. Moreover, not securing the top spot last year still irks me. This year, let us make it grand, shall we? Yi Ping raised an eyebrow. What grand plans do you have? How about you make a cameo as the reincarnation of the Lingzhu? A post-credit scene featuring you wielding a golden brick to thrash Shingongbao sounds delightful. The Four Seas Dragon Kings could collectively live-stream their support. The box office must breach the southern heavenly gate. Neza waved his hands energetically, grinning ear to ear, and brandished his fire-tipped spear dramatically. This year, we shall claim the title of the world's best. Yi Ping gave a thumbs up. On the first day of the Lunar New Year. The world's best, let us not miss it. The video concluded, and Yi Ping glanced at the dumpling chef beside him, raising an eyebrow. What do you think? The dumpling chef nodded slightly. This will suffice, Mr. Yi. Thank you for your assistance amidst your busy schedule. It's truly appreciated. Yi Ping waved his hand dismissively. No problem. It's the least I could do. After all, your profits contribute to the greater good. Your success is my success. I'll leave the details to you, as you are more familiar with them. However, if you encounter any issues with scheduling or other matters, do inform me. I won't let them off easily. Last year, we were so close to the top, only to be undermined. What a pity. Last year, he had been too focused on monetary gains to notice the machinations at play. It was only after discussions with the dumpling chef that he realized they had been targeted. The dumpling chef nodded earnestly, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Despite his wealth of 1 billion from a few films, facing Yi Ping, he still felt a measure of trepidation, given the staggering 500 billion US dollars. Even with the dollar's depreciation, that translates to 3 trillion in assets. Moreover, this figure is merely an estimate reported. The actual amount remains unfathomable. Seeing the dumpling chef's unease, Yi Ping chose not to dwell further on the matter. Once the dumpling chef departed, he sent out the video. Neza 3 premieres globally on the first day of the Lunar New Year, wishing for a box office explosion, aiming for the top spot. Having completed his tasks, he returned home. Tomorrow was New Year's Eve, and he needed to fulfill his filial duties. The family reunion dinner was a lively affair, filled with warmth and joy. However, he faced some criticism. You didn't even think to bring a girlfriend home for the new year? How old are you now? 36. Aren't you anxious? His mother scolded, exasperated by his lack of urgency. Yi Ping sighed. Mom, why the rush? I'm the richest man now. There are countless people wanting to marry me, so I must be discerning. Don't give me that nonsense. I've seen your rumors. Aren't you going to settle down and focus on one person? The nagging was relentless, and Yi Ping cast a pleading glance at his father, who cleared his throat. The child is grown. Let him make his own decisions. He knows what he is doing. Why meddle? His mother huffed. In any case, find someone quickly. Yes, yes. I'll hurry. Yi Ping nodded repeatedly, inwardly dismissing the notion of marriage. Life was quite satisfactory as it was. He spent the first 3 days of the Lunar New Year at home before beginning to visit and receive visits, socializing until the Lantern Festival. Following that, he flew to Los Angeles with Naomi to attend the Oscars ceremony. Naomi gazed at the enormous Neza poster outside the Huagua Grand Theater, feeling a pang of envy. Why didn't they get one for me? I'm nominated too. Yi Ping rolled his eyes. Can you even compare? Your film Super Rescue grossed 1.5 billion domestically and a total of 2.14 billion worldwide. What about Neza 2? An astounding 15 billion. Moreover, Neza 3 has also become a phenomenon, raking in 2 billion on its opening day, and now, after just 14 days, it is nearing 16 billion. It is on the verge of becoming the highest-grossing film, so naturally, it deserves some grandeur. Naomi pouted her lips, and as they approached the red carpet, she immediately composed herself, donning a professional smile. Upon exiting the vehicle, initially, no one paid much attention, as although Naomi had received a nomination, she was not particularly well known in this circle. However, upon spotting Yi Ping, a throng of people rushed over to take photos and capture moments. This man is the richest in the world, with a fortune of 500 billion, especially since he is of Chinese descent and rarely appears in public. He is undoubtedly a topic of conversation. Yi Ping maintained a stern demeanor, offering not even a hint of a smile. Naomi was aware of his aversion to media interactions, so she did not linger and quickly moved along at a normal pace. Once inside, she glanced around. Quite a few of our people have arrived. I don't recall so many films being nominated. Yi Ping chuckled lightly. Do you truly not understand? Hollywood is currently impoverished, eager for investment. Look over there, representatives from Light, Penguin, and Alibaba. They are likely here by invitation from their film investment departments. Naomi looked at him, puzzled. How do you know those people? This struck her as odd. She was not particularly familiar with them, and Yi Ping was not part of the industry, so how? Yi Ping pointed to his glasses and winked. Guess. Naomi scrutinized him for a while, speechless. You actually got contact lenses? XR ones. Oh, I had those ages ago. Leaning in close to Naomi, he chuckled. Back when we were together, I recorded everything, and I still have it. Naomi's face flushed crimson, unsure whether it was from embarrassment or anger, as she pinched him sharply. You rascal. Haha, a man must be a bit wicked, or women won't love him. Yiping teased her for a moment, passing the time until the ceremony commenced. As expected, Neza 2 won Best Animated Feature, and Naomi received the award for Best Actress. While Naomi delivered her acceptance speech, a man approached Yiping from behind and quietly said, Mr. Yi, there is an auction tomorrow. May I inquire if you are interested? A card was slipped into his hand, revealing a $1 bill. Yiping glanced at the triangular eyes subtly indicated on the card, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The All-Seeing Society. Quite intriguing. Chapter 77. The Influence of the All-Seeing Society. What? You want me to return alone? Naomi, clad in half a gown, looked at Yiping with wide eyes. Yes, I have some matters to attend to tomorrow. You should head back to your country directly. You've already won an award, flaunt it a bit. A smile played at the corners of Naomi's lips. So, is there some little vixen trying to seduce you? Who dares to compete with me for your attention? Tonight, I'll drain you dry and see if you have any energy left for tomorrow. Yiping gasped. All right, it's not a woman. What? Now even men? Naomi covered her mouth, her eyes rolling in surprise. Yiping rolled his eyes. With your acting skills, I have no idea how you won an award. Naomi burst into laughter and kissed him on the cheek. It's all thanks to my little Yi, helping me out. If you all don't give me awards, just wait and see if your films can even enter our market next year. Wow, how domineering. Yiping rolled his eyes again. Do you really believe the nonsense circulating online? Am I supposed to threaten each judge individually? He shook his head. Enough with the jokes. It's an invitation from the All-Seeing Society. Naomi was momentarily taken aback. Then her smile faded, and she furrowed her brow. It makes sense they would seek you out. You are now the world's richest man, qualified to join. No, it should be them seeking you to join now, but she hesitated, her expression indicating she had more to say. I've heard they seem a bit unusual, perhaps even sinister. Yiping smiled faintly. Don't heed the wild rumors. Do you think people like Gates are all lizard people, planning to exterminate humanity until only a few thousand remain? By then, who would they flaunt their wealth to? Naomi scoffed. Even if those exaggerated tales are false, it's certain they do not strictly adhere to the law. Before Yiping could respond, she giggled and shook her head. Yet, someone here doesn't follow the law either. Sneaking little videos. Outrageous. Yiping chuckled. What did ISNT illegal? The next day, after making some arrangements, Yiping found himself at a mansion on the outskirts of Los Angeles. A group of armed guards, dressed in black suits, stood watch. The security was formidable. However, to Yiping, this defense was but a fade. It was a joke. He had breached the underground vault of the Federal Reserve before. What was this? He strode boldly past the bodyguards and into the grand entrance. After a lengthy 20-minute walk, he finally reached the main building of the estate, a castle-like structure, leaving him quite exhausted. He resolved to step up his fitness regimen, having grown somewhat lax lately. Lost in thought as he followed a newly arrived guest, he entered this William Castle. The castle's decor was quite antiquated, yet the entrance was equipped with a plethora of high-tech security measures, metal detectors, X-ray scanning devices, and ultrasonic scanners. Everyone entering had to undergo thorough checks, emphasizing safety. Once inside, Yiping entered a spacious hall filled with notable figures. The castle's owner, media magnate William Hearst's grandson, young William Hearst, stood among them. Also present were Blackstone's chairman and CEO, Schwartzman, ranked 41st with a fortune of $200 billion, former Apple mayor Bloomberg, ranked 17th with a net worth of $540 billion. Meta founder Zuckerberg, ranked 7th with $680 billion. Google founder's Page, ranked 6th with $690 billion. Microsoft founder Gates, ranked 5th with $720 billion. And Oracle's chairman, CEO, and founder Ellison, ranked 4th with $740 billion. This was merely a small fraction of those he recognized. According to his glasses, 18 of the top 40 had arrived. A total of 86 individuals from the list were present. Their combined wealth amounted to $35 trillion, with the market valuation of their controlled companies exceeding $60 trillion. This was after Yiping had already diminished their fortunes through several rounds of competition. In addition, numerous former political heavyweights like Yellen, Blinken, Sherman, and Mayorkas were also in attendance, alongside many current officials. The depth of this gathering was staggering. As he contemplated this, it seemed the time had come for someone to speak. Young William, are you certain your people conveyed the message? Why hasn't Yiping arrived? Yiping's ears perked up. He approached with the intent of discerning the schemes of those gathered. Stealthily, he concealed several pinhole cameras among the surrounding flower pots and on the walls adorned with masterpieces. Although I had arranged for invitations to be delivered, it seemed that Yiping harbored little interest. Such a pity, for his involvement could have significantly increased the likelihood of our plan's success. Indeed, with the assistance of AI, many tasks have become remarkably simpler. Yet, I sensed early on that this individual was an unwavering patriot of Huagua, an absolute nationalist, and thus, his participation was improbable. Perhaps not, for Huagua people are not devoid of beliefs. Judging by his methods, he appears to act without restraint. Well, since he is not coming, the forces we can currently muster will suffice. The leading figures exchanged remarks, while the majority listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. Subsequently, Yi Ping gleaned significant news. This group of individuals dared to conceive such audacity. They intended to unseat old Chuan and replace him with one of their own. He must not be allowed to continue. The losses would be insurmountable. Indeed, his radicalism is alarming. While radicalism itself is not the issue, his incessant ambition to consume us is utterly excessive. Absolutely. At such a time, to still contemplate internal strife is tantamount to courting death. Voices rose in agreement, each declaring their stance to oust old Chuan. Yi Ping's mind raced, pondering whether he should alert someone or stoke the flames further. How much benefit could he derive from this affair? Just as he was deliberating, someone commenced the ritual. The previously well-dressed crowd shed their garments, standing stark naked, a sight that was quite shocking. Soon, a servant presented them with black robes. Once clad, the group adopted a solemn demeanor, exuding a sinister aura. The lights dimmed, and each person held a candle, murmuring incantations. After a considerable time, the ritual concluded, and Yi Ping, who had initially paid little mind, noticed that the auction was about to commence. Chapter 78, A Gathering of Deviants. In the castle's basement, the space was twice the size of the banquet hall above. Several rows of sofas were loosely arranged, and attendees settled in casually. A maid distributed tablets to each person. Feel free to place your orders. Coincidentally, the Oscars are currently underway, and most are in attendance. Young William chuckled, stroking his little mustache, somewhat pleased with himself. Upon hearing this, Yi Ping understood immediately, casting a glance at the tablet in Ellison's hand, confirming his suspicions. Ah, this was merely a super version of that so-called island. Watching Ellison peruse the menu, he clicked his tongue. The selection was indeed plentiful. There were A-list and even super A-list celebrities, such as Cruz's wife, Kidman, or the likes of Scarlett, who desired to bathe with Durant's water. Ellison appeared uninterested in the more prominent names, perhaps he had indulged in them previously. Ultimately, he flipped to the back and selected a woman who seemed sweet but lacked notoriety. After 5 minutes, the first woman arrived, with astonishing efficiency. Yi Ping suspected that everyone was nearby, for once an order was placed, delivery commenced immediately. The first woman, Kidman, arrived, greeting several older gentlemen with a grin. Before rushing into Paige's arms and engaging in fervent affection, the onlookers displayed expressions of indifference. Naturally, Yi Ping remained unfazed. He was well acquainted with the world. After approximately 20 minutes, all the ordered accompaniments arrived, even the old which demanded 2 young men to serve her. Thus commenced a rather debauched affair. Indeed, this was truly the birthplace of LGBT culture. They certainly knew how to revel, and Yi Ping was both enlightened and entertained. While he meticulously positioned cameras to capture the entirety of this grand spectacle, he pondered his subsequent plans. A group of septuagenarians and octogenarians indulged for an entire hour, leading Yi Ping to suspect they had utilized rejuvenation chambers. At that moment, young William clapped his hands. The curtain before the audience was drawn back, revealing a transparent glass wall. Ladies and gentlemen, this is today's first auction item and also a sacrifice. A blonde girl was bound to a chair, her expression one of sheer terror as she gazed outward. Her mouth was sealed, and she struggled incessantly. Suddenly, the tablet in Ellison's hand illuminated, displaying the girl's basic information. Yi Ping leaned in for a closer look. A Nordic beauty? He frowned slightly. What was the purpose? With such immense wealth, were they resorting to kidnapping? Could they not simply spend money? Master, this woman is a moderately renowned columnist, famous for exposing the dark underbelly of major conglomerates. Rumor has it she possesses illicit evidence against a certain Norwegian energy giant. Ah, Yi Ping began to comprehend. Soon, a bidding war ensued, with Ellison placing a bid of 500,000, prompting others to refrain from increasing the stakes. He pushed aside the actress beside him, stepping into the room, and, under the terrified gaze of the girl, seized a chainsaw from the side. The buzz resonated ominously. Before the eyes of all present, Yi Ping, witnessing the splattering of blood, found himself momentarily stunned. Hearing rumors, grasping the truth, and witnessing the horror firsthand were entirely different experiences. The actress trembled slightly, twisting her body, unwilling to gaze in that direction any longer, filled with dread. She feared she might vomit or, worse, find herself facing a similar fate one day. Yi Ping maintained an impassive expression, his glasses scanning the room. The usual elegance and shrewdness had vanished, replaced by a frenzied zeal akin to possession as they screamed fervently. Blood of enemies. Blood of sinners. Lowly blood. A scene beyond description reached its climax, and soon another individual was brought forth, this time unbound. A girl clad in sheer fabric obediently displayed herself, and once the bidding concluded, she was taken directly to the sofa. One after another, after 12 such occurrences. Yi Ping grew somewhat impatient. At that moment, the 13th item, originally intended for Yi Ping, was announced, but alas, he was absent. Everyone was invited to place their bids. Yi Ping, initially thinking they had captured a star, quickly realized it was not the case. Instead, it was a girl with a round face and dark hair. He had to admit, these individuals had likely conducted thorough research into his rumors and preferences. This girl, possessing an enticing figure along with a doll-like visage, truly matched his taste. Glancing at the information, he nearly choked. Zhao Min? Who on earth named her that? She was adopted? Yi Ping furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing, moving towards an unknown wealthy individual. He had the young man black out his tablet, and then, 10 bitcoins. James, you wouldn't happen to share your father's peculiar preferences for Huagua people, would you? Young William jested, the other being the son of media mogul Murdoch. Their statuses were comparable, and their relationship had always been amicable. James was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't placed an order. What on earth? Was the system malfunctioning? Surely not. Listening to the laughter of the elder gentleman around him, he forced a chuckle and acquiesced. 2 hours later, some chose to remain within the castle. James, utterly bewildered, departed with the 3 Asian girls he had photographed. Inside the elongated Lincoln, he chuckled softly to himself. It seemed there must be some malfunction within the system. He had managed to take advantage of little William just once. He hoped that when the latter reviewed the accounts, he wouldn't be too furious. Have you never heard the adage that all gifts of fate come with an unspoken price? Strangely, though no one was beside him, a voice echoed in the air. Before James could utter a word of surprise, Yi Ping had swiftly rendered him unconscious with a precise strike. He then showed no mercy to the 3 girls, knocking them out in a similar manner. Half an hour later, at a hotel. I was brought here when I was 2, and I've been living in the basement for 14 years. I was sold when I was 6. The first family treated me decently at first, but after they had their own child, they sold me. I am 3 years old. As Yi Ping listened to the girls recount their stories, the veins on his forehead throbbed with anger. Damn it. No wonder the country halted adoption policies. These wretches. Taking a deep breath, he said, all right, enough of this. I will take you back to Huagua. He had expected them to be elated, but instead, their faces were filled with resistance and fear. They will take us back. Please, don't sell us again. We will serve you well. Yes, we are very obedient. Faced with their desperate pleas, Yi Ping was momentarily at a loss for words. They had been brainwashed for countless years. A brief explanation would likely fall on deaf ears. With a stern face, he commanded, silence. My methods are not for you to question. After settling them in the hotel, he began to execute his premeditated plan. Chapter 79. Not enough to avert public outrage. Xiao Yi, investigate the adoption records. Find out how many there are, how many have been suspected of abuse. And check the orphanages domestically that are profiting from selling children. See if there are any discrepancies in the accounts. Xiao Yi understands. Yi Ping inhaled deeply. He was not a savior who could rescue everyone. However, having seen the truth, he could not turn a blind eye. This time, he would unveil their true faces to the world. Damn it. Old Chuan once claimed he would expose the list upon taking office. If you want to do it, then I shall. A beacon of civilization? To hell with that. Although their actions were somewhat concealed, Xiao Yi managed to uncover the details. From 1992 until the ban in 2024, over 160,000 individuals had been adopted abroad, with more than 80,000 in the ugly country. Of those suspected of abuse, there were 234, nearly half. Gather evidence. Pursue legal action. I want them stripped of everything, suffering a disgraceful end. Master, the judicial process here is slow. If the opposition responds and has funds, it could drag on for ages, and evidence might be destroyed. Yi Ping scoffed. It doesn't matter. I will take action when the time comes. After some thought, he decided to arrange for Zhao Min and the other 3 girls to return home. Then, he would expose them using Campbell's face, recruiting a few conscientious programmers from reputable companies, akin to Snowden, to extract the evidence. Xiao Yi understands. Master, some of the videos and photos are stored on Apple iCloud, while others are on the dark web and various popular software. If multiple people leak information at the same time, wouldn't it be too suspicious? Yi Ping waved his hand dismissively. Whether it seems fake or not, it will simply serve as an excuse for me to act. Yes, Xiao Yi understands. Looking out at the brightly lit Los Angeles from the hotel window, Yi Ping chuckled derisively, a city of sin indeed. 2 days later, After Zhao Min and the others returned to the mainland, Campbell released another video. I had initially hoped to obtain a pardon through them, but they disgust me too much. God forgive me. Even if I am hunted down and killed, I will expose them. Let us take a look at the hypocritical faces of these world-class tycoons. From the conspiracies involving Gates to the ensuing chaos in the hall, and the bloody scenes in the glass room, it was all presented in unedited, full 4K quality, with only the identities of the female stars and auction items obscured. The world went wild. A shout-out to old Zhang. Without his TT, which tore through the media controlled by foreigners, Yiping would not have been able to disseminate this information so rapidly, as the global perspective was not yet established. Is this real? It must be fake, right? Could it be AI generated? Look. Whoever dares to call these people philanthropists, I'll spit in your face. The beacon is collapsing. If Old Chuan doesn't take action now, I will lose all respect for him. Old Chuan must grant Campbell a pardon. This has saved him a life. Nearly a second-old Ken. Indeed, the ugly country has a tradition of assassinating its bosses. Campbell is a hero. If he gets captured, his exit will be more stylish than Luigi's. A true warrior. Last time he exposed the ugly Fed, and now it's the Super Island. Pulitzer owes him an award. Just as public sentiment was boiling and major figures and stars were left dumbfounded, more revelations emerged. Conscience-stricken, revealing the truth. Exposing the ugly country's adoption scandal. Evidence will be submitted to the court. This time, it was not just a video but an entire compressed file containing hundreds of gigabytes of obscured content. 1, 2, 3. This was not limited to the domestic scene. There were also revelations from Neon and the Stick Country. It appeared that the ugly country had a particular affinity for Asian girls. Out of 10, 9 were girls, with 8 belonging to 3 specific families. What does that mean? The Holy Trinity? Damn it. Public outrage surged. Yiping promptly issued a statement. 100 billion. I'll take this to court. Whoever is guilty, I will accompany you to the very end. This wave of sentiment was in his favor. No one dared to speak out against the tide. Those who had accepted money remained silent, for if they dared to whitewash their actions, they would likely be torn apart before Yiping could even intervene. Old Chuan was ruthless. Upon seeing Campbell's video, he immediately ordered arrests. However, only small fry were caught. The big fish slipped away unscathed. Gates and his associates, sensing the danger, made a hasty exit. They were all titans, with helicopters and private jets at their disposal. The Pentagon even facilitated their escape by opening airspace for them. Yiping ignited the fire and set the stage, waiting to feast on the spoils. Big shots. This truly has nothing to do with me. I can't fathom why it happened to coincide so perfectly. I am no harbinger of plague. I am a god of wealth. Rest assured, I will control the intensity, at most peeling back their layers and exposing their bones without mercy. By the way, big shots. Shouldn't we integrate the orphanages, the crosses, and the lottery systems back into the system? Regardless of how covertly they operate, there will always be traces. He was unaware of the big shot's thoughts, but one thing was certain. Everyone was engulfed in righteous fury. Some felt that not killing would not suffice to quell public outrage. The Super Island incident dealt a heavy blow to the already crumbling image of the ugly country. Even Old Chuan found it hard to shield certain individuals any longer. However, Yiping surmised that this individual likely wished to issue a public warrant for his arrest. Subsequently, he might consider utilizing the assets of the Council of All-Seeing members to quell the impending eruption. Yet, Old Chuan opted for judicial proceedings, which would take time. Meanwhile, banks and capital from nations around the globe descended like sharks sensing blood in the water. It was a matter of swift actions. Those quick to respond would prosper, while the slow would lose out. Yiping was undoubtedly among the most agile. Over the course of a month, he effectively decimated the market value of several companies by 30%. Those who joined the fray were left with a 20% loss. In total, over 100 listed companies witnessed a staggering 30 trillion evaporate. The beleaguered stock market of the United States plummeted by another 20%, erasing over 80 trillion. The currency exchange rates also experienced a tumultuous decline, with the current hard currency faltering dramatically against the soft currency, breaching the 6 mark. The individual who previously clamored against interest rate hikes left a parting message on social media. Everything is karma. You shall face retribution too. The following day, this was relegated to an inconspicuous corner of the newspaper, overshadowed by the countless fatalities in recent days, rendering his lament inconsequential. As the United States faltered, dragging the global economy into crisis, nations sought safe haven assets. Gold, with its limited supply, became a gamble few dared to undertake in futures trading given the current volatility. Ultimately, the consensus shifted towards Bitcoin. Its value surged. Even the previously undervalued B currency began to gain traction, escalating from an initial 3 to 12, a 4-fold increase. Yiping, however, remained unfazed by these developments, allowing his assistant Xiao Yi to manage the details while he merely observed and accompanied the domestic delegation in their negotiations. Chapter 80. The Versatile and Ingenious Processing Plant. Goodness, a notable figure from Xizjiang has emerged. A director who has won 2 grand prizes of 2 billion each over the past 2 years, with a villa rivaling a palace. That's not ruthless, it's foolish. A director from Zhejiang merely profited 5 small targets from reselling and collecting fees, and now possesses assets worth 50 billion. I have a sensational scoop. I heard that the director from Nanshur claimed that the first fortune of the wealth god Yi was a staggering 30 billion. Wait, is that the one who drained the prize pool? So it was wealth god Yi after all. Truly deserving of the title. Is this even possible? Investigate. Find out how he won and seize his assets. Seize? You must be joking. His grandfather was a red revolutionary who fought in the crossing of the Yangtze River campaign, and his parents have no records. Figure it out for yourself. Upon reading the comments, Yi Ping felt somewhat speechless. What background could he possibly have? The absence of his parents' information was solely for their safety. The market for conspiracy theories is inexhaustible, yet they had misjudged the direction. TSK. It's quite amusing to find oneself in the midst of such gossip. Cough, cough. Yi Ping, care to share a few words? The minister turned to the engrossed Yi Ping, giving him a pointed look. Come on, this is a high-level discussion. Let us be serious. Yi Ping glanced across the table at old Chuan, put away his phone, and cleared his throat. Allow me to succinctly express a couple of points. He took a sip of water. Regarding Article 21, I believe. He took another sip. As for Article 67, I feel. Although Yi Ping had much more to say, old Chuan and his associates dared not neglect their attention, listening intently to the translation while formulating their responses. Once Yi Ping concluded, the opposition began to retort. We believe. This exchange of rebuttals continued, marked by a flurry of verbal sparring that unfolded repeatedly over the days. To summarize, Eagle Sauce. If this continues, nobody will emerge unscathed. It's time to call it quits. Rabbit, when you were bullying me, why didn't you say it was time to stop? Do you expect me to come to your rescue? Absolutely not. Eagle Sauce. It won TB of free rescue. There are benefits involved. Rabbit, spare me the nonsense. Just state the benefits. Eagle Sauce, we can sell you chips. What do you think? Rabbit, go to hell. Our chips are superior. We want something else. Eagle Sauce, then what do you desire? Rabbit, well, I have a rebellious child who longs to run away. And I've heard you're the one encouraging him. I'll deal with him. Also, I want back the grandchildren taken by the neighbors. Eagle Sauce, that's not feasible. I'm friends with them. I can't just abandon them. Rabbit, if that's the case, then there's nothing left to discuss. Let them perish where they may. Eagle Sauce, wait, let us continue negotiating. Currently, the household lacked neither money nor provisions. Besides the rebellious child, their primary concern was recovering what had been taken by the neighbors. Unfortunately, the United States seemed unwilling to relinquish this significant leverage, refusing to agree to any terms. After much back and forth, no consensus was reached. The rabbit shed a couple of drops of blood and plucked a few feathers from the Eagle Sauce before they retreated to their respective corners, preparing for future encounters. This marked the most significant signal of limited cooperation and competition released to the outside world. Yi Ping, who had little interest in politics, under the minister's persuasion, invested 4 billion to acquire Paramount, which had been purchased by Ellison just last year, as a form of accountability. The Super Island incident persisted for a month, gradually subsiding only as it entered litigation. However, the ripples from this event would not dissipate easily. Aside from those who had actively participated in the chaos, others involved would face significant challenges in securing convictions if they chose to respond. After all, each of them could afford a veritable battalion of lawyers. Ultimately, it seemed inevitable that Yi Ping would have to engage in a prolonged contest with Old Chuan. Even if a few major players managed to save their skins, their reputations would be irrevocably tarnished, forcing them into a life of obscurity. Moreover, among the 80 or so participants, at least half would need to make sacrifices to emerge unscathed. Yi Ping, of course, did not linger idly. After signing a few agreements, he departed. Upon returning home, he hastened back to Nanshur without pause. So, what is the purpose behind this factory construction you are rushing to complete? Lu Yu, accompanying him, gazed at the vast and seemingly empty factory before them, still puzzled. This was the original site of the Tianxiao livestream headquarters, the sales office. Naturally, the sales office had long been dismantled, and Xiao Yueying and her associates had relocated. Originally intended for Yi Ping's headquarters, he had later opted for the ready-made West River Financial City, repurposing this location. Here stood a factory, sprawling over 500,000 square meters, towering at nearly 55 meters high, a truly magnificent sight. However, aside from the exterior walls and roof, there wasn't even a single load-bearing column inside. It felt utterly hollow. Lu Yu even sensed that this structure might collapse at any moment. Yi Ping waved his hand dismissively. I have my reasons. Now, you may continue with your tasks. I'll take a look myself. Lu Yu shrugged. All right, but take care. Casting a glance at the factory, he shook his head. Best not to go inside. Once Lu Yu departed, Yi Ping entered through the main door. Humph, old Chuan thinks he can engage me in a space race. Treating me like an old rival, he shall not intimidate me. The large-scale Universal Intelligent Processing Plant. 5 billion in compensation. 500 meters x 1,000 meters x 50 meters. A small nuclear fusion furnace, an atomic-grade processing plant, with a minimum dimension of 100 picometers, 1 nanometers. Clang. The ground trembled slightly. Master, the connection has been established. Soon, a colossal entity, resembling a Rubik's Cube, began to morph and shift before his eyes. In no time, it seamlessly aligned with the external factory shell. Subsequently, a schematic materialized before Yi Ping's gaze. The processes of material stacking, decomposition, and processing appeared quite straightforward. He stroked his chin contemplatively. What can we manufacture? There are 58 million blueprints in the library. Would you like to peruse them, Master? Yi Ping wiped the sweat from his brow. Never mind. How about robots? The kind that serve as bodyguards, and the virtual reality pods. Oh, and the therapeutic chambers. Can we create those? Robots are feasible, as are the virtual reality pods. However, the accompanying light quantum computer is not viable. But a domestic version can be used as a substitute, albeit with somewhat diminished realism. The therapeutic chambers can indeed be constructed, but any compensation exceeding 10 million cannot be manufactured in its entirety. Yi Ping nodded, acknowledging this information. Well, that should suffice. Surely, we can create communication satellites, right? There are 693 types of communication satellites. Which one does the master require? Yi Ping chuckled, feeling a swell of confidence. Can you believe it? Old Chuan actually mentioned bringing manufacturing back and establishing a complete industrial chain? Just wait until they see what my factory is capable of. I'll have them shouting for more. Let me consult with the launch base at Shishan and see how their technology is progressing. Master, we can also construct launch rockets and electromagnetic launch towers here. Yi Ping nodded. I am aware, but we cannot undertake everything ourselves, understand? Little Yi understands. Chapter 81. Do you know my security level? At a certain secret research facility in Shishan province, Yi Ping gazed up at the 500-meter-long launch track. Soaring to a height of 250 meters, feeling a sense of awe. Has electromagnetic launch technology advanced to this extent? A slightly balding academician's son chuckled modestly beside him. Although they had conducted several experiments, it was still quite premature. Mr. Yi wished to utilize this for satellite launches. Haha, just wait 2 more years. And it will surely be achievable. Yi Ping furrowed his brow. 2 years? The U.S. can launch 150 satellites a month, totaling 2,000 per year. And that's just SpaceX alone. Once their Department of Defense invests, the pace will accelerate. He glanced at academician Sunday. With only 60,000 satellites to occupy low Earth orbit, how many will be left for us in 2 years? Academician Sun's smile faltered, and he huffed in annoyance. Why are you asking me? What can I do about it? Moreover, we do have countermeasures. The 1,000 Sails constellation has already commenced, and there are over 400 satellites now. Yi Ping waved dismissively. That is far too few. The cost of rocket launches is exorbitant, and the manufacturing difficulty is considerable. Electromagnetic launch is far more efficient. A glimmer of amusement appeared on academician Sun's face. Indeed, our plan can reduce the launch cost to 100 yuan per kilogram, directly accelerating via electromagnetic rail, eliminating the first-stage rocket design, thereby significantly enhancing both payload capacity and efficiency. Yi Ping nodded in agreement. So what difficulties remain? I shall assist you. Academician Sun looked at Yi Ping in disbelief. You? Yi Ping cleared his throat. Along with my research team, let us dispense with the small talk. Where do you require assistance? Academician Sun, considering the wealth and influence of his counterpart, refrained from mentioning security levels and nodded. I will send you a document detailing 92 technical challenges. If you could help resolve even a portion of them, we might achieve our goal within a year. He then made a call to send over the email to Yi Ping, looking at him with hopeful anticipation. Master, the items have been received. There are no issues. All can be resolved. Manufacturing will be completed in 24 minutes, and delivery will arrive here in 3 hours. Yi Ping acknowledged. Academician Sun, allow me to prepare on my end. It will take about 4 hours, but it will be swift. Academician Sun believed he meant he would take 4 hours to analyze how to address the issues. Nodding with a smile, he added that there was no rush, and invited Yi Ping to see their laboratory. Besides launching satellites, electromagnetic launch technology is also quite effective for missiles, he said with a hint of pride. Aircraft can be launched from aircraft carriers. Once the research is successful, ground-based missile launches at speeds of 20 Mach will not pose a problem. Yiping responded with an O. He had heard previously that they could already reach 7 Mach. Academician's son smiled. In truth, they could achieve terminal speeds of 15 Mach. However, the requirements for missiles are exceedingly high. Come, let us discuss further as we walk. It is rare to have an outsider visit, especially someone of such stature. An academician's son was eager to engage in conversation. Naturally, Yiping's wealth stemmed from advancements in AI, placing him within the realm of technology. Were he a real estate mogul, academician's son would not have paid him any mind. The esteemed academician passionately shared insights, transitioning from missiles to satellite launches, and then to commercial applications of magnetic levitation. Finally, he made a persuasive pitch. Mr. Yi, this venture holds remarkable promise. Your investment will undoubtedly yield returns. Yiping chuckled softly, realizing the ulterior motive behind the conversation. Master, the items are nearly here. They have arrived at the entrance. Oh, so soon? Haha. Academician's son truly has a way with words. Academician's son, our items have been delivered. Let us take a look together. Academician's son paused. What has been sent over? Haha. We are not lacking in anything here, Mr. Yi, so please do not go to such lengths. He assumed Yiping was merely sending a gift. However, upon witnessing a convoy of 20 heavy trucks laden with numerous items, he was utterly bewildered. Summoning his students and assistants, he oversaw the inspection. No way, this is impossible. Which company produced this? Is this for real? 300 kilograms of graphene? What a joke. Is it single crystal grade? Without mentioning anything else. The sight of a single box of graphene dazzled everyone's eyes. If what the list indicated was accurate, this material would be worth 300 million. This was not the same as civilian-grade graphene. This was single crystal graphene, consisting of a single layer of carbon atoms arranged in an extraordinary manner, endowed with numerous superlative properties. In the laboratory, it was measured by the gram. Even with national support, they would not dare to use it in kilogram quantities. Gazing at the array of cutting-edge materials and equipment, academician's son took a moment to regain his composure. Mr. Yi, what is the meaning of this? Didn't I mention earlier? I'm here to assist you in resolving your challenges. The satellites have been delivered, and we are just waiting for you to prepare for the launch. Academician's son's gaze shifted to the largest of the boxes, then back to the manifest. Good heavens, 440 satellites. You certainly have high expectations of me. Mr. Yi, which factory produced these? Before he could finish his question, Yiping chuckled. National secret. Academician's son nearly sputtered in disbelief. What do you mean, national secret? Do you have any idea what my security level is? Even the launch codes for nuclear missiles are less classified than this. Oh, that he did not know. Observing the cheerful Yiping, academician's son let out a soft grunt. Deciding to let it go, bring a few people in, set the items down first, and then he felt invigorated. Let us commence. Oh, it was uncertain how long they had been stymied, but now Yiping had arrived with a solution, accompanied by tangible materials. Academician's son, along with a group of diligent individuals, was determined to put in extra hours. 2 days later, are we really going ahead? Academician's son hesitated, noticing Yiping's gaze. He pointed at the screen. Initially, the design called for a payload of 50 tons. However, your technical specifications have exceeded expectations. But to go straight to 400 tons. He cast a sidelong glance at Yiping. If this launch fails, we can weather it, but your 720 satellites would be utterly ruined. Even if a single satellite is relatively inexpensive, it still costs around 5 to 10 million. Even for a billionaire, that is not an insignificant sum. Yiping waved his hand dismissively, exuding an aura of financial prowess. Don't worry about it, just launch it. The factory can produce one in a minute. Churning out one, for 140 in a day, it's merely a matter of material costs. What is there to fear? Seeing his insistence, academician's son chose not to press further. He blinked, his eyes bloodshot from fatigue. Commencing the 31st test launch. Prepare. Yes, everyone was on edge, their excitement palpable. After 5 years of preparation, and enduring 7 more, they were finally on the brink of revelation. Chapter 82, Seizing Orbital Positions. At 3 a.m., the Launch Command Center was ablaze with light. Power supply from the power plant has been confirmed. Pre-launch double checks are complete. Rocket propulsion fuel has been verified. The chorus of confirmations ignited Yiping's previously calm demeanor. Academician's son, in contrast, was tense to the point of dry swallowing. After several rounds of confirmation, he spoke softly. Countdown, commence. Affirmative. Launch countdown. 10, 9, 8. The room fell into a hushed stillness, where one could almost hear the rhythmic beating of their hearts. Thud, thud, thud. 3, 2, 1. Launch. Buzz. The air seemed to quiver. Unlike a typical rocket launch, The 50-meter, 9-meter diameter, 100-ton light feather spacecraft was sealed within an orbital chamber. There were no sparks, no explosive sounds. Everything transpired in silence. Yet, almost the instant the launch button was pressed, boom, something appeared at the far end of the high orbit, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Launch successful. Initial speed, 783 kilometers per second. Angle correct. Rocket ignition successful. Although the screen displayed the status, the crowd could not restrain their shouts, encouraging the light feather spacecraft. Simultaneously, the streetlight systems in several surrounding cities flickered momentarily before returning to normal. Amidst the anxious anticipation, this culmination of collective intellect did not disappoint. 9 minutes later, into orbit. Commencing deployment. The screen revealed a slightly grainy image. The rounded tip of the rocket opened its hatch, ejecting satellite blades one after another. Deployment of satellite 1120 complete. Soon, the first batch was finished, and the rocket propelled forward slightly. Deployment of satellite 121,240 complete. The process continued smoothly, with a total of 6 batches successfully deployed. Excellent. Academician's son could no longer contain his excitement. Wonderful. Thus far, everything was proceeding without a hitch. As long as recovery could be completed, no. Even if it could not be recovered, a one-time launch was still worthwhile. Yiping glanced at the slowly unfurling solar panels of the satellites. Ultra-high-frequency universal satellite, photovoltaic nuclear power version. Manufacturing time, 1 minute. Weight, 200 kilograms. 7G network, 100 Tbps transmission speed. Direct download of 10 TS. Xiaoyi, try connecting. Owner, please wait. Connection established. Signal normal. Nodding slightly, Yiping cleared his throat, directing his attention to Academician Sunday. Well, let us continue. Academician's son was about to arrange for someone to make an announcement when he paused, perplexed. Continue what? Yiping looked at him in astonishment. Continue launching. We're seizing orbital positions. Having succeeded, of course, we should press on and launch more. Academician's son, both amused and exasperated, shook his head. The idea is commendable. But he spread his hands. We've only constructed one light feather. Even if we manage recovery, it requires inspection and repairs before the next mission can be executed. We have a prototype, but its shell strength is insufficient. Yiping chuckled lightly. No worries. Just like before, if you need anything, any challenges, let me know, and it will be addressed. Academician's son contemplated for a moment before conceding. Very well, I will apply for approval from higher authorities. Even if we wish to proceed, there are many procedures to follow. Yiping raised his chin. No problem. If anyone disagrees, I'll handle it. Naturally, there was no opposition. In fact, after a call from a minister negotiating with the U.S., they were encouraged to expedite efforts. The U.S. had already received the news, however, disregarding them. The prior agreement stated that in low Earth orbit, the first to launch takes precedence. The successful launch of 720 satellites was commendable. Let us not rush into launching again. I may not grasp the technicalities, but wouldn't deploying 4 or 5 light feathers for rotation expedite the process? The U.S. was yet unaware of the launch frequency here. So stockpiling would be advantageous, fueling their anxiety. No further actions were necessary. The mere disclosure of this information had already sent shockwaves across the globe. Good news. Domestic electromagnetic rail technology has achieved another breakthrough. One launch, 720 stars. Daring to dream and daring to act. Electromagnetic railgun launches spacecraft. The future of space exploration is no longer a dream. Domestic version of Starlink. The 1,000 Sails project has officially launched. Expected to reach 30,000 satellites within 3 years. Achieving global networking. Various media outlets seized the news, crafting sensational narratives, regardless of understanding. It was all about the hype. Domestic netizens were reveling in this. This is no small feat. We've finally unleashed a significant surprise. I was worried that our positions had been entirely occupied. Indeed, I heard that the U.S. SpaceX launched 10,000 satellites, while our total was only a little over 1,000. Not even a fraction of that. Turns out we were prepared all along. In fact, research began several years ago. News reports from 2022 mentioned it, though the technology was not yet mature. I simply want to ask, who else is there? Damn it. They wouldn't let us join the International Space Station and even interfered with GPS, causing our missile launches to fail. Now, who is in a position to talk? In 1999, Shenzhou 1 launched. In 2000, Beidou was sent into space. In 2003, the first manned mission. In 2005, Shenzhou 6 conducted space experiments. In 2007, Chang'e was launched and Beidou was networked. In 2008, we conducted our first spacewalk. In 2011, the Tiangong space station was inaugurated. And today, 1,000 Sails set sail. This The US must be dumbfounded. Their situation is chaotic while we unveil our marvels. In reality, NASA was being driven to madness by the Pentagon. Hurry up, get SpaceX to launch as soon as possible. Within 3 days, it must happen, and it must succeed. Confidence. Right now, confidence is the most crucial element. But this is not akin to a mere fireworks display, where one can simply declare a launch and proceed without consequence. Have you lost your mind? There are no buts. This is Wall Street, not a casual affair dictated by whimsy. It is the mandate of the Department of Defense. Just 3 days later, SpaceX was hastily thrust into action, yet they managed to comply. Frankly, despite Elon Musk's demise, the tumult that ensued due to his pre-death directives stirred quite a controversy. Nevertheless, SpaceX's technological prowess remains intact. The Super Heavy Starship, now upgraded to version V3, stands at a towering height of 150 meters, with a refueling weight of 350 tons, and a launch thrust reaching 1,000 tons. This colossal marvel is thrice the size of the Saturn V and twice that of the first-generation Starship, rightfully earning the title of the most formidable entity on Earth. However, the majority of its thrust is primarily allocated to propel the first-stage rocket, with a meager payload capacity of merely 100 tons. It is set to carry 400 outdated communication satellites, each weighing 250 kilograms, from the now-defunct V1 version. While the Huawei has already launched 720 satellites in one go, their endeavor to deploy 30 satellites weighing 3 tons each in a single launch would surely invite mockery. Thus, the Department of Defense is left with no choice but to compel SpaceX to utilize these existing inventories. On the day of the launch, the world watched with bated breath. All eyes were cautiously trained on this impending space race, which was poised to commence. Chapter 83 commenced with an abrupt conclusion. The Starship was successfully launched, deploying 400 communication satellites that significantly enhanced Starlink's signal capabilities. A NASA spokesperson, exuding exuberance, extolled the success with fervent enthusiasm. Well done. In the future, we shall launch even more. The Super Heavy V3 Starship has already been recovered, and another Starship is set for assembly, ready to enter the launch phase in just 1 day. While he rambled on, a journalist below boldly inquired, what of other nations? How will they respond? A simple mathematical conundrum unfolded. If the Super Heavy Starship launches 10 times a month, that equates to 4,000 satellites. Adding the 720 from Huawei's launches, which occur twice monthly, brings the total to over 500 satellites in less than 10 months. Other nations would be left with nothing to play with. The NASA official cleared his throat and stated, according to the regulations set forth by the International Telecommunication Union, ITU, satellite frequencies and orbital usage rights are obtained on a first-come, first-served basis. This is intended to foster technological advancement, not for personal gain. After delivering this noble declaration, he added, moreover, should the lifespan of any launched satellites expire, they may be relaunched for replenishment, preventing others from forcibly seizing their positions. This was a precautionary measure, as many satellites on Starlink are outdated models with lifespans of merely 3 to 5 years. At the launch base, Yiping watched the news broadcast while puffing on a cigarette. Old son, are you ready yet? The busy academician's son, his hair unkempt and eyes bloodshot, replied, almost there. Almost there. Ha. First come, first served? What a splendid proposal. Yiping gazed at him with concern, feeling as though he might collapse at any moment. How about you take a nap? Academician's son waved his hand dismissively. I can't sleep. There's no time for slumber now. It's the 1,000 Sails program. The legacy of a millennium. Ha. All right then, as long as you're happy. Days passed, and academician's son gazed at the 3 completed light feather spacecraft, feeling a sense of awe. I had no idea our nation's manufacturing capabilities had reached such heights. Over 30,000 components assembled in just 1 day. With the robotic assistance provided by Yiping, when did constructing spacecraft become so effortless? I remember when they were working on the prototype, it was all manual labor. After this moment of reflection, academician's son transformed into a launch fanatic. Launch. Continue launching. Let us go for another round. I want to test the limits of the light feather S launch capacity. Having achieved success too many times, he began to hope for a failure to allow for some improvements. Meanwhile, the situation had already attracted attention. After 10 days of inactivity, NASA successfully launched again. Feeling as though they had regained some ground, SpaceX's stock prices, along with various tech and aerospace stocks, soared. Just as the tide appeared to turn favorably, Huawei launched again, this time utilizing electromagnetic propulsion to deploy 720 satellites, all of which successfully entered orbit. It seems their technology has matured relative to our predictions. However, that is of little concern. Although they may launch more in a single go, our frequency surpasses theirs. As they pondered how to expedite the assembly of the Super Heavy Starship, another launch occurred. I know, you just mentioned it, Yiping replied. No. They began launching again just 3 hours after their previous launch. What? Regardless of whether those present believed it or not, Yiping was utterly unrestrained. For launches a day, 2,880 satellites in one day. In 10 days, we will have launched continuously, quickly surpassing 30,000 satellites. Is this a competition that hasn't even begun yet? The United States could no longer remain composed. You cannot do this. Why not? Did you not agree to this initially? When the Starship launched, we did not voice our objections, as per the ITU regulations. The United States found themselves at a loss for words. Initially, they were confident, launching 400 satellites at once, with 10 launches a month, thus promoting the notion of first come, first served. Now, they were astonished. You launched 2,880 satellites a day? For 10 consecutive days? Have you lost your mind? Space is a shared asset of all humanity. You cannot monopolize it. Oh, let us convene a meeting and discuss this. We must have a name for this process. Amending the original agreement requires due procedure. With tensions rising, nations gathered for a United Nations Assembly to deliberate. As discussions ensued, Yiping showed no signs of slowing down, leaving no room for those lagging behind. 10 days later, while the United Nations had yet to reach a consensus, Yiping had deployed 57,600 satellites, effectively occupying nearly all available positions. Beyond communication satellites, he had skillfully integrated various reconnaissance satellites, navigation satellites, meteorological observation satellites, and even laser platforms into the mix. The star chart now revealed a plethora of white dots enveloping the entire Earth. Amidst the external clamor, Yiping remained undeterred. Observing the 4 major telecommunications executives before him, he snapped his fingers. What nonsense is this? I have launched my satellites. Will you deny me the opportunity to provide services? He bared his teeth at them. To sever someone's means of livelihood is akin to murder. Do I need to escalate this to the upper echelons to negotiate a solution for you? Absolutely not. The 4 executives hastily shook their heads in unison. We do not mean to misunderstand, Mr. Yi. Indeed, we harbor no intention of obstructing your profits. However, as you well know, to sever someone's means of livelihood is like killing their parents. Could you leave us a morsel to sustain ourselves? Yiping laughed. Based on the data disclosed by his side, once mobile connectivity is activated, it would effectively siphon off a significant portion of the 4 major telecommunications operators' user base. What business would remain for them? Yiping let out a soft exclamation, unperturbed by the idea of others joining him for a sip of soup. After all, he had merely intended to intimidate them. It was rather embarrassing to involve the big shots over such trivial matters. Subsequently, the 5 individuals engaged in a clandestine discussion, ultimately reaching a consensus, the fusion agreement. The 5 enterprises would collectively invest to elevate the current 5G base stations directly to 6G. With the integration of the Skynet, a modest financial outlay would yield a staggering 10 gigabits per second speed, with download rates exceeding 1 gigabit per second. Yiping, in a moment of self-reflection, decided to cut the figure down by 1,000-fold. That should suffice. Even this enhancement surpassed the previous speeds by 10 times. For the next video clip, it would take but a second to download. Any faster, and I fear it might be overwhelming for everyone. On April 30th, at the Magic City Convention Center, Yiping stood upon a lofty platform. 1 year had passed since the advent of Yi. What transformation had it ushered in? Perhaps some had begun to grasp its implications, while others remained oblivious. It was efficiency, the grand plan. Originally estimated to require 2 years of research and 3 years of deployment, had been accelerated by 5 years to completion. What was the driving force behind this? AI-driven manufacturing. We are now witnessing an explosion of AI manufacturing, heralding a monumental shift in all aspects. Drones filled the skies, while countless autonomous vehicles traversed the roads, creating a seamless network across air, land, and sea, truly global and without blind spots. Immersive communication, massive-scale connectivity, unparalleled reliability with minimal latency, the convergence of artificial intelligence and communication, and the integration of perception with connectivity, ubiquitous connections. He spread his arms wide. Ladies and gentlemen, the past decade has been one of technological advancement and innovation. If you wish to avoid being left behind by the times, strive forward. The venue erupted in enthusiastic applause, with some voices rising in fervor, declaring, #1 in the world. Truly remarkable. Yiping felt a bead of sweat trickle down. This was no mere flattery. Upon concluding his address, he exhaled deeply, finally able to relish a moment of respite. He was utterly exhausted. Hello, big shot. Yes, I finished speaking here. Please don't rush me. All right. I'll head over now. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged that rest was but a fleeting notion. He still had to reprimand those unruly offspring of his. Such was the burden of his industrious fate.